Chapter 81. Will Wizard Gorza allow you to enter the Wizard Tower? The housekeeper was a little worried. The only descendant of our Bloodthorn family died, so why can't I go visit him? When Ralph mentioned Gorza, his expression was a little ugly. Sid's father sold the book to anyone else, but to the Wizard Tower. Gorza has been a second-level person for a long time, and his background is not comparable to mine. But it's useless to blame a dead person now. No matter what, let's first determine who has the diary. Anyway, people who don't know the method won't be able to see the contents of the diary, even if they get it temporarily. Ralph narrowed his eyes. Now I am a free man, and my grandson died at the hands of the diary owner. The connection between me and the diary is deep enough. When I get the diary back, I will definitely be able to see the contents. Ralph's expression was a little distorted, like laughing and crying. As long as I can successfully decipher the diary, I can become a fourth level great wizard like my ancestors. The butler just bowed his head and said nothing. His master's original plan was to wait for little Sid to get the diary, and when he returned to the manor to look up ancient books because he couldn't use it, he would let the butler take action. But now the plan has changed. The young master was killed, and the diary fell into the hands of others, and the master had to take action himself. The butler didn't understand what the diary was for, but he knew that the master had spent most of his life for the diary, and killed all his blood relatives. That was what the master pursued all his life, and the butler could only support it unconditionally. Today's All Things Cognition class brought together many apprentices again, including those newcomers who had not appeared for a long time because they were lazy or self-studying other subjects. When Saul appeared in the public class again, many people, including senior first-level apprentices, were secretly observing him. If a second-level senior had once intimidated and threatened without scruples, almost everyone was not optimistic about Saul's future. Then the identity of the first place in the test, plus the VIP who received the invitation from the president of the Mutual Aid Association Luokai himself, made everyone have to re-examine Saul. Thor ignored those burning gazes, and looked into the classroom expressionlessly. He saw Kelly sitting in the back row, and walked over slowly with his backpack. Kelly was sitting at the outermost edge of the second to last row. When she saw Thor, she moved her, but a little further in. How many zero-level witchcrafts do you know? Before Thor sat down, Kelly asked quietly. More than you anyway. Thor sat down without hesitation. Kelly felt 10,000 points of damage, but she had to believe it. After all, she was able to learn 3 zero levels thanks to the coordinate method that Soul taught her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the coordinate method was amazing. Was she too little for it? But Kelly didn't plan to pay more. The first basic cognition of all things went by quickly, and Soul was cramming common sense. The second class was a meditation class. Surprisingly, Monica, the instructor who had only attended the first class and then not come, appeared again in the meditation class. She was still holding the lizard that was responsible for helping her deal with the burnt dead skin, wearing a figure-hugging silk dress, and walked to the center of the classroom. Many apprentices immediately moved forward from the corners far from the center. There are not many opportunities to get a personal lesson from a mentor like this. Everyone hopes that they will be lucky enough to receive one-on-one instruction from Monica. Monica loosened the leash and let her little lizard crawl freely. She stood in the center, with one hand casually placed on her waist, making her waist look even slimmer. It's been 3 months. I think anyone who has been a little bit attentive in meditation has successfully used meditation to improve a lot of magic power, right? Monica looked around, and everyone was sitting on the cushions, looking back. So now, is there anyone with a magic power of more than 20 joules? In the whole classroom, only Kelly raised her hand expressionlessly. Oh, it's okay. Monica nodded to Kelly. Then what about 15 joules? Several more people raised their hands in the classroom. Thor sat quietly beside Kelly, and his subsequent magic power only increased by 1 joule, now a total of 14 joules. Teacher Monica waited for a while, and confirmed that only these few people met her requirements, and sighed. Now that you have gone through the first test, you should have a clear idea of what kind of life you will face in the future. No one will ever urge you to study in the Wizard Tower, but if you fall behind, you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Soul noticed that all the apprentices looked much more solemn, and even Kelly couldn't help biting her lip. What happened after he was taken away by Teacher Kaz yesterday? Although Enge used the number of witchcrafts he mastered to test you, which was a bit harsh, only apprentices who have mastered a certain amount of witchcraft can become useful apprentices to the Wizard Tower. Monica lifted her foot, left the center, and slowly walked through the classroom. Every apprentice felt great pressure when she passed by. It was like the calm before the storm. I hope you understand that the Wizard Tower is not a wizard academy. You need to pay an equal price to acquire knowledge. If you are not competent for any job in the tower, and cannot contribute to the Wizard Tower, you can only repay the cultivation of the Wizard Tower with your own nutrients. Hearing this, Thor realized, Gorza Wizard Tower is not a school, but a company. The tests we do every once in a while are not monthly exams, but more like performance evaluations? At this time, Monica happened to stop next to Thor and Kelly. She suddenly pointed at Kelly. Since you have the highest magic value, let me see how you meditate. Kelly followed the instructions, opened the meditation book, placed the crystal ball, closed her eyes slightly, and looked calm. Even though she was stared at by Monica, she quickly immersed herself. Monica looked for a while, nodded, and told Kelly to stop. What's your name? Kelly, Monica's mentor. Kelly's meditation is very standard, and she can quickly eliminate external interference and enter a completely immersed meditation. Monica praised a few words, and turned her head to look at Thor naturally. Then Thor, you should meditate as well, let me see. She called Thor's name accurately. Yes. Sol had a good impression of Monica because she had once reminded him what elemental perception he was really good at. Sol began to meditate skillfully, and his immersion speed was no slower than that of Kelly. However, the next second, Monica suddenly took Sol's meditation book away. Sol woke up from his immersion, and looked up at Monica with some confusion. Monica held Sol's book with 2 fingers and swung it gently in the air, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. Using a crystal ball and a meditation book is only the most basic full immersion meditation. But many times, we need to complete meditation in an emergency, so we don't have the conditions to take out the meditation book and crystal ball for full immersion meditation, and can only rely on our own mental power to enter a semi-immersion meditation. Monica smiled down at Thor. Thor, try to meditate without the meditation book and crystal ball. Thor, Under the obviously teasing gaze of Monica, Thor performed a 1.5 second immersion. The speed and efficiency were so fast that Monica, who was originally prepared to watch him in a hurry, twitched her lips. When Thor came back to his senses from the short semi-immersion meditation, Monica's smile faded, and she looked at him with a complicated expression. Teacher Monica? Monica said nothing, turned around and walked back to the center of the classroom. 2 arcs of electricity suddenly exploded, burning her arms and left face. On the contrary, her clothes were not damaged at all, which should be some special props. Okay. Walking to the center of the classroom, Teacher Monica finally calmed down. You see, it's very simple, just do it like Thor. Now everyone try to meditate. Apprentices, Kelly turned her head, and said to Thor quickly, angry. Thor also felt that Teacher Monica seemed a little unhappy, but why? Because he learned it by himself? Chapter 82. Fortunately, later on, Teacher Monica explained the method of semi-immersion meditation in detail to everyone. Even Thor, a newcomer who learned semi-immersion meditation on his own, gained a lot of insights from it. In the past, when he entered semi-immersion, he always used it to observe pollution and abnormalities. But in Teacher Monica's explanation, semi-immersion meditation is actually a temporary means to stabilize the spirit body and replenish magic power urgently. When Thor was in danger in Teacher Kaz's laboratory, he used semi-immersion meditation to stabilize his spirit body. But after that, he almost used meditation to find alienated materials, and almost forgot its original purpose. Thor's magic power has been significantly improved compared to 3 months ago. Now, using full immersion meditation can no longer quickly restore all magic power, let alone semi-immersion. But the advantage of semi-immersion is that it starts quickly, and the magic power restored in a short period of time is higher than that of immersion meditation. But this meditation method that relies only on oneself, and does not use auxiliary tools, is not so easy to master. It requires the apprentice to be familiar with his meditation map, and to be proficient in using his mental power. If he only uses his mental power according to the patterns in the map during meditation, he will immediately fall into a maze of memories of it seems like this, but it seems not after putting down the book. After most of the new apprentices began to try semi-immersive meditation, Monica wandered around the classroom doing nothing. Occasionally, an old apprentice would ask some questions. Some she answered, and some she just smiled without saying anything. When Monica walked by, Thor also raised his hand and asked a question. Teacher Monica, are the meditation diagrams for first-level apprentices and second-level apprentices different? Or do you need to be familiar with different meditation diagrams at each stage? Second-level apprentices have at least learned a first-level witchcraft. Their spiritual bodies are strong enough to withstand more dangerous meditation diagrams. They can choose to change meditation diagrams. Monica faced Thor again and had restored her original smile. But when you become third-level apprentices, you won't need meditation diagrams anymore. No need? Sol was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Location device? Monica raised her eyebrows. It seems that you have really learned a lot of advanced knowledge. This is good, but it is also dangerous. Monica stretched out a finger and gently touched Sol's forehead. Snap! An arc flashed. Sol was startled and immediately dodged backwards, but his forehead still hurt. If you learn too much knowledge beyond your current ability, you must be prepared to bear the corresponding risks behind the knowledge. After saying that, Monica put her hands behind her back and continued to move forward, leaving Thor to cover his forehead and think alone. Almost all seniors and mentors have mentioned that wizards will encounter unknown dangers on the way to pursue knowledge. At first, Thor thought that when learning complex knowledge, his brain, or his spiritual experience, was dizzy and collapsed because of the complex and profound knowledge. But now thinking about it, it seems to be more than that. This gave him the illusion that knowledge is actually a monster. Unfortunately, no one came to answer this question. Thor was thinking about this question until the get out of class was over. He had lunch, and he came to the second floor of the East Tower. However, before entering the morgue, he met Teacher Kez again. Teacher? Thor was a little strange, because Teacher Kez usually didn't appear so frequently. He had seen the teacher a little more frequently recently. As the first place in the test, you can choose a companion flower, and I will take you there. After saying this, Kez turned his hands behind his back and left without waiting for Thor to answer. Thor followed him in confusion. Senior Luo Kai first mentioned the companion flower reward. Because the other party was the apparent leader of the Mutual Aid Association, Thor did not want to have too much interaction with him, so he did not take the companion flower to heart. Unexpectedly, the instructor would personally take him to pick the companion flower. While following Instructor Kaz, Thor took out basic cognition of all things from his backpack and searched in the plant chapter. Companion flower can establish blood connection with living organisms and die after bearing fruit. The fruits it produces are of various types, with different functions, mainly to increase magic power slightly and stabilize mental power. A few words of introduction gave Thor some expectations for the companion flower. Improving magic power may become Thor's eternal research topic. Then, Thor found that he and Mentorcus turned into a passage they had never seen before. This seemed to be the fifth floor of the East Tower, which belonged to the warehouse, and was not a place that apprentices could enter at will. After Thor turned in with Kaz, he passed the warehouse door, continued forward, and turned into another intersection. As he walked, the road began to tilt downward. This time, they walked down for a long time. Thor stuffed the books back into his backpack and looked forward curiously. The gray bricks were gradually covered with dust, and the candles on both sides became increasingly sparse and old. One of the lampstands was actually broken and drooped on the wall. This had never happened in the tower. In his impression, the wizard tower was always clean and tidy, and there was always someone who carefully cared for everything in the tower. Thor began to guess where the companion flower was. After all, they are plants, and most of them live in the soil. And the land in the wizard tower is limited. Will the companion flower be outside? Thor's heart gradually lifted up, looking forward to it, and afraid to look forward to it. He was afraid that what he waited for in the end would be disappointment. But this time life finally did not let him down. After going down a distance, Thor saw a wooden door with a metal frame, which was wide open to the outside. The candles nearby were not lit, but it was not dark here at all. There was an extremely bright, but gentle light shining in from outside the door, forming a strong contrast with the pale candlelight. Teacher Kaz walked here, paused, turned back to Thor, who had stretched his neck and started to look around, and said, "Calm down, don't act like an ignorant monkey." Thor immediately shrank his neck. But his eyes were still shining. "Teacher, are we going to leave the tower?" "Don't make a fuss. When you reach level 2, you will have many opportunities to leave the tower. I won't let you out of the tower now, because I don't want your minds to be disturbed by the outside world and stop studying hard." Kaz glared at Thor, feeling that this apprentice would embarrass him. As he got closer and closer to the gate of the tower, Thor recalled a picture in his mind. It was the terrible scene he saw at the teacher Rum's place: charred land, bubbling mud, scattered corpses, and black unknown tentacles. Would that be the scene at the bottom of the tower? A place like purgatory. Teacher Kaz's figure had disappeared behind the gate. Thor took a deep breath and took a step outside. Even if it was scary, it was still fascinating. However, a breeze blew across my face, bringing the smell of moist grass. Behind the gate of the wizard tower, there was actually a flat piece of land. There was no dark mud, only light yellow soil. Under my feet was a specially repaired road that extended in all directions to facilitate people's travel. Above my head was still the blue sky, and in the distance were still green mountains and dense forests. Everything had not turned into a hell on earth nearby. Not far from the road was a garden, simply separated by a wooden fence. A small wooden house was built at the entrance of the garden, and a person could be vaguely seen sitting inside. Through the fence, you could see many branches of various colors swaying in the wind in the garden. It just looked a little messy, not like it was carefully arranged. A sound of horse hooves and wheels sounded. Thor turned his head to look and saw a two-horse carriage approaching quickly from afar, driving along another avenue. The road leads to the Wizard Tower from another direction. The carriage was quickly blocked by the high wall of the Wizard Tower and disappeared behind the tower. That's the entrance for vehicles. Seeing Thor stop and look into the distance, Kaz explained casually. Thor nodded, shifted his sight, and the surrounding scenery came into view. The Wizard Tower stood in a deserted wilderness. There were only shadows of other villages in the distance. I wonder if ordinary people were deliberately driven away. But although there were not many people here, it was not as scary as in the illusion, just a little lonely. Thor couldn't help but wonder, the scene I saw at the beginning, was it Teacher Rum scaring me, or was it my imagination? Chapter 83. The world outside doesn't seem so scary. Leaving the Wizard Tower, the lives of ordinary people may be similar to the ancient times in Thor's previous life. However, the next second, the words of Teacher Kaz broke Thor's fantasy. Such closed carriages are basically used to transport materials. Materials? Most of them are corpses contaminated by the outside world. After all, there are only so many people in the Wizard Tower. If you point to the corpses produced in the tower, you would have no work to do long ago. No wonder Thor had never seen the appearance of many corpses. Will the surrounding towns take the initiative to send people here? They don't have that ability. It's basically the third-level apprentices who take the initiative to collect the contaminated corpses. It can be regarded as a disguised way to protect the safety of the surrounding territories. Otherwise, why do you think they are willing to send their children here? Kaz smiled, and it was hard to tell whether his smile was more proud or more sarcastic. The two walked towards the garden. When they approached, the small window of the wooden house was opened, and a middle-aged man with a sallow face poked his head out from inside. His facial features are relatively flat, only his nose is very prominent and long, like Pinocchio. He may have also undergone transformation. Master Kaz, good afternoon. He greeted Teacher Kaz warmly. Kaz nodded in response, and pointed at the man and said to Thor, "That's the gardener. After you choose the companion flowers, he will teach you how to cultivate them." Thor nodded to the gardener, and the gardener responded with a bright smile full of yellow teeth. The two walked to the garden gate, and a breeze blew by, and the aroma of baked bread penetrated Thor's nose. It's called a garden, but it's more like a vegetable field. The land is divided into several plots, and there are rows of flowers planted on them. The flower stems are slender, but the buds are large, and each flower has only 2 petals. Some flowers are in full bloom, while others are still buds. When the wind blows, it looks like rows of big-headed dolls dancing. The aroma of bread is even stronger. Thor still feels hungry even though he has already eaten. "Teacher, are these companion flowers?" Kaz raised his chin. "All of them. Companion flowers are just a general term for a type of plant. You see, they look different, but their growth process and characteristics are the same." The two of them shuttled between the ridges of the field. Sol always felt that the flowers seemed to be following their figures and turning their heads together, but he couldn't tell the front and back of the flowers' heads. This kind of companion flower likes to eat rotten air, so it can't be planted in ordinary soil. After you pick the flowers, go find the gardener just now, ask him to transplant them into small pots for you, and then give you a bag of flower fertilizer. Flower fertilizer? Sol paused. Is it the kind of fertilizer he almost became? Companion flowers bear fruit about every 6 months. Each plant bears 1 fruit. It has many kinds of fruits, and the probability of bearing different fruits is different. There is no means of targeted cultivation for the time being. Blue is a fruit that can increase magic power, and red is a fruit that strengthens physical fitness. Sol quickly took out a pen and paper from his backpack and began to record. Kaz glanced at Sol and shook his head. "You should have recorded it a long time ago. Green can detoxify, purple is poisonous itself, and if it is white, remember to hand it in to the Wizard Tower." Thor paused in recording, and after a while, Kaz did not continue. "Teacher, is there something wrong with the white fruit?" "That's not the case. The white fruit stabilizes the spirit body, and the tower is short of it. If you can really cultivate the white fruit, It will be no problem to exchange it for 20 credits. 20 credits. Half-year's salary. It's really worth it. Thor looked at the flowers again, and felt like he was looking at a mountain of gold. It's hard to transplant the ones that have bloomed. Just pick a bud. Yes, instructor. Sol put away his notes, and approached the ridge. There were hundreds of flowers in the flower field, most of which had bloomed, and a few were in the form of small buds. For the sake of credits, Sol did not act quickly, and tried to guess a companion flower that could produce white fruits through his own observation. At worst, blue fruits would be fine. It's just that these flowers grew in a random pattern. Different colors, different shapes, some like roses, some like tulips, and no one fruited. The ones that should have produced fruits had been picked. Just as Thor was observing carefully, the faint voice of Minterkus came from behind him. "Rum, do you want you to work under his name?" Thor stopped observing and turned around immediately. After a very brief hesitation, he honestly admitted, yes. Kez nodded, but there was no sign of anger. "I found it too. You chose me as your mentor for another reason." Of course, Kong Sha was the one who chose Kaz as Thor's mentor. That bottle of potion temporarily improved Thor's perception of dark element particles, surpassing the light element for a time and becoming the element attribute that Thor perceives the highest. This also made Thor, who might have chosen Rum as his mentor, choose Kaz without knowing it. "Do you regret it now?" Minterkus asked. "No regrets," Thor responded immediately. So, not only for the sake of licking the mentor, Thor really felt that there was nothing to regret. If it weren't for the opportunity given by Kong Sha, Thor would not even be qualified to become an apprentice. Instead of blaming Kong Sha's calculations, it is better to regard it as the price to be paid for becoming an apprentice. This is in line with Senior Byron's values. Kez curled his lips and smiled, but his smile was a little cold. "Yes, you have undergone the witch body transformation now, and you have already leaned towards the dark attribute. There is no chance to regret it." Sol immediately felt that the sunlight shining on him was not so warm. He immediately emphasized, "I really don't regret it, Mentor. If I hadn't worked in the morgue, I would never have been able to complete the transformation." "Oh no, I almost said that I embezzled money." Sol quickly diverted his attention, "And I quite like the work in the morgue, which is especially suitable for concentrating on research and learning." I don't know if Kaz heard that Thor had stolen the materials, but his face looked much better. "Ah." Teacher Kaz hunched his back, stood with his hands behind his back, and sighed, "If only everyone could learn to be content like you." Others? Who? Why not? Since knowing the identity of the Tower Master, Thor suspected that the work in the morgue might also be arranged by the Tower Master. The Tower Master asked him to study corpses and souls. How could Thor dare to disobey? Besides, his words were not against his will. The work in the morgue was indeed very suitable for him now. I just didn't expect that Teacher Kaz would express such emotion. It made Thor feel a little uneasy. Whose dissatisfaction could make Teacher Kaz so melancholy? Kaz took the initiative to end the topic, leaving Thor with a lot of questions. "With your current ability, there is no problem working in the morgue. As long as you can submit all the materials on time in the future, I will let you pass the test." "Will the test be so simple every month in the future?" "Thank you, Mentor. I will finish it." Sol was originally worried about how much witchcraft the mentors would ask him to learn in the second test. He has a lot to learn now, so he can only slow down his witchcraft learning. Sol remembered that the test content of Senior Mark seemed to be a task-like test of organizing the laboratory. This made him more certain of his original conjecture. The Wizard Tower is not a school, but a unit. The initial rapid learning of apprentices is on-the-job training. If the newcomers after training are not competent for any job, they will be fired. The Wizard Tower is a very strict unit, and the dismissed employees must also use themselves as nutrients to shine for the Wizard Tower. In this way, the two newcomers who left the classroom first during the test, and did not even learn a compound rune were actually very dangerous. Thinking back, Thor did not seem to see them in today's class. Could they have been dismissed? "Thank you, teacher. I will keep working hard to complete it." Thor promised the teacher again seriously. "Yes." Kez turned around and started to walk back. "Take your time to choose, and go find the gardener when you are done. Just go back to the tower before sunset." Chapter 84. Kez returned to the passage. His slightly hunched back looked even smaller in contrast to the huge wizard tower. Thor looked up. The dark gray wizard tower stood before him. The lower part of the tower was only a wall, without windows. Thor could not tell how many floors the wizard tower had. He only felt that the wizard tower in front of him was no shorter than those skyscrapers. It was magnificent and majestic. The vicissitudes of time had added a mysterious and heavy background to it. But for the apprentices, who cannot leave the tower at will. This place is more like a prison. Watching Teacher Kaz leave, Thor quickly put aside his sad feelings. He rubbed his hands, drooling, and approached those lovely companion flowers that were worth credits. It didn't matter if he didn't pick a companion flower that could produce white fruits. Whether it was blue or red, they were all useful, and Thor didn't mind. He walked along the edge of the field, looking for a flower bud that caught his eye. Soon Thor found a plant with good appearance. The flower stem stood upright, the bud was full, and it looked very lively. And the flower moved obviously when Thor approached, and leaned its head towards Thor. Thor immediately decided that it was this flower. So he wrote down the location and appearance of the flower, turned around and walked towards the wooden house. While walking, Thor felt a strange touch on his ankle, as if something was rubbing against him. He looked down and saw a thin black tentacle like a grass stem extending from the ground. The tentacle was smooth and soft, and it was hard to tell whether it was a plant or an animal. The more Thor looked at it, the more familiar it seemed to him. Finally, he suddenly remembered that this black tentacle was the same one he saw in the mud in Mr. Rum's room. Although it was much smaller, it looked almost exactly the same. This tentacle actually existed. Is the black mud real or fake? Is the peaceful and beautiful garden in front of him really located on flat land? Thinking of the scene of the black tentacles rolling the corpse into the ground, Thor's scalp suddenly went numb, and the strange touch just now turned into a caterpillar, constantly drilling into his trouser legs. He quickly ran to the wooden house at the entrance of the garden, ready to ask the gardener for help. Through the window of the wooden house, Thor saw that the gardener was sitting inside with his back to him. The position of his arm looked a little stiff. Flower. Thor felt something wrapped around his calf again, and hurriedly called for help. But before he could say the second word, a black tentacle as thick as a thigh suddenly appeared in front of him, and it suddenly wrapped around his left arm and pulled him into the soil. The land that was flat and hard just now collapsed like mud. The loose soil, carrying stones, rushed towards Thor. No matter how hard Thor struggled, he couldn't stop his falling body. Finally, he simply gave up struggling, closed his eyes tightly, and let go of his senses. At the same time, he chanted the spell of scorching breath, waiting for the real owner to appear and give it a hammer first. The resistance in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Thor fell into a pool of mud with a smack. With mud all over his body. The black tentacles wrapped around his arms also disappeared. But the expected attack did not appear. Thor propped himself up from the mud, and wiped his muddy face with his muddy hands. Because he had to open his mouth to chant the spell, Thor's mouth was also filled with a lot of disgusting mud. He reluctantly opened his eyes, and found that it was pitch black around him, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. The hole on the top of his head seemed to be blocked by something, and no sunlight poured down. Thor stood up in the dark and raised his hand to grope, but he didn't touch anything else. There was mud under his feet, and he could hear something moving around underneath. A slippery object covered in mud rubbed against Thor's ankle, scaring him so much that he stepped back and almost fell into the mud again. The darkness amplified the sense of hearing and touch. The unknown made people tremble. Thor tried to calm himself down and used his most familiar meditation to observe the surroundings. However, to his surprise, the semi-immersive meditation that always gave him an advantage over the enemy did not find anything this time. No spirits, no weirdness. It was so clean that it was scary. At this moment, something suddenly moved under Thor's feet. He shuddered and quickly raised his feet to hide. As his hands waved backwards, he touched a hard stone slab. It seemed to be a stone platform that was higher than the mud. The surface of the platform was also a little damp, but it was better than standing in the mud. Thor pushed his hands to avoid the tentacles under his feet and climbed onto the platform. Swish! 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 The moment Thor stood on the platform, candles suddenly lit up at the four corners of the platform, illuminating this underground space. The land above Thor's head was at least 3 meters away from where he was. When he fell just now, fortunately there was mud and the unknown black tentacles on the ground to catch him, so Thor didn't fall badly. The soil was supported by some force, and except for a little mud and gravel, nothing else fell with Thor. The light was around a spacious space. Except for the high platform under Thor's feet, the rest was black and gray mud. From time to time, black tentacles and vines surged and shuttled in the mud. Except for the lack of corpses, the rest was similar to the scene Thor saw at Teacher Rum's place. The black tentacles in the mud don't seem to hurt living people. Before, except for rubbing Thor's arms and ankles, they didn't do anything really harmful. I don't know why it insisted on pulling Thor off. EW. The mud has flowed into my collar. It's so uncomfortable. I must learn to clean it first in the next witchcraft. Thor took off his outer robe, carefully avoided the mud on it, and wiped his face with the relatively clean part. Forget it, I'd better learn the light spell first. If I encounter a place without light, I will immediately become blind. With the familiar candlestick, Thor's fear of this underground space dissipated a lot. The candlestick means that this is also the territory of the Wizard Tower. The dust and moss on the platform indicate that no one has used it for a long time. Thor turned around and finally noticed the appearance of the platform. This is a square platform with a side length of about 5 meters, and there are 2 laboratory tables in the middle. Some broken utensils are placed on the table in a mess. Thor walked over and saw a sunken groove in the ground between the 2 laboratory tables. He measured it, and found that the groove could accommodate a normal-sized adult. Someone should have done experiments here, but for some reason, it was abandoned. A series of mud marks were left on the platform, destroying the dark moss. Thor walked around the edge of the platform. There was mud all around. If he went further, it was out of the range of the candlelight. There was vaguely land, and he couldn't see if there was a way out. It doesn't feel safe to walk around. Thor looked up. Why not try to leave from above? Sol went over and lifted one of the lab tables. It was heavy, but he could barely lift it. He couldn't reach the top of the space standing on one lab table. If he stacked 2 lab tables, he should be able to grab the soil above his head. He hoped there would be a place to leverage, or a passage to seek help. Although Thor had been missing for a long time, the gardener should come to find him. But Thor was not the kind of person who would just stand there and wait for rescue. He lifted a corner of one of the lab tables and tried to drag it over first. Squeak! A sharp sound rang out, and the legs of the lab table left several black marks on the platform. It seemed that the movement was a bit louder, and the mud around began to bubble. Thor hurriedly stopped and observed the movement around him. Although the tentacles did not attack him just now, he had to act with caution. Thor now had no confidence in defeating this monster whose head and tail could not be seen clearly. One by one, black tentacles emerged from the mud and twisted and stretched towards the platform, but they seemed to be restricted in some way and could not extend to the range of the platform. Thor waited for a while, making sure that those things would not run onto the platform, before he continued to move the laboratory table. However, with a click, something fell on his left shoulder, and something cool slid across Thor's cheek. His action of lifting a corner of the laboratory table suddenly froze, and his eyes slowly looked to the left. Something like seaweed was baring its teeth and claws on Thor's shoulder. No, it had no teeth, only black thread-like tentacles. If it weren't so small, it would look very similar to the huge tentacles in the mud. Chapter 85. The little seaweed ball landed on Thor's left shoulder, and its tentacles stretched upwards, twisting and shaking, as if it had a seizure. What is this? As Thor muttered to himself, the diary that had been quietly floating on his left shoulder flew in front of him with ease. New Moon Calendar Year 314, August 26th, Sunny. You seem to have discovered a secret space under the Wizard Tower. I don't know how many secrets are buried here. Under your feet is the soul-devouring swamp that has existed for who knows how long. Now, the core consciousness of the swamp is dancing on your shoulder. It can be seen that it really likes you. I like you so much. I want to keep you here forever. Soul-devouring swamp? Core consciousness? Diary, you are beyond the scope again, do you know? This little seaweed ball likes me? Thor muttered to himself. At this time, the little seaweed ball suddenly jumped from Thor's left shoulder and rushed into the air. Judging from the momentum, it was heading for the diary in front of Thor. Swoosh! The little seaweed ball missed, and rolled directly from the edge of the platform into the mud. Thor, Diary, are you sure this core consciousness likes me, not you? The diary ignored Thor, and flew back to his left shoulder. But its behavior just now made Thor a little alert. Can that seaweed ball find the existence of the diary? Otherwise, why does it run to where the diary is? It's called the soul-devouring swamp, so its essence should not be that ball of seaweed, but this piece of mud. Why can the mud feel the existence of the diary? Even the Tower Master has never paid attention to my left shoulder. This realization made Thor unnervous. If there were still people who knew about the existence of the diary in his body like Sid, Thor would never have a moment of peace for the rest of his life. Death Notice, what a useful golden finger in this world. It is worth the desperate pursuit of countless people. Did it pull me down just for the diary? Thor's face was heavy. He was not in a hurry to get out now. He carefully observed the entire swamp, thinking about whether there was any way to destroy it all. Or at least destroy the core consciousness. Can the burning breath deal with it? If there is a body buried here, there should be some flammable and explosive gas underneath, right? Be careful not to blow myself up. Just as Thor was thinking, the seaweed ball that had just fallen climbed up the platform again. It crawled to Thor's feet, shook off the mud on its body, and began to bend its tentacles again, jumping on Thor. Thor stretched out his left hand and punched out, trying to knock the latter away. However, the moment his fist touched the seaweed ball, the latter extended countless black tentacles, wrapped around Thor's wrist, and firmly fixed itself on it. Thor's punch was equivalent to a swipe in the air. He quickly readjusted his center of gravity, and punched the ground hard again. But just before his fist was about to land on the stone slab, Thor's movement stopped abruptly. From beginning to end, the seaweed ball did not show any signs of evasion, and even rubbed Thor's left hand, as if it also liked his left hand. Thor raised his hand in confusion, looking at his left hand that seemed to be wearing a boxing glove, thinking, could it be that this seaweed ball didn't sense the existence of the diary? The diary of a dead wizard. No one knows where it came from, but it is definitely not simple. Thor believes that it can at least reach the level of a third-level formal wizard. The Lord of Gorza Tower is a senior second-level wizard. There should be no mysterious creatures beyond the third level under the wizard tower he built. And this soul-devouring swamp is obviously a garbage dump for dealing with corpses and residual souls. Residual souls? Thor thought about his left hand, which was the spiritual Esther that the diary indicated could temporarily store soul fragments. Could it be that the seaweed ball actually sensed the smell of the residual soul in his left hand? So when it pounced on the diary, was it because it sensed the soul fragments on the diary? After all, when Sid was shattered by the electric chair, a black shadow entered the diary. That black shadow must also be a part of Sid's soul fragment, and a very special part, otherwise it would not be actively absorbed by the diary. But the black remnant soul has disappeared. I don't know what the seaweed ball has noticed. While Thor was thinking, the seaweed ball kept rubbing against Thor's hand. Have you licked enough? Thor came to his senses, and tried to pull the black thing off his left hand with a speechless face. But this thing was so clingy that when he pulled one side off, the other side would come back. Thor was out of breath, but in the end, he still couldn't take the seaweed ball off. Huh? You're clinging to me like this, do you want to leave with me? Thor gave up. He planned to leave here first and find someone to deal with the thing in his hand. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the seaweed ball that was rubbing against his hand immediately stopped moving. But it did not leave Thor's left hand. Do you want to go out with me, or not? Thor became interested and began to tease the seaweed ball in reverse. Gulp. Gulp. Paw, gulp. Paw. Unexpectedly, the mud around the platform suddenly became agitated, and huge bubbles emerged and exploded. Huge black tentacles as thick as thighs stretched out from under the mud, desperately reaching for the platform, but they were afraid of the platform and could only twitch on the surrounding mud. Schwa. Snap. The violent lashing seemed to tear Thor into pieces. Thor immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He exerted force with his right hand, and this time he easily pulled the seaweed ball off his left hand. I didn't say I really wanted to take you out. Since you are so unhappy, you should go back and stay. The seaweed dumpling seemed to really understand what Thor said, and walked to the edge of the platform, looking back every few steps, and finally jumped down. Looking at that look, it was like a child who wanted to go out to play after school, but was taken back by his parents by the ears. However, the seaweed dumplings went back, but the abnormality of the mud did not subside. They pinched Thor's waist like the parents of the child, and issued a stern warning to Thor. Tentacles slapped the mud, and soon, as the mud surged, new terrifying things appeared in front of Thor. Pale faces emerged from the mud, their expressions were ferocious, staring at Thor, their mouths opening and closing, as if begging or cursing. Although no sound came out, Thor felt a burst of tinnitus. Even if he covered his ears, he couldn't block out the strange sound waves. Thor didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly turned around and stacked the two experimental tables together, and stood on them. But he ignored the fact that he was only 12 years old, and not tall enough. He couldn't even reach his head when he stood on the two tables. Thor took a risk and jumped, grabbing the soil above his head with one hand, but he had no strength at all, and fell onto the table again, swaying and almost falling onto the platform. Huh? The ringing in his ears became heavier and heavier. Thor squatted on the table, and covered his ears in pain. He barely stood up, but couldn't jump anymore. Just as he was about to fall off the table, a burnt and dry hand suddenly broke out of the soil above his head, grabbed Thor's arm, and pulled him out of the underground world. Thor finally saw the sun again. He spat out the dirt in his mouth, and before he could even open his eyes, he kept thanking the person who saved him. Thank you, I thought I couldn't get out. The person who came was the gardener, and the skin on his hands was the same yellow as his face. The gardener still had a bright smile on his face, but the movement of standing up looked very stiff. Don't be afraid. This is the early laboratory of the Wizard Tower, but it has been abandoned for a long time. The gardener explained enthusiastically, although the wizard has reinforced it, apprentices passing by will occasionally fall down. Chapter 86. He cast a cleansing spell on Thor, and finally helped him get rid of the mud. Just now I found you missing, so I guessed you fell in. But you made a lot of noise. No one has ever made the soul-devouring swamp so active before. What can Thor say? Haha, I don't know what happened. It might be an accident. The gardener also laughed awkwardly, without asking any further questions, and changed the subject. Have you chosen your companion flower? Oh, by the way, I've already chosen it. Although he had gone through a small adventure, Thor had not forgotten the very lively companion flower, but that he had taken a fancy to. The gardener was very quick, and brought a small square flower pot to help Thor transplant the companion flower into the pot. The flower bud that had just been transplanted was a little wilted, so the gardener immediately chanted a spell and cast a witchcraft to help the flower bud regain its vitality. Here is a small bag of fertilizer. The gardener handed Thor a palm-sized bag of fertilizer. Thor took the bag and opened it to take a look. The fertilizer inside was light red rare earth mixed with tiny particles. Thor recalled that one of the ways he died was to become fertilizer. He silently mourned for the fertilizer in front of him for 2 seconds and put the bag away. Mr. Gardener, are you also an apprentice here? Thor thought that the job of guarding the garden was pretty good. It looked easy, and he could stay away from the Dark Wizard Tower for a long time. But the other party looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Could he be a third-level apprentice? Isn't it a bit of a waste of talent? The gardener smiled innocently after hearing this. Haha, when I was alive. Sol was shocked, and the flower pot in his hand almost broke. He stepped back 2 steps silently, and bowed to the gardener. Thank you today, then I will go back to find Teacher Kiss first. The gardener didn't seem to realize what shocking words he said, just smiled and nodded, watching Thor walk away quickly. He looked at Thor's back, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a black, slippery, thumb-thick tentacle stretched out from behind Thor's neck. It swayed twice in the air, and then retracted. The gardener's smile faded away. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to call Thor, but in the end, no sound came out. The gardener slowly walked back to the cabin, sat upright on the small bench in the cabin, and smiled at the garden. Gradually, the sun set in the west, and there was no other sound in the garden except the wind blowing and the grass moving. The gardener still sat there straight, the moonlight shining on his face. There was no gardener at all. He was just a straw puppet. There were straw stems sticking out of his clothes and pants. The eyes were 2 gray stones, and the nose was a long branch. The whole straw puppet was sallow. Someone painted an exaggerated smile on his face with blood-colored paint. The evening breeze blew, the companion flowers nodded and danced, and the garden was full of the aroma of bread. On the other hand, Sol returned to the morgue with the carefully selected companion flowers. He decided to keep the flowers here. Although the morgue did not have much rotten smell, it seemed more suitable for the taste of companion flowers and might grow faster. The flower Sol picked looked a bit like a peony, with a particularly large bud, goose yellow petals, and pink and white tips. Sol placed it in a corner of the room and mixed some flower fertilizer into it. The bud, which had been a little listless due to the loss of sunlight, suddenly stood up again. Thor found it interesting, and used his fingers to tease the small flower bud before returning to his lab table. He began to study his left hand again. This was the spirit ester that even the diary had taken a fancy to. It was definitely a good thing. If it could absorb other soul fragments, Thor would have another channel to understand the world. But spirit ester was too beyond the scope, and after studying it for a long time, Thor had no direction. He could only ask his seniors or mentors, or go to the library to see if there were any related books. Only inferior spirit esters can bring such a huge profit to Thor. If the quality of spirit esters made by plastic bones can be improved, then Thor's, which body transformation can be taken to a higher level, take this opportunity to reshape the left hand and improve the magic power again. If the effect is good, Thor plans to include the right hand in the transformation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Thor's research. Who? Thor closed his notebook. I am Hayden. The senior next door? The other party has not come to Thor to take the initiative. Could it be that there is a problem with the disposal of the corpse? Thor walked over and opened the door carefully. Hayden had a forced smile on his face. I heard that you got first place in the freshman test. Congratulations. Is it just a normal favor? Thank you, Senior. What can I do for you? Soul said directly. Ah, we are all first-level apprentices. You don't have to call me Senior all the time. You can just call me Hayden. Soul smiled and didn't answer. I want to ask you, do you plan to work in the second morgue? Why do you ask? Are you leaving, Senior? No, I think there are more good materials in the second morgue, so if you want to come, I can exchange with you. He actually took the initiative to show his goodwill. Is the title of the first freshman so useful? No, it should be more than that. Soul thought of Anne's invitation, Rum's relatively sincere invitation, and the move of Minterkes to warn him not to change mentors in the name of picking companion flowers. I guess it was the sudden attention of the mentors that made Hayden want to exchange the second morgue with him, which yielded more rewards? Thor was really tempted, but he was worried that Hayden had other intentions. But soon, he thought of the spirit ester he was currently researching, the main material of which was plastic bone. And the main material of plastic bone was spiritual bones. If he was in the third morgue, it would be fine. Except for the deaf and blind giant outside the door, no one knew what was left after the body entered the big box. But if Thor moved to the second morgue, as Thor's downstream position, Hayden could easily guess what materials Thor took away. Spirit ester is related to Thor's, which body transformation, he doesn't want to disclose it to others casually. After thinking this through, Thor smiled politely and shook his head. No need, Senior, in terms of ability and experience, you are more suitable for the second corpse room than me, I am fine here. Hayden didn't expect Thor to refuse, he was a little surprised, but also very happy. After all, in his opinion, the second corpse room is more profitable. The two exchanged a few more polite words, and Thor sent Hayden away. From beginning to end, he didn't invite Hayden, Indiana. After closing the door, Thor resumed his research on the transformation of the witch body. But if he really wanted to continue to transform his right hand, he had to prepare another material. Today, Thor finally met a first-level apprentice guest. He packed the guest's brain, and went to Senior Kong Shaw's dormitory that night. This was the first time Thor took the initiative to meet Kong Shaw alone after killing Sid. It was impossible to say that he was not nervous, but Kong Shaw was still very useful. When Kong Shaw opened the door and saw Thor, her eyes in the white pulp turned several times. You came quickly, I thought you would hide and be afraid for a few days. Kong Shaw stepped aside and invited Thor in. Thor walked to the center of the room, put the box in his hand on the table and opened it, revealing a round object wrapped in light yellow leather inside. A faint stench spread immediately. Chapter 87. Kong Shaw wrinkled her nose, took out the head, rolled her eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but haven't you removed the odor from the leather? Sorry, Senior Sister, I tried several cleaning methods, but none of them seemed to remove it. Forget it. Kong Shaw looked a little listless, and threw the leather back into the box. I'm going to leave the tower for a while. Sitting back in the chair, Kong Shaw said lightly, you don't have to deliver things for the next 6 months. Soul stopped packing the box, and looked up in surprise. Senior Sister, are you going out of the tower? Because Soul had never seen Kong Shaw leave the wizard tower in the past 3 months, he thought her work did not require her to leave the tower at all. Well, my experiment has come to an end, and there is no progress in the tower. It's just right. Going out can find new opportunities. Kong Shaw tilted her scary head. If there is a chance in the future, you can also apply to go out. Although you are not a second-level apprentice yet, the instructor seemed to value you very much. For capable people, they are happy to make exceptions. Go out. Soul also wants to go out and see the normal world outside, but he still has a lot to learn, and it is not time to enjoy himself. Senior Sister, before you leave the tower, can I exchange something with you? Kong Shaw tossed the head in her hand, not caring about the blood on her body and the ground. Exchange? Besides the head, do you have anything valuable? One of her eyes floated out and stared at Soul's left hand, if it's your left hand. Well, that's not the case. Soul retracted his left hand into his sleeve. I've been in the morgue and have collected some alien materials. Maybe there are some that you are interested in. Maybe. Hearing that it was not the left hand, Kong Shaw was less interested and even retracted her eyes. What do you want to change? I want the potion that my senior asked me to experiment with. He paused and added, it's the kind that can melt the flesh and control the bones freely. Kong Shaw's red lips slowly opened. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. She laughed so hard that her whole body trembled, and it took her a long time to stop. You little lunatic, you are crazier than me. Soul thought it was okay, he just wanted to melt his palm, not his brain. Kong Shaw saw that Soul was determined, and nodded. Okay, I have a bottle in my hand now. Senior sister, I want to ask, how long can the efficacy of a bottle of medicine last? If you keep it carefully, it will take about a month. After that, the corrosion effect will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to ensure the flexibility of the hand. Kong Sha did not hide this little problem. 1 month? That may not be enough for Seoul to improve the witch body transformation plan. And Kong Sha may not be able to come back within a month. If she died outside, where would Seoul find a suitable potion with such efficacy in the short term? Senior, if I want to change the formula of the potion, is it okay? Yes. It costs more. Kong Sha was very straightforward. Are you sure you can afford those scattered materials? Seoul gritted his teeth and took out a small test tube from his arms. The test tube was plugged with a wooden stopper and wrapped with anti-collision cotton cloth. The cotton cloth was wrapped layer by layer, and Seoul took it off very carefully and slowly. Kong Sha didn't take it seriously at first, and just sat there leisurely. But when the contents of the test tube gradually appeared, she slowly sat up straight. In the test tube, there was a milky white cotton thread, quietly suspended in the transparent grease. What is that? Kong Sha felt the spiritual power emitted by at least a second-level apprentice from the cotton thread. It's Sid's locator. I wonder if you are interested. This locator was taken from the back of Sid's neck when he was dissected. At that time, the diary came out with a crazy warning, until Seoul found a bottle of oil and put the cotton thread in it, and then the disaster was quelled. This thing is very dangerous to Seoul, and it has no use yet. It is best to exchange it for other things. And because everyone's locator is different, other people's locators cannot be used. At most, they can be made into props or used as references, so its value is not that high. For Thor, it was worth it to exchange for Kong Sha's potion. You are really willing to give it up. Kong Sha stood up, walked to Thor step by step, carefully took the test tube, and held it in front of her eyes. Her dozen eyeballs formed a circle in the glass cover, but her pupils were all facing the test tube. He majored in water elements, but the locator has the property of burning. Is this really the locator he chose himself? Can the locator be chosen by others? Thor asked curiously. Yes, but it must be someone who knows the apprentice very well, even better than the apprentice himself. Kong Sha put away the test tube, then sat at the lab table, took out a pen and paper and started writing. Since you are so sincere, I won't take your things for nothing. This is the formula of the bone reagent, and the formula for the later improvement to the hard skin reagent, as well as the idea of changing the formula. I will write them all down for you. Schwa schwa schwa. The sound of the water pen rubbing against the paper is so pleasant, and every stroke seems to be a credit. Senior Kong Sha is so generous this time. Saul couldn't help but stand up and move to the lab table. As expected of the most powerful second-level apprentice, he couldn't understand more than half of the formulas he studied, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand it now, just learn it. With his current ability, status, and backing, he is least afraid of wasting time on learning. After Kong Sha finished writing, she stood up, ran her fingertips across the connection between the white paper and the spine, and then neatly tore off the page, flicked it with her fingertips, and flew it to Seoul. Seoul stretched out his left hand, carefully took the paper full of formulas, then folded it twice, and held it close to his body. I have some materials here. You can do a verification on the spot. No need, I trust you. Seoul patted his chest, as if there were 1,000 magic crystals there. It's not a good thing to trust others so much. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you again? Kong Sha is not Byron. She doesn't like unconditional trust. But Seoul looked up and said with a smile, at present, the benefits of harming me by my senior sister are not as great as those of normal exchanges with me. Excellent wizards all value interests. Kong Sha licked her lips with her tongue. You are only 12 years old. When you grow up, I don't know how many people you will harm. I don't know whether it is lucky or unlucky for Byron to meet you. Seoul felt wronged. In fact, he grew up like this. His IQ was fixed the moment he came into this world. After the exchange, Seoul prepared to leave. He said goodbye to Kong Sha politely, walked to the door, and opened it. Opposite Kong Sha's dormitory was also the door of a second-level apprentice's dormitory. It was that door that shed bright red blood, activating the death notice in the diary. It was also because of the strange blood that flowed out of that door that Thor was helpless and knocked on Kong Sha's door. Now, the door opposite is still closed. Thor's hand pressed on Kong Sha's newly changed door handle and suddenly asked in a low voice, Senior sister, I have a question that has never been answered. Who lives opposite you? Kong Sha heard this, still standing behind the experimental table, with her red lips slightly raised. Who knows? Chapter 88. Sol did not wait for Kongshaw's answer. He did not really expect to get an answer. After leaving Kongshaw's room, he continued to go up, passing through the dark corridor, ignoring the whispers coming from the darkness in the distance, and went straight to the 14th floor of the West Tower. Dormitory 1416. This is the new home of Senior Byron. After being promoted, wizard apprentices can choose to move to the corresponding floor, or they can choose not to move if they find it troublesome. But most people choose to move. After all, the hardware facilities are very different. Today was the first time that Sol came to Byron's dormitory to look for him, and it was late at night. He wondered if Senior Byron was asleep. You can't expect all apprentices to be night owls like Kongsha. Sol knocked on the door 3 times, then put down his hand and planned to wait for a while. However, the next second, the dormitory door opened automatically inward. Huh? Sol looked inside and didn't see anyone in the living room. He walked in. The living room was messy, as if the owner had gone to sleep halfway through the move. There were many boxes open, but the things inside had not been taken out yet. Some boxes were piled high, blocking the whole view of the room. Senior Byron? No one responded. Thor thought that Senior Byron should not be here. After all, with the mental strength of a 3rd-level apprentice, it was impossible for him to sleep until now without being awakened. Even though he was not there, the dormitory door was not locked. Could it be that the door was left open for him? Thor took 2 steps forward, traversing mountains and rivers, and finally found the experimental table hidden behind the big box. The lab table was also very messy, with countless things placed on it. But there was a palm-sized blank area in the middle of the table, on which a letter was placed. The letter said, "Only Thor can read it." The handwriting is still so ugly. Thor shook his head and sighed, picked up the letter and unfolded it. The letter said, "Only Thor can touch this paper. If anyone else touches it, don't read it, and go to detoxify quickly. You have 10 points left to live." 9832. Thor, I have received the first task of a 3rd-level apprentice. I need to go out for a while. During this time, I owe you 8 credits. If you are in a hurry, you can use the red potion on the table to deduct them. If you are not in a hurry, wait for me to come back and continue to repay. Unfortunately, I don't have many friends in the Wizard Tower, and no one owes me credits, so I can't entrust you to others to take care of you. Please take good care of yourself. I hope I can see you alive when I come back. If you die, the 8 credits will be written off. I also hope that I can successfully complete the first mission and come back alive. If you are afraid that I will die, you can also take the bottle of red potion as collateral. Nothing else, goodbye. By the way, if the other people who took this letter are your friends, you can tell them that the letter is not poisonous and there is no need to find an antidote. If not, forget it. I still owe you 8 credits, Byron. After reading the letter, Thor couldn't help laughing. He obviously didn't tell Senior Byron about the countdown joke. I don't know how he came up with it. He looked stupid, but sometimes he is strangely smart. He originally wanted to ask Senior Byron about the Spirit Esther, but now it seems that there is no way to ask, and he can only hope that Senior Byron returns safely. Sol did not move the red potion, leaving it standing on the table. He did not check what the potion was, fearing that he could not help himself. Sol destroyed the letter and left the dormitory that looked like a garbage dump. After returning to the corridor, the dormitory door closed automatically again. Sol believed that it would not open easily again after this time. Senior Byron has also left. It seems that I can only ask Senior Mark tomorrow. Although he knows that I have undergone which body transformation, he is not clear about the materials involved, and he should not associate spiritual Esther with it. Thor turned around and prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, he suddenly saw that his shadow on the ground seemed to have something extra. A thin and long object flashed behind his neck. Thor immediately became alert, stopped, and prepared spells and potions. He raised his left hand and slowly touched his neck. At the same time, he paid attention to the shadow on the ground with his peripheral vision. Until his hand pressed on the skin behind his neck, Thor did not feel anything strange. There was no other change in the shadow on the ground. Is it my illusion, or has that thing left? Sol entered into semi-immersive meditation again, scanned the surroundings, and found no abnormal spirits. But he did not relax, but remained highly alert, and slowly left the dormitory area for 3rd-level apprentices. He did not breathe a sigh of relief until he entered his own dormitory. Sure enough, it is still very dangerous to walk in the tower at night. Now Conshaw and Byron are not in the tower, so don't go out in the middle of the night in the future. After lunch the next day, Thor hurried to Professor Katz's laboratory, wanting to buy common sense from Senior Mark. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard voices talking inside. It's good that you can endure hardships like this. If your uncle had worked harder, he wouldn't have left the Wizard Tower at the age of 30. I will continue to work hard, Senior Cole. Can I do experiments with you? That's fine. Anyway, you have been doing experiments here with Mark before, so you should have experience. It also saves me from looking for assistants everywhere. Thank you so much, Senior Cole. You're welcome. I feel much better doing experiments with a cute girl like you. Hearing this, Thor walked in and saw the second-level apprentice named Cole, with one hand on Angela's shoulder. Cole was a little fat, but he had a warm smile on his face. He looked very gentle. And Angela was still smiling, and didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Seeing someone coming in, Cole naturally withdrew his hand and nodded to Thor. This is the laboratory of Teacher Kaz. What can I do for you? Hello, Senior. I want to find Senior Mark. Is he not here? Angela reminded Cole softly. Cole raised his eyebrows, and then the smile on his face became brighter. So you are Thor, the first-level apprentice that the mentor now values most. He walked towards Thor. He went out to gain experience, and now I have taken over Mark's original job. You can ask me anything you want. The other party seemed very enthusiastic. Sol politely thanked him. Thank you, Senior, but I came to see Senior Mark to return something to him. Since he is out, I will wait for him to come back. I will go back first. Goodbye, Senior. Corey was a little disappointed to see that Sol left so quickly, but he did not stop him. He just invited him to come over often when he was free. Sol said a few perfunctory words, glanced at Angela, who was standing silently behind Cole, and left the laboratory. Back in the corridor, Thor was somewhat bewildered. He had never thought that all three seniors he was familiar with had left the Wizard Tower overnight. Next, he could only go to the library to look for a needle in a haystack. There were few people in the library. Whether they came to borrow books or return books, they were all in a hurry and unwilling to stay. As soon as Thor entered the library, he found that the anxious middle-aged man who had been sitting on the left was not there. Who accidentally touched the holographic image again. Are you here to borrow a book? A very arrogant voice came from the right. Sol turned his head and saw a young man of about 18 or 19 looking down at him with his chin up. If you want to borrow a book, go in. If you don't want to borrow a book, get out. After a closer look, the arrogant young man looked 90% similar to the anxious middle-aged man before. Chapter 89. I want to borrow a book. If you want to borrow a book, just go in and look at the catalog and introduction. Why are you looking at me? Can you see anything? Well, this young man's temper is similar to that of the old man guarding the library. I want to find some books about soul fragments, but I don't know where to find them. Then go in and search the shelves layer by layer. The young man curled his lips and smiled in an ambiguous way. But the books about the soul are all in the back, and I'm afraid I get lost in them. If you're afraid, don't look for it. The young man crossed his arms and looked down at Thor, a first-level apprentice. What kind of soul is he studying? Thor would naturally not give up easily. Seeing that the young man didn't intend to say anything, Thor walked to the side of the library. Since you don't know, I wait for the administrator here. I think he should know more. The young man raised his lips. Stupid, can't you see? I'm the administrator. Thor's mouth twitched. This young man has a bad temper, but he endured it. You are also an administrator. I just want to ask the middle-aged administrator. I think he has more experience. The young man was unhappy when he heard this, and waved his arms downwards, and the whole person instantly moved horizontally in front of Thor. His face was livid, his lips were purple, and his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. Thor was shocked, and immediately stepped back half a step, raised his hands in front of his chest, and looked at the young man in doubt. Nonsense! I know everything he knows. What's the use of that coward's experience when he is afraid of this, and that all day long? The more the young man spoke, the more terrifying his appearance became. Thor swallowed his saliva and tried to hold on, but you don't know. I don't know shit. Isn't it just soul fragments? The young man opened his mouth, which was blood red, and his teeth and tongue could not be seen. Thor then noticed that the other party's voice did not come from his mouth. But he couldn't tell where it was. Soul fragments, soul type, spirit type, are all on the bookshelf in the fourth row, row 14. Do you like evil spirits? Look down. Do you like vengeful spirits? Look up. Do you like to train souls? Look behind. The young man raised his chin. As long as this library has it, there is nothing I don't know. Great. Sol gave a thumbs up and turned to walk to the back of the library. The bookshelves stood in a vast white mist. After 2 steps, the door behind could no longer be seen. In order to figure out which row he had reached, Soul counted as he walked. 1, 2, 13, 14, this is it. Soul continued to walk to the right, and stopped at the 4th row. He turned his head to the left, and rows of books, some thin, some thick, some new, some old, appeared in front of him. Unlike the books in the previous rows, the books here were a bit messy, and it was obvious that no one was organizing them. There should be few people who can borrow books here. Evil spirits are below, and resentful spirits are above. Are there no ordinary souls? Soul first looked at the middle layer of the bookshelf. Most of the books with names on the spines were either in Noah or other unknown languages, and there were only a few books in the common language. The books written in the common language were all marked as storybooks. The books written in the Noah language were mostly definitions, observation notes, and the like. Thor searched for his target carefully, scanned the middle row, lowered his head slightly, and searched the next row. Oh my God! Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something under his feet. The bottom row of the bookshelf didn't seem to contain books. There was a person lying there. Half an arm, and a corner of a shoe were exposed outside the partition. Thor hadn't been so scared that his hands and feet were weak for a long time. He felt that his clothes were all lifted up by his sweat. Don't think, don't look. He warned himself silently, speeding up his eyes to scan the middle layers of the bookshelf, not letting his head angle deviate at all. At the same time, he kept reciting the spell to attack the undead, making sure that if something abnormal happened, he could fire it immediately. He moved his legs stiffly, which were weak from fear, and slowly walked to the edge of the bookshelf. The person lying at the bottom of the bookshelf had not made any movement. Thor turned to the back of the bookshelf and took a quick look. Finally, there were books here. But Thor didn't dare to delay. When he thought that there might be something behind the books, he didn't even dare to squat down, for fear of looking into their eyes. Fortunately, in the area of soul training, he finally found a book similar to the one for keeping soul fragments. A crazy man teaches you how to raise a soul servant. Thor took out the book, flipped through the first few pages, and immediately decided to borrow it. He hurried out. Just halfway through, Thor suddenly turned around and walked in the opposite direction. After walking for about a few dozen meters, he finally passed through the white fog and saw the door of the library, and 1 or 2 first-level apprentices wandering around the front bookshelves. Huh? Thor's face was pale, and as soon as he walked out of the white fog area, he couldn't help but reach out to hold the first row of bookshelves to stand steady. Just now, when he left the 14th row of bookshelves, for some reason, he actually felt that walking inside was the way out. If he hadn't walked a few steps and found that the bookshelves on both sides were getting more and more messy, he wouldn't have realized that the direction of the exit he had identified was wrong. Afterwards, he didn't think much or observe much, but just turned around and walked back. The diary didn't come out to remind him, which meant that he was not in danger for the time being. But if he went deeper into the library, it was uncertain whether his life would be in danger. Thor, who was obviously frightened and exhausted, attracted the attention of several apprentices at the door. When they saw Thor, they looked at each other and walked over together. Thor, are you okay? One of them asked with a little concern. Nothing, thank you. Soul looked at the 2 familiar faces opposite him, and after a moment, he said, the 10th floor of the library is very dangerous. It is not recommended to go deep unless you are at level 2. Ah? The 2 people opposite him did not expect that a word of concern would be exchanged for a reminder. They turned their heads to look into the depths of the white fog, and fear flashed in their eyes. And Soul had taken the opportunity to bypass the 2 and walk to the door of the library. At this time, the arrogant young man had disappeared, replaced by the middle-aged man who was always in fear, huddled on the bench, burying his head deeply between his knees. After becoming an apprentice, Thor had borrowed books several times, so he was naturally familiar with the process. He walked 2 meters away from the middle-aged man and whispered, "Hello, I want to borrow this book." The shivering middle-aged man slowly raised his head, revealing an extremely pale face. 50 magic crystals plus 2 credits, borrow for 10 days. So expensive? And you have to use credits? Thor looked at the book he risked his life to take out, and asked tentatively, "Can I borrow it for 5 days? The middle-aged man paused, and shook his head very slowly. "There is even a minimum borrowing period." Soul gritted his teeth and said, "Take the money." After completing the formalities, Soul carefully put the books into his backpack, and then held the backpack directly to his chest. The middle-aged man looked around fearfully, and then retracted his head between his knees. Soul looked inside the library again, and a white mist blocked everything. The 2 new apprentices were still wandering in front of the first-level bookshelf. He turned around and wanted to leave the library. But after taking 2 steps, Soul had to stop again. There were two people standing at the door of the library. Luokai put his hands in his pockets, with a smile on his face, and looked at Sol curiously. The other person, Duos, had no expression on his face, and followed Luokai with his head half lowered. Chapter 90. The last time Sol met Luokai, he invited him to join the Mutual Aid Society in public. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Teacher Kaz, and calling Sol away, he would have to find a way to politely reject Luokai. Now that they have run into each other, I wonder if he will. Last time I asked you if you wanted to join the Mutual Aid Society, I wonder how you think about it. Luokai smiled and stepped forward, blocking the exit of the library. He actually got straight to the point, and asked directly. Sol subconsciously became nervous, but he quickly realized that he was no longer a pure newcomer. Sorry, Senior Luokai, I'm too busy with work and don't have time to participate in any activities. Please forgive me. The tone was respectful, but there was no room for negotiation. Luokai took another step forward, and the distance between the two was shortened to less than 1 meter. Are you really that busy, or are you worried about this? He stretched out his hand and bit his index finger twice. Like a little bug. The other party actually confessed to him the existence of the parasite. Sol frowned secretly, and it might be difficult to deal with today. However, to Sol's surprise, Luokai did not push back and continued to invite. I get it. But you don't have to be so nervous. That little thing is just a safeguard to ensure that the internal information of the Mutual Aid Association is not leaked. For an excellent apprentice like Sol, we naturally believe in your character, and will not use such means. Thank you, Senior, but I really don't have time recently. Seeing that Luokai was loose, Sol tried to get out from the gap between Luokai and the door with his foot sideways. Okay. But even if you don't want to join the Mutual Aid Society, you can still attend our exchange meeting if you have time. You work on the second floor of the East Building, right? If you are really worried, you can also ask Hayden. The cooperation between the Mutual Aid Society and him has always been pleasant. Exchange meeting? Will Hayden go too? Sol casually agreed, if there is a chance. That's great. You can always find Doze and ask him to take you there. After Luokai finished speaking, he moved aside to make way for Thor. Thor glanced at the two, nodded, and quickened his pace to leave the library. Luokai stood there, watching Thor go away with a smile on his face. After a while, he suddenly said to Duos behind him, "Since all your good friends died, you have become much quieter." Duos was shocked and gritted his teeth without saying anything. Luokai did not look back, but raised his hand and patted Duos' head twice accurately. This is a good thing. If people want to grow up, they always have to give up something. In the next few days, Thor spent all his spare time on the 2 books A Crazy Man Teaches You How to Raise a Soul Servant and Conjectures About Soul Carriers. Both books mention methods of preserving spirits and discuss spirit esters. The latter is more of an overview, while the former is more specific. Spirit esters are also a general term for a large category, which can be subdivided into many types. The time for preserving souls ranges from a few days to decades. It can also be combined with other means to extend the preservation period of souls. In addition to the basic function of preserving souls, many spirit esters have some additional abilities. For example, the plastic bone in Thor's left hand has the effect of improving the perception of dark element particles and increasing magic value. Good spirit esters are also very precious materials in the wizarding world. Unfortunately, according to the classification in the book, the plastic bone in Thor's left hand should be the lowest quality spirit ester. The soul can only be preserved in it for 1 or 2 days. Beyond this time, it will basically dissipate. There are very few natural spirit esters in the world, most of which are artificially synthesized, which also means that the synthesis scheme can be continuously improved. But if Thor can improve his plastic bone, not only can he increase the preservation time of his soul, but he can also further enhance his own magic power and dark element perception. It is always easier to optimize a witch body transformation plan than to try out another plan out of thin air. Thor immediately felt that he had found the right direction. His pitiful magic power finally had the possibility of another leap. However, this study was equivalent to reading a book beyond the syllabus. Some of the words that occasionally popped up in it did not even have annotations. In order to study these words, Thor had to borrow another book to study or ask the instructor for advice. This in-depth study made him gain a lot and deepened his understanding of the book Soul Carrier given to him by the Tower Master. The Tower Master should be a wizard who specializes in dark attributes. He asked me to study knowledge about souls and corpses. The Wizard Tower also occupies 2 floors of the East Tower as a corpse room, which is quite important. I wonder what the Tower Master is studying now, It should be some more advanced wizard topics, right? 2 months later, Thor finally made a little progress in optimizing spirit esters. He found that when making the solution for dissolving plastic bones, one of the materials can be replaced to reduce the impurities in the plastic bones that are not conducive to the preservation of spirits. He still needed to experiment with what to replace. The diary was of little help at this time. It could remind Thor which materials should not be put in, but it could not tell Thor which materials would have a positive effect. Thor could only rely completely on his own knowledge and experience. Now, he finally understood the research process of a normal wizard. Step by step, he proposed conjectures and verified them. If the verification failed or could not be verified, he had to give up first. That day, he went to the registration office to change a batch of materials, and continued to verify. This is a power cloud. Why should I change this thing? Are you crazy? Soul slapped himself on the forehead. I know that plastic bones are afraid of electricity. Can I add electricity to them? While talking to himself, Soul suddenly had a new idea. In fact, plastic bones are afraid of electricity. I should take precautions against this weakness in advance. Otherwise, if I fight with others, this will become my Achilles heel. Write it down, write it down. Soul hurriedly recorded his new inspiration in another book. When researching, he often had some novel ideas, but because he didn't have time to think deeply, he could only record them down for later. After writing down his inspiration, Soul straightened up again and continued to examine the remaining materials. So which one should I try? Soul pinched his chin and was in a dilemma. At this time, a black tentacle as thick as a thumb rolled up a test tube of medicine and held it in front of Soul. This one? This is alkaline. Will it affect the corrosive effect of the solvent? Damn it! Thor suddenly realized something was wrong and jumped up from his chair. But the black tentacle did not move away from him. Instead, it seemed to be pulled closer to Thor's face. The black, slender tentacles, the slippery skin, the familiar way of rolling things. You are the soul-devouring swamp? Thor saw that the root of the black tentacle was in the blind spot behind him, and he turned around and looked back. But the tentacle also rotated synchronously with Thor. Thor moved, and the black tentacle moved with the same amplitude. Thor's expression was stiff, and he raised his hand and wiped it behind him along the black tentacle. Finally, he touched the root of the tentacle on the back of his neck. The tentacle grew out of his neck. Thor immediately ran to the door of the morgue, thinking about going directly to Teacher Kaz, or turning right to the second-level senior next door. The black tentacle still rolled up the test tube and moved steadily with Thor. Before his fingers touched the scarlet door of the morgue, Thor, who had just looked flustered, suddenly stopped again. He looked at his left shoulder. Big brother Diary, aren't you working? Diary watched the show quietly. Thor was thoughtful, raised his hand, and held the connection between the tentacle and the neck. Diary was still quiet. Thor just started to exert force. Chew. The black tentacle was pulled off by him. He touched his neck with his other hand, but didn't feel any wounds, and no second tentacle grew out. So, maybe it's not parasitic. I just took out a small part. But how does it stay active after it leaves the body? The black tentacle couldn't speak. Even though it was pulled off by Thor, it still rolled up the reagent and sent it to Thor's face. Thor calmed down a little and took the test tube of the reagent from the black tentacle. Well, before I study what you are, I want to see what the reagent recommended by you, a seaweed ball, is for. Chapter 91. The gardener once said that the place where the soul devourer claw is located is an abandoned laboratory, so it may be a creature cultivated or improved by the wizards in the past. Moreover, someone fell down before Thor. From the tone of the gardener, no one died there. Then this soul devourer swamp should not be a very aggressive creature. The reason why Thor was willing to try the solution recommended by the soul devourer claw was that he thought this guy was sensitive to the soul, and might have a natural intuition about the spirit ester material, and secondly, he had no clue at the moment anyway. Reformulate and readjust. Soul took out the replaceable materials he found, and replaced them with the reagents made from the seaweed balls. Of course, before trying, he asked the diary to check the goods first. Soul was very skilled in adjusting this potion, and he soon saw the underwater vortex. It seems no different. Soul held the test tube in one hand, and picked up the pen in the other hand to continue recording the reaction. Then what's next? After the reagent reacted completely, Soul took out a small piece of plastic bone he had refined, and slowly poured the new reagent on it. The plastic bone softened again, and Thor gently poked it with a glass stirring rod. It's even softer. Thor finally found some differences in the results, but the properties don't seem to have changed much. Thor tilted his head, and found that the root of the black tentacle had been attached to the back of his neck again, and the tip was dangling beside his cheek. It would go to the diary from time to time, as if it could vaguely sense something, and from time to time it would shuttle between the materials on Thor's desk, and it was about to get tangled. "Come back," Sol shouted softly. The black tentacle immediately retracted to the side of his cheek, surprisingly obedient. The diary did not react to the softened plastic bone. It seems that at this stage, it cannot be called Spirit Esther. Sol's left hand suddenly gained the recognition of the diary, after absorbing Sid's soul fragments, and got the unpleasant name of Spirit Esther. Perhaps the catalyst of soul fragments is what is missing. Sol wrote down all his guesses in his notebook. But where can I get soul fragments? The book mentioned that the souls of ordinary people dissipate very quickly. Normally, only the spiritual power of wizard apprentices can form relatively stable spiritual fragments. And ordinary people can hardly keep their souls for a long time unless they are polluted or have extremely strong spiritual fluctuations. So soul fragments are also rare. Even when working in the morgue, Thor rarely encounters soul fragments. Even if there are, they are likely to be intercepted in the first or second morgue. But he couldn't give up the raw material of plastic bone for soul fragments. Do I still have to spend money to buy it? Recently, his wallet has been shrinking faster and faster. Thor was worried. After the spoils were spent, could he still rely on the monthly credit salary to save money bit by bit? Tower Master, Ralph from the Bloodthorn family came to visit you. A blonde, blue-eyed, and emotionless male second-level apprentice stood at the door of the living room and bowed deeply to Gorza, who was sitting inside. This is the 18th floor of the Wizard Tower. The 18th to 21st floors all belong to the Tower Master Gorza alone. There is a large reception room on the 18th floor, which is decorated magnificently. Most of the things that kings and nobles pursue and love can be found there. But it is only a place to entertain ordinary guests. Next to the large reception room, there is an inconspicuous small living room. This is where the Tower Master usually meets mentors and apprentices. There are no common tables and chairs in the living room. There are only sofas wrapped in soft cotton and thick velvet carpets covering the entire floor of the house, which will sink into it when walking. There were several rows of flower stands on the walls of the living room, and the flowers planted on them were the companion flowers that Thor had selected. At this time, these companion flowers were swaying in unison, like dancing, or stretching their necks to sing. On the outer wall, there were two rectangular windows that were almost floor to ceiling. The translucent frosted glass made the sunlight that came in a little gray. Gorza, the owner of the entire Wizard Tower, sat on the largest sofa in the living room. He was wrapped in a huge dark red cloak, with only a little pink chin exposed under the hood. Opposite Gorza stood a hunchbacked old man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. The old man was very respectful, but seemed a little listless. It was Sol's apparent mentor, Kaz. The two were talking when they were interrupted by the apprentice, who was responsible for delivering the message. Gorza turned his head to look at the apprentice. Bloodthorn family? The apprentice's back sank a little more. It is the family of the second-level apprentice Sid in the tower. After the apprentice's reminder, Kaz remembered this. Ralph of Bloodthorn? Didn't he die? I remember he was buried in a hurry. Oh, I remember now. Gorza suddenly said to Kaz with interest, the blood witchcraft of the Bloodthorn family is quite interesting. It's a pity that it's not in the right direction for our research, otherwise it would be nice to recruit him as a mentor. Kaz smiled awkwardly and reminded Gorza in a low voice, Tower Master, Sid is the apprentice killed by Thor. Sid is also Ralph's grandson. Oh, what does Ralph want to do here? This sentence was said to the messenger apprentice. The apprentice still maintained the posture of bowing and salutation. When he heard the Tower Master's question, he immediately answered, Ralph wants to take away his grandson's body. Heh. Gorza chuckled. Ralph is also a wizard who specializes in dark attributes. How could he think that there would be a body left? How about we just pick up a piece of bone from the ground and give it to him? Kaz, Just kidding. Seeing Kaz's expression, Gorza knew what he was thinking. The other party is a formal first-level wizard after all. He can't be so rude. Kaz felt that there were some things that the Tower Master cared about, and he had to pay attention to them. So he took the initiative to say, the other party may be trying to find the murderer. That was the apprentice you first liked. That makes sense. Gorza nodded. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Kaz took a breath of cold air, and the cold air entered through his teeth, making him feel extremely sour. I always feel that the Tower Master will not do anything good. Seeing that the messenger apprentice was still pouting, Kaz asked him to retreat first. He turned around and walked to a frosted window, gently wiped it with his hand, and saw the scene outside. It was very clear at a close distance. As expected, the tower master had indeed appeared in front of Ralph, who was waiting outside the tower. Ralph had just got off the carriage and was waiting. He was wearing a black noble dress and stood in front of the gate of the wizard tower with a sad face. He thought it would not be easy for him to meet Gorza. After all, the other party was a second-level wizard with status and position, so it was possible for him, a first-level wizard with no background, to wait for most of the day. But Ralph never expected that within 5 minutes of him passing the message, a figure would instantly appear before his eyes. Ralph had never seen Gorza before, but he could recognize his identity at the first sight. Flashing in an instant, as expected of a powerful second-level wizard who ranks among the best in the entire wizarding world, Gorza could even touch upon the space spells that only 4th-level wizards could study. Ralph was jealous and crazy, and he became more and more determined to get back the diary of the dead wizard. He was sure that as long as he activated the diary, he would be able to use the knowledge in the diary to successfully advance to the 4th level. At that time, no matter Gorza or the family behind him, they could only lick the soles of Ralph's shoes. "I know why you came here." Although Gorza was completely hidden in the cloak, his tone was still gentle, as if he was trying to comfort him. "Since you have joined the wizard tower, even if you die, your body will be mine. You go back." Ralph knew that things would not go smoothly, but he could not give up easily. Even if he could find out the identity of the murderer, he could wait nearby for the other party to appear. However, negotiations require tug-of-war, so Ralph first made a more extreme request. "I understand, sir. It is an honor for Sid to contribute to your research. But I hope to kill the murderer, and for this I am willing to exchange the family witchcraft knowledge of Bloodthorn with you." Gorza pondered for a moment. "Is there a chance?" Ralph's downturned mouth corners tightened a little bit. Who knew that the next moment, Gorza suddenly raised his hand, revealing a pink palm. "Go back, do you hear me?" Ralph immediately felt extremely humiliated, but he suppressed his anger and made himself look more humble. "Respected Lord Gorza." A dazzling white light suddenly flashed from Gorza's palm. That is, Ralph only had time to think of this before he began to feel that his whole body was burning. It didn't hurt, but it was burning. Hint, the old butler, who had been silently leading the horse behind Ralph, was stunned to see his master's body twisted and lumped in an instant after the white light, like hair touching a flame. An old head, bang, falling on a pair of straight human legs. The three, in the end, rolled into a ball. Chapter 92. Golsa turned to look at the old butler, and asked softly, as if he was afraid of scaring him, "Is your master's coffin still there?" Hant felt that he might have forgotten what fear was. Facing such a gentle voice, he could only answer with human instinct. "Yes, sir." Golsa nodded, "Then please send him back." "Okay, sir." The next second, Golsa's figure disappeared again. Hant walked forward numbly, embraced his former master's head and legs with his arms, and silently put them back in the carriage. "Master, let's go home." Gorza easily sent the visitor away, and returned to the living room the next second. He sat down on the sofa, leaned back, and sighed comfortably. It seemed that he had just done some intense exercise. And Kaz, when he saw that Ralph only had 3 small pieces left, stood back to his original position. "Ha, Kaz, how about it? I haven't forgotten my light attribute witchcraft, right?" Kaz bowed his head respectfully. "No matter what attribute you major in, it is so powerful." Gorza nodded with satisfaction. "But why did you let Ralph go?" Kaz was puzzled. "Why would you hold back after killing someone?" "I let him stay in the coffin. He won't be able to recover in 4 or 5 years." Gorza's explanation was pale, but Kaz could only nod. He didn't understand it at all. Could it be that the Tower Master didn't kill him because he was concerned about the Blood Rose family, to which the Bloodthorn family originally belonged? But that was a long time ago, right? At this time, Kaz heard the Tower Master say, "By the way, tell Thor the location of the Bloodthorn family in 3 years and ask him to go there." "Huh? You have caused the trouble yourself, so you should solve it yourself. If he doesn't become a 2nd-level apprentice in 3 years, let him die outside." "I understand. Then I will go back first?" Gorza nodded, then leaned on the sofa without saying a word or moving. At this time, he was like a cloak, spread flat on the sofa. Kaz left the living room and quietly closed the door. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched. The Tower Master wants Thor to go to the Bloodthorn family. Does he want to train Thor or let him get in touch with flesh and blood witchcraft? Does the Tower Master really want Thor to participate in our experiment? How many years will it take? Kaz shook his head and left with his hands behind his back. Butler Hunter's driving skills are very good. Even at a high speed, His master's round head still sits steadily on the cushion of the seat. Passing through the town, the old butler did not stop the carriage to find a place to rest, but let the carriage run fast. It seemed that if he slowed down a little, he would follow in his master's footsteps. The carriage stopped in a valley, until the stars appeared above his head. The muscles on the old butler's face suddenly trembled, and the whole person seemed to come alive, crawling into the carriage. "Master, master." He held up Ralph's head, and poured a can of prepared plasma on it. The blood flowed down Ralph's face and into his mouth, as if an invisible force was guiding the way. Ralph's gray eyes, which had never closed, suddenly moved. Then his mouth recovered a little. "Hurry, I want to eat meat," Ralph shouted very weakly. The old butler quickly handed Ralph's legs over. Ralph didn't care that it was his own body. His charred neck suddenly stretched out red flesh and blood and wrapped around his legs. Then, there was the sound of chewing. Not enough, not enough. The neck was eating, and the mouth was not idle either. Without hesitation, the old butler pulled out a long knife from the bottom of the carriage, cut off his left arm with one stroke, and endured the severe pain, and passed it under Ralph's neck. Ralph accepted everything and swallowed the old butler's arm again. Not enough, it's almost there. The old butler immediately swung the knife to cut off the right leg at the root, and used the tip of the knife to pick it up next to Ralph. He couldn't sit still anymore, and fell in the carriage and gasped. Just when he was thinking about whether to let the master swallow him directly next, Ralph was finally satisfied. Or rather, it was temporarily satisfied. He stretched out a tongue several meters long from his mouth, and licked the old butler's arms and thighs. The old butler's broken limbs healed immediately, but he failed to grow new limbs. "Go back to the manor first, I need to recuperate for a few years." Ralph's neck grew a little longer, and he leaned his head sideways on the cushion tiredly. "Yes, master." The old butler propped himself up with one hand, then wrapped his feet around the frame to stabilize his body, and continued to drive back. If pedestrians saw the old butler driving the carriage that night, they would probably be scared to death. Ralph cursed in the carriage. "Gorza, this madman, this murderer, dictator, I curse you to be betrayed by everyone and eat your flesh and blood." But even Ralph kept his curses very low, for fear that they would be heard outside the carriage. Hunter knew that his master was really scared this time. After a while, Ralph vented enough and said to Hunter, "I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in 4 or 5 years. You have to be careful during this time. Don't let anyone know that I'm still alive." "Understood, master," the old butler responded. Ralph then closed his eyes and prepared to rest. His butler had never let him down. wait for me to recover, wait for me to find the diary. I will never let them go." Neither Gorza nor Kez watched Thor's learning progress all day long. They seemed to be extremely sure that Thor would be able to become a second-level apprentice within 3 years. Thor, completely unaware of the situation, relied on his own persistence and finally raised his magic power to 45 joules 2 years later. At the same time, he had also analyzed the construction rules of a level 1 witchcraft, and he could be promoted on the spot as long as he wanted. But Senior Byron suggested that he try to raise his magic power to 50 joules, and then learn level 1 witchcraft. Thor decided to listen to the experience of those who had experienced it, and he kept suppressing himself from practicing level 1 witchcraft. The process of raising magic power from 14 joules to 45 joules was not as smooth as Thor imagined. Even the memories were filled with sadness and tears. The progress of the magic value would always get stuck at a certain value from time to time, and could not be increased through meditation. He asked others, and they also had this situation, but few were like Soul, who got stuck every few steps. What was even more annoying was that Kelly had never gotten stuck, and she had successfully advanced to the second-level apprentice 3 months ago. That day, she couldn't wait to run to Soul to show off, and kindly told him that she had chosen one of the 2 consecutive empty rooms on the 12th floor, waiting for Soul to be promoted so that she could continue to live next to her. Even though he has not yet reached level 2, Thor has done a lot of useful work in the past 2 years, and has gained a lot. With the help of Xiaozhou and the diary, he successfully optimized the plastic bones, updated his left hand, and successfully transformed his right hand with the optimization plan. Yes, after confirming that this plan would not affect the flexibility of both hands, Thor melted his right hand without hesitation. Now both of his hands are light gray, smooth and delicate on the outside, somewhat transparent, and the white bones inside can be vaguely seen. Moreover, his carving and shaping skills have improved a lot. The newly transformed 2 hands look like plaster sculptures in the art studio, which are quite beautiful. In addition to giving Thor 2 significant increases in magic power, these hands also opened up a new ability, Spiritual Esther Control, after Thor integrated soul fragments into them. This ability allows Thor to release zero-level dark attribute witchcraft without adjusting his mental power. The release is quick and simple, as natural as waving. Not only that, this time Thor also specially found a way to solve the problem of his hands being afraid of electricity. He drew a set of left-right symmetrical and interactive witchcraft rune arrays on the bones of his hands to resist the electric field. In this way, he put on a pair of insulating gloves on the outside, and basically there was no problem of fear of electricity. Chapter 93. Thor picked up a pair of black elbow-length gloves from the long table in the morgue. This pair of gloves was specially customized. They fit the skin very well, and are very thin. When holding objects, there is no obvious sense of separation. Moreover, the material of the gloves is resistant to dirt and water, and is not easily ignited, which is worth the price of customization. The most important thing is that it will not affect Thor's spellcasting. It's just a little difficult to put on. This kind of very fitting gloves is troublesome to wear. Thor put it on his left hand first. The inside of this glove was very astringent, and could not be pulled up smoothly. At this time, a thin black tentacle stretched out from behind Thor's neck, flexibly helping Thor to pull the edge of the glove and put it on smoothly. Thank you, Foresaw. This strange-looking tentacle was a part of the soul-devouring swamp that Thor accidentally brought back from the abandoned laboratory under the Wizard Tower garden. After several confirmations and information checks, Thor was basically sure that this small tentacle was not too dangerous. Especially this tentacle, with just a strong pull, it can be taken off from behind his neck with a pop sound, and there is no wound left. It is obviously not parasitic on him. After helping Thor put on the gloves, Foresaw shrank back obediently. Thor named this tentacle Foresaw because it is not like the huge, terrifying and aggressive black tentacles in the mud, but it is very similar to the core consciousness of the soul-devouring swamp. At the beginning, the core consciousness looked like a seaweed ball, so Thor simply simplified it to Foresaw. Foresaw is sometimes silly, and sometimes very clever. It has always followed Thor, and never shows up when there are outsiders. Neither the instructor nor the senior students noticed anything wrong, or if they did, they just regarded it as research material that Thor carried with him. No one raised any objections. The environment of the morgue is somewhat similar to the environment in which Foresaw lived before. Foresaw has gained a lot of weight in the few days he has been with Thor. With the gloves and the magic circle drawn on the bones, Thor no longer has to be careful of the stray current of Monica, the instructor, during class. Just as Soul put away his things, there was a regular knock on the door. Before Soul could go over, Kelly's voice came from outside the door. Open the door, it's your birthday." Kelly's voice was flat. It sounded like she was saying open the door, check the water meter. As soon as the door opened, Soul saw Kelly standing outside the door holding a square box. "Happy birthday." The box looked familiar, and Soul turned around and saw the small boxes on the operating table. Turning his head, with a somewhat indescribable expression, Soul took the box from Kelly's hand and invited her in. People in this world don't seem to have the habit of celebrating birthdays, at least not wizard apprentices. After Soul accidentally learned of Kelly's birthday, he casually gave her an unknown reagent number 1 that he had prepared based on his diary. In the process of exploring wizard body transformation, Soul had also created many kinds of such unknown reagents, but most of them were useless or even harmful. The purpose of this reagent number 1 is to remove some impurities from metals, making them harder. He thought that Kelly, who majored in metal properties, might be able to use it, so he gave it to her as a gift. Unexpectedly, this little gift touched Kelly very much. She had never received a gift that was just for her. She asked about Soul's birthday, and she started celebrating his birthday every year. The rune that Soul drew on his hand bones to resist electric fields was a gift Kelly gave him last year. "It's quite valuable." "Is it valuable?" Soul asked casually, putting it on the table and opening it. "How can the things I gave you not be valuable?" Kelly crossed her arms, looking forward to Soul's expression after opening the gift. Soul finally opened the tightly wrapped small box. There was a piece of cotton cloth stuffed in the box, and when he opened the cotton cloth, a thumb-sized blue fruit was revealed. "This is..." Soul only felt familiar at first, and then he finally remembered. "Is this the fruit of the companion flower?" "Yes." Kelly nodded heavily. "Or a fruit that can increase magic value." Magic value has always been a pain in Thor's heart. Especially after reaching 45 joules, Thor's speed of increasing magic power has been stuck again. And a blue fruit of a companion flower can at least help Thor increase his magic power by 1 joule. It's a pity that the cultivation of this kind of fruit is uncertain, and it is not easy for them, the apprentices, to get a companion flower. The first companion flower Thor got produced a blue fruit. Later, he also got 2 companion flowers through work and exchange. It's a pity that he never cultivated white fruits. The birthday gifts you gave me these 2 times were too timely. It seems that I have to prepare a better gift next time. Kelly. Nodding, she is never polite in this regard. If you have a way, give me some toxins with special toxicity. What do you want toxins for? Aren't you majoring in gold? It was the first time that Thor heard Kelly needed poison. My mentor is a poison major after all, and many of his research topics are related to toxin reactions. Kelly shrugged her shoulders. It seems that after becoming a second-level apprentice, she is qualified to work with her mentor on some research projects. And Thor, apart from occasionally going to mentor Rum and Senior Nick to cooperate with some not-so-difficult experiments, usually only works in the morgue. Of course, he is envied by other apprentices. Okay, forget about that. I actually made a birthday cake. Let's eat it together in the dormitory. No. Forget about this. I promise it's better than last year's. No, I still have experiments to do, so I can't stay in the bathroom tonight. No. Kelly turned behind Thor and pushed his back. The food this time is very fresh. Thor couldn't really push hard, so he could only resist with difficulty. At this time, sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. What is a birthday cake? A new poison? Nick walked out from behind the scarlet door of the morgue and raised his hand to greet the two. With a stranger around, Kelly immediately stopped and returned to her aloof look. Good afternoon, Senior Nick. Soul straightened his collar. Birthday cake is actually a kind of food to celebrate birthdays. Do you still have the custom of giving gifts on birthdays in your hometown? Nick walked in, raised his hand, and held a piece of letter paper in front of Soul. That's perfect. I have good news here. I give it to you as a gift. Soul took the letter paper from Nick's fingers, unfolded it, and lowered his head to read it. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. It's a letter from Senior Byron. Hearing Byron's name, Kelly also looked over with some curiosity. But she remained polite and didn't get close. Soul quickly read it, and the expression on his face gradually turned into surprise and disbelief. He looked up and asked Nick. Senior Byron said that he invited us to go out and do a mission together. What does this mean? Nick answered calmly. It means literally. As long as the mentors agree, with the invitation of a third-level apprentice, even if you are a first-level apprentice, you can participate in the mission outside the tower. And the mentors have never disagreed. Then Nick raised his hand and clapped twice. Congratulations, you can go out. Chapter 94. I can leave the tower now. Thor had the illusion of being released from prison. He felt like he was flying up into the sky like a balloon, but at the same time, he was empty and couldn't touch the ground. He thought that he would have the chance to leave the tower only after he was promoted to level 2. If he wanted to increase his magic power to 50 joules, he would probably need half a year. Unexpectedly, an invitation from Senior Byron would bring the time forward. What task did Senior Byron need him to assist with? He remembered that he had asked Senior Byron to help him find a relatively complete soul body. I wonder if this invitation is related to this. Are you going to leave the tower? Kelly's voice sounded beside him. Yeah. Thor smiled. Ah, that's great. I'm going out for a while too. Kelly is already a second-level apprentice, so it's not surprising that she can get a mission to leave the tower. But this is also Kelly's first time going out, and Thor asked with concern, is it a dangerous mission? Kelly shook her head. She lowered her eyes and said without emotion, I'm just going to get some materials cultivated outside the tower and go home by the way. She seemed not to want to talk about it anymore, and raised her head and raised her voice slightly. Since it's your birthday and you've received the good news that you can go out, let's go back and eat cake to celebrate. Kelly grabbed Soul's shoulders again. Eat cake to celebrate your birthday. Can't cake be eaten at any time? Or is this cake not what I understand? Nick interrupted curiously. Since Nick was going out with Soul, Kelly thought about it and invited Nick. Please come and taste it. I just made it. She nodded. Of course, it's a very special cake. Soul was in high spirits now. He took Nick out without being pushed by Kelly. Please don't be polite, Senior. I give you more of mine. The departure date was postponed for 1 day due to some irresistible objective reasons. Nick was still a little depressed when he drove Soul out of the wizard tower. Soul, who stuffed most of the birthday cake to Senior Nick, leaned against the car window and looked out with great spirit. They left the tower in a double-decker carriage. The carriage was small, and people could only lean against it, not lie down, so it was not particularly comfortable. But the carriage was very fast. The driver was an adult male servant in the tower. Generally, people who have lived to this age have their own means of survival. Along the way, the male servant only spoke when necessary, and usually tried to keep quiet and low profile. Thor and Nick just called him the coachman, not even his name. Thor could feel the fear coming from him. Just as nervous as he was when facing his Minner and the Tower Master. This was because of the disparity in power, and the threat generated could not be eliminated by courage alone. Nick was still lying on the seat to rest. Thor had no one to share the joy of escaping from the cage. He could only lean his upper body out of the window, like the first time he entered the city. It was a little cold in April, but under the spring breeze, green had begun to cover the earth. The connection between the Wizard Tower and the wasteland in the distance was also dyed with new green from a single dark yellow. As the carriage was moving fast, some grass seeds and flying insects hit the wheels and walls, leaving yellow-green marks. Thor watched the green mountains and dense forests getting closer and closer to him, and even occasionally a few wild mice and rabbits would jump out of his side. After looking at the new and strange outside world for a while, Thor couldn't help but look back at the Wizard Tower. The gray-black Wizard Tower stood alone on the plain, surrounded by emptiness and silence, as if nothing would change after thousands of years. Except for the wizard's buildings, there was not even a tall shrub around the Wizard Tower. It seemed that even the plants were afraid of the Wizard Tower, and kept an absolute distance from the mysterious world there. The carriage drove on the deserted wilderness for most of the day, and finally arrived at a village with people. But the carriage did not stop, and did not even approach those villages, but just sped past them on the road beside them. Those villages and towns were not prosperous, but there were quite a few houses. Thor saw that some people who went out immediately knelt on the ground after seeing their carriage, and did not get up for a long time. Their clothes were plain and old, but no one was naked. People in the outside world seemed to be living well. The darkness of the Wizard Tower did not invade the ordinary people around, and the latter could enjoy the environmental bonus brought by the Wizard Tower. Thor looked for a long time, and finally retracted his head. After looking at the scenery for a long time, he always felt a sense of alienation as an outsider, and it was not as easy as he imagined. It seemed that the chain from the Wizard Tower was still firmly tied around his neck. When Thor sat back in the carriage with a sense of loss, he found that Senior Nick had recovered his spirits, and started reading a book without knowing when. Thor, Okay, he thought about it, picked up his heavy backpack, opened the various props and potions he prepared, chose a less sensitive book, and started reading it. They traveled for 5 days, only stopping to rest in the middle of the night, and even sleeping was replaced by meditation. It felt like an ascetic. On the 6th day, Thor raised his head from the shaking book, closed his eyes, and pinched his nose. Senior Nick, do you know where we are going? Go to Mabian City on the border of the Principality of Kima, meet up with Byron first, and then most likely go to Chueshu Valley. But before that, I have to take a detour to do a small task and earn some credits. Nick looked up from the book and blinked at Thor. It's a rare trip out, and there's still time to spare. We can't make a wasted trip. While the two were talking, the carriage suddenly stopped and shook the two. Are we there yet? Thor looked out quickly, but saw only a farmland and a gentle hillside. There were no towns around. At the foot of the hill not far away, there was a group of dozens of people, riding horses, standing quietly. Someone in the group was holding a blue flag with silver edges, and in the middle of the flag was a very abstract rabbit holding a snake. Nick suddenly put away the book in his hand, and got out of the carriage. A tall middle-aged man rode over from the opposite side. He was wearing the same light cloth armor with navy blue and silver, with metal armor sewn only on the vital parts. He had a long sword hanging from his waist, and jumped off the horse about 10 meters in front of Nick. Thor saw the man walk up to Nick, kneel on one knee, and perform a chest-touching salute. Nick raised his hand to let the man stand up. His movements were as graceful as a prince. The two turned their backs to Thor, and began to talk in a low voice. Because of the distance, Thor could not hear what they talked about. He could only see that the middle-aged man was always very respectful, while Nick still had no emotion. After a while, Nick came back, but did not get on the carriage. There is something going on at the family, and I need to go there. I'm afraid you have to walk the road to Mabian City by yourself. Sol asked in surprise. What about the mission from Senior Byron? Nick blinked, his mouth tight. I can finish the work quickly, and I won't be late for Mabian City from there. But Sol immediately felt that this turn of events was not good. Sure enough, Nick continued, I can only ask you to run the small mission I took. I will transfer the mission credits to you. Chapter 95. Nick took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Thor. This is a letter from Master Rum to Mofin Town. You need to take a detour to deliver it. The driver knows the place. Thor took the letter and found that it was not sealed and could be taken out and read at any time. Is there any taboo on it? Can I read it? Of course you can read it. This is for ordinary people. There are only 2 first-level apprentices in Muffin Town. They are both rubbish. If you take it seriously, you can't kill them with one hand, Nick assured Thor. Muffin Town is located on the border of the Principality of Kerma, next to the disputed area bordering the Principality of Nath, and the situation is a little complicated. But they provide the specialty moshing fruit from there to Tari every year, and Tari will give them some protection. Nick motioned Thor to open the letter and take a look first. Sol opened the letter and saw rows of elegant cursive characters, and Rum's slender 3-folded arms automatically appeared in his mind. The content of the letter was very simple, which was to reprimand Muffin Town for the decline in the quantity and quality of tributes submitted recently. If this continues, the Gorza Wizard Tower will withdraw its protection from Muffin Town. Do you need me to collect the tribute? Sol didn't know if he could handle the situation at the age of 14. That's not necessary. Every summer, there will be a special 3rd-level senior to collect it. After all, that thing still has some experimental value. Although no one dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, Nick still moved closer to Sol and lowered his voice. In addition, you have 2 choices when going to Muffin Town this time. One is to go directly over, reprimand them on behalf of Mr. Rum, and then enjoy yourself and take bribes. Or investigate the reason for the reduction in their production of grinding fruit, and then come out to take bribes. If you can find out the reason, you don't have to deal with them. Just report to Mr. Rum when you go back. But if they dare to disrespect you, you just need to remember that you represent the Wizard Tower, and you should know what to do. Nick handed the task to Thor and left with the team. Sol and the coachman were left behind, and they continued along the original route. Muffin Town was not far from where they separated, and Sol arrived at the eastern outskirts of the town before dark after only 1 day's journey. The task Nick gave to Sol had 2 ways to complete, but also corresponded to 2 different task rewards. Although Sol was not a detective, he coveted the second task reward item, so he decided to try to investigate first. He asked the coachman to wait outside the suburbs, and he performed a magic trick to change his clothes. Now he was dressed in rags, like a refugee in the wilderness, and his hands were no longer black, but had become ordinary skin color. Before Thor left, the driver silently handed him a small bag of coins. There were more than a dozen silver coins, and a few copper coins in the bag. The coins were all cast with exquisite patterns, which did not seem to be something that could be cast by productivity in this environment. I think it was influenced by witchcraft. Thor put a few copper coins in his pocket and put the others in his arms. He was not sure about the purchasing power of these coins, and was afraid that taking too many would affect his hiding. After separating from the driver, Sol picked up a stick on the roadside and used it to move forward, feeling more like the refugees. There were not many people outside Muffin Town. Sol imitated the pedestrians on the road, changing his expression and manners, and slowly approached the town not far away. From the outside, Muffin Town was quite large. A circle of walls was built around the town, which looked very old and dilapidated under the baptism of wind and sand. There were also several rows of old houses outside the wall. From the appearance, it was clear that the living conditions of the owners were not very good. There is a small piece of cultivated land outside the town. When Sol passed by the cultivated land, he saw a dark-skinned young man turning the soil with a hoe. When he reached the end of a furrow, he straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and happened to meet Sol's eyes. Sol saw his face, and thought he might still be a teenager. Sol turned his head indifferently, leaning on a stick, and prepared to leave. Sol? But he heard the uncertain call from behind. Thor stopped and looked back in confusion. How could someone call out his name? When Thor looked back, he saw the young man rushing over with a hoe in hand, his face full of excitement. Thor, it's really you. When I rushed out of the village and didn't see you, I thought you died in the hands of the barbarians. Who are you? Thor looked confused, but thought in his heart that he must have met someone who knew the original owner. I'm Ada, haha, you've changed a lot, but you haven't changed much, you're still like a skinny monkey. But how did you get out of the village? I really thought you were dead, and cried for a long time, haha. The young man named Ada patted Thor's shoulder with his big hand without any hesitation. He looked at Thor, who was still confused, and his smile faded a little. You don't remember me? I used to live next door to you. You were 10 years old back then, and you said you would wait for my sister to grow up before marrying her. Have you forgotten? I really don't remember. Thor gritted his teeth and said, that was the original owner's business, and it had nothing to do with him. In this case, Thor actually didn't need to pay attention to him, and just left. But Thor thought of the town ahead, and his tone was eager, and a little inquiring. Ada, do you live in Muffin Town? Noticing Thor's eyes, Ada hesitated for a moment, then admitted, yes, my sister and I live in the town now. But we rent a small courtyard, and life is hard. Thor smiled happily. That's great, Ada. I was just thinking about settling in Muffin Town. But I've been wandering outside for a long time, and don't have much money. Can I stay at your house for a few days? I promise to move out when I find a job. The abrupt and straightforward request is the hardest for an honest person to refuse. Well, we don't have much room to live in our house. Ada's hand holding the hoe kept tightening, and the hoe was about to dig a hole in the ground. Sol took a breath, reached out, and touched his flat belly, and said pitifully, I can sleep on the ground. I haven't eaten for several days. I heard that Muffin Town is a good place, so I traveled for several days to come here. If I can't settle down in the town, I'm afraid I will die in the wild. Sol raised his head, his eyebrows and mouth shrank into a ball. Please, Ada, for the sake of our being from the same village. Ada looked at Sol's dusty, thin face, pale purple lips, with a complicated look in his eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking. Okay, but I can only give you a place to live, and food, only green steamed buns for meals. You must find a job in the town as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Sol agreed and smiled again. Ada glanced at the fields, and then at the setting sun in the distance. Forget it, let's just leave it at that for today. Ada walked to the side of the fields, picked up the wooden basket he had hidden under the ridges, and came back. Let's go! Alas! Ada walked in front and sighed. Thor had no uneasiness about bullying the honest man, and followed Ada towards the town, looking around. There were other people who farmed like Ada on the road. Some of them would greet Ada, while others just looked at him indifferently, and lowered their heads to continue working. Ada, your town is so nice. It's much more peaceful than where I used to live. Ada's figure stagnated, but he only said in a muffled voice, It's not as good as you think. Just remember not to meddle in other people's business, and work hard. Maybe you can build a house outside the town and get a wife in the future. Chapter 96. Don't mind your own business. Sol came up to him. Ada, what's going on in your town? You know later. Ada didn't explain, and continued on his way. Seeing that the other party didn't want to elaborate, Sol had to follow him. As he got closer, he saw two gates on the town wall facing the main road. One big gate, supported by heavy wooden stakes, was half a meter higher than the wall. One small gate, more than 2 meters high, very narrow. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, the town's main gate was closed, and the small gate was open. There was a cloth-armored soldier at the small door, holding an iron-headed wooden spear, leaning against the wall, yawning listlessly. Thor looked around and didn't see another soldier. Ada, are there so few guards in your town? I remember there's a border next to it, right? Is it safe? Ada answered in a low voice, In recent years, our principality has been at war with the Nath Principality in the north. A wizard and most of the guards in the town have been transferred to defend. Ah? Thor looked panicked. Who will take care of the safety of the town? Thor's voice seemed a little loud, causing the squinting soldier to look up at him. Ada quickly pulled Thor aside and smiled at the soldier. The soldier ignored them and did not collect the city entry tax that Thor imagined, allowing them to walk into the town. After entering the town and walking a long way, Ada pulled Thor to stop on the deserted street. He frowned and looked at Thor. There are subordinates of the wizard in the town. You should be more careful when speaking in the future. Don't attract their attention. I'm sorry. Sol apologized honestly. I've suffered a lot outside, and I just want to find a stable place to settle down. I'm afraid that I come here with great difficulty, but find that this place can't be my home. Sol hung his head, looking depressed. Ada on the opposite side saw Sol like this, and he couldn't say anything to accuse him. He wiped his sweaty short hair and said helplessly, If you have any questions, just ask me when you get back. Don't talk nonsense on the street. Okay. Sol agreed. But Sol had already decided to go out to inquire about the news early tomorrow morning. After all, gossip from the masses is a very important source of intelligence. But in order not to affect this honest and kind Ada, he would try to find some suitable people to secretly inquire. On the way afterwards, Sol behaved very honestly. Ada looked back at Sol from time to time, and saw that he was obedient and did not run around and ask questions, and his expression was very satisfied. Although it was getting dark, there were still many people on the streets of the town. Rich families have already started lighting up their lamps, while poor families have been speeding up their work, hoping to finish all their work before dark. The adults, who have been working hard all day, are preparing to sleep after dark. The children are trying their best to delay going home outside. Ada was very silent along the way, and he just nodded when he met someone who greeted him, unlike the person outside the town who would take the initiative to call out to a fellow villager he hadn't seen for many years. It was not until he turned into an alley that Ada's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. The path in this alley is very rugged. It was very bumpy and difficult to walk on, unlike the main road in the town outside. I don't know if it had just rained, but some low-lying places had accumulated a lot of water, and stones were needed to prevent the shoes from getting wet. Sol also followed Ada's example, and walked on the stones. But he stepped a little heavy, and the stones were not flat, so some water splashed, almost splashing the passers-by next to him. After the passerby dodged, he first scolded, "Be careful," but smiled when he saw Ada in front of Sol. "Hey, Ada is back? Aunt Jenny." Ada smiled innocently. Aunt Jenny had a basket in her arms, and took out a bunch of red peppers from it. "I just tried them. Take them home and eat them with steamed buns." She stuffed the peppers into the wooden basket Ada was carrying, ignoring Ada's refusal. "It's not too spicy. Penny can eat it. She should practice her mouth." Aunt Jenny smiled heartily. Ada was honest and couldn't refuse. Hearing this, he accepted it with embarrassment. Aunt Jenny turned her eyes to Thor, scanned him up and down, and smiled. "Are you here to visit relatives?" Thor grinned and didn't answer. Ada quickly took over the conversation. "We are from the same hometown. We couldn't make it outside, so we came to me." This time, Aunt Jenny's eyes were even more unscrupulous. "You just came to the town. You look energetic, but a little thin. Remember to work hard, you will be stronger." "Ah, alas." Ada responded for Thor, and hurriedly pulled Thor away. They continued walking forward, and a strong man with a beard came over with a thin old man. It was a little chilly in early spring, and the strong man was not wearing much. His collar was open, revealing his strong chest muscles. He wore a machete on his waist, and from time to time he slapped the strong man's thigh. "Captain Jeff." Ada greeted him enthusiastically this time. "You are helping to send the old madman back again." The tall and strong Captain Jeff brought the little old man in his hand. Ada quickly handed the hoe and wooden basket in his hand to Thor, and stepped forward to take the little old man. The old madman went to the mayor again to tell him about his miserable past. If I hadn't pulled him fast, he would have been beaten up today. Captain Jeff's hands seemed to be sore, and he rubbed his wrists while speaking. As if to fit the occasion, the old madman who was taken over by Ada suddenly shouted loudly, "Damn barbarian." Everyone was used to the madman saying this out of the blue. Only Thor turned his head to look at him, but he felt that the old madman's eyes were empty, but not confused. He didn't look like a madman, but more like a person who had lost hope of living. "Then I take him back. Captain Jeff, do you want to come in and have a drink of water?" Captain Jeff waved his hand and turned away. "No, I have to go back to patrol." Ada watched Captain Jeff leave with a warm smile. At this time, the old madman shouted again, "You can't trade with barbarians." The voice was miserable. Thor noticed that Captain Jeff, who was leaving, paused, and his right hand seemed to subconsciously hold the scimitar on his waist. But he didn't look back or say anything. He just kept holding the scimitar and walked away quickly. Ada was only concerned with telling the old madman in his arms to shut up, and didn't notice Captain Jeff's strangeness at all. "Forget it, Sol. Put your things aside and come and help." The noisy old madman made Ada a little overwhelmed, so he could only ask the thin Sol for help. Sol threw away the wooden stick in his hand, transferred the hoe and wooden basket to his right hand, and put his left hand under the old madman's armpit, and gently lifted up the old madman, who was about to slide to the ground. Ada felt that the weight on his arm was much lighter, and looked at Sol in surprise. "You are quite strong." Sol said nonchalantly, "It's learned from making a living. Now I really believe that you have come this far on your own." Ada and Sol carried the old madman and turned into a small courtyard. The house where Ada lived was a narrow courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by houses. Several hemp ropes were threaded through it, with underwear, outerwear, shoes, mattresses, wild vegetables, hemp ropes, and other strange things hanging on them. Through the scattered items hanging on the hemp ropes, the two saw a man with his butt sticking out, leaning on the wooden window of one of the rooms, and looking inside. Ada saw this and immediately got angry. "Jace, you bastard, stay away from my sister?" Chapter 97. Ada let go of the old madman and rushed over. The man named Jace turned around and said nonchalantly, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm just helping you check on Penny. You don't have to worry about Penny." Ada rushed over, grabbed the man's collar, and pulled him over. His other fist was suspended in the air, as if he was going to hit him in the next second. Jace didn't hide or get angry, he just smiled and said, "You go out every day, so you lock Penny at home every day." I just wanted to make Penny happy, so she wouldn't be bored. Ada really wanted to throw his fist this time. But he couldn't beat Jace. Soul held the old madman, and saw it clearly from the side. Jace was sloppy, with tangled hair and beard, but his exposed arms were quite muscular. And they were covered with scars, showing that he had lived on the edge of a knife. Although Ada was still strong, he immediately became much shorter and thinner in front of Jace. This is probably why Ada was so powerful, but didn't dare to really swing his fist. Fortunately, Jace saw that Ada's eyes were red, and slapped Ada's hand away with a sneer. "Okay, I'm leaving. Isn't it okay for me to leave?" He left the angry Ada where he was, and casually pulled his collar while passing by Soul and the old madman. He glanced at the shabby Soul and rolled his eyes. The kind man has taken people home again. Soul's eyes followed Jace out of the yard, and then he turned back. At this time, Ada was leaning against the window in the same way as Jace just now, talking to the person inside. After a while, he turned around a little depressed, and saw Soul still dragging the old madman to the gate of the yard. Ada directed Soul to drag the old madman into the house closest to the gate, and he went back to unlock the door and get back into the house. Soul dragged the old madman into his room, and found it very dark. There was no furniture in the room where the old madman lived, and all the items were piled together in a mess. Thor looked around and put the old madman on a mattress with straw stalks exposed. The old madman had given up struggling and muttered a few words. "Barbarism, evil spirit," and turned over and snored. Thor stood there, and did not leave immediately. He asked softly, "Are there barbarians here too?" The old madman's only response was a deafening snoring. Thor was sure that the old madman was not as crazy as he looked, and Captain Jeff might have noticed it. If the barbarians mentioned by the old madman had not been mentioned by Senior Nick, Thor probably would not care whether he was pretending to be crazy. Thor looked back at the gate. There was no one else in the yard at this time. Ada ran to his house to deliver something. A thin black tentacle stretched out from behind Thor's neck and gently tapped the old madman's back. The tentacle spread upward along the old madman's spine little by little, and gently tapped his neck. The old madman seemed to have really fallen asleep. His snoring did not change much, and his body was also very stable. Xiaozhao returned to Thor, and gently shook the tip of the tentacle. This means that no evil spirits or vengeful spirits were found. Xiaozhao is more sensitive to spirits than Soul. Soul still needs to enter a semi-immersed meditative state to see some obvious spirits, while Xiaozhao can find even a tiny soul fragment by relying entirely on the instinct of treating food. It seems that this old madman is not abnormal for the time being. Soul asked Xiaozhao to shrink back and walked out of the old madman's house. He walked into the yard and looked up to see a window in the house that Ada had just entered, which was sealed with wooden boards. There seemed to be a pair of silver eyes in the gap of the window, staring at him without blinking. Thor looked at those eyes for a moment, and felt that they were so cold, like a clear spring in the forest. But if you really reach in, you will find that it is bottomless. "Thor, come in quickly. If you stand there for a long time, you will be thought to be trying to take someone's things." At this time, Ada came out, took off his sweaty shirt, and called Thor over. "Oh, okay," Thor responded, and when he looked at the window again, he could no longer see the eyes. He walked slowly towards the house where Ada was, with a hint of expectation in his heart. This house was very simple, and like Thor's dormitory, there was no partition wall. There was a large wooden bed in the room, close to the wall. Both ends were tightly blocked. There was also a cabinet against the wall above the bed, and several thumb-sized holes were drilled on the cabinet door and the side wall of the cabinet. It seemed like a gap left intentionally. When Thor looked over, a silver eye suddenly appeared behind one of the holes. The eyes swayed and turned into a chapped lip. Ada spread some weeds on the only wooden low table in the room, then shook out a torn piece of clothing and covered the weeds. "It's getting dark. You can sleep here tonight. Don't walk around after dark. By the way," Ada turned and called to the cabinet behind him, "Penny, come out. Meet a big brother, he used to be our neighbor." Squeak! A shrill sound rang out, and a little girl, like a kitten, crawled out of the big cabinet on the bed. She crawled to the edge of the wooden bed, raised her head in the direction of Ada, and revealed a pair of silver eyes like nebulae. "This is Penny. The last time you saw her, she was only 3 years old. She is getting prettier now, right?" Penny's appearance was not really pretty. Her skin was yellow, her face was sunken, and her hair was as soft and yellow as weeds. But her silver eyes were really beautiful, making people want to indulge in them. When Sol stared at Penny's eyes, the diary suddenly flew out. New moon calendar year 316, April 11th, sunny. The weather is really good today. And you are also lucky. How come you found a nightmare butterfly cocoon? Do you want to be accompanied by nightmares from now on? Then I suggest you dig out those eyes. Ada smiled foolishly, and suddenly found that Thor was staring at Penny without blinking, and his face became serious. Hey, Thor, you are not allowed to have any ideas about her. Thor reluctantly looked away and met Ada's eyes, as if his tail was stepped on. What nonsense are you talking about? Penny is not talented. 7 years old? I'm just curious about what happened to her eyes. She can't see anymore. After I ran out of the village, I carried Penny on my back and didn't notice when she got hurt. When I found out, it was too late. After the wound healed, it became like this, but it's pretty good. Ada seemed to be used to being asked, and he spoke calmly. He walked over and stuffed some food into Penny's mouth. Penny didn't want it, pushed her brother's hand away, and stared at Thor. Is she really blind at all? Sol also walked over and waved his hand in front of Penny. Penny just stared at Sol's face, without dodging or blinking. Brother Sol. The little girl suddenly called out crisply. Hello, Penny. Sol bent down, looked down at Penny, and greeted her with a smile. Brother Sol. Penny called out again. Ada then pulled Sol away and said exaggeratedly, No way, Penny. Do you still remember him? Penny smiled embarrassedly and retreated back to the big cabinet. Ada completely ignored the strange feeling between Penny's actions and complained indignantly, She only calls me Ada, not brother. Why does she call you so nicely when she sees you? Seeing Sol shrugged innocently, Ada repeated it again. Don't think about my sister? Chapter 98. That night, Sol slept in Ada's room. He slept on the table, Ada slept on the bed, and Penny slept in the closet. Each of the three occupied a place. Perhaps the interaction between Sol and Penny in the evening stimulated Ada, so he deliberately took out a hemp rope and tied it between the table and the bed, and hung it on top as a door curtain without covering it with a quilt. Sol did not fall asleep. When the night enveloped the earth and the surroundings were silent, he slowly opened his eyes. He gently jumped off the table and lifted Ada's worn-out quilt. The person inside was already fast asleep. Ada rolled to the bedside at some point, with one hand and one leg stretched out of the wooden bed. Sol sat on the wooden bedside and gently opened the large cabinet on top. This time the cabinet door did not make any sound. Silent portal, a very simple zero-level witchcraft. In the cabinet, young Penny was already fast asleep, and her sleeping posture was much more honest than her brother. Perhaps it was because she slept in the cabinet for many years. But Sol carefully observed Penny's eyes, and found that her eyelids were always moving, and very violently. This is the manifestation of a person dreaming. Penny's face looked very bad, her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, her lips were tightly pursed, her hands and feet were curled up together, and she slept very insecurely. Sol immediately entered a semi-immersive meditation and observed Penny. But her body was very clean, and there was no other abnormality, including her eyes. Sol reached out and gently touched Penny's eyes, then touched his own hand back, and felt that there was no difference. If it weren't for the diary endorsement, Sol would not have seen anything abnormal except that these eyes were beautiful. But anything that the diary can see is of considerable value. Should we take Penny's eyes? Sol has a way to safely take out Penny's eyes. Anyway, the other party has already lost sight. But he finally withdrew his hand and closed the cabinet door again. At this time, Ada turned over and turned back from the edge of the wooden bed to the center. Sol jumped off the wooden bed and left here directly. In the middle of the night, the full moon was hanging high without cumulus clouds. Under the slanting moonlight, the town was illuminated slightly. For Thor, this light is enough. It seemed to be a new moon yesterday. How come it suddenly became a full moon today? Thor stood on the deserted street of the town and looked up. The little memory left by the original body seems to be true. It seems that the moon in this world is not just a celestial body. Because Thor has been staying in the Wizard Tower, this is the first time he has discovered the abnormality of the moon. But now is not the time to look at the moon. Before taking the carriage to Mofin Town, Sol carefully learned about the Moshung fruit. He didn't bring many books with him. At least the plant chapter of all things cognition was not with him. Fortunately, there was an introduction to the Moshung fruit in the book Nick left in the carriage. The Moshung fruit is a vine plant that hangs down like a gourd and is shaped like a recorder. When the wind blows, it makes a sound like a millstone. The sound is not bad, but it is not friendly to ordinary people. Ordinary people will be upset after hearing it, and they will feel nauseous and dizzy after a long time, or even faint directly. But it is also a good witchcraft material, and it is difficult to cultivate, and even more difficult to transplant. That is why the Wizard Tower accepted the surrender of Muffin Town, which is beyond its own radiation range. And in Senior Nick's book, it is recorded that the real function of the moshing fruit is to soothe people's emotions, calm down excited people, and also have a certain effect on spirits. Like a sedative. Since it is a fruit that needs to be supplied to the Wizard Tower, the moshing fruit will definitely not be raised in the wild. It will. Someone should carefully cultivate it, and guard it at all times. But because the moshing fruit will make strange noises when it encounters wind, ordinary people cannot plant it in the open air, or in windy places. Otherwise, it will be impossible to guard it, and the cultivation will fail if you are not careful. Sol chose the tallest building nearby and climbed up, standing on the top of the chimney, looking around the entire Muffin Town. The town was unusually quiet at this time, and there was almost no light. But this also made the light sources in the northernmost part of the town extremely obvious. After locking the target, Sol pulled the algae used as a rope, slowly lowered the roof, and ran towards the target location. Arriving at the north of the town, Thor found that the source of light was still outside the town wall, so he climbed over the wall that was not guarded at all and came outside. A few hundred meters away from the town wall, there was a row of brick houses. Those houses surrounded an open space, which was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall and a wooden roof on top. There was no wind tonight, and many wooden boards were lifted, revealing the dark green vines and branches inside. Those vines were not planted densely, and fruits could be vaguely seen hanging between the wide leaves. Behind the open space, there stood a 3-story tower. The tower was dark, and all the windows were sealed with wooden boards, giving off a faint ominous feeling. Thor jumped off the wall, carefully hiding his body, and approached that side. He still remembered that Nick said there were 2 first-level wizard apprentices here. Although Nick described their fighting ability as scum, that was for Nick, and Thor couldn't really let his guard down. Once they found out that he was an apprentice from the Wizard Tower, they would definitely try to conceal the reason for the reduction in the production of grinding fruit if there was really something fishy going on. Thor cast another magic trick on himself, carefully avoiding possible prying eyes from all around, and finally approached the fenced-off open space. There was a bonfire here, and there was a soldier guarding every few meters. Their number was even greater than the guards standing guard at the town gate and patrolling in the town. Finding a gap, Thor climbed onto the roof of a nearby house. This time, he could clearly see the plants planted in the open space. The appearance of those plants was very similar to Nick's description. However, the fruit that should be like a flute is wrapped in a layer of pulp paper, with only the top of the fruit connected to the stem and leaves exposed. Is this how they prevent the sound-making fruit from making sounds when blown by the wind? But can the fruit grow well like this? They need to build a wall to prevent wind and wrap it with paper, and this place doesn't look like a place with abundant rain. If this is the case, Sol thinks it is normal for the production of the sound-making fruit to decrease. Could there be other reasons? Sol looked around and saw a house with the same specifications behind the row of houses, but with soldiers on duty on all 4 sides. Thor visualized the walking figure of the monster and carefully observed the surroundings, but found no abnormal spirits. Even the tower with sealed windows was clean outside. Sure enough, cleanliness was the general situation outside the Wizard Tower. Relying on the continued effect of his magic tricks, Thor got into the house guarded by the guards through the second-floor window. There was no light in the house, and it was dark. Thor looked in many places, but there was no one. Finally, he found an underground passage in the kitchen on the first floor. The entrance to the passage was carefully hidden under a stove. Although the stove was disguised to a certain extent, Thor still noticed something strange. The most important thing was that he felt a faint magical fluctuation from the entrance. There was a wizard apprentice inside, and he was casting a spell. Thor thought to himself, the magic fluctuation dissipation value is too high. It can be seen at a glance that they are wandering wizards, who have not received orthodox teaching, no, wandering wizard apprentices. Now Thor believed Nick's words. If they were 2 first-level apprentices like this, he could really kill them at will. Although the enemy was weak, Thor did not rush in. There would be traps at the entrance of a dark room, like this in 9 out of 10 cases to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. Thor was not sure that he would not alarm the people inside when he went in. He came to eavesdrop, not to assassinate. Chapter 99. Thor looked around and found an empty cupboard to hide in. There was no food in the cupboard. It was obviously just a decoration to cover up the truth. Thor sat there timidly. In order to prevent the fluctuation of his mental power from alerting the people below, he did not even meditate, but just counted the cracks on the cupboard door to pass the time. After about 2 or 3 hours, the secret door behind the stove was finally opened, and 2 people crawled out. There were 2 people in total, according to the footsteps. They were still talking when they came out. I leave tomorrow's affairs to you. Don't worry, as long as there are enough things, those are trivial matters. It's just that he will be back in 2 days. It doesn't matter. Yes, congratulations, sir. The footsteps of the 2 people gradually faded away, and Soul Cat was confused in the cupboard. What were they talking about? When others eavesdrop, don't they easily hear the key information? Why did he listen to the silence? But Soul thought about it, and it was not completely fruitless. Something should happen tomorrow. One party solves the incident, and the other party gets rewarded. There is another thing worth congratulating. Soul waited for a while, but no one came back, so he ran out of the cabinet. Maybe the 2 people in front had gone far away. He didn't see anyone else outside the house. Even the guards had withdrawn. Soul turned around the open space where the moshing fruit was planted, and before dawn, he turned back to Ada's residence. After a busy day, Ada slept soundly and didn't know that his tenant had been out all night before coming back. The next morning, Ada got up early to make a fire and cook, and called Soul to help. The meal was simple, just the most common green steamed buns and wild vegetables. The earthen stove was in the house, burning wood and smoke. They left a lunch for Penny and hurried out. But what Soul didn't expect was that Ada actually refused to take him to the town to look for work. I saw you were quite strong yesterday. Why don't you come with me to farm for the mayor? There's not much land here, so it's a good job. After you work for 2 years, you can build a small house outside the town. Soul immediately shook his head and refused, saying that he couldn't do it. Ada asked Soul, "Then what can you do? The town doesn't really need workers." Soul didn't say anything, just wanted to walk around the town by himself. Ada felt that Soul just didn't want to farm, and was unhappy, but didn't say anything. He took Soul to a neighborhood that was looking for workers. "I just take you there, and it's up to you whether you can find a job. I go plow the soil later." But before they got to the place where they were looking for workers, they ran into a bustling scene. They came to a fairly regular street, and saw a house surrounded by people. People were standing in 3 layers inside and outside, which made Soul realize that the population of this place was quite large. There were cries from the crowd, and Ada, who had not intended to watch the excitement, looked over fearfully and pulled Soul to leave quickly. Soul, however, felt that this was not just a simple excitement. He relied on his thinness and strength to squeeze into the innermost part of the crowd. Ada wanted to pull Soul, but found that he disappeared in a flash. He was embarrassed to squeeze in, so he had to tiptoe to look inside. His brows were still tightly furrowed, and he was a little irritated. "If it weren't for your strength," he muttered, and I don't know if he regretted taking Soul home. At this time, Soul, who squeezed in, finally saw the reason for the excitement. In the center of the crowd was a crying couple. Next to them was an old man with a few strands of white hair, smiling and comforting them. Captain Jeff, whom I had met yesterday, stood opposite the couple with a blank expression, holding the scimitar at his waist. Behind Jeff, 2 soldiers were holding a girl who was so limp that she couldn't even stand up. The girl looked about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a blue plaid skirt. Among the ordinary people, she was quite pretty. Opposite to Thor, a man in a black robe and a hood stood there straight with his hands on his sleeves. There was a large area around him, and no townspeople were watching the excitement. Alas, how can I make you understand that this is related to the survival of the town after all, and it is not a bad thing?" said the old man who was comforting the crying couple. Thor looked at the couple who collapsed on the ground with tears, and then at the girl who looked terrified and helpless, and he really couldn't imagine what good it would be. But the people watching the excitement around him obviously didn't think so. A woman carrying a basket shouted unhappily, "Why are you crying? This is a big event for the whole town. If I had a daughter now, I would definitely send her over happily." Soul recognized her as Aunt Jenny, who was very enthusiastic yesterday. The crying woman put down her hands covering her face and said sadly, "But we only have one daughter, Minnie." Someone next to her immediately said, "Can't we have another one in the future? Are you going to harm the whole town just for your one daughter?" As soon as these words came out, people around them started talking about it, accusing the couple of being selfish and cruel. The couple was overwhelmed by the atmosphere, and couldn't say anything for a while. The old man patted the man's shoulder, and smiled a little more. "Do you agree now? It's fine if you agree. I don't want to force anyone. But only Minnie meets the requirements of the wizard. This is her honor, and it is also the honor of our town. After all, the holy fruit is related to the lifeblood of the entire town. If the production continues to decrease, it will attract the anger of the wizard tower, and none of us will survive. The old man said this well. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him began to blame the couple for not caring about the lives of others. Could it be that the lives of the people in the town were not as important as a little girl? The wife could no longer speak, and could only collapse on the ground and cry. The husband's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. He didn't know where he got the courage from, and he pulled the old man's hand and shouted, "But Mayor, we have sacrificed so many girls over the years, and we haven't seen the production of holy fruit recover. Is this method?" The man was halfway through his words, when the wizard apprentice, who had been standing silently, snorted. This snort was so loud that the performer in the center of the stage, and all the people watching the excitement unconsciously covered their ears. The two townspeople closest to the man even had blood in their ears, which flowed out from their ear sockets. Thor covered his ears with his hands along with the people around him, but he rolled his eyes after lowering his head. The effect of this choking cough is too scattered. Doesn't he know how to use his mental power to guide it? The best performance was by Captain Jeff. But his face was distorted, and he just tried not to cover his ears with his hands. This shock made everyone present silent, and even the couple dared not cry loudly. So the girl was pushed away, leaving only a bag of money for the couple. After the excitement, the crowd was reluctant to disperse for a long time. Someone came forward to comfort them, saying that at least the mayor gave some compensation, and they don't have to worry about their livelihood for a few years. And Aunt Jenny smiled and came forward to congratulate them, and also instructed the couple how to use the money like an experienced person. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Ada finally found Thor, who was mixed in. He pulled Thor out with a dark face, and pulled him to the side of the road. "Do you like to watch the excitement so much? If you weren't lucky just now and stayed away from that adult, I guess your ears would be injured." Chapter 100. Ada scolded Thor for his reckless behavior, but he himself seemed to be guilty, rubbing his hands back and forth. His face was a little pale, and his eyes were wandering. "What happened just now? Why is there a wizard here?" Looking at Ada, who was a little anxious, Thor was not angry, but just asked curiously. "I told you not to be too curious. Curiosity is not a good thing here." At this time, someone suddenly interrupted Ada. "If this skinny guy wants to settle down in the town, he doesn't know something. Aren't you afraid that he will accidentally offend someone and lose his life?" Jace walked out from under the eaves he was leaning against. He seemed to have been standing there just now, watching coldly. He glanced at Thor and asked with a smile, "Do you have a sister, or a younger sister?" Sol shook his head. "I'm alone." "Oh, then don't worry." Jace stretched out his hand. "We in Mofin Town have always lived on moshung fruit. It's just that the moshung fruit is not easy to grow, and the yield always drops suddenly. In order to ensure the income of the town, and to continue to seek the protection of the wizard tower, our respected, great, and beloved wizard will select a lovely girl every few years as the foster mother of the moshung fruit." "Foster mother?" Sol confirmed in surprise. "Yes, foster mother. She is risking her life to feed a group of fruits. If not a foster mother, what else? How to raise them?" Jace's face suddenly sank, and then quickly returned to an indifferent look. "Who knows? That's the wizard's business. How can we have a chance to spy on him?" If his face hadn't suddenly turned so ugly, Thor would have believed it. It seems that being a foster mother is not easy. Does this happen every year? Then there are no girls in this town. How can we have children in the future? Thor continued to ask. It didn't happen frequently before, only once every 3 or 4 years. It's a bit more recently. This year is the 3rd one. As Janice was talking, he fell there in deep thought. Ada finally couldn't listen anymore, and pulled Sol over and left. What are you talking about with him? He's an old rogue who does nothing all day long and takes advantage of others everywhere. If you follow him, you will become a bad person sooner or later. Ada said naggingly. Ada, do you know about this foster mother thing? Sol asked Ada in return. After the two walked a few dozen meters, Ada stopped and turned to Sol and said, Live here for a few years, you will know sooner or later. You don't need to worry about this, and you can't do anything about it. There's nothing we can do about it, after all, our town depends on that holy fruit to survive. Then do you know why the production of moshung fruit has decreased? How should I know? That's something that the big guys are in charge of. Just take care of yourself. Thinking that Sol just wanted to wander around the town, Ada wanted to take him to work in the fields. But Sol ran away secretly halfway, making Ada so angry that he had to leave the town alone, as he still had a lot of work to do. After running away, Sol did not go anywhere else, but returned to the place where the crowd had just surrounded him. Most of the people had already left, only those who had some relatives and liked to watch the fun were still there. Several people surrounded the couple who were still crying and comforted them in turn. Their words were all about letting them accept their fate and relax, and they would still have children. As soon as Sol walked over, he saw Aunt Jenny, who had been the most enthusiastic in persuading them just now, standing outside the crowd and watching coldly, but there was no hypocritical smile on her face. Like a stone sculpture standing in the middle of the street, it only looks like a person. Sol went over and coughed twice to attract Aunt Jenny's attention. The latter turned around and saw that it was Sol, and immediately smiled and breathed again. "Aren't you the young man who came back with Ada yesterday? Why did you run to the street by yourself?" She began to look Sol up and down again. "I just came to Mofin Town and wanted to walk around the town to find some work." Sol answered casually, and then asked, "Aunt Jenny, what happened just now? Why is there a wizard apprentice coming out?" "What apprentice or not, you have to call me wizard." Aunt Jenny made an exaggerated gesture to silence her, but her voice was loud. Then, she excitedly began to tell Thor about the traditions of Mofin Town. Mofin Town was originally just a poor town with a population and area less than 1/10 of what it is now. But one day, 2 passing wizards discovered the wild moshing fruit here and decided to settle here. Through their efforts, they successfully expanded the production of moshung fruit and made it the main source of local income. With the help of moshung fruit, Mofin Town successfully became a vassal of a very powerful wizard organization in the distance, in exchange for a lot of materials they needed, and also brought wealth and materials to Mofin Town. After Mofin Town prospered little by little, it was renamed Mofin Town. However, this place is located on the border after all. After the relationship between KMA and Na's principality deteriorated, the living environment suddenly became much worse. The turmoil at the fortress caused most of the troops in Mofin Town to be transferred to Mabian City, and the defense here was weakened. In addition, a group of barbarians who came from nowhere would send a few people to attack from time to time, which eventually led to a decrease in the production of moshung fruit year by year, and the amount of tribute could not be guaranteed. In order to increase production and continue to obtain protection, the wizard had to increase the frequency of using pure girls to nourish moshung fruit. But doesn't that wizard organization protect Mofin Town? Why not ask them to wipe out the barbarians? Sol heard from Nick that the wizard tower would send 3rd-level apprentices to regularly fetch the ripe grinding fruit, so couldn't they wipe out the barbarians? You know, ordinary barbarians are only physically stronger than ordinary people. Facing wizards, they are still nothing. This? Aunt Jenny couldn't say, "I don't know about this." Anyway, the barbarians usually go to the villages in the suburbs, and we don't know where they hide. It's probably hard to catch them. As Aunt Jenny spoke, her eyes shifted to the couple, who were being helped back to their room by everyone. "Don't worry, stay here. As long as there is no problem with the moshung fruit, there will be no problem with Mofin Town." She spoke word by word. After that, Aunt Jenny turned around and warmly invited Sol to her house, but her eyes looked a little strange. Sol got the information he wanted and threw Aunt Jenny away without any hesitation. "Thank you, Aunt Jenny. I will continue to look for work. I don't have any money now." Sol laughed and ran away. Aunt Jenny was stunned, glared and cursed, but she didn't look angry. Sol ran on the street in small steps, and the shops and street scenes on both sides came into view. Although this town is not particularly prosperous, the people walking on the street look particularly peaceful and happy. Even the old man sitting on the street in shabby clothes can sit on the stone steps and chat and laugh with the shop owner behind him about what to eat in the evening. This seemed to be a town where there was no need to worry about the future. After all, they had the moshung fruit. Thor walked around the town, listened, and finally returned to the courtyard where Ada lived at noon. A woman in the courtyard was walking out with a wooden basin. She looked up and saw Thor, got startled, turned around and went back into the house with the basin. The door slammed shut, as if Thor was a monster. Thor quickly looked down at his hands. The effect of the magic trick had not disappeared. Why was the other party panicking? Ignoring the panicked woman, Sol turned left and entered the old madman's room. The old madman fell asleep after returning last night. When he left this morning, Ada dragged Sol away in a hurry and didn't have time to come over. Now Sol came in and found that the old madman was no longer in the room. The things in the house were in a mess, even messier than when Sol sent someone in yesterday. It seemed that someone had deliberately turned them over, and some things were missing. Sol touched his chin. He ran pretty fast. Chapter 101. Just run away. Sol doesn't care about an old madman. He just thinks the old madman has some secrets, and he doesn't know if it is related to the grinding fruit. He walked back to Ada's house. Every time Ada left, He would lock Penny in the house for a whole day. She ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in the house. Sol walked to the door, and the door lock opened automatically with a click, and the lock fell right into Sol's palm. As if hearing a sound, the cabinet door on the wooden bed was pushed open from the inside. Thor walked into the room and saw Penny crawling out. "Brother Thor." Penny crawled out, sat on the edge of the bed with her legs apart, and smiled widely. Sol put away the playful smile he had maintained outside, and sat next to Penny expressionlessly. "How do you know it's me? Are you really blind?" There was a kettle, and a few green steamed buns on the wooden bed. She didn't touch any of the food. The little girl's lips were white and cracked again, but she endured not eating or drinking. She no longer wanted to satisfy her physiological needs in the room. "I really can't see it. I heard the footsteps of Brother Thor. You seem to be very familiar with me." Sol looked at her sideways. "When we parted, you were only 3 years old, right?" Penny unconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, which was already full of wool. "Yes. But Ada always dreams of Brother Thor." "Dream? Nightmare butterfly?" Sol's face changed, and he looked at Penny's silver eyes seriously. "Those eyes are very beautiful from any angle. But if you are an ordinary person, you may find them beautiful but also a little scary. Can you see your brother's dreams? Can you always do that?" This time it was Penny's turn to be surprised. She turned her head and looked at Sol's face. She was stunned for a while before she giggled. "Ada doesn't believe Penny. Brother Sol, you are so kind. Ada often dreams of the day when he escaped from the village. He carried me on his back and occasionally looked back at you trapped in the flames behind him. All I can hear is your voice asking for help. He always dreams about it." "I ask for help?" Sol blinked slowly and suddenly understood why Ada took him in. It's Brother Sol's voice. "I recognized it the day you came." Penny smiled with her lips pursed, very proud. Sol is 14 this year, and his voice hasn't changed yet, probably because of malnutrition in the past. Sol had never heard of the nightmare butterfly, but when Penny said that he could see other people's dreams, he immediately became interested and even forgot about the grinding fruit. "Can you see in your dreams?" "Yes, I can. In my dreams, I am Ada." "So that's how it is." No wonder Penny doesn't call Ada brother. At the age when she started dreaming, she probably couldn't figure out whether she was Penny or Ada. Ada said that Penny lost her sight when she ran away from the village at the age of 3, so Penny may have shared dreams with Ada since she was 3 years old. This can easily cause Penny's cognitive confusion. But there is something even more terrifying. Sol asked, "Penny, have you ever entered other people's dreams besides Ada's? Do you know that those experiences are dreams?" Penny tilted her head. "At first I only saw Ada's dream, but later I could enter the dreams of people nearby. Like the old madman's dream, he always saw the village destroyed by barbarians. And Uncle Jace's dream, he always dreamed that his daughter died and was cut into several pieces. And Aunt June's dream, she always dreamed that she killed her husband, beheaded him first, and then separated his body, and then slowly hid it in a basket and threw it out." As for the second question, Penny did not answer, as if she had forgotten it. "Do you know it was a dream?" Sol asked again. Penny then remembered, "I didn't know at first, but then I kept dreaming, and I knew it was a dream." "Are you scared?" Penny grinned. "No." Ada said, "Don't be scared of dreams, you'll be fine once you wake up." Sol stared at the little girl, speechless for a moment. Although Penny could talk to him smoothly, and had the innocence of a little girl, he could tell that her perception of the world was already a little confused in the interweaving of dreams and reality. When she talked about those memories and dreams that were very painful to the people involved, she had no emotional fluctuations. There was a kind of calmness that came from being used to life and death. And she was really used to life and death. "Penny," Sol finally spoke, "you can see other people's nightmares, mostly because of your eyes. If there is a chance to take off your eyes, would you be willing?" The room was quiet for a while. After a while, Penny covered her eyes with her two-thin palms. "No." Sol stood up, and Penny heard his action, covering her eyes and looking up. "No." Penny repeated again. Her attitude was very firm. Thor put his hand on the back of Penny's hand, and the black tentacles came out from behind his neck and slowly wrapped around the little girl's arms. As long as Thor gave an order, it would pull the girl's arms apart and let Thor do whatever he wanted. "If you take things from children, you will become a puppy," Penny threatened Thor. Thor slowly withdrew his hand, and Shiuza followed with some regret. "This is very dangerous for your eyes. I hope you can change your mind soon." Penny heard Sol's footsteps moving toward the door, and then the sound of him stepping over the threshold. She seemed to have forgotten that Sol was trying to steal her things, and quickly put down her hands, leaned on the wooden bed, and asked anxiously, "Where are you going, Brother Soul?" "Going out to find a job." Then, there was the sound of the door closing and locking. Penny sat there, wondering if Brother Soul was angry. The emotion in his voice was harder to discern than Ada's. Penny touched her eyes. She just thought that if there were only 2 holes here, she would not look good, right? Soon, Penny began to feel bored again. If Brother Soul could play with her for a while longer, then her eyes would become black holes. Her hand touched the kettle beside her. She felt thirsty, but she didn't want to drink. She just pouted and pushed the kettle away. After a while, someone knocked on the window frame outside. "Little Penny." Uncle Jace's voice sounded. Penny climbed back to the closet skillfully, her face pressed against the window. "Ada won't let me talk to you. Don't listen to your stupid brother." Yeah, Penny also thinks Ada is stupid. Soul wandered around Muffin Town again, and basically figured out the relationship between holy fruit and adoptive mother. This motion fruit may be similar to the companion flower of the Wizard Tower, both of which like to absorb the breath of the dead, but the motion fruit probably likes the fresh smell of a young girl. He couldn't help but recall a senior named Peggy, who used a piece of tinder thigh skin to temporarily create a mask to confuse the evil spirit's senses in order to attract the evil spirit to him. Could it be that the taste of the motion fruit is the same as that of the evil spirit? While strolling, Thor sneaked into the open space near the motion fruit plantation. There were still the strongest guards in the town, but there was no trace of the girl who was captured in the morning. Does the process of nourishing the motion fruit not need to be carried out in the motion fruit field? But he soon noticed that the door of the 3-story tower that was sealed tightly last night was opened a little. The small tower was a mixture of wood and stone. It looked old and shaky, but the next second it made people feel indestructible, and would stand there forever. There was no one guarding the tower. The half-open door looked like it was inviting someone in. Thor glanced at the diary from the bottom of his heart. The diary ignored him. Instead, Shiazo ran out and pressed his face against his. "Is there a spirit there?" Shiazo shook his tentacles back and forth. Thor touched the tip of Shiazo's tentacles and asked it to go back. Shiazo was always more obedient than the diary, and it shrank away in an instant. Thor waited until it was almost dark before returning to the courtyard where Ada was. But as soon as he approached, he heard a shocking noise from the yard, and Ada's extremely angry shout. "I told you to stay away from her." Thor walked through the gate and saw the yard in a mess. Several ropes hanging in the yard fell down, and clothes and shoes were scattered all over the ground. Many of the sundries originally placed in the yard were also knocked over. A woman was peeping behind the window, and when she noticed Thor's sight, her figure disappeared immediately. In the middle of the messy yard, there was Ada with a red face and heavy breathing, and Jace who was lying on the ground, still grinning. The door of Ada's house was open, and the lock hanging on the door was bent and broken, half on the ground, and half hanging loosely on the door. Chapter 102. Why are you so nervous? I just thought Penny was bored and wanted to take her out for a walk. Nonsense. If I hadn't come back early, Penny would have been kidnapped by you. Ada was getting more and more scared and rushed forward with his fist raised. Jace got up from the ground and dodged twice. The third time, he grabbed Ada's fist. Okay, if you keep hitting me, I fight back. Jace's tone was a little more exaggerated. Suddenly, he saw a thin finger sticking out from the window, and the disdain on his face subsided a little. You can't hide Penny forever. Jace adjusted his collar and pushed Ada back with one hand. Ada took a few steps back, his back banging against the door. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his hands were clenched tightly, and his knuckles were white. Jace ignored Ada. He knew that the latter didn't dare to really fight with him, because Ada couldn't beat him at all. This time, when he passed by Thor, he turned his head and showed a provocative smile. Hey, you found a job? Soul didn't say anything. Jace pointed his thumb behind him. You can let Ada support you. Anyway, he's not very smart. After Jace left, Soul approached Ada. Are you okay? Nothing. Ada replied stiffly. He lowered his head and stood there for a while before walking to the yard to clean up the mess. Soul didn't go to help, but went into the room to see Penny. Penny rarely stood on the ground. Her face was a little overwhelmed, and her silver starry eyes lost their spirit. Brother Thor. She heard Thor approaching and called out his name accurately again. Why can't I go out? Outside? Thor smacked his lips. It's quite messy. Oh! Penny's voice was a little low. She walked back to the bed, opened the closet door, and crawled in. Ada cleaned up outside and walked back to the room. He saw that Penny was not there, and the closet door was closed, so he walked over and whispered something. Then Ada came to Thor. You, stay here for another 3 days, then go. I remember there are jobs that provide accommodation in the town, but they are a bit tiring. If you really can't stand it, go somewhere else. Perhaps Sol's idleness and indifferent observation in the past 2 days finally triggered Ada's bottom line, and he gave Sol a deadline for staying overnight. Okay. Sol nodded, ran to the table, and laid down with his back to Ada. The room was very quiet, with only Ada's long sigh. At night, Thor took a rare nap. This time, he clearly knew that he was dreaming. In his dream, he returned to the morgue and lay on the conveyor belt. Hundreds of corpses that he had handled stood around him. A corpse with a head split in half, holding a machete in his hand, was aiming at Thor's skull. A piece of meat that was torn into pieces, but stacked together like building blocks, was supported by a hammer and was about to fall. Thor. Someone was calling him. Thor pushed aside the corpses that tried to tear him into pieces and sat up from the transport platform. The densely packed corpses fell like dominoes. Outside the corpses stood Gorza in pink bandages. Even though he knew he was in a dream, Thor was very respectful to the Tower Master. Tower Master. Gorza raised his hands in an extremely strange motion, starting from the beginning, and removed his bandages bit by bit. And under the bandages, there was nothing. Thor slowly opened his mouth, surprised at his guess about the identity of the Tower Master in his dream. Is this the subconscious? The bandages were removed to the eyes, and 2 silver eyeballs fell to the ground. Golsa's mouth was still talking. Thor, do you know why I asked you to study the soul? The bandages around Golsa suddenly lost their support and fell to the ground, but his voice continued. Do you think it's considered living with only the soul? The corpses surrounded him again, and those with or without mouths were making sounds. Can you live like this with only the soul? Brother Soul. Brother Soul. The girl's voice sounded with tears. What's wrong, Penny? Soul turned over and sat up. Penny's expression could not be seen in the dark, but her hand holding Soul's collar was shaking slightly. Brother Soul, don't sleep. Your dream is so scary. Was Penny also in his dream just now? Soul had no idea at all. He rubbed his dizzy forehead, patted Penny's hand gently, and whispered, Okay, Brother Soul won't sleep. Penny is not afraid, dreams are all fake, go back to sleep. While Penny was in a trance, Thor cast a spell to repair minor injuries and increase resistance on her. These were the only 2 witchcrafts that he had mastered that were beneficial to the human body. There was no way, if Penny was always immersed in Thor's dream, going crazy would be her best outcome. After Thor's comfort, Penny was obviously much more relaxed. She climbed back to the cabinet with brisk steps to sleep. But Thor couldn't sleep. In the 2 years in the Wizard Tower, he almost never had meaningless dreams. Why did he have such a dream here in Mofin Town? Sol thought, half closed his eyes, and spent the night meditating. This night was a sleepless night for many people. In the northern suburbs of Mofin Town, a tower standing next to the moshing fruit field made a loud noise. The soldiers guarding the moshing fruit lowered their heads, and dared not look over there. In the dilapidated tower, a middle-aged man with no hair on his body, without a single piece of clothing, stood in a witchcraft circle in the top room. Outside the magic circle was the female corpse that he had just thrown out. The girl who was taken away in the morning, now with her limbs cut off, fell in the corner of the room. Her eyes were wide open, bloodshot from the corners of her eyes, and she died with her eyes open. This first-level apprentice stood in the magic circle, his mouth twitching constantly. His expression was very terrifying. His chest rose and fell violently, and after half an hour, he slowly walked out of the magic circle, came to the shelf outside, took down the black robe, and put it on. Rupert. His voice was very low, and there was still cold anger in his voice. The sound was not loud, but it reached the ears of the designated person. The mayor of Mofin Town, who had been waiting outside the tower, took a deep breath, pushed the door open with trembling hands, and walked quickly to the 3rd floor along the staircase that spiraled around the wall. Lord Shelley. As soon as Mayor Rupert entered the door, he saw the female corpse opposite. The skin on his face twitched, and he quickly restrained his complicated emotions and saluted Shelley, the first-level apprentice. This promotion failed. There was still some reluctance in Shelley's voice, but now I am just a little bit away from the 2nd-level apprentice. You immediately find another suitable girl to send over. This? We need another girl? Rupert was a little embarrassed. We have taken away many girls recently, and the people in the town have begun to feel uneasy. Will Lord Yuka be suspicious when he comes back? Shelley stared at Rupert coldly, making him swallow the rest of his words. When I am promoted to level 2, do I still have to worry about his thoughts? Yes, yes. A trace of cold sweat slid across Rupert's forehead. By the way, quickly bring me 2. No, bring me 5 grinding fruits. Rupert was startled again. Although he had just been warned, he had to remind them quietly, but the barbarians will be here in 2 days. Next month, the masters of the Wizard Tower will come to take the grinding fruit. There are not many of us left. Shelley still didn't take it seriously. No, Yuka will be back the day after tomorrow. If he finds out what we are doing, he will definitely stop us. Now I am just a little bit away from level 2. I must complete the promotion before the day after tomorrow. He waved his hand again, his tone softened a little. When I reach level 2, I will have the confidence to confront the barbarians. Didn't we choose to do this in order to get rid of the endless plunder of the barbarians? After hearing what Shelley said, Rupert's eyes became firm. Okay, I send someone to get the grinding fruit. The mayor sent a message and came back with a sigh. The Wizard Tower took our tribute, but refused to help us completely eliminate the barbarians, so we had to do business with the barbarians secretly. Rupert said this, looked at Shelley carefully, and lowered his voice again. But I can't figure out why these barbarians don't want meat, so what do they want grinding fruit for? Chapter 103. Shelley recalled the barbarian priest whom he had met several times before. The other party's sometimes crazy, and sometimes sober appearance made him, a wizard apprentice, secretly frightened. Perhaps the priest's sanity was on the verge of collapse, so he wanted to use the grinding fruit to stabilize his state. You don't need to know this. As an ordinary person, the more you know about the wizard world, the faster you will die. Yes, yes. Although his curiosity was not satisfied, Rupert did not dare to continue asking. At this time, a soldier brought 5 grinding fruits. Shelley asked him to put the grinding fruits on the ground, and waved his hand to let them go out. When Mayor Rupert left, he heard Shelley's anxious urging again. Hurry up and find a girl, clean one, and send it over before tomorrow morning. Yes, yes. Rupert bowed again, and reached out to close the door. When he turned around, he saw the soldier who delivered the fruit standing stiffly at the stairs, with his head down, staring at his toes, not daring to look around. The soldiers who can come here are all the mayor's confidants. Rupert walked over and patted the soldier on the shoulder. It's nothing, it just looks a little scary here, you get used to it. The soldier's stiff face forced an ugly smile. He also participated in the renovation of the tower, opening up the first and second floors, leaving only a wooden staircase that spiraled down along the 4 walls of the tower. The two walked down the stairs one after the other, and on the walls around them, there were hideous faces painted one after another. If the soldiers had the courage to look carefully, they might have found familiar features in those faces. Although Rupert told the soldiers not to be afraid, he actually didn't dare to look at the patterns on the wall when he went downstairs. He always felt that if he stared at them for too long, something bad would happen. While the first-level wizard apprentices in Mofin Town were trying to get promoted to get rid of the barbarians' plunder, the barbarians, their target of defense, welcomed an unexpected guest tonight. This group of barbarians roaming at the border between the Principality of Kerma and the Principality of Nath were sleeping soundly. They were either leaning against stones or lying directly on the ground. No one lit a bonfire, and no one kept sentry. If someone attacked at night, then just get up and attack him. In the center of this group of barbarians, there was a crooked tent. Around the tent, several corpses were pierced by wooden stakes and nailed to the ground. All the corpses were roughly chopped open in public, and the corpse of the same person would be pierced on the wooden stakes, one upside down and the other right side up. This is their unique sacrificial ritual. At this time, a pair of feet landed gently on the ground outside the tent, and none of the barbarians sleeping on the ground around noticed the movement and woke up. The owner of the feet gradually appeared in the dark night. Looking at the corpses around the tent, he frowned with some disgust. Then, he passed between the 2 halves of the corpse, opened the curtain of the tent, and walked in. The barbarian who was sitting in the tent meditating on the chieftain suddenly opened his eyes, and took a defensive posture. But when he saw the person coming, he stopped and sat back down. You came earlier than the agreed time, and I haven't got the fruit yet. The barbarian priest spoke the common language intermittently. The person looked down at him, and did not answer the barbarian priest. Instead, he said stiffly, Kima's Kira wizard has advanced to the 2nd level. She is ready to personally clean up the bandits on the border of Kima. You are also within her scope of cleaning. The barbarian priest had black and red symbols painted on his face to cover up his expression. But from his twitching muscles, it can be seen that he is not calm. 2nd level wizard. We must leave. The priest is one of the few barbarians who still has some rationality. Migration requires food. The priest looked up at the wizard and said, You need to figure it out yourself. The wizard looked disdainful and turned to leave. After walking 2 steps, the wizard stopped again, By the way, clean up Muffin Town. The priest looked up in confusion. You, the wizard tower, don't want fruit? The wizard half turned his head, and said in a cold tone, just do it. The barbarian priest seemed not to understand the wizard's threat, and just stated, okay Bill sir. Huh, threatening me? Wizard Bill snorted coldly, and left the tent. After the wizard left, the barbarian priest stood up with one hand. He took the wooden stick that was leaning against the side, bit his finger, and wiped the top of the wooden stick. There were already several blood marks on the top of the wooden stick, each of which was clear and bright. The chieftain is with us. The priest knocked the ground with his wooden staff, and an invisible air wave spread out from the wooden staff. Outside the tent, the barbarians who were still sleeping shook their heads and stood up. At this time, the barbarian priest walked out of the tent, holding his hands high and holding the wooden staff horizontally. Migrate! Roar! Kill! Roar! 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 If the first command only received a response, the second one received enthusiastic support. Seeing that all the barbarians were in high spirits and eager to fight, the barbarian priest nodded with satisfaction. He looked around and took a moment to identify the direction. Muffin Town, this time, kill them all! Roar! 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 Around 5 in the morning. It was still dark and gloomy. In the room, Thor, who was meditating, suddenly felt someone approaching and opened his eyes. Then, the gate of the courtyard was knocked mercilessly and violently. No matter which room the person was sleeping in, it would take some time for them to wake up, get up, and open the door. But the people outside were not willing to wait even for that little bit of time. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was pushed down. Only then did Ada rub his eyes and get out of bed. Who is here so early? Damn the door! He rushed out of the hut in disbelief, and the next moment he found that the group of people who rushed into the yard were actually walking straight towards his house, led by the captain of the town soldiers, Jeff. Many scenes that he was extremely afraid of flashed through Ada's mind in an instant. But he was resisting these answers in his heart. Penny was so young that she was not suitable to be the adoptive mother of Ma Xingguo. Moreover, she was blind and could not be considered a pure and beautiful girl. Maybe there are other reasons. Maybe she came to find me. Ada kept praying in his heart. However, things always developed towards the worst outcome. Captain Jeff led his men to Ada, and seeing the confusion and fear on the other's half-grown face, a trace of pity flashed in his heart. But there was no expression on his face. He opened his mouth and uttered the most ruthless words coldly. Ada, your sister Penny has been chosen to be the sacrificer of the grinding fruit. Now let's take her away. Soul, who was still sitting on the table, frowned slightly, and turned to look at the big cabinet on the wooden bed. The door of the big cabinet was gently pushed open, revealing Penny's slightly confused little face. Outside the house, Ada still couldn't believe what he saw. He walked over and took Captain Jeff's arm. Captain Jeff, didn't you just choose someone yesterday? Why did you let Penny go again today? Ada was trying to find all the reasons that could make Penny lose the election. Penny is blind, and she is only 7 years old. She is too young. Aren't there so many girls in the town? Captain Jeff looked at Ada silently. Can he say that this town couldn't find a suitable girl at this time? So under the mayor's order, he thought of Penny, the poor girl who hardly left the hut. Perhaps only Ada naively thought that the blind Penny would not be selected. How could he know that the wizard didn't care about appearance when selecting people? Ada, Captain Jeff said in a deep voice, you have lived in the town for 4 years. The town has provided you with food and shelter for these 4 years, and has kept you away from the suffering of wandering and disasters. Now, it's time for you to pay back for the town. The production of moshing fruit has dropped sharply, and we must sacrifice another person. I hope you can be aware enough, and don't let me do anything to you. Chapter 104. The noise here has alarmed the neighbors, and everyone has rushed to the gate of the courtyard to watch the excitement without even bothering to put on their clothes. In the room, Penny has climbed out of bed, and moved her feet little by little to Thor. Her face does not have the despair of her brother. Penny touched Thor's knee, and shook his leg gently. Brother Thor. I'm here. Are they going to take Penny away? Yes, and your brother should not be able to stop them. Then Brother Soul, Penny raised her little face, not showing much fear. Will Penny die after being taken away? Almost. Are you afraid? Actually, death is not a terrible thing. Brother Soul. Since Penny is going to die, the eyes are useless. Brother Soul, take them away. Soul stared at Penny, couldn't help but smile softly, raised his hand, and rubbed Penny's head. Brother Soul, I'm not someone who takes your things for nothing. Tell me, do you have any other wishes? Penny raised her hand, and touched her head innocently. This was the first time someone had rubbed her head. "I hope," Penny said without hesitation, "Ada can live a happier life in the future." Sol was stunned and looked at little Penny, thinking that she would say that she didn't want to die or something. "I know," Sol said softly. "Now, look up and open your eyes. It will hurt a little." Outside the door, Ada was still making her last effort, and Captain Jeff did not resort to violence immediately. Over the years, he has always been like this. Rather than taking the girl away violently, he would let the girl's family give up voluntarily under the siege of the town people. In this way, when they wake up in the middle of the night, they can comfort themselves that they sacrificed their children for the sake of the overall situation of the town. Outside the door, someone has indeed begun to persuade Ada. The reasons they use are nothing more than the town has taken you in. You can also live a stable life in the town in the future. People should not forget gratitude. Wait. Aunt Jenny, who always loves to join in the fun, appeared at the gate of the courtyard. She walked in slowly and opened her mouth, which broke the defense of Ada, who had been blocking the door. "Ada, just let Captain Jeff take Penny away. You have been in Muffin Town for so many years, and you have no intention of leaving with Penny. Are you prepared for Penny to be taken away one day?" Ada, who had a tough face just now, raised his head in disbelief. "Aunt Jenny." Jenny chuckled. "Otherwise you should have left long ago. Aren't you just greedy for the stability and wealth of Muffin Town? In this kind of life, it is acceptable to take a little risk with your sister, isn't it?" Ada's shoulders collapsed, and he shook his head in despair. "No, no." Captain Jeff glanced at the sky. This Ada was unexpectedly difficult to deal with, and today neither the wizard nor the mayor could come. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him rushed forward and decided to rob people. Over the years, I have encountered tough people. If you don't have time, you can rob people first and then comfort them. When Ada saw the soldiers coming, he ran to the door of the house and pressed his hands and feet against the door frame. "No, I won't let you take Penny away." The soldier didn't care about an unarmed boy and was about to use his fists to clear the way. At this time, a man suddenly rushed out from behind the soldier and inserted himself directly between Ada and the soldier. It was Jace. He held a long knife in his hand, exactly the same as the knife hanging on Jeff's waist. "Hey Ada, can you save Penny like that? At the critical moment, you still need to pick up a weapon like me." "Jace?" Ada never expected that at the most critical moment, it was Jace, whom he had always looked down upon and was most on guard against, who stood up to protect Penny. Seeing Jace appear, Captain Jeff, who had been standing next to him, finally stepped forward. "Jace, this is not your business." Jeff also drew out his long knife. "Of course I will take care of it. To be honest, Penny is already my daughter. She calls me father, so of course I have to protect her." Seeing this, Jeff's face became a little solemn. The people in the courtyard also retreated, realizing that a fight might really happen. "Go and bring Penny out, and leave Jace to me," Captain Jeff ordered loudly. Jace knew that Ada would not be a match for those soldiers. While he was careful of Jeff, he also had to help Ada share most of the pressure. But after leaving the army for so many years, he might not be able to deal with so many people. It seemed that a bloody fight was inevitable. "Ada, Jace? Brother, Dad?" Penny's low voice came from behind. Both of them were shocked and looked back into the house. Penny was groping towards the outside of the house. Her eyes, that were usually open, were tightly closed. In the room, Thor was still sitting on the table, watching everything expressionlessly. "Penny, go back quickly," Ada shouted. "Ada, take Penny away, I stop them." Jace wanted to continue to delay time. "Brother, Dad, stop fighting. Let them take Penny away. Penny is not afraid of death." Ada looked at Penny in disbelief. "Why, Penny?" But Jace snorted coldly. "Don't pay attention to what a child says." He raised his long knife and rushed forward. The soldiers on the opposite side did not expect him to suddenly attack, so they could only dodge first. At this time, Jeff had also arrived, and he chopped down with a knife, almost hitting Jace's shoulder. Fortunately, Jace changed his tactics temporarily, and put the knife horizontally to avoid blood splattering on the spot. After all, he hadn't fought for many years. When he picked up the knife, he realized that he was old. Ada picked up Penny, and wanted to take the opportunity to run out of the yard. But he didn't expect that the gate of the yard had been tightly blocked by the residents of the town. Even when they saw Ada rushing over with Penny in his arms, they didn't mean to give way. Ada wanted to push people away, but found that he couldn't resist the power of so many people alone. He was quickly pinned down by the soldiers, who came from behind, and Penny was snatched away. This time, the residents of the town immediately made way for them. Several soldiers grabbed Penny, and were about to walk out. At this time, Penny, who had been silent all the time, suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, "Ada, Brother Soul promised me that he would make you happy in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, Penny was taken out of Ada's sight. Penny! Ada was still held down until Jace was chopped down by Jeff and several other soldiers. Jeff did not use force on Jace, but only left a thin knife wound on his chest. "Jace, your behavior has violated the bottom line of the town. You have 3 days to leave Muffin Town." Captain Jeff paused and said, "Or, if you are willing to reform and return to the guard, I can let you go." But Jace just pressed his wound and slowly got up from the ground, ignoring Jeff's solicitation. Jeff shook his head and led his men away. After the soldiers retreated, there were still neighbors who wanted to comfort Ada, but after seeing Ada staring at everyone with red eyes, they shook their heads and retreated. And they said, "Wait until you are rational." Chapter 105. The courtyard finally quieted down. Even Jace went back to bandage his wounds. No one in the other rooms came out from beginning to end. Ada silently got up from the ground and limped back to the room. He glanced at Thor, who was still sitting on the table, opened his mouth as if he wanted to curse, but in the end, he just said coldly, "You leave now." Thor said nothing, nodded and got down from the table. After Thor stepped out of the hut, the door behind him. Bang! The door slammed shut. Soul arranged his props and walked out briskly. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the door. It was the old madman who had disappeared for a day. The old madman held the broken door frame tightly with both hands, summoned up his life's courage, and said to Soul, You will go to save Penny, right?" Soul looked at him sideways. "You are not crazy, so you were pretending to sleep that day, right?" The old madman trembled all over, and his beard mixed with dirt and sawdust kept falling off. But he still plucked up his courage, looked up and said, "Yes, sir, you are also a wizard, right? Can you save little Penny? She is really a very pitiful and kind child. I have a general understanding of the situation in Muffin Town. Then can you tell me about the barbarians and evil spirits you mentioned?" This time the old madman did not hesitate, and his eyes showed sadness. "Okay. I will tell you now." But Thor held the old madman's arm and said, "Let's talk on the way. I'm in a hurry now." After Soul and the old madman left, Ada locked himself in the room and ignored everyone. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Jace, who had just bandaged his wound, rushed in. "Hey, Ada, are you just giving up?" Ada was curled up on the wooden bed, holding the bowl that Penny usually used for eating tightly in his hand. He raised his head woodenly and said to Jace, "Jace, thank you. I misunderstood you a few days ago. Why are you saying this at this time?" Jace patted the bed. "Based on my observations over the years, Penny should be held in solitary confinement before the ceremony begins. Do you dare to take advantage of the opportunity to steal her with me?" Penny felt that she was taken to a high place and then thrown to the ground. Perhaps because she was young and blind, the person who brought her here did not restrict her movements. Penny touched the ground twice with her hand and felt a slightly sticky thing. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. There was no wall nearby, so Penny had to hug her knees and curl up to sit up. She wasn't too scared. In her dreams over the years, she had seen people die in her arms, she had seen herself hacking others to death, and she had seen herself holding a knife and stabbing her own throat. So for her, death was a very common thing, and there was nothing to be afraid of. I just thought that Ada would live alone in the future, and I wondered if she would be uncomfortable. And Brother Thor, he should also be a wizard. After all, his dreams were so bizarre and scary. Such a powerful wizard must be able to fulfill her wish, right? Penny raised her hand and touched her eyelids. She still felt a little pain when she touched her eyes, but only a little. Brother Thor did not dig out her entire eyeball, but he did take something out of her eye. But Penny touched her eyelids and found that there was no big hole there, so she was quite happy. At this time, a sound of footsteps interrupted Penny's thoughts. She looked up and heard a not very happy footsteps, and another somewhat anxious footsteps. The owner of the unhappy footsteps approached Penny, grabbed her chin, and quickly let go. Penny heard him shout angrily, "Why did you bring back such a thing?" Penny didn't understand what he was saying, but she felt that if he was the wizard of Muffin Town, he was not half as powerful as Brother Thor. Another person explained, "There are fewer girls in the town, and she is the one who can be brought back the fastest. Then go outside and look for her in the nearby villages. Tell them that if they can offer a pure girl, they will be allowed to move into Muffin Town." Well, okay, I let Jeff go now. What about this girl? Penny felt the cold and gloomy gaze fall on her face again. She said unhappily, "Since you brought it here, I reluctantly use it first." Penny shrank her body. Using this word seemed more terrifying than death. Okay, I'm going to start. You go out and wait. Now, okay. The second footsteps left. Now there were only 2 of them in the room. Penny shuddered suddenly. Then, the sound of taking off clothes was heard in the room. The unhappy wizard approached Penny again. Penny looked back in confusion, but her eyes were still closed. You don't seem very scared? Penny shook her head. This is not easy. I still hope to get a more frightened soul. How can I make you more scared? For example, breaking your hands and feet. A pair of cold hands pressed on Penny's shoulders, but Penny still had no expression. You are unexpectedly calm. Are you a fool? Why don't I peel your skin off first? Penny shrank back, but still showed little fear. This time the other party was silent for a while, and then suddenly, Penny felt a mouth approach her ear, and it spit out cold air. Are you not afraid of death anymore? Then you must have relatives in the town, people who take care of you, right? I have someone bring them here and kill them one by one in front of you, okay? Penny raised her head suddenly, and this time her breathing became rapid, not hiding her uneasiness and anxiety at all. This time, the other party said with satisfaction, it seems that you really only care about the people around you. Yes, I think you will be more emotional after they die. The unhappy footsteps were going away, and Penny stood up and tried to catch the other party, but she caught nothing. Ah! She screamed briefly, but didn't know what to say to protect Ada. But at this moment, another voice sounded. Before that voice sounded, Penny didn't hear any footsteps. But she was familiar with the owner of that voice. It was Brother Thor. Are you trying to stimulate your body by gathering the power of evil spirits to increase your magic power? As someone who has experienced this, I can only regretfully tell you that this is not very useful. Thor lifted the invisibility effect and walked out of the corner of the room. Who are you? The first-level wizard apprentice Shelley was still asking in surprise the second before, and threw a shocking electric shock the next second. The speed of casting the spell was so fast that it was obvious that he had practiced this magic countless times. However, the electric shock that hit Thor made him disappear. No, it's an illusion. Shelley came to his senses and immediately realized that he had been tricked by a magic. He quickly looked around and found a boy who looked exactly like the man just now appeared next to Penny. This time he did not attack rashly, but stepped back a few steps and walked towards the clothes he had thrown on the ground. I don't know what you are talking about. Our Mofin town is protected by the Gorza Wizard Tower. If you don't want to offend the Wizard Tower, you better. He had just said half of his words when Thor twisted his wrist, and a thin thing flew over. Shelley subconsciously thought it was an attack from the other party, and he suddenly jumped to the left. Thor helped Penny stand up. Watching a hairless naked man perform stunts was very eye-catching. I am from the Gorza Wizard Tower. Thor pointed to the letter that fell to the ground because Shelley dodged it. Take a look for yourself. Chapter 106. Shelley got up from the ground in a panic, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Are you from the Wizard Tower? Sol knew that he looked a little young, so he didn't explain much. He just used a wizard's hand to accurately deliver the letter that fell to the ground to Shelley. I've got it this time. Sol's smile disappeared, and his voice dropped 8 degrees in an instant. If you drop it again, I twist your head off. Shelley subconsciously reached out and tightly grasped the letter. He lowered his head and was able to confirm that this was a handwritten letter from the Wizard Tower. While the other party was looking down at the letter, Thor whispered to Penny, I thought about it. If I want Ada to be happier in the future, it would be better for you to stay with him. Penny raised her head, and her eyes opened unconsciously, revealing the great pupils inside, no longer the original silver starry sky. Thor took away Penny's eyes, and also took away her ability to see the world through dreams. This may not be a bad thing for an ordinary person. Wait for Brother Thor for a moment. I take you back when I'm done. Penny nodded, stretched out her hands, touched Thor's clothes, slid down the clothes to the corners, and held them tightly. Thor paid some attention to Shelley at the other end of the room. Although the other party was reading the letter from Teacher Rum, he might attack at any time. Thor couldn't guarantee whether the prestige of the Wizard Tower could really scare this first-level apprentice, who hadn't even learned the basics. After all, there is a saying that ignorance is fearless. Look at what this wild first-level apprentice is doing. He actually wants to refine the vengeful spirit to improve his own magic power? Does he think he is too clear-headed now, and his brain is not completely scrapped? Shelley on the opposite side finally finished reading the letter. His face turned pale. In fact, the content of the letter is very short. Thor read it, and just scolded him. The content of the letter is roughly that the tribute from Mofin Town to the Wizard Tower is dispensable. If you don't care, you don't have to send it in the future. But the tone is much colder, and the attitude is very arrogant. which is completely different from the way the mentor usually scolds his apprentices. But Thor felt that the Wizard Tower's attitude towards the moshing fruit was not so indifferent. Otherwise, they could just cut off contact directly. Why did he send a letter of reprimand and suggest that he investigate the reason for the reduction in the production of moshing fruit? Sol had never heard of the moshing fruit in the past 2 years, and didn't know where it would be used. Shelley on the other side was obviously hit by the words in the letter, so that when he finally put down the letter, the muscles on his face kept twitching. "Sir." Shelley suppressed his complicated emotions and bowed to Thor, a boy who looked no older than his son. "Please allow me to change my clothes. It's too rude to receive you like this." "No, I don't care about these troublesome etiquettes." Thor's words directly stopped Shelley's steps towards his clothes. Shelley looked at him in disbelief, as if he wanted to say something. But Thor blocked his chance to speak. "I don't know where you got such a method to create evil spirits. But this method can't upgrade you from level 1 to level 2. Thor listened to the old madman's story on the road, and realized that the leader of this town seemed to be making a deal with the barbarians. The barbarian priests have a unique method of using ordinary people to refine vengeful spirits, or even evil spirits. This made Thor wonder if the first-level wizard apprentice in front of him was trying to use the barbarian method to promote himself to the second level. The reason why he did nothing along the way was that he wanted to see directly what the people in this town wanted to do. No matter how much investigation, it is not as clear as seeing it with your own eyes. Looking at the wizard apprentice opposite, whose body was like a corpse that was soaked in water and turned white, Thor knew that the other party had started using vengeful spirits to improve himself at least 1 or 2 years ago. Even though Thor didn't know the specific method, he could analyze from the principle that one of the side effects must be that after absorbing many resentful spirits, you will be troubled by the chaotic consciousness among them. It will make you live in a nightmare all the time. Suspicion, despair, madness, collapse. If there is no corresponding treatment method, this will be Shelley's final outcome. In this regard, Thor also guessed part of the reason for the reduction in the production of the grinding fruit. The grinding fruit is similar to a tranquilizer. Shelley is probably using the grinding fruit to calm his chaotic spirit. But doing so can only suppress it temporarily, and it will eventually lead to a more violent explosion. Shelley, who was on the other side, was a little surprised when he heard what Thor said, but Thor saw his flickering eyes, and knew that the other party might not take it to heart. It was similar to the idea of, "You don't understand, this is my ancestral remedy." "What's your name?" Sol suddenly asked. "My name is Shelley, sir." Shelley didn't know where to put his hands. When he was alone, or in an absolutely suppressed position, he enjoyed this direct contact with nature, and the feeling of being carefree. But when he was scrutinized and suppressed, his nakedness became like a lamb in a sheepfold, with all its hair shaved off. Thor naturally saw the other party's discomfort. But he couldn't let the enemy wear equipment. Who knew what strange props would be inside the other party's clothes? "I remember you have a companion?" Thor was talking to Shelley. But he was thinking about other things. "Yes, sir, his name is Uni, and he is also a first-level apprentice." Thor asked again, "Did you two cultivate the grinding sound fruit together?" "I'm mainly responsible for training, and Uni is better at fighting. This means we can't kill one and keep the other." Thor made up his mind. "Do you know the conditions for promotion to a second-level apprentice?" Thor tapped his toes lightly. Shelley on the opposite side was stunned and looked up, not understanding why the topic suddenly turned to this. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "The magic value must reach at least 45 jowls, and successfully construct a first-level witchcraft." "What is your current magic value?" 44 jowls, sir." No wonder he wanted to find another girl so soon, probably because he was anxious to break the window paper. "If I'm not mistaken, before you killed that girl yesterday, your magic power was close to 45 jowls, right?" Sol's toes slid unconsciously on the ground. Because there was a little girl named Penny who had excellent hearing, Sol didn't use words like refining or extracting. "Yes, sir. Even if I didn't show up today, you couldn't use her to increase your magic power to 45 jowls. Shelley showed a look of disbelief again. "Your spirit is too loose, it can't contain the magic around you. The ordinary people's vengeful spirits you created are extremely fragile, and you don't have the strength to contain them, so they will naturally dissipate after reaching the critical value." A wild apprentice, even the teachings he received were incomplete. But, Shelley seemed to understand, but subconsciously refused to believe it. To put it in a language you can understand, a bowl cannot hold a bucket of water. This sentence was too straightforward, and Shelley was stunned. Thor's magic power improvement also hit a bottleneck several times, but his situation was different from Shelley's. His magic talent was holding him back, not that he had reached the upper limit of his mental power. Shelley's situation was not without a solution, but Thor couldn't say it now. I think you have figured out what to do next. I really don't understand. Since you have already joined the Wizard Tower, why do you still want to trade with the barbarians? Thor took a heavy step forward, which scared Shelley. Shelley finally raised his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Because you, except taking the moshing fruit, are unwilling to do anything. He suddenly hugged his arms with both hands, and his fingertips suddenly pierced into the flesh and slashed down fiercely. Blood spurted out at once, and the gray faces of the girls also emerged from the wound. They floated out of Shelley's wound. Their faces were wooden, their feet were still in the wound, but their legs were stretched thin and long, like hydrogen balloons tied to him. I have no way out, Shelley roared. Chapter 107. Penny could not see anything, but when the gray girls came out of Shelley's wound, she immediately covered her ears and screamed. The magic circle under her feet was suddenly activated, and countless gray and thick smoke rose from it, surging to form arms, grabbing Thor and Penny. Shelley was still making wounds on his body, and every time a long wound was cut, a gray illusory girl floated out of the wound. You are a wizard apprentice. Your vengeful spirit must be stronger than ordinary people. Shelley opened his mouth, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. You're crazy. Soul gritted his teeth and said, I wanted to keep you alive, and let you continue to cultivate the grinding fruit. Now it seems that even if I kill you, Minter Rum won't say anything. Shelley's eyes were red, and the moment he decided to attack Thor, he had already given up his reason. Your wizard tower has never protected us. Shelley's body was now covered with girl balloons, and when he was trembling with anger, those balloons were squeezing and rubbing around him. Thor mobilized his magic power, but found that the smoke rising from his feet was climbing up his body along his feet. The elemental particles around him were as slow as an old man who had lost his mind and did not obey his command. Seeing that Thor failed to cast the spell, Shelley raised his head and laughed. See, I can still get the things that your wizard tower is unwilling to give me from others. When this magic circle is activated, I am the only strong one, and you are all lambs. The gray fog that bound Thor under his feet lifted Shelley into the air. Thor could still feel that the gray mist was still trying to absorb the magic power in his body. This was originally prepared for Uni. Shelley bent down and looked down at Thor and Penny on the ground. But a first-level apprentice of the Wizard Tower, I think it should be more useful. Become my nutrients. If I kill you, I will leave here. What can the Wizard Tower do to me? Shelley waved his hands violently. The gray mist under Thor's feet rolled up again, trying to climb up Thor's legs and submerge him completely. However, the gray fog climbed for a long time, but could only climb to Thor's knees, and could not go up any further. It was as if someone was dragging their legs. What's going on? Why did it fail to start? Shelley was stunned. He irritably pulled the gray girls off his body with his hands, and looked at the ground in disbelief. But he found that he was also falling. The thick gray fog produced in the magic circle was even decreasing. What did you do? Shelley finally reacted and stared at Thor with red eyes. Thor spread his hands. Why do you think I was so kind to explain it to you? Thor just took advantage of the fact that Shelley's mind was distracted by the promotion, transferred his magic power to his feet, and directly wiped out the most critical links in the magic circle on the ground. Now this magic circle is like a leaking barrel, and the hole is getting bigger and bigger. No matter how much water Shelley pours into it, he can't fill the pool. After all, standing on someone else's territory, it's better to destroy their possible trump card first. You. Shelley's chest rose and fell violently. As he breathed, more gray fluid flowed from his body into the gray girls' bodies. The girls became more and more bloated, while Shelley became thinner and thinner. His stiff eyeballs barely moved, and finally came to his senses. You did it on purpose. You deliberately angered me, waiting for me to do it to you. Thor smiled, just in case. But in fact, Thor did it on purpose. Shelley refined the vengeful spirit and made deals with the barbarians. But if he could continue to pay tribute to the grinding fruit, the Wizard Tower might not care about what he did in private. Even if Thor could show up on behalf of the Wizard Tower to reprimand him, the result would be nothing more than what Nick said, taking bribes. And when he leaves, everything will return to the way it was. Because the Wizard Tower will not care about the girls that Shelley hurt, and will not care about Shelley secretly making deals with the barbarians. Even if Thor saved Penny today, Penny and Ada would only die more miserably after he left. Now it's fine, he doesn't have to think about how to explain to Teacher Rum when he goes back. After all, he was now acting in self-defense. Attack the emissary of the Wizard Tower. Thor raised his hands to Shelley. Are you ready to pay the price of your life? Shelley had already fallen to the ground. In the gaps between the gray girls, he saw Thor's raised hands and the black light that suddenly shot out of his hands. No, wait! There are only a few types of zero-level wizards that a wild wizard apprentice can master. Shelley threw out shocks in despair, but they were all easily resolved by Thor. His crude spellcasting method made his spirit body shaken and uneasy, and he was backfired after only a few spellcastings. Thor's first attack crippled Shelley's legs, and then a touch of fatigue made Shelley's spirit body, which was already on the verge of collapse, completely out of control. Shelley then realized that he couldn't cast a single spell. When Shelley lay on the ground in despair, his body as thin as skin and bones, the gray girls on his body all swelled into bloated balls. Thor squatted down, tilted his head and aimed. In fact, your problem of scattered mental power is not unsolvable. Shelley raised his head suddenly. But I don't want to talk about it. A sharp arrow appeared out of nowhere and pierced Shelley's head. The light that just rose in Shelley's eyes was forever frozen there. At the moment of Shelley's death, the gray girls on his body suddenly showed hideous and vicious expressions, and one by one, their bloated bodies floated toward Shelley's body. Shelley, who had obviously become a corpse, let out a scream. Countless limbs and flesh were thrown into the air and fell down again. The gray girls used their thick carrot-like fingers to pull out a white shadow from Shelley's body. They smiled grimly, opened their mouths wide, and bit at it. The white shadow was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Penny couldn't see it, she seemed to hear the chewing sound, and she shrank behind Thor in fear. After the nightmare butterfly's cocoon was taken out, she looked more and more like an ordinary girl. I know what fear is. Suddenly, Shelley's white soul shadow suddenly swelled, and a black spot was spreading rapidly from the center to the surroundings. Is it going to become an evil spirit? Thor raised his hand immediately. Strike the undead. Then, strike the undead. Multiply by 10. The black spot finally collapsed and dissipated powerlessly, and the white shadow was finally swallowed up by the gray girl balls. But after swallowing Shelley's soul, the girls did not dissipate. They slowly floated up one by one, facing Thor, and the anger on everyone's face turned into dead resentment. Sure enough, not all ghosts will dissipate after killing their enemies. As soon as the voice fell, the ghost girls wailed and rushed towards Thor again. Thor suddenly took out a scroll from his arms, and tore it open before the gray girl ghost attacked. Spirit Armor Scroll. Resist contact attacks of incorporeal creatures. Can be exchanged in the registration room of the Wizard Tower. A colorful transparent bubble wrapped around Thor and Penny. Those ferocious ghosts could not pass through the bubble no matter how they attacked. And Thor stood in the bubble, one by one, and easily killed those girl ghosts. Bang! Every time a ghost was killed by Thor, it would burst like a balloon. There were white flocks flying out of it, slowly falling, but before landing, it was carried into the air by the surging magic. When more than a dozen ghosts were solved, the whole room was like a snowy land with heavy snow. When the time of the spiritual armor is up, it disappears automatically. When going out, in order to prevent danger, Thor exchanged some first-level witchcraft scrolls in advance. However, each of those scrolls is very expensive. Thor estimated the thickness of his wallet, and did not exchange too many. Thor felt a little pain for a second, and got up to see if Shelley's abnormality could make up for his witchcraft scrolls. Chapter 108. However, as soon as Thor took a step, it seemed as if he had broken some kind of balance, and countless snowflakes floating in the air rushed towards Thor. What? Thor was startled and subconsciously raised his hands. But those snowflakes were heading for Thor's hands. As soon as they saw Thor's hands, they immediately tried their best to drill into them. These are all soul fragments? Thor put down his arms, and saw countless snowflakes swirling and entering his skin. There were even several snowflake whirlwinds in the room. Thor's face showed joy. There are so many soul fragments. These soul fragments are enough to replace my 10 witchcraft scrolls. He simply spread his arms, and let the soul fragments enter his hands. As the spirit Esther absorbs the soul fragments, my magic value is also increasing rapidly. It turns out that quantitative change can really cause qualitative change. Although there is no black crystal ball, Thor can still vaguely feel that his magic value has exceeded 50 joules, and is still increasing. But as time went by, his hands gradually felt a burning pain, as if his skin was about to boil. The diary suddenly flew out. Year 316 of the new moon calendar, April 14th. It feels great to have so many soul fragments at once, right? Others have accumulated stocks for who knows how many years, and you have taken them all. But are other people's things really so easy to take? Those vengeful spirit girls can't beat you, but they can make you turn into their shapes. How does it feel to eat so many girls at once? Do you want to change into a tutu? Maybe I can't call you Thor anymore. I have to call you Sun El. Vicious, Thor yelled, scaring Penny behind him and making her retreat. But those white snowflake-like soul fragments were still desperately drilling into Thor's hands, and Thor couldn't stop them. Soul knew that since the diary had appeared, his time was running out. He had to find a way to stop the invasion of soul fragments. The soul fragments were already fragments, and Thor's attack on the undead could not work on them. And the spirit armor technique may not regard the invasion of soul fragments as an attack. Then, we can only find a way to eliminate the malicious consciousness contained in these fragments. Thor looked around the room and found a table, chairs, paper, and pen in the corner. But those things were covered with a layer of dust, and it was obvious that their original owner had not studied well for a long time. Thor tore off a piece of paper and quickly drew 2 compound runes on it. He put down the pen, confirmed again that there were no problems with the key coordinates of the compound rune, and immediately began to construct the rune. This is the first level witchcraft that he has almost analyzed, the soul worm. It is specially prepared for him to be promoted to the 2nd level apprentice after his magic power is sufficient. Now, in order to prevent himself from really becoming Sonir, Thor must immediately borrow the energy of these consciousness bodies to build a 1st level witchcraft model and impact the 2nd level apprentice. There are definitely disadvantages to doing this. Using these unclear energies is not as stable as the 1st level witchcraft built with his own magic power, and it may cause some unpredictable changes. Maybe this level 1 witchcraft will be useless, occupying Thor's spiritual body for nothing. Level 1 witchcraft is different from level 0 witchcraft, or only level 1 witchcraft and above can be called formal witchcraft. These formal witchcraft are extremely complex, and it is impossible to reconstruct them every time you want to cast a spell, which would be too late. Therefore, wizards will fix the formal witchcraft model in their spiritual body, so that they can cast spells quickly at any time. What Thor did was equivalent to using the position of a level 1 witchcraft to consume the chaotic consciousness other than the energy in those spiritual soul fragments. But it is better to destroy a 1st level witchcraft than to become a woman in one's consciousness. After confirming that there was no problem with the 2 compound runes, Thor did not have time to write simple runes, and directly closed his eyes to start constructing the 1st level witchcraft soul worm. The 2 compound runes gradually took shape in Thor's spiritual body. The speed of construction was so fast and stable that it would probably make Kelly jealous again. Then, there were dozens of ordinary runes, which jumped from all directions of the spiritual body and gathered together with the 2 compound runes. Activate, transform, and connect with each other through magic. At this time, Thor added the consciousness of the energy brought by the soul fragments. The moving runes shuddered suddenly. When they recovered from the stiffness and started to move again, the dancing lines were somehow soft. Thor frowned, but could only let everything continue. In the room, Penny sat on the ground with her knees hugged. She didn't know what happened, but she could hear from Thor's brother's words just now. Damn it. I felt very, very complicated emotions. So little Penny didn't dare to move at all. She could only sit there helplessly and wait for brother Thor to deal with the problem and come to call him. I don't know how long it took. Penny's little head fell on her knees little by little. She fell asleep. At this time, outside the tower, in Muffin Town, a shocking change was happening. Jace was leading Ada to try to sneak into the tower. They were standing against the wall of a house at this time. It was the first time for Ada to be so close to this place. He looked at the empty land where the moshing fruit was planted, and his heart was extremely complicated. It was the moshing fruit that brought prosperity and peace to the town, but it was also the source of pain for many families. The families that were never chosen numbly immersed themselves in the seemingly peaceful atmosphere of the town, until one day, nightmares came knocking on the door. Ada was once one of them. But he couldn't let Penny die, even if the price was to take Penny on the run from now on. Hey, come back to your senses. Jace pushed Ada, then pointed to the tower in the distance. Penny is there now. I don't know which floor she is on. At this time, there was no one guarding outside the tower, and ordinary soldiers were not willing to approach the tower. Most of the manpower was still distributed near the moshing fruit field, and only when needed would someone be called over. This also gave Jace and Ada an opportunity. Jace had already observed the soldiers' route of action, and began to lay out the plan to Ada. We go there together later. Do you see the big door under the tower? We need to find a chance to get in when the patrolling soldiers have a blind spot. Penny just went in, so the door should not be locked. But I don't know if there are any soldiers guarding inside. Once we find other people, we must act immediately. If there is too much noise, and someone comes to support us, I will lead the soldiers away. You must hurry to find Penny, and take her away. Ada's palms were sweating with nervousness. He nodded. Where will Penny be? I don't know either. Jace looked back at Ada. But this is our last chance. Ada paused. He also understood that this operation was very dangerous. It was very likely that he and Jace would fail to save Penny, and he would also lose money. But he didn't ask any more questions, just rubbed his pants hard with his hands. Okay, look at my gesture and go. Wait, what's that over there? Ada looked in the direction of Jace's gaze. Beyond the northern suburbs, a row of sturdy figures were gradually appearing. Even from a distance, he could feel a palpitating and familiar impact in the running momentum. It's a barbarian. Chapter 109. The barbarians are coming. The news spread throughout the town immediately. Almost at the same time when Jace discovered the barbarians, Mayor Rupert, who was waiting for news near the field, also saw the figure sprinting in the distance after being reminded by the soldiers. His eyes went dark, and he almost fell backwards. Fortunately, the soldier beside him supported his back diligently, so that the mayor did not embarrass himself in front of his men. Why did the barbarians come here suddenly? It was not yet time to hand in the grinding fruit this year. Could it be that the barbarians could not wait? Quick, go and get everyone here. We must not let them rush into the fields. The mayor shouted hurriedly. Oh, send someone to call Captain Jeff back. Several soldiers immediately stepped out and ran in different directions. The soldier behind the mayor was still holding him and could not leave, so he reminded anxiously, Mayor, do you want to open the defense barrier? Yes, yes. The mayor finally remembered that his town still had a trump card. I go and ask the wizard. The mayor finally stood up by himself. He dragged his weak body to the gate of the tower and knocked on the gate without caring about politeness. Master Sherry, the barbarians are coming, the barbarians are coming. Although it has been a long time since the barbarians directly invaded, the legend of the barbarians' terror and blood has never ceased. This is why most people in the town are unwilling to leave this town, even though girls have died from the grinding fruit. But the mayor knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. He was a little panicked. Has Lord Shelley started yet? It shouldn't be. He always tortures the girls before starting. According to the current time schedule, he should have just entered the appetizer and can stop at any time. Lord Shelley. Lord Shelley. Mayor Rupert raised his voice, and the trembling tail tone revealed his uneasiness. The individual quality of the barbarians is very strong. The figure that was far away in the sky just now has come to a few thousand meters away in the short time when everyone was panicking. Soldiers with good eyesight could even see the primitive weapons they were waving. Several soldiers dragged 3 or 4 meters of anti-charge fences between the empty house and the tower. But the fence looked like a decoration, so ridiculous. Others brought long-range weapons, bows and arrows, and spears. Although these weapons were placed in the empty house next to the open space, they had not been used for many years and were neglected. They were rarely attacked by strong enemies. Even if there were occasional blind ones, the wizard could come forward to deal with them. But today, their wizard has not made any movement. Mayor Rupert tried to force his way into the tower without permission, but found that he couldn't even open the door. Jace, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the door of the tower couldn't be opened from the outside? What if he and Ada rushed over and found that they couldn't even get through the door? Ada was also scared after seeing this scene, but he thought of Penny in the tower and became even more anxious. The mayor can't open the door. Has the wizard started to attack Penny? Ada pulled Jace's sleeve and began to imagine a bad outcome. Jace looked at the pale Ada and knew what he was worried about, but at this moment, he could only comfort him. The barbarians are coming, but this is our opportunity. If the wizard doesn't want to see the barbarians enter the town, no matter what he is doing, he will definitely stop. Jace looked at the empty house behind them. Normally, there is no one here. Let's go in and hide first, wait for the wizard to come out, and then take the opportunity to enter the tower to find Penny. Ada looked at the tower again. Mayor Rupert had already sent people to knock on the tower gate, but the gate remained motionless. The barbarians in the distance had already arrived in front of the town. Ada grabbed Jace. Jace, you should go back to the town and hide. Once the barbarians broke through the town's fragile defense line, it would be very dangerous here. Jace shook off Ada's hand. I don't feel comfortable leaving my daughter to you. On the other side, the first barbarian had already run to the fence. He was so excited when he saw the soldiers that his mouth was drooling. Another barbarian ran over, looked at the fence in front of him, and stopped there in confusion. At this time, someone finally couldn't help but shoot the first arrow at the barbarian. Although the barbarian's brain was not working well, he had a natural instinct for fighting. He dodged sideways, and his shoulder only left a light blood mark on his arm. Seeing the blood, the barbarian roared and was just excited. He raised his foot and kicked the fence, and the whole fence slid back a long distance, even knocking down several soldiers. "Mayor, the barbarians are approaching. Captain Jeff is not here. Please command the defense." A soldier ran over and shouted to the mayor, who was still guarding the tower. "Defense command? Do you really think you can defend against the barbarians with these rotten iron and rotten wood? Call Lord Shelley with me. Only if he activates the witchcraft defense can we survive. What's the use of you? What's the use of you?" Looking at the mayor, who was so anxious that he was unconscious, the soldier took 2 steps back in silence, his face full of disbelief, and finally had to run back and participate in the hasty defense. The front line has already started, but as Mayor Rupert said, the soldiers are losing ground, and if they fall, the barbarians will chop off their heads. Panic began to spread, and they soon could not hold the front line here. "Father!" A middle-aged man rode a horse and hurriedly ran out of the town, carrying a package behind him. He rode behind the mayor, jumped off, threw the package behind him, and pushed it to the mayor. "Father, take this, use this." The mayor was finally called back to his senses by his son. He touched the long strip of grinding fruit in the package, and gradually regained consciousness. He had relied on the wizard for a long time, and he was at a loss when he suddenly couldn't contact the other party. "You are right, those barbarians came here just to want this, so give it to them first." The mayor's son whispered again. These were originally tributes left for Jean Xia. "If we use them, it may be difficult for us to deal with it in the summer." The mayor also knew this, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take care of the present first. Lord Shelley should be at a critical moment of promotion. We can't disturb him. By the way, you keep knocking on the door. Let Lord Shelley notice us here, and quickly open the defense." Looking at his father, who was already incoherent, the middle-aged man could only nod in response. Rupert held the package and ran towards the barbarians, but when he saw the corpses on the ground, and the heads held high by the barbarians, he stopped in panic. He called a trusted soldier. "You give this to the man with the pattern on his face over there." As soon as the trusted soldier took the package, he immediately figured out what was inside. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Mayor? Now, in front of everyone. Shouldn't this be a private transaction between the wizard and the barbarians? If the moshing fruit is given to the barbarians now, wouldn't the townspeople know that the moshing fruit has not been reduced in production at all, but was just given to the barbarians? Wouldn't the angry villagers tear them apart? If you don't want those barbarians to rush into the town and chop your family in half, then go now." The mayor pushed the soldier without saying anything. Seeing the trusted soldier running towards the barbarian, the mayor breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried back to his son, wanting to tell him something. Suddenly, he saw his son looking behind him with a look of horror, and he quickly turned back to look. Only then did he realize that the barbarian who received the package, his next move was to chop at the trusted soldier. The soldier dodged the first blow, but was beheaded by the second blow. At this time, a very tall barbarian appeared, carrying a thin man wearing a black and red cloak on his back. They walked to the barbarian holding the package, and took the package of moshing fruit. The barbarian who was carried on his back pinched the package, and turned his head to Mayor Rupert, revealing the black and red stripes on his face. Barbarian priest. Mayor Rupert's heart was completely cold. He waved his arms and grabbed his son, who came over. "Go back to the town and close the gate. The barbarians. They are here to massacre the city." Chapter 110. Boom. It was like a huge building was built in Thor's spiritual body, and the whole spiritual world was shaking. Level 1 spell, Soul Worm, was successfully constructed. Soul slowly stood up, feeling the difference between himself and the second-level apprentice from the first-level apprentice. But it seemed that there was no difference. The mentor said that the first-level and second-level apprentices only had different strengths in mastering witchcraft, and the essence of the body and spirit did not change qualitatively. But if you feel it carefully, Thor really feels a little different. That was the effect of the first-level witchcraft in his spirit. This soul worm, who no longer knew what it would become, was continuously affecting Thor's magic and spirit. The effect was still very slight, but Thor could feel that as he continued to consolidate and strengthen this witchcraft, the effect would deepen. When the effect became deeper and deeper, Thor would have to find a way to resist it, otherwise his mind and body would have problems. However, the truly effective method was to find his own locator to eliminate and resist the irresistible pollution brought by witchcraft and stabilize the spirit. Location device. Thor looked at his left shoulder and thought, how can I convince the diary to move? The matter of the location device can be put aside for now. Thor stood up and turned around to find that Penny had fallen asleep. He woke Penny up with a smile. Penny, wake up." But Thor also realized that Penny was not really so careless that she could fall asleep here. It was his previous battle with Shelley and the subsequent game with the ghost that affected Penny. Ordinary people are exhausted, and sleeping is the best protection for them. Penny raised her head in a daze, revealing a pair of gray eyes. Soul pulled Penny up. "I take you out, but you have to be mentally prepared. After leaving here, you and Ada may not be able to continue to settle in this town." Penny stood up with Soul's help. Thinking of leaving her stable home, her face was calm. "I will take Ada away." She seemed like Ada's sister. Thor searched through Shelley's belongings, taking away the valuables, and leaving the worthless ones behind. But he never found the book that could artificially create evil spirits. In the end, he could only copy all the witchcraft circles on the ground and restore the places he destroyed according to his memory. Then he took Penny out of the room on the 3rd floor of the tower. Just as he walked up the spiral staircase, Thor heard people wailing, crying and killing outside the tower. Something happened. Thor took Penny by the arm and went down to the bottom floor. The gate of the tower entrance had been sealed by Sia Lee's witchcraft. He obviously didn't want anyone to disturb him while casting the spell. So when something happened outside, no one could call on him as a backer. Thor asked Penny to stand against the wall, and he suddenly opened the gate. Outside the door was already a purgatory on earth. The ground was full of corpses of the residents of Mofin Town, and everywhere were barbarians running and killing living people. The walls of the Moshan fruit field across the street had all been torn down, and the inside was in a mess. Occasionally, people could be seen with their hands and feet on the stones, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. At this time, the real battlefield had already developed to the wall of the town on the other side. The barbarians tried to climb over the wall, which was not too high for them, and the soldiers tried their best to beat down the barbarians, who climbed up the wall. When Thor was observing the situation outside, 2 barbarians also discovered him. The barbarians on the opposite side didn't care about Thor's shock. They raised their knives and chopped at him immediately. The sharp weapons whistled in the air, slashing at Thor from the left and right. The barbarians' big mouths were emitting white air excitedly, as if they had seen Thor being cut into several pieces. However, before their long knives fell, one of the barbarians suddenly twisted his body, and his hands and feet were twisted together, as if he was tightly grasped by a palm. The soft flesh surrendered first, twisted and broken by the invisible force. But the barbarian's hard skeleton was still stubborn, so that it was finally broken, piercing the skin texture, and protruding black and red bone spurs. The other man also had to stop his attack. A puff of black smoke came out of the barbarian's 7 orifices, and then the barbarian's exposed skin began to show patches of burnt marks. Finally, red tongues of fire poked out of the skin, poked out of the ears, rolled up the eyeballs, and burned the hair. If the first barbarian died happily, it was just a horrible appearance. The second man had to endure the pain for a longer time. He wailed and ran back to where he came from with his remaining strength, but he only ran a few more steps before his carbonized feet were unable to support his sturdy body. He fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of black and gray dust. Thor looked in the direction the barbarian was running, and happened to meet the eyes of a thin barbarian. The barbarian had an unknown oil paint all over his face, and was riding on another tall barbarian. This group of barbarians actually had a priest. That was not a small-scale invasion. But the wizard apprentice in this place just died because he was depressed. Thor walked towards the priest and raised his hand. The spirit body began to become active, and the first-level witchcraft model engraved inside was instantly awakened and could be activated at any time. Transparent soul worms appeared in Thor's palm and began to slowly wriggle around his palm. Seeing this, the barbarian priest narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "New, wizard apprentice." He had never seen Thor, but recognized that he was not from Mofin Town. The priest stared at Thor, as if considering whether to confront him. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and broke off 2 teeth with his hands. 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and he called the 2 barbarians closest to him. "Eat it, block it, wizard." The 2 barbarians took the priest's teeth and swallowed them obediently. After eating the priest's teeth, the 2 barbarians suddenly roared in pain and hit their chests hard with their hands. Their skin quickly turned from dark to blood red, and their skin had an abnormal luster, as if it would explode if poked. But their expressions became more and more excited, and one of them ran towards Thor with a fist in his hand. The barbarian priest did not stay where he was and waited. He raised his wooden stick and hit the barbarian under him hard on the head. "Attack, Mofin!" Except for the 2 red barbarians, who ran towards Thor, everyone else dropped their prey and followed their priests to the already precarious wall of Mofin Town. Thor glanced at Mofin Town, but saw two familiar people in a nearby house. It turned out to be Ada and Jace. They did not flee back to the town, but hid in the empty house, risking their lives waiting for the opportunity to rescue Penny. At this time, they were staring at Thor in amazement, not even realizing that they had been exposed. Fortunately, the other barbarians were summoned to the town, which saved them from the disaster. At this time, the two red barbarians were almost in front of Thor. Thor showed a sarcastic smile. Compared with Jace, I am really despicable. As soon as he raised his hand, the two red barbarians immediately slipped and fell to the ground one after another. They were still trying hard to get up and grab a large piece of land. But because the ground was full of grease, when they tried to adjust their center of gravity, their hands and feet would sink into the ground. Thor then used his scorching breath. Flames immediately burst out from the two barbarians, and a wave of heat rushed towards them. But Thor soon discovered that although the two barbarians were burned and screamed, they had not fallen in the flames, and their skin was slightly charred. Did the priest's teeth enhance their magic resistance? Thor suddenly threw his hands, and two soul borers flew onto the red-skinned barbarians. Then let me see the power of this. Mutant First Level Witchcraft. Chapter 111. The two red-skinned barbarians had just struggled to get up from the ground when they suddenly froze in place. Their eyes bulged out suddenly, as if they had seen something most terrifying. The madness on their faces was replaced by fear. In the face of death, even irrational barbarians had to bow their heads. The moment the soul borer landed on their skin, it drilled into it and disappeared. But the skin of the two people kept rising and falling. It was as if there were bugs drilling under their skin. And the worms soon became 2, 3, and more. The skin of the barbarians was wriggling strangely. If you look closely at their eyes, their pupils did not reflect the image of Thor, but reflected countless entangled worms. Soul worms are not instant death witchcraft, but witchcraft that can greatly reduce the physical and mental state of the enemy. It will make the person who is hit by the spell gradually die in the continuous torture. Although the two barbarians were temporarily given more magic resistance by the barbarian priest, they could not resist the first-level witchcraft. Their life force was rapidly dissipating, leaving only two bodies with skin surging. From beginning to end, they did not utter a single wail. Everything was eerily quiet. They were dead. As soon as he became a second-level apprentice, Thor cast 2 first-level spells in succession. But he felt that he still had enough magic power, and his spirit body was only slightly shaken, which did not affect his next spell at all. Thor clenched his hands, and his spirit Esther finally showed its power bit by bit at this moment. As long as he could obtain more soul fragments, remove the impurities, and absorb them, he could continue to improve his magic power. Even mental power could be more stable, with the blessing of soul power. Thor turned around and was about to call Penny out, but was shocked to find that the two red-skinned barbarians, who had no breath, were moving again. They shook their heads, twisted their hands and feet, and swayed their waists. The most terrifying thing was that they still had bright smiles on their faces. They were dancing. Thor, Is this the effect of his soul worm being attached by the evil spirit? It was really eye-catching to see two red-skinned barbarians dancing belly dance there. Soul decided to put the new level 1 witchcraft learning on the agenda. But Thor didn't know that the awkward dance in his eyes was a terrifying sight in the eyes of Ada and Jace in the distance. Jace heard the sound of dang 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 around him, trembling and lowering his head, only to find that it was the knife in his hand that kept knocking against the wall unconsciously. He turned his head tremblingly and looked at Ada, and saw that he also turned to him tremblingly. Both of them were shaking. How did you bring him back, the wizard? Ada tried to recall the scene of his first meeting with Thor, but he could only recall the two barbarians, who were still dancing after death. When the two looked back, they were shocked to find that Thor appeared in front of them at some point. Scare! The two leaned back at the same time, looking at Thor with disbelief and fear in their eyes. Thor was not surprised by the two people's reaction. Ordinary people would be afraid when they saw a wizard. Only a few people had cognitive problems like Penny. Thor leaned on the window frame and said to the two people with his head down, "Penny is in the tower. After you go in, close the door. It is the safest place now. Outsiders cannot attack unless the door is opened." The most dangerous existence in the tower had been eliminated by Thor, and it became a fortress to protect people. After Thor finished speaking, he walked towards Mofin Town without waiting for the two people to get up. Thor! Ada summoned up the courage to call him through the window. Did you say Penny? Thor stopped, turned around and looked at Ada and said, Don't thank me too much, it was just a convenience. In the future, when you take Penny with you, remember to stay away from wizards. There are no good wizards. Ada was stunned. Isn't Thor a wizard? Why do you say there are no good wizards? Is he trying to say that he himself is not a good person? The wall of Moffintown finally collapsed, and even louder cries resounded through the sky. Thor didn't waste any more time and ran towards the barbarians. Behind him, Ada shouted again. I'm sorry, Thor, I left you alone. This time Thor didn't stop, he just raised his hand from a distance. Anyway, it wasn't him who was left behind. When he first met Thor, Ada didn't mention this matter, but apologized immediately after finding out that Thor was a wizard. It was still caused by the difference in status. Thor didn't take the original owner's experience to heart. As Thor approached, the barbarian priest noticed him again. In fact, when Thor killed 2 crazy barbarians neatly, the barbarian priest knew that Thor was not a first-level apprentice. The barbarian priest was barely a second-level apprentice. Seeing Thor running step by step, the pressure in his heart was getting greater and greater. He was considering whether to retreat. Although Lord Bill of the Wizard Tower asked him to clean up Moffintown, now things are obviously beyond his ability. At this time, a voice came from Moffintown again. The barbarian priest looked and saw that it was another wizard from Moffintown, Uni, who came back with the soldiers. Each of them had deep anger and pain on their faces. Today, they came back. The barbarian priest knew that kind of emotion too well. He knew that if he was attacked from both sides, the other side would definitely entangle him and not let him leave. It was time to leave. He waved his wooden stick. The barbarians began to retreat. They came fast and ran faster. Thor tried his best to intercept some of them, but the barbarians ran around him, and he only left 7 or 8 bodies in the end. One of the barbarians, because he was carrying a large package on his back, was given special attention by Thor and fell beside him. The cloth of the package did not seem to be something a barbarian could have, and the knots on the outside were even more neat, not like the work of a barbarian. The other barbarians had almost run away. Thor did not know the flying spell yet, so he could only watch the barbarian priest commanding people to intercept Thor while riding away from another direction. Thor simply gave up the pursuit and squatted down to open the package. Dozens of moshing fruit rolled out of it. It was obvious that they had been picked for a while, and the roots and stems had dried up. Were they robbed by the barbarians? Or was it a deal between the town and the barbarians, as the old madman said? Why did these barbarians suddenly appear and deliberately destroy the moshing fruit fields? They unilaterally overturned the table and tore up the contract. After a while, a strange wizard apprentice ran out of Moffintown and stopped not far from Thor, panting and looking at him warily. You, huh? Who are you? There was a sense of vigilance in the other person's eyes. Wizard Tower. Sol replied calmly. He looked at the fleeing barbarians again, then at the 3-story tower, and finally at the messy grinding orchard. I will report what happened here. Uni's face flashed with fear. Before the other wizards responsible for handling this matter come, you can think about how to explain the matter of Wizard Shelley. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Sol didn't want to talk to him anymore. Sol didn't stay to deal with the affairs of Moffintown. I think Wizard Uni and the group of people he brought back will make good arrangements. As for Penny and the others, they may not be able to stay in Moffintown anymore. Sol left her a bag of money, that's all. Penny gave her her eyes, and Sol changed her fate of being refined. This is not help. This is an equal exchange. It was already bright, but the sun shone on my body, but it couldn't melt the thick late spring cold. Thor walked alone at the junction of the desert and the town, with the sound of crying in Moffintown behind him. Although he had lived here for 3 days, Thor still could not feel sad about the disaster. Everything was hazy, like a frosted mirror. That was no longer his world. Thor lowered his head, and transparent soul borers would occasionally emerge from under his skin on his hands, spin in the air, and then go back in. He was a wizard now. When everyone began to clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded, a woman climbed out of the collapsed wall and secretly ran towards the moshing fruit field. Because it was unclear whether there were still savages outside, Wizard Uni did not allow anyone to leave the town. However, that woman disobeyed the order of the wizard. Jenny, she was already in her 40s, and it was the first time she ran so hard. She was afraid that she would be stopped. Fortunately, no one noticed her at this time. She ran to the wall, where there were torches, and even in the daytime, there were weak flames. Jenny looked around in panic, and pulled out a broken wooden torch from the corner of the wall. She carefully lit the torch in her hand, gasping for air with excitement. When she finally lit the torch in her hand, she quickly climbed over the fence of the field, not hesitating even though her hands and feet were scratched by sharp stones. She came to the vines of the moshing fruit that were entangled due to the collapse of the shelf, grinned, and lit the moshing fruit with trembling hands. The fire started. Her face was red from the flames. Jenny threw away the torch in her hand, opened her eyes excitedly, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, no more, all gone, ha ha. Chapter 112. A few kilometers away from Mofin town, the retreating barbarians have already run here. Stop! The priest, with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth, spoke with a little slurred words. He stopped the team and straightened up to identify the direction. Go over there, to that tree, go! The team started moving again. Suddenly, a clear cry came from above. A giant bird swooped down from the sky. A huge black shadow quickly enveloped all the barbarians. A blonde woman in full armor jumped directly from the giant bird to the ground. The second-level wizard Kira drew out the long sword from his waist expressionlessly. Another nest. Whether it was the barbarian priests or ordinary barbarians, they all fell to the ground with their heads in their hands and trembled under the pressure of the second-level wizard. No one dared to resist. Kira swept the sword across, and the long sword in his hand suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The long sword swung, and blood gushed out. With just one blow, all the barbarians on the ground were cut in half, and no one was spared. Her golden eyes swept a glance at the head on the barbarian's waist. Suddenly taking food and running away, the border cleanup has indeed been leaked. She snorted coldly, but there was no anger on her face. It's worth it that I set out half a month in advance. I want to see how many people have received the news. Kira made a gesture and jumped onto the back of the giant bird again when it dived next time. The two quickly flew into the sky and disappeared. At this time, Thor, who had just walked back to the carriage, seemed to have heard something and looked up at the sky. But he saw nothing. The dense branches and the heavy clouds in the sky blocked his view. My lord. The driver, who had been waiting loyally, came out to greet him immediately. To Mabe City. Sol jumped into the carriage. The driver did not ask anything, but jumped on the carriage, pulled the reins, and set off immediately. Sol sat in the carriage and counted the gains and losses of this operation. Shelley's death and the disaster in Mofin town must be reported to Instructor Rum. In order to ensure the accuracy of the information transmission, he must report it in person. Thor felt that the appearance of the barbarians was not simple. Especially trading with border wizards in exchange for living space, it was really unlike barbarians to do. And the content of their trade was actually the grinding sound fruit. Those barbarians attacked suddenly and unilaterally overturned the negotiation table. Thor always felt that the matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Maybe Senior Byron and Nick would have a deeper view on this. The carriage rushed all the way, and Thor arrived outside Mabe City 2 days later. 1 day earlier than the agreed time. The driver did not take Thor into the city, but turned to another path, went up, and came to a forest. The forest was winding until halfway up the mountain, and there was a black, slender castle halfway up the mountain. Black Castle, that was the agreed place for Thor's trip. When entering the forest, Thor saw a sign on the side of the road, which was written in Common Language, Northland Language, and Noah Language. Black Castle Forest, ordinary people are not allowed to enter. The atmosphere here was completely different after the carriage passed the sign. The path in the forest was not wide, barely wide enough for the carriage to pass. Thor looked at the hideous and strange trees outside through the window, and felt a sense of familiarity. At this time, the carriage suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Thor pushed open the door, and saw the coachman with a pale face and his head down. No one answered, so Thor looked out. On the forest path ahead, under the layers of leaves that the sun could not penetrate, there were people squatting on the ground, hugging their knees and lowering their heads. They were all naked, with their heads buried between their chests and abdomens. The weirdest thing was that those people had huge mushroom caps on their heads, like umbrellas. When the wind blew, white and tiny spores would fly out from under the mushroom caps and fall into the dark woods and grass. Thor covered his mouth and nose with his hands and looked at the spores vigilantly. He began to visualize the walking figures of the monsters, but nothing in front of him changed. It was still the dark woods and the mushroom people squatting on both sides of the road. It's not a spirit. No! Sol immediately ended his visualization and looked at the white spores all over the sky. His face looked a little bad. He meditated again, and sure enough, during the semi-immersive meditation, he didn't see any spores at all. He had never encountered such a situation before, where he couldn't see some things that the naked eye could see during visualization. What were those spores? Don't think about it. There must be something wrong with these things. Nothing of a wizard is safe. While keeping an eye on the mushroom men on the roadside, Thor patted the driver on the shoulder. Let's slow down and walk over slowly. Be careful not to run into those mushroom men. But the driver didn't respond. Thor patted him twice more, and then he felt something was wrong. He looked sideways, and found that the person driving his car was actually a curled-up mushroom man. The mushroom man was lowering his head, looking at the reins in his hand with horror. Damn it! Thor kicked the mushroom man out of the car. He took the reins of the carriage, held them in his hand, and looked around, but there was no sign of the driver. Thor shook the reins and let the horse trot, while he held his breath and carefully watched the mushroom people on both sides. Suddenly, he saw a mushroom man squatting on the side of the road, who looked exactly like the driver. Thor grabbed the vehicle with one hand and leaned to one side until the carriage passed by the mushroom man driver, then grabbed the driver and lifted him onto the frame. The driver had his eyes tightly closed and seemed unconscious. Thor reached out and felt around, and he was still breathing. Although there was a mushroom growing on his head, his clothes were still neat. He had no way to deal with the mushroom on the driver's head for the time being, so he could only lead his men to move forward. Is Senior Byron here? If this is a branch of the Wizard Tower, or a friendly force, why would they attack his driver? Well, the Wizard Tower has also attacked its own people. Thor could only remain vigilant, and transparent termites began to wriggle on his hands again. The carriage was going uphill, and the black castle behind the forest began to reveal its true appearance. However, at this time, Thor had to stop the carriage again. In front of the path, there were no mushroom people on both sides of the road, only small trees with sparse branches and branches that stretched above the path. And a person was hanging on a branch in the middle of one of the crossroads. The person's body was soft, and his skin was wrinkled due to the force of being hung. It was a complete human skin. Thor reached out and pushed the unconscious mushroom driver into the carriage, while he looked at the human skin vigilantly. After a while, he found no other danger, so he let the carriage continue to move forward. The horses in the Wizard Tower carriage seemed to have seen big scenes, and in this gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, they were only slightly anxious. Thor patted the horse's butt again, trying to reassure the horse. But he himself was not very calm, and his eyes were fixed on the human skin. They approached, adjacent, and then slowly crossed. Just as they were about to pass by, the human skin suddenly swelled up, from head to toe, like a balloon, swelling up little by little. The human skin swelled up into a complete human shape, then fell off the branch with a snap and stood steadily on the ground. He walked towards Thor. Archery! Thor raised his hand, and a sharp arrow appeared in his palm, and flew towards the human skin with a sound of breaking through the air. Balloon? Let me vent some air for you. Unexpectedly, the human skin suddenly tilted its head and easily dodged the arrow. At this time, the skin on the human skin's face finally fully propped up, and the facial features returned to their original positions. Looking at Thor, he showed a somewhat confused expression. Thor, Senior Byron? Chapter 113. Senior Byron, why did you turn into human skin and hang on a tree? Looking at Byron, who had already sat back in the carriage, Thor asked with a frown on his face. Just now, he really treated Byron as a monster. Byron was a little embarrassed to speak. He glanced at the driver who had been healed and continued to drive the carriage. There was a small crack on his neck. I just took a bath. So you hang yourself up to dry? Thor was speechless. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Black Castle. Thor and Byron got off the car one after another. Thor looked at the coachman, who was a little depressed with the mushroom umbrella on his head, and said, "There is basically no problem with the mushroom on your head. It will wither and fall off automatically in 2 days." In fact, the mushroom on the coachman's head was no longer as full as before, and looked a little wilted. The coachman, who had always been emotionless, suddenly looked up, looked at Thor with tears in his eyes, then knelt down suddenly and cowed out hard. The mushroom cap, bang, slammed into the ground. The driver said nothing, because it was useless for him to say anything. Having survived in the Wizard Tower with great difficulty until now, he had already understood the law of survival. If it is useful, you can survive. But he still kowtowed twice to Thor's back. The mushroom cap was smashed into the ground, and then pulled out, becoming more and more sluggish. Although Thor did not look back, he also heard the movement behind him. Actually, it was the senior who saved him. Yeah. Byron nodded to Thor, and pointed at him. Thor understood that Byron was affirming that he had not given up on the coachman. Byron's mouth cracked. The coachman is a tool. When you go out, you must be good at keeping and maintaining your tools. Byron's words sounded a bit ruthless, but this is the philosophy of wizards. As long as it is useful, you can protect it. The two came to the gate of the slender castle. This gate is also slender, 1 meter wide and 4 meters high. That people can't squeeze in? Byron took a step forward, bit his knuckles, and knocked twice lightly. Thor could feel that Byron's 2 moves actually contained magic. A vertical pupil suddenly opened in the middle of the gate, and a circle of runa rays formed its pupil. The pupil first scanned Byron's body, and then took Thor behind him into its eyes. Then the vertical pupil closed, and the gate opened outwards, and opened automatically with a click. When the gate of the Black Castle opens outwards, you can enter. When it opens inwards, it is the entrance for transmitting materials. Don't enter by mistake. After saying that, Senior Byron walked in first, and Thor followed closely behind. The two walked through the gate, and the gate closed automatically. The interior of the Black Castle was not gloomy or scary, and could even be said to be magnificent. But the decoration inside was also slender. The hall was 10 meters high, and the crystal chandelier hanging from the top was 5 meters high. It was shaky and felt like it could fall down at any time. The hall was only 3 meters wide, but it was dozens of meters deep. At the end was a symmetrical curved staircase, and it looked like the steps were only 1 meter wide. It really didn't give the fat man a chance to survive. Just as Thor was observing the entire Black Castle, a dark green branch suddenly emerged from the gate behind him, like a hideous and terrifying mummy hand, and silently approached Thor's head little by little. The hand slowly transformed into a claw, and it was about to strangle Thor's neck. Suddenly, a black tentacle emerged from behind Thor's neck, and neatly wrapped around the sneaky branch, and a death stranglehold was swung, easily destroying the sneak attacker. When Byron and Thor heard the movement, they hurriedly turned back, and only the dry branches broken into several sections were left on the ground. Byron saw the branch, and immediately realized who was making trouble. He whispered to the hall. Ha ha, ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. Hearing the voice behind him, Thor turned around again, and saw a thin man walking down the stairs. The man was more than 2 meters tall, but as thin as a bamboo pole. Byron looked at the man coldly. I know. The man was still smiling. He looked at Thor, leaned on his knees with his hands, and bent down. Hello, you must be Thor. I am the guardian of the Wizard Tower in Black Castle. My name is Machi Machi. Thor hesitated for a moment, wondering if this person's name was Machi Machi, or if he just said it twice because of a habit of speaking. Hello, Mr. Machi Machi. The other party was still smiling, with his eyebrows curved like 2 brackets. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just curious about who could help Byron successfully enter the 3rd level before the age of 30. I was still thinking that after he was kicked out of the Wizard Tower, I reluctantly asked him to help me watch the door. It was a fluke. Sol answered modestly. Hearing Sol's answer, Machi Machi was even happier. Oh, I like you, little guy. You are so thin, and as good-looking as me. My mentor is Ans, are you too? I follow Kaz. Oh, Kaz is also very good, but a little boring. Byron, huh? I'm just not stable enough, haha, I'm not stable enough. I take Sol to rest, you go back? Byron couldn't listen anymore. He saw Sol coming alone, full of doubts, and didn't want to waste time with Machi anymore. Okay. Machi wasn't angry either. He took a step to the left, cleared the hallway, and watched the two of them go upstairs with a smile. Byron took Sol up the stairs on the right to the 2nd floor, and brought him to a room that was also as slender as a coffin. Why did you come here by yourself? Where's Nick? Sol quickly told him what happened in Mofin Town. Byron's face didn't look good after hearing this. He opened his throat, revealing his sharp teeth. Thor, remember this. In the future, no matter who takes the task, as long as you don't see the specific content of the task, you can't complete it for others. Thor was startled. Is there any inside story about this mission? Think about it, the moshing fruit calms emotions. If someone in the tower needs it, who is most likely to do it? Thor was startled for a moment, then reacted. Nick, if he needs the moshung fruit, why doesn't he go there in person? That's the problem. His mission is to go to Mofin Town and express the attitude of the Wizard Tower. But he said there is a secret mission to investigate the reason for the reduction in the production of moshung fruit. But you don't even know whether there is such a secret mission. All you have is a letter of reprimand from Mr. Rum, right? Sol's face looked a little ugly. Besides, he asked you to investigate the reason. Do you need to solve the problem? If you know who caused the reduction in the production of moshung fruit, how would you deal with that person? You don't know all this, right? Because you are not the one who accepted the mission. Sol knew that he was really careless this time. Since the first test, he was favored by various instructors. Although he did not receive any special treatment, the crisis in his life was indeed much less, and even the diary rarely appeared to predict death. Even though Sol had repeatedly warned himself to be vigilant at all times, his vigilance inevitably decreased a little. Senior, are you saying that Nick might have deliberately led me to Mofin Town? But what was his intention? Sol was asking, but he was actually asking himself. Is there any powerful enemy in Mofin Town? Even if he wants to kill him with the help of barbarians, it is unlikely. Sol can run away even if he can't beat them. Does Nick know what happened in Mofin Town? While Sol was thinking, Byron beside him suddenly said leisurely, "Wait until Nick arrives and ask him." Thor looked up in astonishment, then laughed again. "Yes, let's ask him first." Thor crossed his arms. If I hadn't been temporarily promoted to level 2 this time, those red-skinned barbarians would have been really hard to deal with. Nick must pay me more. Byron, HM? Byron looked at Thor again, and then he noticed that the level 1 assistant he had found had actually upgraded himself. Then the original reward for Thor. Was it a little less? Chapter 114. Nick arrived at the Black Castle that night. As soon as he entered the Black Castle, before he had time to say hello to Machamochi, he was pulled into a small dark room by Byron and Sol. "Nick, do you have a paper mission for Sol to investigate Mofin Town?" Byron got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Nick immediately lowered his eyes, raised his hands, and surrendered. "No," he said in a deep voice, "I admit that the secret investigation mission was actually issued to Sol by me." "Purpose?" Thor stepped forward. Nick pursed his lips. "It's getting harder and harder to apply for the Moshan fruit in the tower recently. I asked about it, and the reason was that the amount of tribute itself was decreasing. I was originally going to take the opportunity to leave the tower and get a mission to Mofin Town from Instructor Rum to see if I could get some Moshan fruit privately. But I didn't expect something happened halfway, and I had to leave, so I asked Thor to find out the reason for the reduction in Moshan fruit production." He looked up at Thor. "I was just thinking about it at the last minute, sorry. But I will give you extra compensation. I wonder if you have found the reason, Thor." Thor and Byron looked at each other, picked up some facts and said, "The wizard in Mofin Town is refining vengeful spirits and trying to advance. Some of the reduced Moshan fruit should be used by him to maintain his sanity." "Some?" Nick immediately noticed Thor's wording. The people in the town also traded Moshan fruit with the barbarians in exchange for the peace of the town. Nick's expressionless face showed a trace of doubt. "Barbarians? Why do barbarians need the grinding fruit? Will barbarians use the grinding fruit to maintain their sanity?" Sol asked back. "No." Nick shook his head. "Barbarians are keen on madness. Even barbarian priests will use their own methods to maintain sobriety. Then why do barbarians need the grinding fruit? Or are barbarians just a cover?" Seeing that Thor frowned and thought, Nick lowered his eyes again and said nothing. Byron suddenly asked from the side, "What made you leave halfway?" Nick glanced at Byron and didn't hide it. "My father died, and the family asked me to go back and sign the document to give up the inheritance rights. This reason was too sufficient and easy to verify." Thor couldn't determine whether Nick left on purpose. The room was quiet for a while. Nick looked at the two silent people, spread his hands and said, "I'm not sad, don't worry." Byron suddenly stood up. "In this case, you have to transfer the due reward to Thor after returning to the tower." Nick immediately said, "This is no problem, but there is a reward that the first-level apprentice cannot receive. I can change it for him." "No need, Senior Nick." Sol raised his hand. "I was forced to be promoted to level 2 when I was fighting the barbarians in Mofin Town." Nick opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. After a moment of silence, he suddenly pressed his hand on his chest. "I'm not surprised." He paused and pressed his hand on his chest a little harder. "I'm not jealous." "That's it." Byron made the final decision. "Let's get ready tonight, and we set off for Chuesho Valley tomorrow." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door, but came back halfway and asked Thor and Nick to leave the room. That night, Thor was lying on a narrow bed that was almost impossible to turn over in the narrow coffin-like room, thinking about Nick's words today. Listening to Nick's explanation, this mission might indeed be his impromptu idea. After all, the reason that forced him to leave halfway was quite sufficient. However, when Thor mentioned that the fields in Mofin Town were destroyed by barbarians, Nick did not show the proper concern. This behavior is not consistent with Nick's attention to the grinding fruit. Even though Nick is a very introverted person, his attention to the grinding fruit has changed a lot. Did Nick want to convey some message to Thor through the grinding fruit incident? He closed his eyes, and faces flashed through his mind. The next morning, the three got up early and bid farewell to the guards of the Black Castle. They did not take the narrow Wizard Tower carriage, but took the wooden spider, a local means of transportation in the Black Castle. When Thor saw the wooden spider, he thought he saw a huge RV with 8 legs. Because the place they were going to this time was the Chueshu Valley, where many wizard forces had fought each other. It was a place that ordinary people could not even approach, so wizards would not bring servants with them when they went there. Large witchcraft props like wooden spiders were their most commonly used means of transportation. But you have to be careful when driving, and it would be painful to pay compensation if you broke it. Thor took down his full set of soul research tools from the carriage. Nick brought a lot of ropes from the induction chair and some metal rings. Byron brought some strange parts and a few special bottles. Those bottles are special soul bottles for storing evil spirits. For the flesh, the soul bottle is very fragile, but for the spirit, it is extremely strong. Ordinary evil spirits and resentful spirits caught in it will find it difficult to escape. In this mission, Thor and Nick are here to assist Byron in catching evil spirits. By the way, take the opportunity to do some research of your own. The 3 people seem to have forgotten the minor friction last night, and they look united and cooperative. Chueshu Valley, the former battlefield of wizards, the burial place of wizards. The reason for the war is no longer known, but we only know that too many wizards died in that war, so that the wizard forces in the western part of the northern continent were almost wiped out. For a while, there was not even a second-level wizard in the western region. But this situation did not last long, because many forces in the eastern part of the northern continent and the southern continent set their sights on this vacuum area. After a series of battles, new wizard forces entered the western region. Among them was the Wizard Tower of Gorza. Therefore, the wizards of the Wizard Tower had a lot of say in the wizard world of the entire western region. As long as they didn't commit suicide, Thor and his 3 companions could almost walk sideways. They sat in the wooden spider and approached the entrance of the Chueshu Valley little by little. Chueshu Valley is also the entrance to the barren mountains in the western region. Since the Chueshu Valley War, a passage from the western region to the No Man's Land has been blocked. Byron sat in the car and pointed to the destination for Thor. No Man's Land? Thor had heard this term in the Cognition of Everything class, but only a few words about it. Well, it's a place where even formal wizards have to be extremely careful. I've only heard people mention it occasionally. Nick said on the side. It's better not to go there. Byron ended the discussion about the No Man's Land. The wood spider finally drove to the front of the Valley of the Hands and began to climb down. Thor could no longer imagine what the Valley of the Hands was like, but the entrance here was like a very steep slide. The gravel fell like a waterfall from the plain where Thor and his companions were. The angle of descent was almost 70 degrees, like the angle of a person leaning against a wall with his arms hanging down helplessly. On such a road, ordinary carriages could not travel at all, but the wooden spider with 8 legs could climb up and down like a real spider. Moreover, the wooden spider's carriage would automatically adjust the angle to ensure that the bottom of the carriage was always parallel to the horizontal plane, so that the people in the carriage would not roll around. As the wood spider crawled down little by little, Thor saw a valley sandwiched between 2 high mountains. A breeze blew over, mixed with a bloody smell that had not faded for many years. The temperature in the car was also decreasing as the altitude decreased, and Thor unconsciously grabbed his sleeve. Don't be nervous. Nick comforted Thor. The depths of the Valley of the Hands are where the wizard war took place. We are only catching evil spirits at the outermost edge, so we won't encounter too much danger. Byron was also looking out the window, looking for a suitable place to camp. Hearing Nick's words, he nodded and set him to show his agreement. But Thor glanced at the diary secretly. As soon as he entered this valley, Thor always felt a numbness all over his body. It was as if countless people were staring at him. It should be. Thor pulled his collar to make himself breathe more freely. Is it an illusion? Chapter 115. After descending to the bottom of the rolling stone steep slope, with Spider, under Byron's command, set up several tents at a certain distance from the foot of the mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, they will spend the next month, or even longer, here. After quickly setting up the tent, Byron called Thor to start setting up the experimental equipment. Because in order to capture the evil spirit, the approximate location of the evil spirit must be determined first. What Byron is now setting up is the soul wave sensor that he moved out of the wizard tower. Thor had never seen or used this kind of instrument, so he could only pass some things and help out. Without using his brain, Thor passed the materials and observed the surroundings. Senior Byron, why are there so many holes on the ground and at the foot of the mountain here? I think some of the holes should be dug by humans. Yes, the original ground here is actually under this land. It is said that a third-level wizard directly moved half a mountain here and buried all the wizards of the enemy reinforcements inside. Half a mountain? Sol was shocked. He couldn't imagine how to mobilize mental power and magic power to lift a mountain. His wizard hand could only lift a chair at present. Some wizards were trapped under the mountain, but they didn't die. They dug holes and ran up, but even if they escaped from the ground, most of them didn't survive. Later, some people came here to look for treasures and valuable materials. Over time, this place was dug with holes everywhere. Soul saw a hole nearby with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. He didn't know what kind of people ran out from the ground or looked for treasures. At this time, Nick, who had gone out to explore the way, came back. I checked it out initially, and I can hardly sense any spirits here. If we want to catch evil spirits, we have to go deeper. Byron patted the dust off his hands and asked, "How deep do we have to go?" Nick, Schwa, unfolded a map. The map floated in the air automatically without the need for a table to support it. Thor also leaned over and saw that the map depicted the area around the steep slope at the entrance of Chuishu Valley. Should we search around here? Do we work together or divide the work? Byron and Nick looked up at Thor at the same time. What? Nick and I will be responsible for the search, and Thor, you stay to guard the equipment. Byron spoke first. Nick also said, after all, you have only become a level 2 apprentice, and you are not proficient in witchcraft, so you should stay here and review your knowledge. Okay. Thor thought that he had become a level 2 apprentice halfway through, and could participate more in this exploration. At this time, Byron also installed the sensor. This is it. It's more convenient to move. Has anyone captured souls here before? Soul looked at the mirror-like existence in the center of the sensor, and walked over to take a look. The mirror didn't seem to be flat, and Soul's distorted face was reflected in it. Seeing that Soul was interested, Byron gave him a brief introduction. The mirror is not flat, and people reflected on it are distorted. When I started the instrument, the flat human figures it showed were all spirits. Can I try it? Thor looked at the mirror curiously. Strangely, the mirror felt very smooth. Could it be that the silver coating inside was uneven? Byron demonstrated it to Thor. This is to adjust the wavelength. You can try it yourself later. But be careful not to exceed this critical value. Thor looked down at the red scale on it. What will happen after this? Nick put away the map and stretched out his hand in front of Thor to make a flower gesture. It is possible to see things that you cannot see, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. Wizards are always very efficient. Byron and Nick quickly decided on the direction of exploration and left their temporary base. After the two left, Thor was not idle either. It happened that he had just been promoted to level 2 and absorbed so many soul fragments. Although soul fragments cannot be preserved for a long time, they can affect spirit esters, thereby increasing Thor's magic value. He didn't know how much his magic value was now. It happened that the temporary base was fully equipped with various instruments, so Thor took this rare opportunity to give himself a full body check. This check brought many surprises. His magic power reached 53 joules. Mental power cannot be accurately measured by numerical values, but Thor could vaguely feel that his mental power had become more condensed. The wizard Sherry had been accumulating vengeful spirits for who knows how long, and he didn't know how to use them, so Thor got a bargain unexpectedly. But Thor didn't want to learn from Sherry to create vengeful spirits. Even if the soul fragments of these vengeful spirits could bring a huge improvement to Thor, the impurities in them might also cause the improvement to be accompanied by terrible consequences. For example, Sonal or something. After checking his body, Thor was basically sure that this promotion did not bring any negative impact on his body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If the apprentice was injured or even polluted physically or mentally due to various accidents during the promotion, as long as the degree was not too serious, it could be compensated. But Thor did not want to damage his body after his first promotion. Putting down the black crystal, Thor once again confirmed that there was no one around, and took out a small silver ball from his arms. The diameter of the ball was only half a centimeter, and there were occasional starlight inside. That was the cocoon of the nightmare butterfly that Soul took out from Penny's eyes. What Soul took out from Penny's eyes were 2 silver hemispheres. But when he took the 2 hemispheres in his palm, they automatically merged into a sphere, and could not be separated by hand. Soul had never heard of the nightmare butterfly before. After meeting up with Senior Byron this time, he flipped through the book about butterflies in his hand, and did not find any records related to the nightmare butterfly. This is obviously not knowledge that a first-level apprentice can access, but Thor is very curious about Penny's ability to enter other people's dreams. I don't know how to activate this cocoon, so that I can also have the opportunity to enter the dream. Thor gently chanted the silver cocoon with his fingertips, and his other hand recorded his inspiration on paper. Schwa schwa schwa. 1. The simplest way is to fall asleep while holding the cocoon. You can put a few ordinary people around you to ensure the safety of the experiment. 2. Embed it in your eyes and fall asleep. Copy Penny's experience, but the price is a bit high. The healing witchcraft to restore limbs is expensive, but it is not impossible to try if you have money. 3. Use mental power and cocoon through meditation to try to activate the cocoon's ability. Click, click, click. Soul suddenly stopped writing and straightened up. He seemed to hear something. He pressed the table and was about to stand up when he suddenly saw a dark shadow passing under his table. Soul looked down and immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. A head growing on 2 feet was moving under the table in front of Thor with a click, click sound. It was the head of a middle-aged man, and his mouth was still humming a song idly. A head grew directly on a pair of feet. The ankles were very short, and when walking, it looked like a penguin or a duck. It seemed a little funny, but Thor couldn't laugh because that human face was not cute at all. Before Thor could react to it, he heard another voice. "You're being lazy again." Another head popped out from under the tent. It was the head of a middle-aged woman, with long chestnut hair dragging on the ground, rolling up small stones. But the woman's head was unaware of this. She only wanted to chase the man's head. "Lord Morton is assembling the troops. We will set off soon." But the man's head ignored the woman's head and went out from the other end of the tent. The woman's head also chased out. From beginning to end, the 2 heads growing on the feet did not pay any attention to Thor. When we came here, Byron had never mentioned that we would see such a monster in Chuishu Valley. Thor felt a little uneasy. He walked to the front of the tent and opened the door curtain. Then, Thor felt goosebumps all over his body from the soles of his feet to the hair. Outside the tent, the whole mountain and field were full of human-headed monsters with only 2 legs. Chapter 116. What are those human-headed monsters? Soul has always felt that he has read a lot of books in the past 2 years, but the unknown is always more than the known. And in the wizarding world, the unknown often represents a crisis. Because he has no idea about the monsters in front of him, Soul wants to retreat to the tent and wait for Byron and Nick to come back. But when he looked up, he saw several human-headed monsters somehow climbed onto their experimental table. There was even a soul wave sensor on the back of one of their heads. The instrument was not crooked and almost fell to the ground. But the human-headed monster that hit the sensor had no idea that he was almost in trouble, and jumped again on the spot. Thor couldn't help it this time, and hurriedly wanted to save the sensor. But as soon as he took his left foot, the diary beside him flew out and blocked his face. New Moon Calendar Year 316, April 14th. Even if only the head is left, the human-headed monster will not stop seeking knowledge. They are always immersed in the pursuit of knowledge, but if the human-headed monster realizes that you can see them, they will be very enthusiastic to pull you along. How about considering it? Although he became shorter, it was because the nutrition went to his brain. Soul closed his mouth silently and prepared to put down his left foot. But as soon as he put down his left foot, he felt something wrong under his feet. He pretended to look down unconsciously, and found that he was stepping on the hair of the woman's head. The woman was running clumsily, and was suddenly stepped on the hair. With a force, she flipped back and rolled to Soul's ankle. "Oh, a big stupid guy stepped on my hair." Thor's heart suddenly chilled. At this time, a row of human-headed monsters passed by him. They did not help the woman-headed monster, but laughed at him. "I told you that your hair is too troublesome, just eat it," bawled Supreme. "Or you eat his feet? I hope his feet are not as smelly as your mouth." The woman-headed monster rolled her eyes. Thor felt that she was about to be convinced by those human-headed monsters. "Ah!" Thor shouted expressionlessly, "The soles of my feet suddenly itch." He raised his left foot fearfully, and stretched out his hand to scratch it twice through the sole of his shoe. The woman took the opportunity to take 2 steps back and freed her hair. "Oh, I'm going to wash my hair." She ran away with a look of despair. But in fact, there was more dirt on her hair than on the sole of Thor's shoe. After making sure there were no other heads under his feet, Thor slowly put his foot down. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard another click. Thor looked up and found that the soul wave sensor was almost knocked to the ground. At this moment, half of its base had already jumped to the edge of the table. Thor took a deep breath. He walked over with his chest held high, muttering to himself, "This sensor doesn't look complicated. I try to operate it." Thor walked over very carefully, and picked up the half-man-high sensor that was already shaky. He originally wanted to carry the sensor back to the tent, but when he turned around, he found that he was surrounded by human-headed monsters. They looked up with great effort, staring at Thor, as if they were also expecting Thor to see them. If Thor wanted to walk back to the tent at this time, he would definitely step on the human-headed monster unless he deliberately avoided it. But if he deliberately avoided it, it would be easy for the human-headed monster to realize that he could see them. Thor held the sensor and shook it, whispering, "It's heavy, forget it, don't break it, just try it here." He pretended to slowly put the sensor on the ground. Because he deliberately slowed down his movements, the human-headed monsters in front of his feet saw the sensor that was about to fall and moved away. Thor made sure there were no head monsters on the ground, and finally put the sensor steadily on the ground. This way, even if those head monsters knocked over the sensor again, it should not be broken. In order to make up for what he just said, Thor turned on the sensor according to the method Byron taught him. This was the first time he used the sensor, and even though Byron had demonstrated it once, Thor still used it with difficulty. Not to mention that there were a group of spectators around him who thought they were invisible. He is so stupid. Is this kind of person a wizard? He's a wizard apprentice. If my apprentice is this stupid, I eat his brain. You talk as if you have an apprentice. Thor tried his best to block out the mockery in his ears, but he didn't know whether it was because he was nervous or he really didn't remember the key points of the operation. After tinkering for a long time, Thor still couldn't activate the sensor. Forget it. Thor collapsed back tiredly, put one hand on a head, and slid to the ground again. I must be too stupid. Thor thought he would receive a lot of ridicule again, but it was very quiet. He glanced at the ground with his peripheral vision. The human-headed monsters were still there, but they were very quiet. It was as if their mouths were all stuffed with smelly socks. Thor blinked slowly, and his eyes fell on the mirror in front of him. In the mirror, there was a crooked Thor. And behind the crooked Thor, there was a person standing. It was a figure whose facial features could not be seen clearly, but there was no deformation or distortion. Thor felt a chill all over his body, and even his breathing stopped. Spirit? No, not an ordinary spirit. It was an evil spirit. I didn't expect that the target that Senior Byron was looking for would come to him. But now Thor was alone. Thor wanted to mobilize his mental power and activate witchcraft, but he couldn't move. Even his mental body was as stagnant as magma, no longer as active as before. This evil spirit blocked my actions. Thor found that his thinking speed had slowed down. Because his consciousness was stiff, he felt nothing but a deep fear. He stared at the evil spirit in the mirror and couldn't look away. Thor even hoped that he would face a life-and-death crisis at this moment, so that if the diary came out, he could continue to stare at the diary to cut off the evil spirit's control over him. But the diary didn't move. Xiaozhao didn't move either. Obviously the evil spirit was not on its menu. Thor didn't know what the evil spirit in the mirror wanted to do. He seemed to just want to look Thor in the eye. Gradually, the blurry figure in the mirror gradually became clear, just like the fog gradually dissolving on the mirror. Thor vaguely saw a pair of eyes. Suddenly a hand patted Thor on the shoulder. Huh? Thor suddenly shuddered and finally moved. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Byron squatting beside him, looking at him with concern. Huh? Senior Byron, I just saw the evil spirit. Thor didn't dare to say anything about the human-headed monster on the ground, but when he glanced at the ground again, he found that there were no human-headed monsters around. At some point, all these human-headed monsters ran away. Did you see the evil spirit? Through the sensor? Nick walked out from behind Byron, holding a few big stones. Impossible. He put the stone on the ground, walked to the side in a daze, and checked the soul wave sensor. You didn't turn on the sensor at all. What? Thor was stunned. He pointed at the mirror with one hand. Look. The voice stopped abruptly. In the mirror, there was only the crooked Thor, and the crooked Byron Sr. squatting beside Thor. Chapter 117. The evil spirit thing is a bit strange. Logically speaking, an unactivated sensor is a useless mirror, and it is impossible to see evil spirits. But Byron and Nick did not think that Thor had seen it wrong. Anyway, whether Thor saw an illusion or not, there are only two results: the existence of evil spirits or the non-existence of evil spirits. This is the entrance to the Chuishu Valley. There can't be two powerful evil spirits. Nick activated the sensor and checked the surroundings again. No spirits were found. But Thor, why did you put the sensor on the ground? Nick looked up curiously, his mouth twitching slightly. Is it because you are too short to reach it? Puff. Thor immediately turned his head to look at Byron angrily, but he only saw Byron's calm face and innocent eyes. Thor's eyes shifted to Byron's throat. He swore that it must have been cracked just now. However, the problem of height is not something he can solve now, although he firmly believes that he can grow to 1.8 meters. Right. Soul returned to the topic. He looked around again and confirmed that there were no headless monsters around. Then he whispered to the two of them, "I just saw a lot of monsters with only heads and 2 feet. But they disappeared before you came back." Sol lowered his voice again. "I didn't dare to alarm them." "Do you know what kind of monster it was?" He looked up and saw that Byron's face began to twitch. On the other side, Nick's pupil shrank suddenly, and there was obvious fear in his eyes. "Pa!" Nick suddenly slapped himself. He looked up, his expression a little ferocious. "Those monsters, are they gone now?" Sol saw that Nick was not in a good state, and nodded quickly. "They are all gone, otherwise I would not dare to ask you. I'd be alone for a while." Nick suddenly stood up and went into his tent. After a while, the kind of groaning that was covered with the mouth tightly, but still leaked a little sound, came from the tent. Byron's performance was better, his throat was split. "Fortunately you didn't alarm them. That's a human-headed monster. Originally, you could only see them in the depths of the Valley of the Hands." Byron saw the confusion in Thor's eyes and sighed. "I didn't tell you before because the more people knew about the existence of human-headed monsters, the easier it would be to encounter them. I didn't expect you to encounter them anyway. If you attract their attention, they will probably turn you into a human-headed monster. And you yourself will even forget that you were once a normal person. So that's how it is." No wonder Byron and Nick didn't mention such a dangerous monster. "How many monsters did you see?" "All over the ground." "Hiss." Byron took a breath, stood up immediately, and walked to Nick's tent. "Nick," then quickly, "we'd better leave here now." Nick inside responded vaguely. Byron came back and told Thor, "Don't dismantle the equipment, move it directly to the car. Let's go to another place." Because they were afraid that the head monster would come back at any time, Byron and Thor only took the important things with them, and simply gave up the tent. Thor didn't bring much with him except some books. But when he picked up his backpack and walked out of the tent, his movements suddenly froze. "Where is the cocoon of the nightmare butterfly?" Thor suddenly saw the human-headed monster when he was observing the cocoon that looked like a small silver ball. After that, because of nervousness, he never paid attention to the cocoon in his hand. Now recalling, he can't remember whether he put the cocoon away. Thor quickly searched through his pockets and looked on the ground, but he didn't see the small silver ball. It's impossible to lose it. Could it be that it fell to the ground and was picked up by the human-headed monster? Thor simply sat down, closed his eyes, and began to recall. "No, the moment I saw the human-headed monster, I no longer felt that I was holding something, so I never thought of the nightmare butterfly's cocoon." Thor shook his hands and slowly opened his eyes. Yes, the cocoon disappeared in an instant. After becoming a wizard apprentice, his memory was enhanced by his spiritual body, and he would not make the mistake of forgetting where he had lost something the moment before. He could even recall the subtle things he had done by focusing on his memories. So Thor was sure that he did not lose the cocoon accidentally, but that the cocoon disappeared in an instant. And at that moment, he did not notice it at all, and only realized that something was wrong after he calmed down. "Thor!" Senior Byron outside had begun to urge him. Thor glanced at the tent unwillingly. Did it escape by itself, or was it stolen by another being? Damn, he hadn't even started researching yet, but it's not safe here anymore. Even Senior Byron, a third-level apprentice, is afraid. Thor can't take it lightly. He hurriedly left the tent, full of regret. At this time, Nick finally recovered from his emotional outburst and rushed back to the wooden spider with his things. But his hands were full of bruises, and he didn't know if he pinched them. Thor already knew that Nick would deliberately suppress his emotional changes, because he studied emotional witchcraft. But if he couldn't help laughing or being afraid, he would have an extreme emotional outburst. For example, laughing so hard that you choke, or being scared to the point of vomiting. This side effect is actually very scary. Because it's okay at ordinary times, but if you encounter an extreme situation and can't handle it calmly, you may be in danger. Thor guessed that this might be one of the reasons why Nick has not been promoted to level 3. The wooden spider started and quickly left the camp that was already unsafe. When Thor looked through the rear window, he vaguely saw a dark mass of heads at the foot of the mountain. He retracted his gaze and pretended that he didn't see anything. Opposite to Thor was the mirror of the soul wave sensor. Because they were in a hurry, they did not disassemble the instrument, but moved it directly onto the wooden spider. This caused the originally spacious carriage to become crowded, and the 3 people had to sit close to the wall. As soon as Thor saw the mirror, he remembered the shadow that had appeared in it, and felt a little uncomfortable, so he simply turned his head away. However, the moment he looked away, he suddenly seemed to see a silver light. He immediately turned his sight back. His face was blurred and distorted in the mirror, but there was no silver light. Did I see it wrong? Thor moved his face closer, so that his distorted face became clearer in the mirror. But he still didn't see anything wrong. Just as Thor was about to move back in confusion, he suddenly found that his left eye actually lit up. Thor was startled and looked at the two people around him. Because of the obstruction of the sensor, they should not be able to see Thor's face. Thor narrowed his eyes and entered a semi-immersive state of meditation. This time, Thor finally saw it. In his left eye, a small silver ball appeared. The small ball was covered with starlight, shining brightly. Thor resisted the urge to rub his eyes, and slowly lowered his head. The cocoon of the nightmare butterfly actually ran into his eyes. Chapter 118. Although a cocoon inexplicably invaded his eyes, Thor was not panicking at this time. Penny was an ordinary little girl, and she was fine wearing this cocoon for 3 or 4 years, so he, a wizard apprentice, would not be afraid. Besides, as long as the diary did not intervene, the matter would not be a problem. The only problem was that he could not ask Byron for help now. After all, he could not explain the origin of this cocoon. If it were not for the diary's hint, he would not have discovered this cocoon at all. Only after a period of time, he could put this thing out in the open. The experiment on the nightmare chrysalis was forced to enter the second option, but we have to wait until we return to the tower to continue the research. Thor relaxed a little and leaned on the car window. Where are we going? Around here, there is a call. Although it is deeper than the original position, it should not be dangerous for us. Nick behind the sensor took the initiative to say, "Will there be something over there too?" Thor was a little worried. Their trip was not smooth at the beginning. "It's highly unlikely," Byron said in a low voice. "I thought about it. The reason why those things appeared at the entrance of the Valley of the Hands was probably because of a rare tidal storm." Knowing that Thor didn't know this, Byron explained it to him in detail. The Valley of the Hands buried thousands of wizards, so it was divided into 2 worlds, above ground and underground. The underground world became a complex cave composed of tunnels, because of the rescue, escape and subsequent excavation. In the depths of the cave, dangerous monsters, like the human head monster, will appear. They usually don't come out because the outside world is too stable for them, and is not conducive to their existence. But occasionally, several storms will surge out from the underground in an undirected manner. Some monsters will temporarily run to other tunnels, or even crawl to the ground along those storms. Generally, when encountering such a situation, everyone will quickly move away, and it will be much safer to leave the area affected by the storm. After all, tidal storms are low-probability events, so the periphery of the Valley of the Hands is a safe zone for wizard apprentices. None of the 3 wanted to evacuate. After all, if they evacuated because of this little danger, they would not need to be wizards. After passing a pile of boulders 3 or 4 meters high scattered on the ground, Byron suddenly asked the wooden spider to stop. "Have we reached the place?" When Thor saw Byron leave the wooden spider, he jumped down as well. As soon as he landed, he found that there were several people in front of him. There should be 2 groups of people. One of the groups had 4 people, fighting with the people opposite them. But Thor took a look and was sure that it was a one-sided crush, and that the 4 people were slaughtered by the one person on the opposite side. There were 2 people on the opposite side. One with long purple hair was playing and slaughtering the 4 people on the opposite side. The other was sitting on a big rock nearby, looking listless and pale. At this time, the 4 people who were suppressed had begun to suffer casualties. 2 of them fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and their skin began to melt. The pale wizard on the opposite side suddenly discovered Thor and his group. He jumped up from the stone and flew towards them. Thor immediately activated his spirit body and prepared for battle. But then he found that Senior Byron was not in combat mode. It was just that Nick on the other side looked a little nervous, although there was still no expression on his face. The pale wizard landed in front of Byron and suddenly smiled and greeted him. "Hey, Byron, long time no see." Byron nodded. "Yeah. You are still so cold, haha." The pale wizard seemed to have a good temper and greeted Nick again. "Nick, it's rare to see you out." Nick saluted respectfully. "Senior Wright." The pale wizard named Wright finally faced Thor, still smiling. "I haven't seen you before, little guy. Are you a newly promoted level 2? Thor also saluted with Nick. "Senior Wright, hello, I just became a level 2 a while ago." Wright smiled and said, "You don't look very old. The newcomers nowadays are really amazing. Maybe someone will become a formal wizard before us old guys." Although Wright calls himself an old guy, he doesn't look old, even much younger than Byron, only in his early 20s. If a wizard apprentice transforms himself, it may delay the aging of the body, and his real age cannot be inferred from his appearance. If he becomes a formal wizard, his lifespan will be greatly increased, so the wizarding world cannot rely on appearance to infer age and strength. While they were talking, The purple-haired wizard apprentice had killed the 4 people on the opposite side. He opened his mouth towards the corpses, and a stream of purple smoke gushed out of his mouth, covering the 4 corpses. After a while, the smoke went back into the purple-haired man's mouth, and the corpses on the ground disappeared, leaving only a pile of clothes. The purple-haired man stepped forward to pick up the spoils. Byron stared at the clothes for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "Are they land boat people?" Wright quickly raised his hand to show his innocence. "It's none of my business. Those guys saw that there were only 2 of us and attacked us." You know Bill's character, he always kills enemies on the spot. I can't persuade him. Byron frowned. People who travel on land often act together. Isn't he afraid of killing a few and attracting a lot of people? Wright was not nervous. He laughed and said, "It's okay, if they come, at worst, we can just push Bill out." At this time, the purple-haired man Bill finished dealing with the spoils, put his hands in his pockets, and walked over leisurely. "Byron, Foresaw Valley is really lively today. Everyone is here to pick up treasures. But why are you still bringing 2 level 2 players to hold you back?" Byron saw Bill, and a little alert appeared in his eyes. He knew that the people from land boat dared to attack, and Bill and his team must have deliberately disguised themselves as weaklings. Land boat is also a relatively large wizard organization. The high-end combat power is not as strong as the wizard tower, so when they meet the apprentices of the wizard tower, they usually don't initiate conflicts. So this time it is very likely that Bill concealed his identity and deliberately lured the other party to attack and then killed him. The people were already dead, so Byron couldn't say anything. He could only hope that there would be no trouble later. "We are not here to look for treasure. But this place is not suitable for you, right?" Byron said lightly. I'm short of money, so I came here with Wright to pick up corpses." Bill shrugged his shoulders and suddenly turned his head to Nick and said, "But you, Nick, why are you here? I remember that you asked for a letter from Mr. Rum and planned to go to Muffin Town for a stroll. How is it? Did you steal the moshung fruit secretly? When I go to collect the tribute next month, there won't be any left, right? Is Bill the one who goes to Muffin Town every year to receive the moshung fruit?" Soul's heart skipped a beat. Did he know that Muffin Town was trading with the barbarians for so many years? Before Shelley died, he said that the Wizard Tower had not helped Muffin Town. Was he referring to Bill? Nick lowered his head slightly, looking a little nervous. "Senior, you don't have to go there next month. Muffin Town was attacked by barbarians, and the moshung fruit fields were destroyed." Bill raised an eyebrow. Now those wandering wizard apprentices outside are really getting more and more useless. They can even be attacked by a group of barbarians? He smiled again. "But it's good this way, so I don't have to go there every year." Bill put an arm on Nick's shoulder. "But you can't get the grinding fruit this way, right?" "Well, if you ask me, emotions are something that you still have to control yourself, not relying on potions." Nick's back was bent by the pressure, but he could only nod repeatedly. "Since there is nothing else, let's continue on our way." Byron pulled Nick out from under the hands of others. Wright asked curiously, "Why are you going inside with 2 second-level apprentices?" Byron confessed, "Foresaw many head monsters at the entrance. I suspect there is a tidal storm there. It is safer inside." "Head monsters?" Wright's face also showed a solemn expression. Every time a head monster appears, someone always disappears mysteriously. "I hope it won't be us this time." But Bill's attention was elsewhere. He turned his head, walked around Nick and Byron, and saw Thor, who had been standing quietly in the back. "So you are Thor." Bill narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a sense of danger. "I often hear people mention you. You are such an amazing junior." Who often mentioned him to Bill? Chapter 119. Before Thor could figure it out, Bill on the other side walked back to Byron. For some unknown reason, Bill suddenly became interested in Byron's mission and proposed to go with Byron. At first Thor suspected that it might be because of him. But after those 2 exchanges, Bill never took the initiative to talk to Thor again. It made his suspicion seem a bit self-indulgent. At first, Byron was a little hesitant about Bill's proposal. But considering that Foresaw Valley had been a little abnormal recently, and the periphery seemed unsafe, he agreed. After all, if 3 level 3 apprentices act together, as long as they don't fight among themselves, they can basically walk sideways around the periphery of Foresaw Valley. "Our mission is to capture an evil spirit." Byron stated his needs first. "You capture the evil spirit, and we pick up the corpses just right. Maybe we can also pick up some relics of our predecessors in the cave." Bill raised his eyebrows, looking like he would cooperate obediently. The addition of 2 level 3 apprentices to the team is still beneficial to Thor's plan to capture evil spirits. Before leaving, Bill casually threw the 4 people he had just killed into a cave. even if the corpses are destroyed. The group set off to continue to go deeper into the Chuishu Valley. The wooden spiders became more crowded. Fortunately, there was no fat man among the wizard apprentices. Along the way, there were more and more holes on the ground. Some of these holes were as thin as forearms, and some were 3 or 4 meters in diameter. Most of them were more or less bottomless. When driving the wooden spider, you must also be careful not to let the spider legs get stuck in the hole. Many of these holes were made by wizards for exploration. Because there is no overall plan, the holes are dug at will. The underground is crisscrossed, and it is easy to get lost. Byron drove the wooden spider carefully while chatting with Thor. At the same time, he was also warning Bill and the others, who were not familiar with the place, not to run around. After walking for an hour, Nick turned on the sensor from time to time to check if there were any spirits nearby. But maybe because everyone was still outside the Chuishu Valley, or the spirits were not very active during the day, the sensor had no response. "Is this thing of yours useful?" Bill bent his fingers and knocked on the mirror of the sensor twice. Just as Byron frowned, Nick suddenly shouted, "We found traces of the spirit." Soul leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, he saw a vague shadow on the mirror. The reason why he was sure it was a spirit, not other reflections, was because the shadow was a very flat human figure, without the distortion and changes of other images in the mirror. But this shadow was different from the one Soul had seen alone before. The shadow he saw alone, although he couldn't see the facial features, was very close to the mirror, as if it was standing behind Soul. The image was also dark gray, almost black, unlike the blurry one now. It was light gray, like a puff of smoke that would disperse at any time. Byron controlled the wooden spider to slow down, look sideways, and said with certainty, "Yes, it is a spirit, but it is so blurry, it should have passed by a day or 2 ago." Bill finally became interested. A day or 2 ago, could it have crawled out from underground? Wright sat on the back of the mirror and couldn't see anything, but it didn't stop him from joining in the fun. "Bill, your fingers are quite useful. Do you want to knock again?" Thor was startled, fearing that Bill would move again. If this kind of instrument is messed up, it needs to be readjusted, which is very time-consuming. Fortunately, Bill heard the traces of the spirit, and his attention was diverted from the sensor. He jumped out of the window without waiting for the wood spider to stop. "What are you waiting for? Find a hole to go down now." But Byron ignored him, and stopped on a relatively flat ground not far away near the cliff. This is their temporary position. Thor helped Nick lift the sensor down, put it on the ground, clapped his hands, and looked up. There were many more caves here than near their original camp. They were like standing on a huge cheese, and there were many caves even on the cliffs beside them, and they didn't know where they would lead to. After setting up the new camp, Byron began to arrange tasks. "I suggest that everyone disperse to look for caves with signs of pollution, and after returning, summarize everyone's findings and choose the most likely one to enter." But Bill jumped out to object. "Wright and I are not good at observing spirits. If you keep looking like this, you may miss clues without knowing it. If it were up to me, we should find a hole in the ground and keep going down. If we go deep enough, we will definitely encounter evil spirits." But Byron was a little worried. If we go too deep, we may encounter enemies we can't deal with. Nick and Thor are both second-level apprentices, especially Thor, who only mastered a first-level witchcraft and lacked the ability to protect himself. "If you can't handle it, just run away." Bill said nonchalantly, "Byron, you are too conservative. That's why it took you so long to advance to level 3. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Bill slapped Thor on the shoulder. "If you want to be a wizard, you can't be afraid of danger." Thor had seen Bill use his purple smoke to melt corpses, and now he felt a little uncomfortable when he was pressed by him. But the diary didn't say anything, so it shouldn't have been tampered with secretly. I don't think Bill would suddenly attack him in front of Byron. After some consideration, Byron finally agreed to Bill's proposal. "What you said makes sense. Let's act together and go deep underground. But we still need to leave someone in the camp to observe the movement of the sensor. Let Nick and Thor take turns to be responsible." He took the opportunity to assign tasks to Thor and pulled Thor aside. "The previous things are still a bit strange. Even if a tidal storm occurs, it rarely affects the entrance of the Valley of the Hands. So I plan to catch the evil spirit as soon as possible, complete the task and leave." Thor nodded. "Of course, we will help you find a suitable spirit body, but you may not have time to study it slowly. Finding a relatively complete spirit body for yourself is just a side job. Since something is wrong here, Thor will not force it. Besides, the credits obtained from completing the mission alone are not small. Thor is not too greedy. I will find a way myself. Don't worry too much about my spirit body." Thor thought, at worst, he can ask Nick to break the spirit body and strengthen his hands again. At most, it was a little bit of a waste. The tasks were reassigned. It was already afternoon, but no one wanted to waste the day, so after a quick meal, the exploration team was ready to set off. The person in charge of guarding the camp today was Nick. Wright crossed his arms and looked at the densely packed holes in front of him, with a tangled expression on his pale face. Which hole should we enter from? Bill clapped his hands. We're going deep anyway, so let's choose the nearest one. He pointed to a hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters 5 meters away and said. Byron chose a cave with a diameter of about 3 meters and traces of human activities around it. It's better to find one that has been explored by people and has a large space, so that everyone can move together. Sol did not immediately join the discussion. He thought of what Byron said at the beginning, the method of following the traces of pollution to track the spirit, and his mind moved. Observing pollution, isn't this what he is good at? Sol immediately half closed his eyes, and visualized the picture of people and monsters walking. Suddenly, the world in front of him, no change. Could it be that there are too few spirits outside the Chuishu Valley? Or has this place been cultivated by too many people? So why is it so clean everywhere? It doesn't look like a wizard's burial ground at all. There are dozens of large holes on the ground in front of him, and even more small holes, but none of them have abnormal reactions. Sol was a little disappointed. He turned his head, and was about to put away the meditation method when he suddenly saw the cliff behind him. He found that on the side of the mountain wall behind them, there were some strange white shadows crawling outside several caves. Thor couldn't help but walk over, and was about to take a closer look when the white shadows suddenly stretched out one by one, and turned into white hands, as thin as bone firewood. Those hands were as thin as wooden poles, densely packed and looked like weeds. They grew on the periphery of the cliff caves, and kept waving and shaking. When Thor's eyes fell on them, those arms seemed to be able to feel Thor's gaze, and waved more vigorously. It seemed that they were calling Thor to come over, and it seemed that they were asking Thor for help. Chapter 120. Thor's ears rang with fragmented and vague sounds, but no matter how hard he listened, he could not make out the meaning. He unconsciously took another step forward, but soon realized that it was the pollution that was tempting him. Thor's conscious mind resolutely moved his eyes away to reduce the impact of the pollution, but the sound in his ears suddenly became louder. He raised his head and looked at the entire cliff. On those cliffs, regardless of whether there were caves or not, there were many densely packed white arms extending out. Those arms kept stretching and waving, with 5 fingers spread out, and their shapes were hideous. Thor frowned, and he was now sure that these hands were asking for help. He seemed to be able to see through these hands the countless corpses buried in the mountain wall, and saw that these originally powerful wizard apprentices and wizards could only be buried in despair and helplessness in the face of even more powerful and strange existences. Thor suddenly understood what the wizard's burial ground was, and what it meant that the western region had become a vacuum zone for wizards. That was the cruelty that Thor could not imagine in Byron's understatement. And the dead on the cliff in front of him were probably only a small part of the entire Chuishu Valley. Those arms could not make a sound, so they could only desperately shake to attract others' attention, hoping to be saved. But Thor was very clear that those arms were not even soul fragments. They were just the polluted resentment left by the dead under the radiation of witchcraft. After watching for a long time, Thor had an illusion that he was not standing at the bottom of the valley looking at the towering and steep cliffs, but flying in the sky, ruthlessly watching the dead buried underground and unable to break free. Thor shook his head, feeling that his spirit was a little unstable. Thor, Thor? Someone suddenly called him, and Thor was startled. When he came to his senses, he saw that everyone was looking at him. It was Nick who called him. What's wrong with you? They are all leaving. It seems that Byron and the others have already chosen the entrance. But Thor rubbed his swollen head and said to the 3 seniors, there are some abnormalities in these caves on the cliff behind us. Byron knew Thor's ability best, so he walked back and carefully observed the mountain wall that he had not noticed at first. Wright looked at Thor, then at the quiet mountains, and asked doubtfully, didn't they say that the bodies of the wizards were all underground? Why did they move to the side? Thor is very good at observing spirits. Byron retracted his gaze. I trust him very much. Bill listened, squinted his eyes and smiled. I'm not good at this, but if you can determine which cave is more likely to have spirits, I will listen to you. Byron directly gave the choice to Thor. Thor, which cave do you think is most obviously polluted? Thor wanted to say that the entire mountain wall was very unusual. However, he still observed the cave in front of him again, endured the restlessness of his spirit body, and carefully looked for the difference. Bill saw Thor's appearance and narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Wright clapped his hands and whispered, "Is he observing the spirit body? I heard that some people with particularly sensitive mental power can directly observe the remnants of the soul without using instruments." Could Thor do that? Byron did not speak, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with Wright's guess. Thor scanned several nearby caves and finally stopped at one. He raised his hand and pointed at a cave about 3 meters above the ground and a little over 1 meter in diameter. "Here, the pollution here is more serious. The possibility of evil spirits is greater." Although Wright still didn't understand anything, he still sighed. "Thor, you just look like my mentor examining the petri dish." "Your mentor?" "Teacher and Zay." Wright had a complicated expression, as if he was recalling something. "I'm only good at fighting, not doing experiments." Professor N's expression when he looked at my lab report was really scary. Bill laughed. "If you play with women less, maybe your brain will work better." Wright rolled his eyes. "I have never played with women. I always communicate with them seriously." Nick was still fiddling with the sensor, but he didn't find anything else. He could only sigh. "If someone says that wizards with only mental talents but no magic talents are useless, I will definitely use you as an example to refute them." Bill was the most anxious, and immediately said, "Since it has been confirmed, what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Byron walked to Thor and patted his shoulder. "Follow me on the road." The four of them immediately chose the cave 3 meters above the ground and walked in, leaving only Nick in the camp. Watching Wright, who was at the end of the team, disappear in the cave, Nick still stood there. He clasped his hands tightly together, and he didn't look as calm as he seemed. Because Bill and Light were both third-level apprentices, Nick could not use the teleportation technique in front of them. Thor. He could only secretly tell himself, be sure to follow Byron closely. The cave Thor chose was not spacious, and moving inside the mountain was still more difficult than he imagined. After all, this was not a normal passage for passage. Some places were spacious, and some were so narrow that Thor could not get through. When encountering such a place, Light would take action. He majored in earth attributes, and was very comfortable moving underground. After extending smoothly for a distance on the side of the mountain, it immediately turned sharply downward. There were some steep places, and Thor could only dig his hands deep into the soil beside him to maintain his balance. It was pitch black under everyone's feet, and they couldn't see how far the downward passage was. Bill, who was walking in the second place, kept using the glimmer technique, but it could only illuminate the area of a few meters nearby. In the farther places, even with Thor's current vision, he could only see a blurry shadow. After walking for about half an hour, Wright, who was in the front, suddenly stopped. "No, there is a deep downward passage ahead. The angle is almost vertical." He threw a stone down. The stone bumped and rolled for a long time. "I am afraid we have to fly down here. Climbing is a waste of time." "Fly?" Bill's voice sounded. "So, there is no need to ask, Byron. Have you learned the feather fall technique?" Byron was shocked and suddenly shrank. His throat was split. "I can float down." Before Sol could figure out how Senior Byron was going to float, he saw that the mouth of the senior, who was shriveled like human skin, suddenly became longer. His lips opened and closed several times, and then he took a deep breath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In just a few seconds, his whole body swelled up. His skin was almost stretched to the limit, and it kept swelling, and finally turned into a long human-shaped balloon. Afterwards, he raised his 2 hands that were swollen like pig's trotters, and tied a knot with difficulty. This operation even made Bill and Wright on the side dumbfounded. Byron ignored the 2 people, moved his body with difficulty, and shook his mouth at Thor. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding. Thor actually understood Byron's meaning immediately. "Senior, do you want me to hold your mouth and float down together?" "Yeah." Puff. Wright was the first to break his defense. He covered his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Byron, why didn't I find you so funny before? If I had your ability." Wright's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly touched his chin and began to think. Bill immediately pushed Wright, who was thinking, "Since they have a way to go down, let's go quickly." Wright didn't notice, and was pushed down the tunnel by Bill. But from the sound, it didn't become a free fall. Bill looked back at Byron. "If you can't carry Thor, I can take him down." Byron shook his mouth sideways. Bill raised the corner of his mouth, and didn't persuade him anymore. He jumped down directly. Chapter 121. Byron flicked his lips at Thor again, signaling him to go ahead. But Thor hesitated for a second and still refused. "Senior, I also have a way to go down." He raised his hand and tapped the back of his neck. A thin black tentacle stretched out from behind Thor's neck. The tentacle grew longer and longer, stretching to 3 or 4 meters, twisting happily around Thor. Foresaw has been feeling very depressed these days. It turned to Thor's side, shook lightly, and one tentacle split into 2. Another shock, and the 2 split into 4. 4 tentacles waved in the air, and then turned into sharp swords and pierced into the ground. Then they tightened their strength and lifted Thor up. Byron stared at the tentacles, his light bulb-like eyes swaying gently. Senior, do you know this? Thor sighed. Let's talk about it after we go down. Byron took a last look at the tentacle, moved to the side of the hole, lowered his head, and floated down. Thor also directed Foresaw to take him down. However, his body had no place to connect, so he could only sway in the air as Foresaw moved. Foresaw's tentacles kept inserting into the surrounding mountain walls alternately, and the speed was also very fast, but sometimes he had to be careful not to bump Thor into the wall of the cave. Thor swayed, and felt like a roast duck hanging in a hanging oven, not as handsome as he thought. But he was better than Senior Byron. 10 minutes later, he fell to the ground with a dusty face and a helpless look, just in time to see Wright trying to hold back his laughter and helping Byron untie the knot on his mouth. After going deep underground, the space here is much more spacious than on the ground. At least all of them can walk upright. Bill stood aside and was on guard. Now that they were deep underground, they might encounter enemies and monsters at any time. They could no longer relax like they did on the ground. But when he saw Thor being brought down by several black tentacles, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Wright was the last one to see Thor's new look. He was so shocked that he gave up Byron and ran to Thor. Are those the tentacles of the soul-devouring swamp on you? Wright couldn't help but reach out to touch those black tentacles, but Foresaw immediately retracted to Thor's neck when Wright reached out his hand, looking very disgusted. Wright failed to touch Foresaw, and the disappointment on his face was visible to the naked eye. He even turned around and asked Thor, "Did you pick it up in the abandoned laboratory under the tower?" "Yes. The abandoned laboratory is not a secret," Thor nodded in acknowledgement. Although Foresaw followed him out by herself, she didn't pick it up. "But I've been there a few times, and the soul-devouring swamp never leaves the abandoned laboratory." "How did you transplant it to your body? Can you sell me the method? I can give you 60 credits." Although Thor was very tempted by the credits, but my method requires the soul-devourer swamp to get close to you. Senior Light, when you go to the abandoned laboratory, will the soul-devourer swamp take the initiative to get close to you? Thor's words made Light's excitement disappear instantly. "No, it doesn't like me." The light in Light's eyes dimmed. "It just wants to roll me to death." Bill, who was originally a little excited, temporarily put aside his interest in the soul-devouring swamp after hearing the conversation between the two. Suddenly, the ground under Thor's feet was pushed open by something. The ground cracked, and a fleshy worm-like thing rushed out, opened a big round mouth, and bit Thor. Thor immediately jumped back and stuck to the wall of the cave. He danced his hands quickly, and was about to throw to attack the undead, but saw a purple smoke wrapped around the flesh worm that was drilling out from the ground. After being surrounded by purple, the bug quickly fell back to the ground, motionless. Bill sucked the purple smoke back into his mouth, revealing the fleshy bug on the ground that had turned pale purple. "You need to learn combat spells as soon as possible." Bill habitually raised his lips. The enemy won't always give you time to chant spells and perform gestures. On the other side, Wright had already stepped forward to check what Bill had killed. "It's a burrow worm." Thor didn't take Bill's words to heart. He also leaned over to take a look. He had heard of burrow worms, a kind of creature that lives deep underground. Although the word worm is in the name, the biological form is more like a plant. Their digestive organs and skin are the experimental materials that apprentices prefer. It was only after Wright enthusiastically dug out all the burrow worms under the ground that Thor discovered that these guys, which were supposed to be gray-brown, had turned purple-brown. "Oh, Bill, you must stop your love of poisoning." Wright picked up the bugs on the ground with a metal rod. "Look, this one is useless." Bill pouted, "Then you have to be faster next time." Soul was a little disappointed when he heard that the burrow bugs were useless, but he didn't show it, thinking that he would definitely encounter them again in the future. Just then he found that Byron, who had regained his normal size at some point, walked to Wright's side. He stretched his mouth again and stuck it to the purple-brown skin of the bug. Gulp gulp. With the sound of boiling water, the bug in Wright's hand quickly returned to its gray-brown color. "Byron, I really like your little mouth more and more," Wright exclaimed in surprise. Bill was not so happy. He crossed his arms and glanced at Byron. "You should be more careful when sucking things." There are some toxins in my body that even I don't have an antidote. Byron hummed softly, and I don't know if he received the implicit warning in Bill's words. Soul didn't care about the mutual probing between the third-level apprentices. As a second-level rookie, he took the initiative to take over the task of carrying the spoils. Wright enthusiastically helped Thor to take out the underground burrow worm intact. This burrow worm was as thick as a forearm and 2 meters long. It was a small one among adult burrow worms. The big ones lived deeper underground. Thor took out a silk bag from his backpack and shook it gently. The bag opened up and was as tall as a person. Wright skillfully put the burrow worm in. Thor closed the bag again, and the silk bag immediately shrank to the size of a ball. This is not space magic, but a compression technology based on magic. Thor patted his pockets and was in a good mood. If he could pick up a few more burrow worms today, then this trip underground would not be bad. Everyone continued to move forward with mixed feelings. They seemed to have entered a platform, and the burrows were almost straight and did not go deeper underground. Thor looked around all the way, hoping to pick up some more good stuff. But unfortunately, the underground was generally barren, and it was not like in the game where a small monster could spawn after walking a few steps. As a place that has been explored by predecessors for dozens or hundreds of years, this is normal. Thor took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. However, Byron in front of him suddenly stopped, and Thor almost bumped into him. Looking over his head, Thor found that Bill and Wright also stood still, with their hands raised and their backs straight. They were all in a defensive posture. Passing through the gap between the three people's bodies, Thor finally saw the reason why they were tense. In front of him, the road forked for the first time, with a total of 3 passages. Each passage can accommodate 2 people passing side by side. At this time, gray-white, translucent human figures walked out of the middle passage. They lined up, raised their legs high, put them down gently, and stood on tiptoe, as if they were afraid of waking someone up. Their upper bodies swayed slightly as they moved, and their heads also swayed a little bit. They all had no arms. Chapter 122. Thor looked at these spirits, whose movements were so uniform and strange, and their bare shoulders, and instantly recalled the arms that he saw on the cliffs before entering the crypt. The arms were calling for help outside, but the bodies were walking carefully and secretly underground. If these spirits were the souls of the dead, Thor could not imagine what kind of horrible scenes they experienced when they died. When Thor first heard Senior Byron talk about the tragedy of the Valley of the Hands, he thought that those wizards and apprentices should have been crushed to death, squeezed to death, and suffocated to death. Otherwise, they would fight and die in the escape. But the truth is obviously not that simple. There are many white shadows, walking out of the middle passage in a row, and then mechanically walking into the left passage one by one. There are too many. If it weren't for the slight differences in the size and appearance of each shadow, Thor would probably think that these shadows might be copies of a certain one. Now the left and middle passages are full of these shadows, and only the right passage is clean. Bill, who was standing at the front, observed for a while, and did not feel any danger, so he whispered, "Byron, is there any evil spirit here?" Bill could tell that the shadow in front of him was just the remnant of a broken spirit, not even a soul fragment. But he was not sure whether this phenomenon meant that there was an evil spirit nearby. Byron called Thor, "Thor, let's go and take a look together." Thor followed Byron and walked through the passage that Bill and Wright had left. They stopped 3 meters away from the fork in the road. Thor was the first to enter a semi-immersive meditation. In an instant, the humanoid shadow without arms disappeared, and there was only a faint pale flame in the air. Those flames, so weak that they seemed to be extinguished at any time, were jumping in the air at the same pace as the shadows just moved. Silent and trembling. Even though they had lost their human form, Thor could still feel a suffocating tension from their orderly jumping. He carefully observed the 3 caves and came out of his meditation state. Huh? His chest expanded twice, as if he had just recovered from suffocation. Did you find anything? Wright saw that Byron and Thor had stopped observing one after another, and asked in a low voice relying on the airflow in his throat. Thor and Byron looked at each other, and the two raised their hands in tacit understanding and pointed to the passage on the left. Bill's mouth twitched slightly. Does this mean that we should walk side by side with those guys? Byron walked over and waved his hand among the white shadows. The shadows were not affected at all, and they still raised their legs high, gently dropped them, and walked carefully. At present, these remnants just look strange, and they have no ability to affect us for the time being. Wright touched his arm, so I don't like dealing with spirits. I never know if attacking them is a waste of my magic power. Bill said bluntly, if you feel the mental power fluctuations they emit carefully, you won't be scared by a group of phantoms. Ha, as if you weren't nervous just now. I go in front this time. Byron ignored the quarrel between the two, glanced at Thor, and motioned him to follow him closely. Okay. Wright followed. Now it's your home court. When dealing with the evil spirits later, I can only follow your instructions. As they spoke, the four of them joined the White Shadow team one by one. In fact, there may not be evil spirits here. Thor gave the two seniors a shot of prevention. Maybe the evil spirits just wandered here before, and caused some pollution here. I see. Wright said without airs. When I went to catch sand-eye worms, I often only picked up their dry feces. No need to give this example. Bill wanted to raise his hand and knock Wright on the head. The few people continued to move forward. The White Shadow parallel to them turned right at the next intersection and entered another cave. Another fork in the road. Wright frowned. I don't like walking in a maze. This is the underground of the Chuishu Valley. Byron answered very boringly, focusing on distinguishing the road ahead. The group passed several more forks in the road. This underground world was even bigger than Thor had imagined. And this was only the outer edge of the Valley of the Hands. There's movement. Byron suddenly stopped. At this time, everyone had just stepped into a wider space. There were 8 forks in the road. Why are there so many holes? I feel like I can't remember the route I took. Wright covered his face with his hands. His thin face looked as pale as a dead person under the dim light of the glimmer. Bill was also obviously impatient. I don't think it's reliable to look for evil spirits based on pollution. That's just the traces they left behind, and they may not be here. He pointed to the passage leading to the underground. I think we should continue to go down. After saying that, Bill walked over there, and it seemed that he didn't intend to discuss it with anyone. But Thor looked over there and felt something strange. Wait a minute. He had just said half of his words when Bill jumped down the passage. Bill's body fell into the air, and the passage on the ground suddenly began to close. Bill was about to be cut in half, but he was not surprised but happy. A lot of purple foam appeared on his hands and feet. The foam looked soft, but it could hold up the shrinking tunnel. Then Bill pressed his hands on the edge of the tunnel and jumped up, leaving a pile of foam stuck at the hole while he jumped into the air. Thor was not free to watch others fight. After the first hole suddenly shrank and bit people, a hole on Thor's left suddenly moved towards him. The mountain contracted, like a huge suction cup, trying to suck Thor in. Thor immediately felt a strong suction. He raised his leg, stepped on the lower edge of the side wall, and withstood the suction. He threw out an arrow to hit the undead. The cave entrance suddenly contracted twice, but unfortunately the attack effect was not ideal. But Thor's attack just now was just to buy himself time. He immediately released the archery technique. The sharp arrow gained greater kinetic energy along with the suction of the cave entrance, and almost instantly drilled into the cave entrance. This time, the hole trembled violently, and spit out a stream of green mucus. But then, it suddenly expanded, expanding from a small hole with a diameter of less than 1 meter to nearly 2 meters in an instant, and the suction force increased again. This time, Thor had no place to fix his body, and he was almost about to fall into the cave that was a circle larger than his whole body. Suddenly, a spike suddenly protruded from Thor's feet and pierced directly into the mountain above his head. Thor hugged the spike to prevent himself from being sucked in. But his feet were unable to stand due to the huge suction force, and he floated in the air, and could only rely on one arm to hold the ground spikes tightly. Thor's other hand was not idle either. After quickly reciting the spell, translucent termites began to appear on his arm. Thor casually flicked his hand, and several termites were sucked into the cave. The reason why he chose soul termites as his first level 1 witchcraft was because it was a rare witchcraft among low-level witchcraft that could attack both the body and the soul at the same time. Although it was not the kind of witchcraft that caused instant death, it had a very comprehensive attack surface. After a few seconds, the hole shrank again in an instant, and the suction force was greatly reduced. Thor's feet finally fell back to the ground. Chapter 123. Seeing that the previous attack was effective, Thor threw out 2 more arrows. The sharp sword entered the smaller cave and disappeared, and soon green mucus gushed out again. The suction from the cave gradually weakened. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. His soul worm was mixed with soul fragments full of regrets when it was constructed, and he didn't want to use more if it was not necessary. There were still 3 seniors here, so Thor didn't need to fight too hard. Sure enough, just as Thor withstood the attack of the mutated crypt, the battle between the 3 people over there ended. 2 more spikes emerged from the ground, inserted obliquely into the mountain wall opposite Thor, and penetrated the cave in front of Thor from the side. The cave contracted violently twice, and finally closed completely. Staring at the cave, seeing that it had not changed for a long time, Thor turned back. He saw Wright raised his eyebrows at him, knowing that the spike he was holding now, and the 2 spikes that finally solved the abnormal cave were all Wright's help, and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Wright." Wright looked relaxed, and it was obvious that the battle just now was nothing to him. "You're welcome. If you get sucked in, we have to find a way to pull you out." "Haha, it'd be bad if you get pulled out. We lose a great guide." I don't know what he was thinking about, but Wright made himself laugh. At this time, all the mutated crypts were closed. Only then did Thor realize that this was not a fork in the road, but a relatively spacious passage. There are only 2 roads here, the front and the back, and the rest of the tunnels and caves are all fake. What kind of monster is this? It's disguised so well. Bill stepped on the foam on the ground, which had solidified into a solid like plaster. Crumbs fell down when he stepped on it. There is no record of this kind of monster before. Maybe it is a new mutation in the past 1 or 2 years, Byron said in a deep voice. Byron checked several closed mutation caves and couldn't find any useful loot. He stood up and clapped his hands. "It's getting late. I suggest we go back to the ground first." "Bill," tooted, "we didn't get much this time. It takes a lot of time to go in and out. We might as well stay here overnight." Byron shook his head. "It's too dangerous to stay overnight in a place where evil spirits are haunted." But looking at Bill's expression, you can tell that he won't give in easily this time. Soul still held the ground spikes that Wright supported him with, hiding behind and watching the fun. Anyway, he, a second-level apprentice, was not qualified to participate in the discussion of such strategic decisions. Just as Soul was watching the angry debate that was about to ignite, a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall beside him. Shaw! A chilly and cold breath seeped out. But before Thor was touched by the cold air, he turned his head suddenly, and noticed the big hole that opened silently beside him. At the same time, a pale, cold head suddenly shot out of the hole, and bit Thor's right hand that he subconsciously raised. The long chestnut hair was scattered on the head in a mess, and the white of the eyes without pupils stared at Thor in the gaps between the hair. His face was full of holes, like honeycomb coal, and his mouth was the biggest hole on his face. Sharp teeth stretched out from the hole, but failed to bite through Thor's gloves. There was no pain in his right hand, but Thor still felt a strong pulling force. The moment the head bit Thor, it immediately retreated, as if trying to pull Thor into the big hole that had just been opened. Thor was pulled by the opponent's huge force, and his body shook violently. He quickly held the ground spike tightly with his left hand again, to avoid being dragged in. Bang! Thor's face changed, and under the huge pulling force, he heard the sound of his bones coming apart. Everything happened in a flash, and Byron's support finally arrived. A huge net appeared out of nowhere, and wrapped around the head full of holes. The head was bound. Under the pressure of the giant net, the flesh made a sizzling sound of roasting. It finally let go in pain. Thor then rescued his right hand. But his right hand was completely powerless at this time, probably because the bone was broken, so he could only hold it with his left hand. The head on the opposite side was about to be pulled out by Byron with the giant net, but suddenly he took the initiative to break his neck. The back half of the body, that was not caught by the giant net, quickly shrank back. Seeing that the big hole was about to close, Byron jumped in without saying a word. At the critical moment, Wright raised his hand, and a big hand made of stone appeared from the ground, holding up the mutated cave and preventing it from closing. Thor looked at the big hole that kept trying to close with worry, wondering if Senior Byron could come back smoothly. Broken? Bill suddenly appeared behind Thor, scaring him. Maybe it's just dislocated. Thor's heart skipped a beat, and he retracted his left hand slightly. But Bill had a smile on his face, and pulled Thor's arm forcefully. Severe pain immediately came from his elbow. Thor's face twitched, but he endured the pain without crying out. Bill opened his mouth, and a puff of white smoke came out, covering Thor's right elbow, and soon the pain there disappeared. Bill tore off Thor's gloves, and saw the gray and transparent skin of Thor's forearm, and the faintly exposed bones underneath. He raised an eyebrow, and lifted Thor's arm, and flipped it back and forth. Your modified arm is quite strong. It was bitten like that, but there was no scar at all. Thor's injury was not in the bitten arm, but in the joint where the skin and upper arm were connected, which was broken. After checking, Bill finally let go of Thor's arm, and threw the glove to Thor again. Thor caught the glove with his left hand, and simply put it in his pocket without wearing it. Your glove is not very strong. If you want, you can go to the exchange meeting and exchange for a stronger glove prop. I go check it out if I have a chance. Sol didn't want Bill to notice the special properties of his gloves, so he responded casually. He lowered his head to study his right hand, which could move freely at this time. It seemed that Bill was really healing him instead of simply anesthetizing him. I didn't expect this guy to be a healer. At this time, Byron finally ran out of the cave. Seeing this, Wright withdrew his stone hand, and the big hole closed instantly. How is it? Wright came over. Byron smiled a little, picked up a glass bottle with a round bottom and a narrow neck, and changed it in front of everyone. Evil spirit? Now even Bill walked over. Evil spirits that are being transformed, but they are still evil spirits in essence. The bottle was gray, and Thor couldn't see what it was. Evil spirits? That's fine. Although it's not the evil spirit that Byron's mission target, evil spirits like this that have begun to transform are also very valuable. It's good to take it back to the Wizard Tower in exchange for credits and money, or keep it for research. And if Byron didn't catch an evil spirit, then it would be the team's reward, and Bill and the others would also get a share of the money. Wright clapped his hands. That's good, today we have a big harvest. We can go back. This time Bill didn't object. Byron put away the bottle and walked to Thor. How is your arm? Senior Bill treated me, and it's fine now. Thor raised his right arm and shook it, but mainly for Senior Byron to examine. Everyone cleaned up the scene again, and made sure there was nothing else to gain before returning the same way. The most difficult part on the way back was the very deep passage. Wright and Bill both had their own ways to get up, but Byron gave up turning into a balloon and asked Thor to use the algae to pull him up. The algae was very strong and could pull 2 people up. As Thor climbed up the passage, his heart moved and he looked down. Because of the loss of light, the underground passage became dark again, and there were bursts of water flowing. Thor had an illusion that someone was constantly pouring water into this underground passage. The water level gradually rose, chasing the footsteps of everyone. Night was coming. Like the Wizard Tower, the underground of Chuishu Valley at night might also become another world. Chapter 124. When everyone climbed out of the cave, it was already dark outside. Nick was absent-mindedly writing and drawing, and when he saw everyone coming back, he hurried to meet them. This adventurous life of going underground during the day and returning before dark lasted for 5 days. Because Thor and Nick were both second-level apprentices, they took turns to stay at the camp. And the human-headed monster that appeared at the entrance of the Chuishu Valley never appeared again. This also made Byron and Thor, who had been a little nervous, relax a little. On this day, it was Thor's turn to stay behind. Seeing that everyone had entered the cave for a while, he immediately put down the materials in his hand and studied his eyes instead. He had not fallen asleep these days, and he used deep meditation instead, in order to avoid accidentally entering the dreams of people around him. Although he might know some secrets, if he did not fully understand the role of the nightmare butterfly, it would bring disaster to himself if he rashly knew other people's secrets. Thor always remembered a saying in the wizard world: danger comes from the unknown, and the unknown is endless. He faced the soul wave sensor, observing and recording the frequency of the silver light flashing in his eyes. He found that if he did not meditate semi-immersed, the cocoons in his eyes would not shine. When he entered semi-immersed meditation, a silver light flashed in his left eye almost every minute. But the silver light was very weak, and it was almost impossible to detect it if he was not staring at him face to face. Just as Thor was planning how to start his experiment after returning, the sky suddenly darkened. A shadow slowly covered the place where Thor was. Thor looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless. He looked back again, and suddenly found a huge ship on the other side of the cliff. The ship looked like an ancient 3-masted sailing ship, but it was much larger than a normal sailing ship. There was a monster painted on each of the 3 huge sails. A slender ghost, a 1,000-eyed banshee, and a giant flower that looked beautiful, but had strange petals and stamens. At this time, the giant sail was slowly being retracted, and the giant ship gradually stopped moving. Below the sailboat was a huge hull wrapped in white bones. Below it was blocked by the cliffs, and could not be seen clearly. The shadow stopped spreading, and the huge sailboat finally stopped. A huge ship sailing on land? Thor stood up with a serious expression. A land boat? He still remembered that when he met Bill and Wright, Bill had just killed 4 people sailing on land. Could it be that their companions had come? Thor looked at the sky. It was still early. Normally, it would be far before Byron and the others returned. Thor stood up and started packing. Since the group didn't set up a tent, as long as Thor hid some small instruments, no one would find their traces here. Whether the people on the land boat were hired by the 4 people or not, it would be unsafe for Thor, a second-level apprentice, to run into them. He moved several large instruments to the depths of a nearby cave and laid some plants on the periphery. He put on his backpack and prepared to move to another place to hide. However, at this moment, the diary suddenly flew out and unfolded in front of him at an extremely fast speed, with lines of words appearing as if it was running at 4 times the speed. New Moon Year 316, April 20th. Since leaving the Wizard Tower, you have been doing well. Now you finally see what the outside world is like. You will be caught and tortured, but no matter what you say, they will dig out your eyes and turn you into a flower. Can't be caught. Sol immediately realized that the person who came this time would become his enemy. He didn't have time to choose a suitable hole, so he jumped into the nearest one and ran inside desperately. Swish. Some mud and sand were brought down by Thor, and he quickly stopped and lay on the ground, fearing that the sound would alarm the people on the ground. Since the diary had already popped out, it meant that the enemy could have found him very quickly. The time left for Thor was only a few minutes at most. But it was these few minutes of time difference that gave Thor the opportunity to hide. Fortunately, there are caves everywhere, and they are twisting and turning inside, otherwise I really wouldn't have much chance of escaping. Thor held his breath and looked up at the top of his head. After turning several corners, he could no longer see the cave entrance. He just hoped that his actions just now did not leave too obvious traces on the ground. At the same time, he was ready to escape at any time. Puff puff puff. Thor's heart was beating wildly. The leader must be very powerful to be able to drive such a huge sailboat on land. Thor could only hope that there were no formal wizards among them. Puff puff puff. Waiting without any signs was the most tormenting. The tunnel became more and more quiet. Thor couldn't help but raise his hand to press his chest, his eyes still looking at the dark front. Time passed by little by little. No sound came from above. Maybe the people outside didn't notice the traces here and had left. Thor raised his body slightly and climbed down a little further. After descending a few meters again and turning a few corners, Thor fumbled to take out a thin test tube from his backpack. The test tube was left by Right. As long as Thor buried the worms in the test tube in the soil, Right would know that something had happened to Thor. Thor buried half of the worms in the soil and left the other half outside according to the agreed plan. This means there is danger on the ground, but Thor is fine. If the whole worm is buried, it means Thor is asking for help. Huh? After doing all this, Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he would not be afraid that Byron and his men would come out of the cave without any defense and run into the enemy. He continued to lie on the ground for about 2 hours. His stomach began to call for food, so he slowly got up. It was pitch black all around, and only the diary on his left shoulder, contrary to the theory of optics, still appeared clearly in his sight. Can I go up and see now? The diary flew out, giving him an uncomfortable way to die. Okay. I hope they can leave before dark. I don't want to spend the night underground. Can I use the glimmer spell? Sol continued to think. The diary flew out again. But this time, the content made Sol's heart stop beating. New Moon Calendar Year 316, April 20th. You hid underground, thinking you had escaped the crisis. You stood up and lit up the surroundings, and then you saw a head opposite you. He grinned, revealing a row of neat red teeth. You found me. You want to run, but his neck stretches faster, and you are rolled up. After he knows that he can't find other people through you, he bites off half of your face. Sol reads the contents of the diary without blinking. However, what he wants to know more is whether there is a face opposite him that is quietly watching his every move. Chapter 125. Thor tried to keep his breathing rate constant and sat up slowly with an expressionless face. I hope that big ship didn't find it, Thor whispered, as if he was just trying to comfort himself. He didn't know the identity of the enemy, but it was very likely that they came from that big ship. And that 3-masted sailboat was also very likely a land boat. According to the diary, whether Thor confessed that it was Bill who killed him or not, they would not spare his life. Thor waited for a while. Although he couldn't see it, he was sure that the head with a neck that could quickly extend was floating in front of him. If he stretched out his hand, he might touch a cold skin. But Thor couldn't wait here forever. He had been lying here for 2 hours, and he was not sure how much patience the other party had left. Once the other party thought that he could not find his companions through Thor, he would probably lose patience and directly capture him and torture him. And Thor, when the other party was alert, was obviously unable to escape from the clutches of the devil. He had to think of a way. He had to distance himself from the other party, and then find a way to speed up his escape. Thor didn't have much time left. He couldn't see the head, but the other party must have a way to see in the dark to monitor him. Thor thought of several ways, most of which were denied by the diary. I still have a scroll of spiritual armor. If I use it and run away immediately, can I escape? This time the diary finally didn't predict death. Spiritual armor can temporarily resist the opponent. Thor still maintained a squatting and thinking posture, holding the backpack in his arms, but his brain was working rapidly. Use the scroll of the spirit armor now? He gritted his teeth secretly, but did not act immediately. I know almost nothing about this enemy. He closed his eyes and forced himself to change his mind. What if I cast the soul worm on him? The diary reminded Thor that unlike the scroll that was almost instantaneous, the moment Thor chanted the spell, the enemy would notice it and snap it away without hesitation. So sorcery and similar methods that activate slowly will not work. Then what about using my best skill, which can be cast instantly to attack the undead? This time, the diary reminded Thor that attacking the undead would hardly cause any damage to the enemy. After all, although the enemy has a long neck, it is not a long-necked ghost. Although the opponent looks like a ghost, he does not have the weakness of a ghost. Thor leaned back and his head gently hit the earth wall behind him, like a relaxation after tension. Another idea flashed through his mind. The diary did not move. Thor's eyes flashed. Master Herman, the apprentice hasn't made any movement yet. While Thor was still planning how to get rid of the long-neck surveillance, more than a dozen people were busy on the ground. One of them reported his observations to a third-level wizard apprentice named Herman. Herman was wearing a silver wizard robe, shining in the sun. Although he and the people around him were all third-level apprentices, everyone obviously respected him, or was afraid of him. Are you sure he sent out a distress signal? Herman was fiddling with several instruments he had found in the cave. Yes. The communication method is twin worms, but the specific content of the communication is not yet certain. How long has it been? Another apprentice took out his pocket watch and took a look. It's almost 2 hours. It seems that his companions don't take him seriously. At this time, another wizard apprentice, who was searching nearby, came over with an ugly look on his face. Master Herman, these people may be apprentices of the Wizard Tower. As soon as the word Wizard Tower came out, the busy people around paused. They looked over quietly and asked Herman for his opinion. Herman saw the reaction of his men, and his face flashed with anger. Look at you. What's wrong with the Wizard Tower? If you are afraid of this, you might as well get off the boat and go back to being ordinary people. Herman's scolding made everyone quiet. Suddenly, the apprentice who was responsible for reporting Thor's situation at the beginning spoke in surprise. Master Herman, the boy we were monitoring has lost contact. Herman raised his head and pulled the other person's collar. You mean a second-level or even first-level apprentice killed your 8 slaves? The apprentice was dragged and trembling, but he could only nod honestly. Herman suddenly let him go, with an interested smile on his face. Interesting, then I will go meet him in person. After saying that, Herman's silver robe suddenly tightened, from a loose piece of clothing, directly into a tight suit. Even the hood of the robe was automatically put on Herman's head. Now he was wrapped in silver from head to toe, revealing the strong body that was originally covered by the wide wizard robe. Master Herman, what about us? Herman had already stood at the entrance of the cave where Thor was hiding. He raised his hand and pointed at his men. Kill everyone who appears here, no matter if they are from the Wizard Tower or not. After saying that, he jumped into the cave. A few minutes ago, Thor leaned against the wall of the cave below, and one hand was reaching into the backpack to grab something with the cover of his body. Observing Thor's head, one could only see this thin boy curled up on the ground, holding his backpack tightly in both hands. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from deep in the tunnel, and at the same time, a call was heard. Thor, are you here? The head suddenly turned his head and looked over, but he didn't find any human breath approaching. It seems you are in trouble, Thor. A light laugh sounded in the head's ears. But no matter how the head stretched his neck, he couldn't find any enemy where the sound came from. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the human head. But just as the human head was about to retreat, several spikes suddenly flew out from the surrounding walls and immediately pierced the neck connected to the back of the human head. The human head roared in pain, stretched out again, and desperately bit the source of the sound in front of him. He believed that even if the person could be invisible and hide his breath, he would be swept by his attack. But he only bit into nothing. There was nothing on the other side. The spikes immediately softened after piercing the long neck of the human head, and then took advantage of the human head trying to attack the front. They coiled around the neck and stabbed the tip into the ground fiercely. The head that wanted to launch a second attack was instantly pulled to the ground. The attack still came from all around instead of from the front. The head suddenly realized that there was no one in front of him. He was fooled. The head tried to stretch again, but found that he was locked on the ground by 5 or 6 tentacles. The head showed a ferocious smile, struggled hard, and instantly pulled 2 tentacles up from the ground. However, because the tentacles were wrapped around his neck for more than 10 times, he was unable to tear off all the tentacles pulling him. But he was not afraid, because the enemy was the thin boy, and the tentacles on the ground could not bind him for long. Roar! Just as the head was trying to pull all the tentacles out of the ground, he suddenly felt a hand pressing on his neck, which was still bound by the tentacles. Then, severe pain came with the sound of chopping bones. Thor took advantage of the head's transfer and pounced on it, then used all his strength to press on the long neck that was still on the ground, trying to break free from Xiao's restraints. The diary had told him that even Xiao could not hold the head for a few seconds. But these few seconds were enough. Thor raised his right hand high, holding a bone-chopping knife tightly in his hand, and chopped it down fiercely. Chapter 126. This bone-chopping knife was brought out by Thor from the morgue. It was a misappropriation of public tools. But there was no other way. Thor had never seen a knife that could compare to his bone-chopping knife when it came to the best knives. Every time he had to dismember an abnormal corpse in the morgue, this bone-chopping knife was his first choice. So when he decided to cut off the long neck of a human head, all the witchcraft and scrolls were not as reassuring as the bone-chopping knife in the morgue. And this time, the bone-chopping knife still did not disappoint Thor. With just 2 cuts, the long knife that chopped down along the bone seemed successfully split the neck of the head in 2. The connection was broken, and the head fell to the ground instantly without even a struggle. On the contrary, the neck of the head on the other side was like a rubber band that was contracted, and it was instantly retracted. Thor had no time to think. He knew that after the enemy found out that the head that was monitoring Thor was dead, they would definitely send new enemies to hunt him down. And this time, they probably wouldn't use Thor to fish. Thor quickly put away the phantom sound eye, commanded Xiao to loosen his neck, withdraw from the mountain wall, and retract his neck. Then he put on his backpack, held a bone-chopping knife in his hand, and ran quickly into the deeper part of the cave. He also turned on the glimmer spell. Although this might allow the pursuers behind to discover him, it would be more time-consuming for Thor to move forward in the dark. As long as the distance is far enough and there is a detour, this little light will not be conspicuous. Fortunately, although this cave was chosen by Thor temporarily, it was not a dead-end cave. After running for dozens of meters with his back bent, Thor encountered the first steep slope. His eyes lit up. As long as the passage went down, it would probably lead to a complex underground maze. Although there were many dangerous monsters in the underground maze, Thor would only die if he stayed on the ground. Xiao flew out from behind Thor's neck again, turning into 4 chains, hanging Thor down the steep slope quickly, and coming to a flat area. Thor rushed out immediately, without waiting for himself to stand firm. After running a few steps, he came to the first fork in the road. Just as he was about to choose a passage to enter, the diary suddenly flew out. April 20th, 316th year of the new moon calendar, you went deep underground alone. You were brave enough, but there was a pool of stagnant water ahead, which was home to a group of omnivorous insects. Although their mouths were not big, they ate very fast. When you ran quickly across the stagnant water, you were surprised to find that your stride had become smaller. When you looked down, you found that your calves had been eaten up. This injury was not fatal, but before you could properly treat it, you were smashed into a pool of flesh by the enemy, who rushed in at high speed. If the previous hints only made Thor alert, then the last sentence made him open his eyes suddenly. Sure enough, an enemy was chasing him, and very fast. Sol didn't have time to think about it, and immediately changed a fork to enter. The diary reminded him that he had just run across the pond, and before he could heal, he was caught up by the enemy. The enemy was now very close to his position. A little hesitation might cause him to be caught up, and being caught up would mean being smashed into pieces. The enemy was very fast and powerful. Sol was running wildly, and even commanded Xiao to insert himself into the soil in front, and pull himself over to increase his speed. Soon the second fork in the road appeared in front of him, with 2 choices in total. As Thor ran, he looked at the passage on the left. The diary also accelerated the frequency of telling him the left was a dead end, and if Thor was caught up, he would be smashed into mincemeat and hung on the stone. When Thor ran to the fork in the road, he chose the passage on the right without hesitation. Before he ran for long, the diary quickly showed a few more lines of words. He said that when Thor was running away, a dark spider suddenly jumped out and pounced on Thor's back, trying to bite off his neck, and when Thor was fighting the dark spider, the enemy chased him and smashed him and the dark spider into mincemeat and mixed them together. Sure enough, being caught up means death, but there was no fork in the road for Thor to choose. He could only wave the bone-chopping knife, while letting Xiaozhou explore the way for him. After running for more than 10 steps, Thor heard a sound of breaking air from his left side, and suddenly hit the interception net formed by Xiaozhou's tentacles. Although he did not hesitate, he chopped the tentacle that intercepted the dark spider. The severed tentacle still loyally intercepted the dark spider. "I'm sorry, Xiaozhou." The incident happened suddenly, and Thor could only whisper an apology to his little pet. Xiaozhou reached out a tentacle and gently touched Thor's cheek, indicating that he was not angry. Thor continued to run wildly, and another fork in the road appeared in front of him. This time, there were a total of 5 passages for him to choose. Thor quickly looked at the first 3, and there were either monsters in them, or monsters that could block Thor and affect his escape speed. In the end, Thor would be caught up by the enemy and turned into mincemeat. Thor looked at the 4th passage again, and the diary did not prompt. Just as he was about to enter, he glanced at the 5th passage again. This time, the diary's reminder made Thor's heart move, and he turned into the 5th passage at the last moment. The diary reminded Thor that there was an abandoned web of dark spiders on the road ahead. But Thor would get stuck if he stepped on it, and would crash into layers of spider webs, and then be trapped for a few minutes, and then be captured by the enemy with the spider webs. Now Thor knew what was on the ground ahead, and when he entered the 5th passage, he immediately jumped onto the wall and walked. There were some spider webs on the wall at this time, but Thor, who was mentally prepared, would use the algae to swing to the other side immediately. After finally running through this sticky passage of about 50 meters, Thor returned to the ground. This was just a small trick he used to delay the pursuers, but since the people behind him could easily kill him, these tricks might only delay him for a little time. But Thor had to do this. The pursuers behind him had not made any movement, but the diary kept reminding him that as long as Thor delayed a little, he would be caught up and killed by the people behind him. This made the enemy's presence even more terrifying. The pursuer's breath seemed to be blowing on the hair on the back of Thor's head. Thor continued to flee, but the passage in front of him became narrower and narrower. This made Thor a little worried. If he finally ran into a dead end, he would probably still die. "Humph, even if I'm not sure, I can't really stand there and wait to die." Thor stretched his arms while running. In this situation, Sinel's concerns had been thrown out of his mind, and he had to mobilize his spirit to the maximum extent. Suddenly, translucent soul borers appeared on Thor's arm. "It's a pity that these worms can't leave the body for a long time, otherwise they can be thrown here as an ambush," Thor said self-deprecatingly. Just when Thor had to bend down and run, a downward passage appeared in front of him again. Descend again? Thor gritted his teeth. Descending again meant going deeper underground, which would be more dangerous. He had no time to hesitate. Thor gritted his teeth. As long as the diary didn't come out, he would just pretend that he was still on the ground. Thor leaped and jumped down. Several black tentacles instantly stretched out from behind Thor's neck and inserted into the walls. While leaving deep marks all around, they kept their speed at a level where Thor would not get hurt when he landed. However, at this moment, Thor's eyes suddenly widened. Under his feet, another ray of light appeared and was rising rapidly. Chapter 127. What could be the light that could come out from underground? Thor pulled out the scroll of spiritual armor, and the soul worms on his arm surged more and more frequently. Both sides were moving very fast, and were about to collide. The diary never showed up. Could it be someone I know? Who could it be? Senior Byron doesn't know flying magic, so is it Bill or Wright? Thor got excited and couldn't help shouting, "Senior? Thor?" A familiar voice came from the other side. The two beams of light collided. Wright's pale face appeared in front of Thor. Thor was excited to explain to Wright what happened on the ground. "Wright, run. Thor, run." Thor? The young second-level apprentice was no match for Wright, the senior third-level apprentice, and was dragged up by the other party as soon as they met. After a brief surprise, Thor immediately realized that Wright must have encountered an enemy that he could not resist. Moreover, Senior Wright had no other companions behind him, and the situation was very serious. This meant that the enemy behind Wright had forced him to flee separately from the others. After thinking about this clearly, Thor no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Xiaozhou to follow Wright's strength and take him up. But there were enemies above them. In order to prevent being attacked by surprise, Thor quickly explained the situation to Wright in the simplest language. "An enemy who can easily kill you." Doubts flashed in Wright's eyes, but his speed of running upwards did not slow down. "I know. You must follow me closely." Wright made a decision quickly and flew to the top of Thor, obviously deciding to block the enemy on Thor's side. Sol was a little surprised by such decisiveness. Anne's apprentice and Bill's companion. With such an identity, even though Wright has always been a little careless, Thor has never really let down his guard against him. But Thor didn't expect that Wright would immediately decide to stand in front of Thor instead of using Thor as a shield when he knew there was a powerful enemy. "Senior, be careful. The enemy above may be very fast." Wright did not reply. The pair of wings growing on his back were flapping rapidly. Soul stared at the diary, ready to remind Wright at any time. But the diary was still silent. Senior Wright should be able to defeat this enemy. Soul felt relieved and even planned whether he could counterattack later. In the diary, Soul had been killed by the enemy several times. As long as there was a chance to counterattack, Soul would never show mercy. The opponent was very fast. If Thor wanted to counterattack, he would probably only have a short chance. Then, it was the moment when Senior Wright and the opponent faced each other. The buds on Thor's arm began to stir again. Finally, the two jumped up to the upper level again. But the cave in front of them was strangely quiet. Wright was very anxious and observed the surroundings briefly. "No matter what, let's keep going. Senior, be careful, he is very fast," Thor reminded quickly. But until the two returned to the passage full of spider webs, they did not encounter the mysterious and powerful enemy. While passing through the passage, Thor observed the spider webs around him, and found that only at the beginning of the other end, there were signs of damage to the spider webs, and there were no signs of damage to the spider webs further down. This meant that someone had chased him here before, but retreated for other reasons. Thor used the glimmer technique to quickly scan the damage traces on the ground, and was able to determine that the other party had broken through the spider web simply by strength or speed. Sure enough, the enemy chasing him should have broken through here quickly. So what caused him to come back? Soul's eyes lit up, and when he saw Wright stop in front of him, he rushed to Wright's side. He looked forward and saw several familiar figures. Senior Byron and Bill were standing there intact. Only Nick was unconscious with his head down, and was hung on Byron's back. Could he have been injured by the enemy chasing Soul? Soul ran over quickly, and his movement scared the two nervous people. After seeing that it was Soul, Byron, carrying Nick on his back, went to meet him. "Thor, why did you come down?" Thor frowned slightly, and turned his head to look at Wright, who had just caught up. "Didn't you receive my signal?" A group of enemies came from the land. They were driving a huge three-masted sailing ship on the ground. I suspect they were people sailing on land. I was chased by one of them, and had to run down. "What? Those were people sailing on land?" Byron was surprised, and Bill beside him didn't look very good either. Bill looked at Wright, who gave him a shoulder. The situation was so tense just now that I didn't pay attention to the signal sent by Thor. Looking at the performance of the three people, Thor realized that the enemy they encountered was even more difficult. "Let's talk while walking." Byron supported Nick behind him, and said in a deep voice. It was said that they talked while walking, but in fact they talked while running. Thor could feel their real fear. This made him nervous. Who was chasing them? Although they knew there were enemies outside, they still ran to the ground without hesitation, with Bill running in the front and Thor at the back. Soon they came to the first fork in the road. "Where to go?" Bill asked loudly without stopping. This road was not the one Byron and his team had explored in the underground cave, but Thor had stumbled into it by accident. Only Thor knew where to get out. In this way, under Thor's command, they gradually approached the ground. At the same time, after exchanging information, they both understood the troubles they had encountered. It turned out that, after not encountering evil spirits for several days, Bill proposed to go deeper underground again. Byron, who had not gained anything, was also shaken. When they encountered a downward passage again, they chose to enter a deeper underground cave. But as soon as they entered the second underground cave, they encountered a very terrible soul storm head-on. This kind of soul storm may form after the death of a powerful enough wizard or a sufficient number of wizards. Because they failed to become evil spirits, but were unwilling to dissipate, their consciousness formed a tornado of soul fragments between repeated convergence and collapse. This kind of soul storm is a terrifying existence that will kill ordinary people, or even low-level wizard apprentices. But some powerful wizard apprentices also have ways to obtain some soul fragments from it. Byron, who majored in dark elements, and Bill and Wright, who came to make money, naturally would not let go of this small soul storm. In their opinion, this level of soul storm should not be dangerous. So, they took the initiative to attack the outer edge of the storm, trying to knock out the soul fragments that had been bound by the storm for many years. However, no one expected that when the soul storm had a small gap in the outer layer due to their attack, the first evil spirit to come out was actually a formal wizard-level evil spirit. Formal wizard? Hearing this, Thor's hands and feet were cold. He dared to fight against a second-level apprentice, and dared to escape from the pursuit of a third-level apprentice, and by the way, he caused some trouble for the other party. But he could not imagine whether he could survive the pursuit of a formal wizard. So how did you get up alive? Chapter 128. Senior Byron sighed, and a fearful expression appeared on his somewhat dull face. Fortunately, that wizard-level evil spirit was not formed after the death of a wizard, but a new evil spirit condensed by many weak evil spirits under the restraint of the soul storm, and it was not complete. This also caused his consciousness to be extremely confused. Although he had a main consciousness, his actions were often affected by other consciousnesses. Wright also added in fear. Fortunately, when we were resisting the evil spirit, Nick cast his emotional witchcraft to affect the other party's consciousness. We had a chance to escape, but Nick almost died because of his emotional breakdown, so Byron had to knock him out and bring him out. Hearing this, Thor looked at Nick, who was being carried by Senior Byron, with great admiration. Nick majored in emotional witchcraft, and had to suppress his emotional changes on a daily basis to avoid affecting the effect of his witchcraft. But because of this, once his emotions could not be suppressed and fluctuated violently, he would cause harm to himself. Thor suspected that this might be the reason why he could not be promoted to level 3. In Byron's subsequent narration, when they were escaping, they found that the evil spirits were chasing them again, and in a panic, they were separated from Wright. Byron and Bill accidentally returned to the upper level of the crypt, and soon ran into the people chasing Thor. The enemy was dressed in silver and was strong, but he was no match for Byron and Bill in a 1-on-2 situation. The enemy tested the strength of the two and retreated immediately without fighting. If Thor's speculation is correct, then the silver enemy is... Wright thought of what happened to Thor before. It's Herman. Byron also confirmed the identity of the enemy, one of the strongest third-level apprentices of land sailing. Why would the strongest third-level apprentice of land sailing appear here? No one asked this question, but they all subconsciously thought of the 4 people killed by Bill. Could it be that any of the 4 people had a close relationship with Herman? With a 3-masted sailing ship in Herman, there must be a lot of people on land sailing this time. Wright, who was running in front, turned around and gave Thor a thumbs up. You are amazing to be able to run all the way here alive. But the problem now is that once we return to the ground, we may be bombarded by the 3-masted sailing ship. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and the current situation is very critical. Thor couldn't help but think about it. What should they do in this situation? Unless they are sure to kill us all, the land boat will not dare to take action easily. He was not so worried about Bill in front. He was still running fast. Don't forget how the Tower Master dealt with the captain of the land boat last time. They have not dared to step into the territory of the Wizard Tower for a long time. Don't be so optimistic, Bill. If he really doesn't dare to attack the Wizard Tower, will Thor be forced underground by him? Wright disagreed with Bill's point of view. But whether the land boat will attack them or not, they must run to the ground. Compared with the third-level apprentice of the land boat, the formal wizard-level evil spirit is more terrifying. It would be best if the people of the land boat could fight against the evil spirit, and we can take the opportunity to escape. Bill suddenly looked back, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. What's that in front? Thor, who had been staring at the front, suddenly reminded. What? Bill, who was in the first position, looked back quickly and saw white shadows appearing in the cave in front. Those white shadows were the armless regrets they had seen before. But compared with the scenes a few days ago, when they were cautious and didn't dare to make any sound, their eyebrows and eyes were exaggeratedly raised at this time, and the corners of their mouths were also raised in a weird arc. It was as if someone had used strings to hang their facial features, forming smiling faces without any joy. These phantoms stood facing Thor and his companions, shoulder to shoulder, blocking the passage tightly. Oh, a bunch of rubbish. Bill laughed, and was about to pass through the phantoms without any care. However, when he hit the human body wall formed by the phantoms, he was bounced back by a huge force. How is it possible? Bill's eyes widened in disbelief. Wright also hurried forward and kicked. He felt as if he had kicked a wall of flesh. He immediately mobilized his magic power and thrust a spike diagonally into the shadow wall, but it was broken at the moment of contact. The armless shadows that were attacked laughed even more exaggeratedly. Byron raised his hand and shot out a black ray of light. The ray hit the spirit wall, and finally made a string of shadows wail and dissipate. Thor followed Byron and used witchcraft against spirits. But his effect in attacking the undead was not as good as Byron's, and he could only destroy one shadow at a time. At this time, Thor found that the temperature around him had dropped sharply. He was wearing a single layer of clothes and an outer robe, but he actually felt a little cold. It must be that evil spirit coming soon. Wright suddenly raised his voice trembling a little. Only wizard-level evil spirits can temporarily transform these residual thoughts into entities. Don't scream, don't we know? Bill was also attacking. His poison mist attack had almost no effect on these spirits, but as a senior third-level apprentice, Bill also mastered several witchcrafts against spirits. Wright, on the other hand, only knew the most basic way to attack the undead, and his efficiency was as low as Thor's. However, just as the wall of residual shadows was about to be broken through, new white residual shadows suddenly appeared in the surrounding mountain walls. They also wore exaggerated smiles, walked to the middle of the road, and formed a new wall. The shadow wall that had just gradually become thinner became thicker again. As new shadows were added from all sides, the wall became thicker than before. Thor hurriedly tried to attack the afterimages that were not part of the wall, but found that they were like illusions and could ignore his attacks. Then he could only continue to attack the virtual wall that had become a solid entity. At this time, Thor noticed again that a layer of white frost had condensed on the wall beside him and the ground under his feet. The temperature was even colder. Wright, who had almost no effect, shouted in a state of collapse, "He is coming, don't hold back." After saying that, he immediately unfolded a scroll and threw it at the virtual wall. The scroll fell to the ground, forming a black round hole in an instant. A small wind vortex appeared above the round hole, bringing up the dust around it, and spinning continuously. And those regretful entities seemed to be dissolved, their bodies were pulled and twisted, and finally sucked into the black hole. Even Thor, who was at the back, could feel that his consciousness was about to be sucked away by the black hole. I don't know what kind of witchcraft the scroll is. It's quite scary, but it must be very expensive. Wright's face was twitching, and his face became paler. The magic fluctuations around Byron and Bill also surged instantly, and it was obvious that they were using second-level magic. Seeing this, Thor was not idle either, and the soulworm magic he had prepared for a long time was finally activated. Under the powerful and relentless attack, the phantom wall in front of him finally melted. Everyone fought and advanced, trying to speed up the speed of passing through the phantom. Tear. As Thor stepped forward, he found that his shoes were actually frozen. It was even colder here. He couldn't help but look back, and the passage behind him was still dark and quiet. But Thor felt an invisible sense of oppression approaching. Just as Wright said, he was coming. Chapter 129. Before the frost froze everyone's souls, they finally broke through the wall of phantoms. Bill ran out immediately, and the others also escaped before the wall closed again. Thor looked up and reminded everyone a little excitedly, "Go through the passage on the right, and you will return to the exit near the ground." However, just as Thor reminded them, he saw Bill, who was running in the front, raised his left hand. "Be careful of the land boat, go this way." Then Bill turned into the left exit, and Wright and Byron behind him turned into the cave on the left without saying a word. Thor wanted to say that the left was a dead end, but before he could open his mouth, the people in front of him had already run in. He ran to the fork in the road and couldn't help but stop for a moment. Behind him was the coldness of winter. The right was the exit, but it was likely that people who were sailing on land were ambushing. The left was a dead end. Thor gritted his teeth and turned into the passage on the left. Maybe Bill and his team have a way to lead the evil spirits chasing behind to the right passage. If the people on the land boat can directly confront the evil spirits, then maybe they can take the opportunity to escape. Soul had a lot of questions in his mind, but seeing the people in front of him running wildly without saying anything, he could only shrink his questions back into his mind. A few minutes later, everyone came to the end of this passage. A pile of boulders blocked the road ahead, and it was unclear whether there was another passage behind the boulders. Even if they could break through the boulder with just a few people, it would take a long time. Thor slowly stopped. Just when he was about to ask what to do next, he was surprised to find that Bill's speed did not slow down at all, and he crashed into the rock pile. Behind him, Wright and Byron, who was carrying the unconscious Nick, also passed through the boulder one by one. Thor stopped in disbelief. The scene in front of him reminded him of a scene in a classic novel. Is there one level 2 sorcery that can pass through walls? But Thor had a bad feeling in his heart. In that novel, there was a scene where the protagonist was the one left behind. Thor reached out and touched the wall. It was indeed a very hard wall. His hand could not pass through it. His chest was heaving violently. He had understood something in his heart, but he still took 2 steps back like a fool and bumped into the wall again. Bang! Thor's shoulder was hurt by the collision, and a lot of dirt fell on his head. He leaned against the wall, his hands and feet trembling violently with anger. "So, this is how you lead away the evil spirits," Puffs of white air were exhaled with Thor's breath. The walls around him began to condense delicate ice patterns. The cold penetrated into Thor's body through the collar of his clothes. He's coming. Thor already knew what was going to happen. As expected, the diary flew out. Thor took a look at the content on it, and sure enough, it was another death. He thought about being alert to Wright and Bill, but he never expected that Byron would sacrifice him so easily. A formal wizard-level evil spirit, an existence that Thor could not possibly defeat. But he did not accept his fate. If he had accepted his fate, Thor would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. Thor glanced at the contents of the diary again, and his brain turned rapidly. The knowledge he had learned over the years flashed in front of his eyes one by one. Fear comes from the unknown, but I am not completely ignorant of evil spirits. A bold idea merged in Thor's mind. The shadows of soul borers jumped on his arms, but their movements were no longer as active as before because of the cold. Thor pulled out the scroll of the armor art that he hadn't used several times, and looked in the direction he ran from. In the darkness, he clearly felt something approaching, no sound, only an increasingly cold breath. Thor moved his arms. The crystals on his clothes condensed and shattered back and forth, and his frozen face showed a twisted smile. Clang, clang, clang. The glimmering art began to flicker uncontrollably. Thor raised his head, and saw a purple-green old man's figure appear at the end of the darkness. His face was hideous. The corners of his mouth and eyes were twitching slightly, and only the upper half of his body was left, floating in the air. If you look closely, you will find that his hands, nose, and even hair do not belong to the same person, as if a puzzle, composed of countless different people's limbs. And the figure seemed motionless, but between each alternation of light and darkness, it moved towards Thor like a teleportation. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, his skin drooped down, and his eyes were resentful and passionate. Thor's ears once again heard countless vague cries for help and wailing, as if he had traveled through the past and returned to the day of the battle in Chuesho Valley. "Come on!" he roared, shattering the fragility and anxiety in his heart. He kept rehearsing the idea in his mind, and he didn't even have time to confirm the future with his diary. The wrinkled old face kept magnifying, and magnifying in Thor's retina. Finally, darkness fell. Wright blocked the cave entrance. After everyone entered the right passage, Bill quickly asked Wright to launch the ground spikes to seal the narrow passage. Wright turned around and was about to cast a spell, but suddenly froze. But he opened his mouth, said nothing, and directly recited the spell. As he cast the spell, the thorns crisscrossed the narrowest part of the passage, blocking the passage. Byron ran wildly with Nick on his back, and was already a little tired. He said in a muffled voice, "What are you doing? The evil spirit can turn into nothingness at any time." "Thor!" Byron suddenly turned around and looked back. He found that Thor didn't follow him. Since he met the evil spirit, he has been casting spells at a high frequency. Byron's spirit body is still shaking violently, so he didn't notice when Thor disappeared behind him. He finally understood who these two people were using their magic power to seal the cave with spikes for. It was to prevent Thor from coming out. "Are you crazy?" Byron said as he was about to rush back. But at this time Bill grabbed him and said gloomily, "Byron, can you save Thor if you go back? The three of us can't resist that evil spirit together." "So you used Thor as bait?" Byron's throat was split open, and his sharp teeth bared out, like an angry vicious dog. Wright didn't say anything, but looked away uncomfortably. Abandoning the weak is a common practice, but Byron and Thor have a good relationship, so he didn't think of giving up Thor at first. But now that Bill has taken action, Wright can't go back to save people. Bill didn't want to waste time here. Thor has fallen behind, so let him buy us some time. If you want to save people, I won't accompany you. "Right, let's go." After saying that, Bill turned around and was about to leave. "Bill," Byron closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his eyes had regained their calmness. "Did you trick Thor into another passage at the last intersection?" Bill didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. "I can feel that there was no spellcasting fluctuation just now." "So, you had already given Thor a hallucinogenic poison. Was it the time when his arm was injured? You had decided to abandon him so early?" After all, Byron had only been promoted to level 3 not long ago, so he didn't know Bill very well. But after today, he felt that he had recognized the third-level apprentices. They were just slightly more powerful demons. Bill smiled and continued to run, his voice remaining in the passage. "You think too much. Why would I deal with a second-level apprentice?" However, he had just taken 2 steps when he saw Byron rushing in front of him. Bill sneered in his heart. "Didn't you choose to abandon Thor? Why waste time pretending to be a good person just now?" Chapter 130. Wright was relieved to see that Byron did not do anything stupid, and immediately chased after him to ask about the key topic. The people on the land boat are probably waiting for us outside. What are your plans? Do you want to charge in? The three of them were moving very fast, and the exit was within reach. After I get out, I will immediately release the fog that blurs my vision, and at the same time release the signal of the Wizard Tower. If the people on the land boat do not want to fall out with the Wizard Tower, they should know to stop. What if they continue to attack us? Wright clenched his fists. According to Thor's description, there were probably many enemies outside. Fight out? There is a land-based three-masted sailing ship outside. We can't be held back. Bill disagreed. Evil spirits won't enter the sun, but it's getting late. We must leave the Valley of the Hands as soon as possible, and not be blocked by people outside. After we get out, take advantage of the fog I released, and find a weak point to break through immediately. Wright clenched his fists. There were usually no official wizards on a three-masted sailing ship. As long as they were careful of Herman, they still had a great chance to escape together. Byron, who was running in the front, did not participate in the discussion. He remained silent, as if he was still entangled in Thor's matter. Wright felt that Thor would definitely not survive. The evil spirit had been trying to devour their souls since it appeared. If he caught up with Thor, his ending was not difficult to imagine. Soon, Byron and the other two could see the sunlight at the entrance of the cave. Byron suddenly put a hand into his mouth and took out 3 test tubes. Before stepping out of the cave, he threw the test tubes out. The fragile glass test tube immediately shattered when it hit the stone, and a large cloud of white smoke spread out, instantly covering the entire cave entrance. Bill glanced at Byron and knew that he didn't believe him. Naturally, he didn't completely believe Byron. Bill stood at the entrance and opened his mouth, and similar white smoke poured out of his mouth. However, just as his white mist was overflowing, something suddenly hit the entrance. Boom! There was a tremor, the cave entrance collapsed, and rubble rolled down. The dust and sand immediately engulfed everything. The people on the land boat opened fire directly. Wright squatted down behind the 2 men, pressed his hands on the ground, and a huge earth wall emerged. The entrance of the cave collapsed due to the bombardment, but most of the cave was exposed. But as the ground continued to collapse, more smoke poured out from the ground. The smoke covered a large area, making it impossible to see where the smoke came from. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed into the sky, exploded in the blue sky, and a huge black rose bloomed. After blooming, the rose petals fell one after another, rubbing against the air, and making a giggling sound. It was the signal from the Wizard Tower. However, the attack from the outside world did not stop because of this signal that indicated the identity, but became more fierce and urgent. One by one, the shells fell from the cliff to the ground, and the strong impact quickly made the ground of this valley full of holes. However, in the gap between the shells landing, 3 figures rushed out from a crack. Bill was surrounded by white mist, and his figure was looming in the white mist, and soon changed from 1 figure to 2, and then to more. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Another shell flew over, and Bill's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The mist around him seemed to be nothingness, but it turned into soft foam the moment it touched the shell. Although the shell sank into the foam, it also lost its destructive power. When it pierced through the white mist and fell to the ground, it had become an ordinary iron lump, which could only make a small pit on the ground with a bang. There were not as many people sailing on land as they thought. In order to avoid the shells, they were far away from the exit, and could not form an encirclement. This would make it easier for them to escape. Bill glanced at the others. Wright didn't need to worry, his earth magic was very suitable for defense. But to Bill's surprise, Byron didn't run out. He left the team and ran to the passage where they first entered the underground. The cave on the cliff pointed out by Thor. What is he going to do? Bill's pupil shrank, and an unbelievable guess came to his mind. Byron didn't pay any attention to the thoughts of others. He carried Nick on his back and rushed into the cave on the cliff. Byron walked a long way inside and randomly chose a fork in the road to put Nick down. He took out a few small bottles from his mouth and placed them next to Nick. Self-isolation cannot solve the fundamental problem. He left only this sentence, left Nick here, and entered the passage leading to the underground. After Byron left, Nick, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes. Confusion, fear, pain, sadness. A series of negative emotions flashed through Nick's eyes, making his face twisted like a demon. But after a moment, Nick struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the passage in front of him. Byron is going to save Thor? He tried to suppress his fluctuating emotions. What's the point now? Does he think Thor can still survive? Nick pressed his palm on the rough stone and grabbed it hard, and blood instantly flowed from his fingertips. The pain made Nick's mind clear a little. Bill still attacked Thor. The game between mentors. How can I, a second-level apprentice, participate? Letting Thor go to Mofin Town is already a very dangerous choice. He was struggling in the cave, constantly telling himself to keep a low profile. But Nick's footsteps were lifted up involuntarily, and he actually followed Byron into the downward passage. I just want to cling to the Tower Master's thigh. Imitating Thor's words, Nick convinced himself like this. The bombardment has been going on for a while, but facing a group of third-level wizard apprentices, the effect of physical bombardment is really limited. On the land boat side, an apprentice could no longer hold back and approached Herman, who was dressed in silver, and said loudly, "Master Herman, we have already consumed a lot of shells. If this continues, our inventory will soon be exhausted. Should we stop the attack and send someone to charge?" Herman glanced at him coldly. "Do you know that they are the third-level apprentices of the Wizard Tower? Charge? With you trash? Keep bombarding and consume all their magic power and magic props." Herman gently twisted his right hand, where there was a wound that had just healed. Underground, he had a fight with 2 of the Wizard Tower's people, leaving this wound. Herman believed that his strength was not inferior to any of them, but it was still difficult to deal with multiple people at the same time. The few level 3 people around him were basically useless people, who only knew how to obey orders. It was still unclear how many people there were on the Wizard Tower side, so he had to consume the opponent's strength as much as possible. In this case, it was natural to use long-range weapons and attack comprehensively first. It's just a pity for that boy. Herman narrowed his eyes. When he was running away, he seemed to know which passage was safe and which was dangerous. Was he familiar with the situation here, or did he have a strong sense of crisis? Whatever the reason, Herman became interested in the boy. Now he no longer wanted to kill the boy. If possible, Herman even wanted to take him back and study him carefully. Cut every inch of his skin, dig out his brain, and see what gave him the ability to escape. Chapter 131. However, Herman's good idea didn't last long, and the artillery fire behind him suddenly stopped. What's going on? He turned his head angrily. Who stopped the attack without authorization? The shells were definitely not exhausted. Herman was extremely angry. This was a challenge to his authority, but no one knew what happened. There was a dead silence on the 3-masted sailing ship. Send someone to check. Herman had just said half of his words when he saw someone running towards the side. The man opened his mouth wide, his face twisted with fear. Herman and a third-level apprentice came forward. He shouted, "Why did the bombardment stop?" But the man on the other side did not answer his question. Facing Herman, he collapsed and shouted, "It's gone! It's gone! It's all gone!" What? Herman was extremely anxious. Time was running out. He couldn't let those people in the Wizard Tower run away. But the man still didn't answer Herman's question. He just kept waving his arms and repeating the sentence. "It's gone, the body is gone! Wake up!" The apprentice next to Herman rushed over and wanted to slap the man. But when he ran to the emotionally collapsed man, the man's head suddenly fell off. At the same time, his body also disappeared bit by bit, and only 2 feet were left. And his head fell at this time, and landed on the pair of ankles with bloody cross-sections. The third-level apprentice looked at the scene in front of him and stopped in a hurry. His eyes suddenly widened, and the corners of his eyes almost cracked. He stretched out his hand and tremblingly pointed at his companion, who was still running forward with only his head and feet left. People. People. Before he could say the last 2 words, Herman suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. "Shut up." Herman looked away, avoiding the monster on the ground. "You didn't see anything." The apprentice whose mouth was covered by Herman finally reacted and looked at Herman gratefully. Although he knew that Herman's move was not to save him. The head monsters will attack anyone who makes eye contact with them. A small number of head monsters can be dealt with, but a large number of head monsters can eat up a person's body in an instant. Turn people into their own kind. Herman looked back at the center of the valley with an ugly face. Because the bombardment stopped, he could no longer find the traces of those people in the Wizard Tower. He was unwilling to let them go, and at the same time, Herman did not want anyone to go back alive and attract revenge from the Wizard Tower. If there were not many head monsters, I should be able to resist. With this thought in mind, Herman turned back carefully, but at the moment of turning back, he turned his head back stiffly again. "Fuck you." Even the always conceited Herman couldn't help but curse. Behind them, including the 3-masted sailboat they brought, there were densely packed human-headed monsters. When Herman turned back, many human-headed monsters were still looking at him eagerly, hoping that he could see them. Ah! An apprentice beside him screamed, his head fell to the ground, and became a new human-headed monster. Even Herman's face changed. He knew that even if he could control his emotions, he could not guarantee that the people around him could remain calm. But if the people around him showed their true colors, the human-headed monster would probably start killing without any discrimination. Everyone! Herman shouted, attracting the attention of others, follow me and pull those guys out. Although they were reluctant, they still approached the bottom of the valley under the siege of the endless human-headed monsters behind them. At this time, Herman no longer thought about killing all the people in the wizard tower. He just wanted to escape the siege of the head monsters all over the mountain. On the other side, the people in the wizard tower were not having a good time either. Bill almost stepped on a head. Just as he was about to do it, he saw countless head monsters falling from the cliff on one side like rain. Bill turned around and ran back without saying a word. Right behind him also saw the heads all over the ground and almost cried out. Right quickly turned around and followed Bill, and couldn't help but send a communication spell. How come there are these things outside the Chueshu Valley? You ask me, who should I ask? Bill felt a strong sense of uneasiness. How come wizard-level evil spirits and human-headed monsters all over the mountains suddenly appeared outside the Chueshu Valley, where they, the third-level apprentices, could walk freely, and the people on the land boat dared to attack them again and again? Do these guys want to go to war with the wizard tower? Bill, who had already consumed a lot of magic power, cursed fiercely in his heart. The plan kept changing, and now he just wanted to return to the wizard tower to report the situation. But the prerequisite is to survive first. Thor felt as if he had returned to the wizard tower, back to a certain day in the past. He opened his eyes, and saw himself standing in the third corpse room. In front of him was a messy laboratory table, crucibles, notes, potions, plastic bones. Thor looked down and saw his hands. His left hand was light gray and translucent, and his right hand was still a normal human hand. He remembered. On this day, Thor had just reshaped his left hand and successfully purified spirit esters for the first time. Because the experiment was complicated, and he had to draw a magic circle to resist the electric field, Thor's spirit was inevitably affected, and he didn't leave the morgue until nearly 8 o'clock. Realizing that it was already late, Thor cleaned up the table, grabbed his backpack and rushed out of the morgue. At this time, the giant man in charge of cleaning the morgue just passed by him, and the two were almost stuck at the door. Having worked in the morgue for more than a year, this was not the first time that Thor rushed to the West Tower at the bottom of time. Occasionally, he would encounter some strange phenomena at night, but Thor, who had learned a lot of zero-level witchcraft, was no longer the boy who had no self-protection ability. Although his magic power was worrying, as long as he used witchcraft efficiently, Thor was still a very strong existence among the first-level apprentices. Because he knew the most. The East Tower at 8 o'clock was no longer a place full of deadly traps for Thor. As long as he was careful. But today, as soon as he went up to the third floor, he instantly felt a sticky jelly-like wind sweeping towards him. The wind swallowed Thor the moment it touched him, and Thor had the illusion that he was swept clean from the inside out. Something was shaking in his peripheral vision, and he turned his head to find that his shadow and other shadows on the ground were scattered into small round black dots, jumping up from the ground, and then panickingly disappeared into the cracks of the stone. Thor blinked and slowly turned his head. As expected, he saw the Tower Master Gorza, whom he had not seen for a long time, on the top of the ramp. The other party was still wearing pink bandages, revealing only a pair of silver eyes. The frequency with which Thor saw has mainly depended on the latter's mood, while the probability of seeing the Tower Master mainly depended on chance. Master of the Tower. He immediately bowed his head respectfully. Now Thor was not so scared to see the Tower Master, but he was still nervous. Gorza tiptoed and walked down slowly. His eyes were curved, and his voice was as gentle as ever. Long time no see, Thor. Do you have time to chat? Chapter 132. Of course, Thor nodded repeatedly, and even showed anticipation in his eyes. Although his job requirement was to leave the East Tower before 8 o'clock, since the leaders of the entire Wizard Tower were here, who would care about this little rule? Let's go in and talk. Golsa raised his chin. Thor looked back following the instructions of the Tower Master, and found that he and the Tower Master had returned to the second floor of the East Tower, in front of the third corpse room. At this time, the giant had just opened the scarlet door, and pushed the cart out from inside. As soon as he saw Golsa behind Thor, his whole body stopped moving, as if he was petrified instantly. Thor, standing in front of him, could feel the giant's emotions changing from panic to collapse. Golsa just waved his hand, signaling the giant to continue working. The giant immediately put down his feet after receiving the order, and continued to work by pushing the cart. But his movements were extremely stiff, and his limbs were rusty, as if they had not been oiled for several years. After watching the giant walk into the depths of the corridor, with a strange posture, Thor followed Golsa into the morgue. When he walked in, Golsa was already standing in front of his lab table, looking at Sol's lab equipment and notes. Hearing Sol coming in, Golsa turned around and asked with a smile, "Can I see your notes?" Sol nodded quickly, of course. He couldn't show it to outsiders, so he disposed of it before leaving the morgue. Golsa picked up Sol's notebook for recording the witch body transformation experiment and flipped through it twice. Sol became more nervous, as if he was being corrected by the principal himself. Gorza quickly put Thor's notes back in place, turned to face Thor, and leaned against the table. He smiled and said, "Now you realize that the soul is an interesting thing, right?" "Interesting? For a powerful wizard like the Tower Master, it is interesting." Thor smiled ingratiatingly, and nodded very flatteringly. Originally, the skin was modified to increase magic power, but after adding a little soul fragment, a new spirit ester was formed. Although the idea is a bit strange, there is no big problem overall. What surprises me is that you can now remove impurities to improve the quality of spiritual esters. I thought you had to wait until you were promoted to level 2 and learn the knowledge in this area before you could get involved in this field. Gorza clapped his hands lightly. Your progress always exceeds my expectations. Through self-study, you can complete the transformation of the witch body, and even upgrade and purify the spiritual ester. I heard that you are also very good at learning witchcraft, and you have far surpassed the apprentices of the same level. Faced with the praise of the Tower Master, Thor did not feel ashamed. Although his success is inseparable from the diary and Xiaozhou, it is even more inseparable from his own continuous efforts and the courage to risk his life. Gorza waved to Thor, as a reward. If you have any confusion in your studies, you can raise it. This time it was Thor's turn to be surprised. But after the surprise, his mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to ask for a while. After sorting out his thoughts, Thor asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. "Master Tower Master, do you know that there is an evil spirit in the library?" Unexpectedly, Gorza tilted his head and denied, "There is no evil spirit in the library. I don't want the apprentice in the tower to die so meaninglessly." He chuckled. "If you are talking about the one on the 14th bookshelf, that is your fear, not the evil spirit." "My fear?" Sol didn't expect this answer at all. When he first saw the person lying under the bookshelf, he was really scared. Later, he went to check again, and saw the person lying there again. Thor couldn't see the man's face clearly, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but he still didn't dare to get close. The closer he got, the faster his heartbeat, the faster his breathing, and even a drop of cold sweat. "Is it because I knew that there were books about evil spirits there, so I thought there were ghosts there?" Thor muttered to himself. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Gorza slowly turned his neck and looked across the morgue where Thor worked. "This is a bit beyond my expectation." Following Golza's gaze, Thor looked at his workroom, which was like a crime scene or a classic haunted house, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Could he explain that he was afraid of the ghosts in the ghost movies of his previous life, which were completely unsolvable? But Lord Golza did not laugh at him for this. Instead, he asked seriously, "Thor, do you still remember the definition of ghosts in the cognition of all things? Ghosts are those that cannot be completely controlled by subjective consciousness, and monsters are those that are controlled by other subjective consciousnesses." "Yes, but most importantly, it is the combination of the extinct spirit and consciousness. I call this composite form of spirit and consciousness the soul." Sol listened carefully, and suddenly felt that the Tower Master was very much like his teacher at this time, and easily brought the topic back to the content of the class. "You asked me if there were evil spirits in the library, so you could borrow books, right?" "Yes," Sol admitted. Because of his research on spirit esters, he needed to check the books there, but because of the human body that was suspected to be an evil spirit, Sol didn't dare to get too close. He didn't expect that the human body lying on the bookshelf was his fear. He always thought that the knowledge of the evil spirit was beyond his current strength, so it acted very dangerous. Gorza crossed his fingers. "Then let me ask you another question. If you really encounter an evil spirit, how should you resist it?" "If I really encounter an evil spirit, how should I resist it?" Sol closed his eyes, and asked himself this question again. He still remembered that he answered 3 options at that time. The first one was to defeat the enemy with force. Directly defeat the spirit of the evil spirit, consume the energy of the evil spirit itself, and force it to dissipate. This is the principle of zero-level witchcraft to attack the undead. The second is to kill it from the consciousness. Let the evil spirit's originally incomplete consciousness dissipate actively or passively. This is why some evil spirits automatically dissipate after their obsessions are satisfied. The third method is Thor's sudden whim, and it is also a combination of the first two methods. If the evil spirit is weaker than himself, he can naturally choose the first or second method. But if the evil spirit is too powerful to be defeated, the first method cannot be defeated, and the second method requires time and opportunity, and it is difficult to solve the evil spirit in front of him. Thor thought of his experience of using Spirit Esther and Diary to imprison Sid's soul fragments and consciousness respectively, and wondered if he could actively lure the spirit into the Spirit Esther to separate its consciousness and spiritual body, then find a way to destroy them separately. This idea is just a theoretical guess, and it is not much easier to do than to kill the enemy above his level. But when Gorza heard Thor's third plan, he was stunned for a few seconds, and then began to chuckle softly. The sound gradually became louder, and almost spread throughout the second floor of the East Tower. It was the first time that Thor saw the Tower Master have such a strong change of emotions. He had no idea why the Tower Master was laughing, so he could only stare at him blankly, trying to tell whether the Tower Master's emotions contained mockery or happiness. Until now, Thor still didn't know why the Tower Master laughed so exaggeratedly. But the Tower Master still affirmed his idea, but said, "This plan is difficult to achieve." That night, the Tower Master came over, patted Thor on the shoulder, and told him, "But wizards should challenge difficulties. Your answer satisfies me. When you are promoted to level 2, I will give you a reward." Thor now doesn't know what reward the Tower Master will give him, but he knows that if he can't solve this evil spirit today, he won't see any reward. Thor closed his eyes, and the laboratory and the Tower Master in front of him disappeared. He opened his eyes again, and found that everything was dark in front of him, and his hands and feet were numb and unable to move. But fortunately, he could still feel his hands and feet. "I'm not dead. I tried everything, but I couldn't even stop the evil spirit from approaching. Can we only say that he is a wizard-level evil spirit? Even if he is not complete, he can still kill me easily. But I am not dead. He possessed me? No." Thor stretched his limbs hard, trying to regain control of his body. "No, it's not him who possessed me." A force was transmitted from the brain to the body, and then gradually spread to the limbs. The warm feeling made the limbs regain consciousness. Thor sat up suddenly. "It's not him who possessed me, but I took the initiative to introduce him into my body. Introduced into the Spirit Esther, it was me who took the initiative to absorb him." Chapter 133. It was dawn. Thor saw himself walking. But he didn't see his feet staggering or the walls receding on both sides, but he saw himself. Thor sat on Thor's left shoulder, watching Thor walk forward with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Thor was not afraid or worried, but only expected to verify his guess of destroying the evil spirit. Now the evil spirit has entered his body, and controlled him to move forward. The real Thor's consciousness, or perhaps his soul, was sitting on a red, heavy hardcover book, rising and falling slowly as Thor moved. Not sure if it was because he was freed from the constraints of his body, Thor felt that he had temporarily lost the emotion of fear. But he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but thought that his current state was very good. It was like eliminating a lot of impurities, and being able to focus on thinking. "So I have now successfully introduced the evil spirit into my body. He may think that my consciousness was destroyed the moment he came in. This is somewhat different from what I thought at first." Thor looked down at the diary under his buttocks. "I didn't expect that the Death Wizard's diary would actively accommodate my consciousness, or help me hide it. This is possible, after all, it has actively absorbed Sid's consciousness. Therefore, I don't have to fight against the evil spirit's consciousness, nor do I have to hide in a corner of my body. I successfully passed the first and most dangerous stage. Then the second stage." Thor climbed to the edge of the hardcover book and looked down at his two hands hanging by his side. "It is to use Spirit Esters to absorb the soul energy of the evil spirit and separate it from his consciousness. The Spirit Esther in Thor's hands has the ability to store souls, and its essence is to reduce the speed of the energy dissipation of the spirit. Therefore, the spirit is born with the property of transferring to the Spirit Esther. This may be due to the survival needs of all species." Now, the extremely unstable and chaotic consciousness of the evil spirit did not notice that his soul energy was transferring to Thor's hands little by little. When the balance of power between the enemy and us is no longer so great, Thor can try to fight back and take back his body. But now Thor's consciousness has been driven out, and he can't control his body, and he can't control his hands to speed up the process of absorbing the spirit. Therefore, whether he could differentiate the evil spirit, and whether he could successfully kill it were unknown to Thor. Turning theory into reality would have to take a great risk of failure. The diary under him, which was motionless, supported most of Thor's confidence. And now, what he needed was to wait for a suitable opportunity. Thor, who had nothing to do, simply sat cross-legged on the hardcover book, watching the evil spirit controlling his body and walking step by step to the entrance of the crypt. It was as leisurely as watching a play. As if he had forgotten that if he failed in the fight, he would die completely and become food for the evil spirit. At this moment, a group of people suddenly staggered into the cave and met the evil spirit and Thor. Thor straightened up slightly and looked at the opposite side. At the front of the group stood a muscular man, his whole body wrapped in a layer of silver material, like a steel giant. Herman, with silver skin, turned around and ordered his men, "Don't let the people from the wizard tower come in. If they can't feed those human-headed monsters, throw a few more out." After issuing the cold-blooded order, he asked a third-level apprentice beside him, "Have you contacted the captain?" The third-level apprentice held his fist-sized eyeballs and answered anxiously, "No, those head monsters seem to be able to distort the force field." Herman grabbed the collar of the person who answered the question. "Of course they can, otherwise why do you think you couldn't see them at the beginning? Find the stable period of the force field and quickly transmit the signal. We must contact the official wizard before we can leave here, damn it." Before he could finish his words, Herman turned his head and saw Thor standing in the dark. A rare flash of joy flashed across his eyes. Schwa Herman turned into silver light and instantly approached Thor, but stopped in front of him. "Little guy, have you been abandoned by your companions? Why did you just come out from underground?" Herman grabbed Thor's neck and applied a little force on his hand, which made him feel suffocated but did not crush his cervical vertebrae. He was able to kill the head of the 8-headed slaves and repeatedly choose the safest passage when escaping in the dangerous underground. This can no longer be explained by luck. The pinched Thor squinted his eyes, and took a while to understand what Herman was talking about. But before he spoke, Herman suddenly threw Thor to his men. "Keep an eye on him. I will dissect him myself when I return." Thor was thrown to the feet of an apprentice, who immediately squatted down, and green vines grew out of his palms, trying to tie up Thor. However, the lush green leaves turned yellow and withered the moment they touched Thor's skin, and then died. While the apprentice was still surprised that his magic had failed, Thor suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on his face, and then pulled it hard. Instantly, a white shadow was forcibly pulled away from the apprentice's face. The shadow had irregular holes in its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as if it was a piece of human skin that had been peeled off alive. The human skin opened its mouth, trying to let out the last wail of its life, but was immediately pulled out of shape by an invisible force, and slipped into the palm of Thor's hand. It all happened so fast that when Thor stood up again, Herman's smile was still on his face. Thor let go and let the breathless apprentice fall. He supported himself on his knees and slowly stood up. His limbs looked a little uncoordinated and his movements were very stiff. But he was smiling happily. "Hee. Do you know why the human-headed monster drove you here?" Thor tilted his head and spoke in a strange way. "That's because I'm hungry." After saying that, Thor suddenly pounced on Herman. But Herman reacted quickly. He instantly turned into a silver light and moved 3 meters horizontally. Thor, who was a step late, could only regretfully grab another apprentice beside Herman. At the moment when Thor's palm touched the apprentice's chest, another white shadow was pulled away. The phantom's face was still filled with fear as it climbed halfway. It was sucked into the palm of Thor before it could ask for help. Herman, who witnessed the whole process, teleported behind his subordinates again. He tried to steady his breathing, but the trembling voice, when he spoke, still revealed his fear. The evil spirit, a wizard-level evil spirit. In fact, Herman didn't need to say it. When the evil spirit killed 2 third-level apprentices in succession, and the other party was completely unable to resist, everyone in the cave understood what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. Just like the embarrassment of being forced into the cave by the head monsters, everyone fled the cave in embarrassment again. Evil spirits are afraid of sunlight. Weak evil spirits will dissipate due to direct sunlight, and even strong ones will be injured by the sunlight, and their strength will be reduced. However, the few people who ran out of the cave were not too happy. Because the outside of the cave was also not safe, there were still head monsters all over the mountains, and 2 apprentices from the wizard tower who were blocked outside and could not enter. Chapter 134. Bill and Wright stood back to back in a panic, dealing with the attacks of the human-headed monsters all around. Fortunately, the human-headed monsters had no intention of killing them, otherwise at least one of the 2 top third-level apprentices would have died. The human-headed monsters seemed to be deliberately driving Wright and Bill back from the edge of the valley. Wright and Bill took the opportunity to move to the nearest cave, trying to go underground and use the maze terrain to get rid of the large number of monsters. But who would have thought that before they entered the cave, many people ran out of the cave? It was the apprentices on the land boat who had been interfering with the two and causing them to be besieged by the human-headed monsters. The two sides faced each other and almost fought, but they kept calm temporarily because of the human-headed monsters around them. And the human-headed monsters all over the mountains, after forcing everyone to the cave at the bottom of the valley, surrounded them and piled them up high. These human faces formed a tall wall, like the excited audience in the stands of the Colosseum, with red eyes and saliva flying, staring closely at the trapped beasts in the arena. The trapped people looked at the wall of human heads that piled up higher and higher, and felt a heavy sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Herman! When Wright saw Herman fleeing in a panic, he was so angry that his teeth itched. At this time, Wright was covered in mud and sand mixed with flesh and blood, and was seriously injured. It was already frustrating enough for him and Bill to be forced back into the valley by the human head monsters all over the mountain. After meeting the people sailing on land, Herman didn't think about how to escape, but even attack them. Herman suddenly attacked, causing Wright to fall into the tide of human head monsters, and he almost died. Later, it was Herman who ordered people to stop him and Bill from entering the cave to escape, which led to Wright and Bill being attacked from both sides, and both of them were seriously injured. Until now, the human head monster suddenly stopped attacking, and Wright had the energy to glare at Herman. But before this anger could turn into a curse, a strong and cold breath spread from the cave where Herman and his men had just escaped. Wright and Bill subconsciously looked at the cave, and then they found that they were forced back here in a panic. Forced back to the cave exit they had just escaped from. Wright and Bill looked at each other, and a word appeared in their minds at the same time. Evil spirit. A hand slowly stretched out from the cave, stirring the sunlight. Everyone turned their heads to look at the cave entrance, and emotions such as fear and tension were frozen on their faces. The Chuishu Valley, which was filled with fighting just now, suddenly became strangely quiet. When Herman and others fled the cave, the evil spirit only killed 2 people. But he was not in a hurry to chase the rest of the people, but stood there intoxicatedly savoring the deliciousness of the soul. As expected of a complete and fresh soul. The evil spirit licked his lips and raised his feet again. After absorbing the spirits of the 2 people, his body was no longer so staggering, and his feet landed on the ground, and he could stand steadily. One more step forward, there was sunlight. The evil spirit stopped. He seemed to be afraid of the sunlight. But when he lowered his head and saw his hands, his eyes showed a hint of excitement. He walked to the entrance of the cave, the junction of shadow and sunlight, raised his hand, and extended his fingertips little by little. The sunlight shone on the fingertips of the evil spirit, but it did not bring the pain of the past, only a little warmth. The evil spirit smiled, continued to stretch his hand forward, then took a step, and stood in the sunlight, welcoming the light he had long missed. This body is really good. Looking up at the sky, the sunlight has not been so gentle for many years. I originally wanted to eat the apprentice casually, but I didn't expect his body to be so useful. Maybe I can, with this body, completely revive. The evil spirit took another step forward and stepped on a small stone that had rolled down. Crack. The sound of the stone being stepped on was particularly obvious in the silent Chuishu Valley. It broke the frozen Chuishu Valley. Thor? Wright, who had been staring at the cave entrance, looked at the person, who came out in disbelief. Looking at Thor, who was feared by Herman and his group, he didn't know whether to be sad or afraid. When Bill asked him to block the exit with spikes, Wright didn't see Thor and realized that Thor might not be able to get out. However, just as they abandoned Thor, they were forced back to the original cave entrance by a group of human-headed monsters. In a state of embarrassment, he saw Thor walking out leisurely. Fate is so ridiculous. Bill was more surprised than Wright. His whole body was purple at this time, which was the sequelae of excessive use of poisonous witchcraft, and he was extremely miserable. You are still alive? Bill opened his mouth, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The evil spirit watched everyone's performance as if he was watching a comedy. He did not rush to kill, but raised the corner of his mouth and spit out a few words. I should say I'm alive. The hoarse voice of the young man was like a flame that lit a fuse, instantly activating the outer wall of human heads. A huge cheer rang out, and the human-headed monsters jumped, and they were able to keep the high wall from shaking but not collapsing. Lord Morton! Lord Morton! The human-headed monsters cheered and approached the evil spirit, and soon blocked the cave behind him. The shouts of the human-headed monsters echoed in the valley, making the faces of the surrounded wizard apprentices even more bleak. Bill and Wright looked at each other, and both felt bitter in their mouths. They knew that the person in front of them was not Thor, but an evil spirit that had somehow possessed Thor. And this possession was not simply manipulating the dead body, but a deeper possession. They didn't expect that Thor's body could help the evil spirit avoid the erosion of sunlight. Originally, it was a bait to delay the evil spirit's steps, but it accidentally helped the evil spirit leave the crypt, putting them in a more terrible, desperate situation. I wonder if Bill regretted it at this moment. He and Wright could only be alert to the evil spirit and pay attention to the head monster behind them, thinking quickly about how to escape. The evil spirit was squinting his eyes, enjoying the praise of the head monster. He took a step forward and looked at the faces full of fear and disbelief. So which one should I eat first? He walked casually towards a female apprentice. The people around him quickly dodged left and right. The female apprentice was so scared that she stepped back again, and her back accidentally hit the high wall formed by the head monster. The evil spirit raised the corner of his mouth. "This is for you." Woohoo! The human-headed monsters cheered and fell down one after another, drowning the figure of the female apprentice. A gap suddenly appeared in the wall. A sharp-eyed apprentice immediately wanted to escape from there, but as soon as he ran over, he saw that the human-headed monsters had jumped back to their positions and blocked the gap in the wall. Only the head of the female apprentice and a pair of slender feet were left on the ground. The most terrifying thing was that the female apprentice still had her eyes open, looking down, staring at the seamless connection between her neck and ankles. Then he burst into tears. The apprentice, who rushed over, was frightened and staggered back. His arms waved unconsciously and hit someone. Then he saw a gray, translucent hand with bones visible inside, pressing directly on his face. Then the white spirit was pulled out. The evil spirit sucked the white spirit into his palms with an intoxicated look, and then slowly turned around and looked at the other people present. Finally, an apprentice collapsed and attacked the evil spirit continuously regardless of consumption, but those low-level witchcraft suddenly collapsed and dissipated the moment they approached the evil spirit. "Let's attack him together." Herman didn't care about the idea of silencing him at this time, and hurriedly shouted to Bill and the other side, "If we don't kill the evil spirit, none of us can survive." Although he didn't want to cooperate with the enemy, the situation was critical now, and it was not the time to care about hatred. The wizard apprentice would not be emotional. Bill immediately agreed, "Okay, let your men bide time." Low-level witchcraft is useless against the evil spirit of the formal wizard level. Only if they perform high-level witchcraft together can they have a chance of survival. Chapter 135. Herman immediately made a cruel decision. He said to the only remaining third-level apprentice around him, "The evil spirit is not conscious. Throw someone over to absorb the spirit and distract its attention." The only remaining third-level apprentice was startled at first, and then immediately said in a deep voice, "Yes." Herman's order did not avoid his subordinates. The subordinates around him immediately showed a horrified expression. The clever apprentices immediately turned around and ran away, but found that dark green vines grew from the ground and tightly wrapped around their legs. One of the vines swung at the evil spirit, throwing a low-level apprentice directly in front of the evil spirit. The evil spirit was not picky about the food that was delivered to its doorstep, and easily pulled out his soul and began to chew and digest. Seeing that the evil spirit was really held back by the low-level apprentice, Herman, Bill, and Wright all breathed a sigh of relief, no longer hesitated, and immediately prepared their own second-level witchcraft. However, just as Wright was about to use his mental power, he was suddenly kicked by Bill. Just as he was about to look over, he heard Bill's voice transmission. Wright's eyes flickered before he continued to pretend to cast a spell. Some low-level apprentices, who were not trapped by the vines, also panicked. They knew that once all the apprentices who were caught now died, it would be their turn. Under years of oppression, no one dared to resist Herman, but not everyone was willing to wait for death. Some people began to force their way into the high wall formed by the human-headed monsters. They threw the potions and scrolls in their hands at the evil spirits and human-headed monsters desperately. But the low-level potions and scrolls owned by those low-level apprentices could not harm the evil spirits either. Moreover, most of the apprentices were very poor and could only take out 1 or 2 props. The apprentices who attacked the human-headed monsters succeeded in killing some monsters, but then they were eaten by more human-headed monsters, leaving only their heads and feet, becoming new human-headed monsters. What was even more terrifying was that after a brief moment of confusion, these new human-headed monsters actually slowly moved their feet, facing other living people, leaving greedy saliva. The number of enemies increased by n. This time, no one dared to move. They tried their best to stay away from the evil spirits, the cold-blooded third-level apprentices, and the excitedly howling human-headed monsters. They could only shrink their last living space bit by bit in the cracks, hoping that they would not be the next bait. At this time, the real Thor was still sitting on the diary, watching the apprentices who died tragically in front of him, without any fluctuations in his heart. When he saw the evil spirit absorbing the souls of others with his hands, he just wondered, after swallowing so many souls, would the evil spirit's consciousness become more confused? Keep absorbing. A complete soul can indeed continuously enhance your strength, but the concentrated thoughts will definitely affect your consciousness. Maybe your power will dissipate on its own without waiting for me to make a move. Hee. Thor and the evil spirit laughed at the same time. Their laughter was disordered at first, but the frequency became more and more in sync later. It sounded like only one person was laughing. Suddenly, the diary under Thor's buttocks opened. Thor was not careful for a moment, and was almost thrown to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he woke up and grabbed the hard cover of the diary with both hands. When Thor climbed back onto the open diary, he found that a few lines of words had appeared on the diary: New Moon Calendar Year 316, April 20th. Soul out of body, what a novel experience. But it's easy to get out, but hard to get in. A chaotic evil spirit is doing whatever it wants to your body, but the quality of the spirits it absorbs is too poor to affect its main consciousness at all. You need to add fuel to the fire, otherwise you can only wait to be easily defeated in the battle of consciousness. Thor immediately glanced at the evil spirit and confirmed that although it occupied his body, it still couldn't see the diary, so he read the words in the diary with confidence. The white paper of the diary was delicate and smooth, like a baby's skin. Thor's fingers slid across the white paper without leaving any marks. Thor raised his head with a serious expression, just in time to see the evil spirit absorb another apprentice. Hey, what's the point of eating those inferior souls? Thor pointed at Herman, Bill and Wright with his hands, and shouted at his head, See, those three are delicious dishes, go and eat them. The evil spirit paused, and turned his head with some doubt, but saw nothing. At this time, another unlucky ghost was thrown over, which immediately diverted the evil spirit's attention. No matter how much Thor called, there was no response. Just as Thor was thinking about how to influence the evil spirit's behavior, Herman and others were about to finish their witchcraft. They looked at the evil spirit, their eyes full of determination to fight for their lives. However, at this time, the evil spirit, who was enjoying the delicious food, seemed to feel the danger. He raised his head and glanced at the three places with the largest magic fluctuations with a vicious look. Seeing that the other party was about to release their most powerful witchcraft, the evil spirit suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely shrill roar. This roar produced a visible shock wave that swept through everyone at a very fast speed. The three third-level apprentices who were about to successfully cast the spell vomited blood and fell to the ground after being swept by the ripples. Herman's silver suit was torn into pieces, and some silver fragments fell off, revealing the blood-red skin inside. Wright was also bleeding from all 7 orifices, holding his head and wailing. The most miserable was Bill, who fainted directly. Streams of thick purple liquid came out of his body, corroding the ground and clothes wherever he passed, and raising terrifying white smoke. The evil spirit was obviously angered by the actions of the 3 people, and dropped the corpse in his hand and stepped towards Herman, who was closest. Herman, who was still conscious, immediately widened his eyes, and his pupils kept trembling. Seeing that the evil spirit was getting closer and closer to him, Herman actually grabbed the third-level apprentice beside him, and threw him at the evil spirit regardless of the other party's pleas. The evil spirit looked at the third-level apprentice under his feet, and actually stopped moving forward hesitantly. It's over. Soul couldn't bear it any longer. If it continues like this, the evil spirit might really be fed by Herman with human lives. The wills of those ordinary apprentices are not strong enough, and their spiritual bodies are not stable enough, so they naturally can't shake the position of the evil spirit's main consciousness. Soul turned his head to look at Herman, who was taking the potion, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He walked to the edge of the diary, and resolutely jumped back on his shoulder. Thor didn't know his exact state, but his mind could still sense the connection with his body. He climbed over his shoulder, and stood up with his chin in hand. Then he stepped on his lips, grabbed the nose with one hand, and climbed to his ear little by little. Thor looked at his ear, and got in without any hesitation. He felt as if he was squeezed into a noodle, drilling into his body. Thor soon discovered that he was not really crawling in the long and narrow ear canal, but was trying to squeeze into a narrow gap and approach a faint light source in his body. Soon, the evil spirit that was about to tear off the next soul was stopped. His pupils suddenly burrowed under his eyelids, and quickly rolled out again. But this time, his eyes were no longer confused and crazy, but became rational. But a closer look at his eyes revealed another kind of madness. Thor suddenly raised his head, left the apprentice, who was already trembling with fear, chuckled, and walked slowly towards Hermann, who was still stabilizing his spiritual body. Chapter 136. Hermann had been keeping an eye on Thor's movements. Seeing Thor suddenly approaching, he immediately stopped healing and instantly moved to another subordinate. The subordinate had no time to escape and was thrown over by Hermann. But Thor pushed the thrown apprentice away with a slap and walked towards Hermann firmly. Hermann quickly moved to another place again. The other nearby items immediately fled in all directions when they saw this. Thor was not in a hurry either. He just changed his angle and continued to approach as if taking a walk. Hermann wanted to run, but suddenly he felt a pain on his forehead and half knelt on the ground. His spellcasting was interrupted just now, and his spirit body was already injured. Coupled with several high-speed movements, his spirit body was now shaken, and he couldn't even continue to cast spells. Thor was not surprised to see this. He had just seen Hermann and the other two's spellcasting interrupted. You know, the higher the level of witchcraft, the more terrible the backlash of interrupted spellcasting. In order to fight against evil spirits, Hermann and the others must have cast second-level witchcraft. Although the injuries caused by interrupted spellcasting can be treated with potions, the shock of the spirit body is not so easy to calm down. Thor gradually approached Hermann, not very fast. Although he temporarily regained control of his body, he could not control it as freely as before. It was as if there was a membrane between him and his body, and he could not even clearly feel the five senses transmitted back to his brain by his body. He was like a puppet while walking, and he needed to use his consciousness to control his hands and feet. But this did not stop Thor from getting close to Hermann. Although Thor walked slowly, no one came to help Hermann escape. Everyone was watching Hermann and Thor, who was getting closer and closer to him. Even the human-headed monsters quieted down, staring at the two with wide eyes, looking at them expectantly, drooling with excitement. Just as Thor walked in front of Hermann, who seemed unable to move, suddenly raised his head, pulled out a rusty dagger from his arms, and stabbed Thor. Thor saw the dagger and knew that he could not dodge it. He did not control his body to dodge, but suddenly shrank back, returning the control of his body to the evil spirit that was about to be suppressed. Hermann thought the evil spirit would dodge or resist, but the other party did not move at all, and the dagger pierced into the evil spirit's chest without any hindrance. Puff! Hermann's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately mobilized his mental power again and activated the formation on the rusty dagger. The dagger suddenly emitted a green light, and the melee weapon became a long-range weapon. The green light flashed, and then the dagger broke into pieces and fell to the ground. But it also left a hole the size of a human head on the evil spirit's chest. Seeing this scene, Bill and Wright on the side were not as optimistic as Hermann. The evil spirit didn't dodge, not because he couldn't dodge, but because he didn't need to dodge at all. Thinking of this, Bill became even more afraid of the evil spirit and hurriedly urged Wright, "Hurry up." Wright did not respond and continued to lie on the ground, pretending to be seriously injured and unconscious. As expected by the two, the evil spirit came forward again, and the huge wound on his chest did not hinder his actions. But the evil spirit was very angry. He just suddenly disconnected, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of Hermann, who had pierced his chest with a broken witchcraft prop. So the evil spirit immediately determined that his confusion just now was caused by the man in front of him. He was furious, grabbed Hermann's hair, and pushed his face against his wound. "Asshole! Do you know how hard it is for me to find such a useful body? How dare you hurt him?" Hermann was about to run away again, but he heard another howl. The evil spirit lifted Hermann's head and screamed directly against his ear. Hermann's brain suddenly made a terrible explosion. Then all the silver metal on his body exploded and fell to the ground. He also fainted immediately. The evil spirit pinched Hermann's face with his other hand, and pulled out his skin and the pale spirit with it. Hermann's spirit was different from that of other apprentices. He was still struggling when he was pulled out, trying to attack the evil spirit. The evil spirit laughed, completely ignoring Hermann's attack, and pressed his soul into his body. As the spirit of this powerful third-level apprentice was absorbed, the wound on the evil spirit's chest began to heal quickly. The head monsters around started cheering again, and they shouted, "Lord Morton is the most powerful. Lord Morton is immortal." In such a warm atmosphere, no one noticed that the evil spirit's eyes suddenly changed again. Soul suddenly threw away Hermann's body, turned around with a slightly sluggish movement, and locked his lifeless eyes on Bill and Wright in the other direction. He raised his foot and slowly walked towards the two people, completely ignoring the lower-level apprentices who were closer to him. The head monsters around saw Soul's actions and immediately understood his intentions. They all contracted their defenses, leaving the only 2 third-level apprentices no room to struggle. They were looking forward to it, they were excited, they liked to see the scene where the strong were powerless and could only wait for death. The other apprentices stayed away from the two as much as possible. Although they knew that Bill and Wright might be their last chance to save themselves, in the face of such a huge gap in strength, no one dared to lend a hand. They were afraid that if they were agitated, they would become the next target of the evil spirit. At the same time, they also hoped that the evil spirit would be full and let them go after devouring some people. The bustle and silence formed a sharp contrast in this small area. In the center of the area, Thor walked towards Bill and the other two with a firm and stiff step. Bill and Wright were injured before they met the evil spirit. At this time, they fell to the ground, staring at Thor who was approaching, and seemed to have given up resistance. However, when Thor was less than 5 meters away from the two, he suddenly heard a strange sound in his ears. Thor stopped immediately. The next second, with Wright as the center, the ground with a radius of 5 meters suddenly cracked and sank. The two people in the center of the witchcraft instantly fell down with the rubble. Thor and the human-headed monsters, who were at the edge of the witchcraft boundary, were not spared and fell down together. Could a third-level apprentice cause such huge damage? While falling, this thought suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. This may be a higher-level witchcraft. And the terrain here also has a bonus for this kind of witchcraft. Are they really allowed to run away like this? Thinking of this, Thor instantly released his strength and returned the control of consciousness to the evil spirit that was about to be suppressed. The evil spirit took control of his body again, and when he woke up, he saw himself lying on the sunken ground. The sunlight shone down from the top of the tunnel, but was blocked by the thick dust. The human-headed monsters that fell into the ground with him climbed up one by one in fear, but their body structure slightly hindered their climbing. In the end, these little guys disappeared one after another. Thor, who was hiding deep in his consciousness, saw this scene clearly and immediately had a new idea. But the evil spirit didn't care about the situation of those human-headed monsters. He could feel that in the cave ahead, there were two little guys trying their best to escape. Want to escape from the underground? He showed a hideous smile on his face. How stupid. Chapter 137. If there were other people trapped in this huge pit at this time, they would see a dark blue face suddenly appear on Thor's face, like a mask. This mask instantly stretched and elongated, turning into a black stream, shooting towards the darkness underground. The tail of the stream was connected to Thor's facial features. After the stream flew out, it became thinner and thinner. But it was not torn until it was as thin as a hair. Thor, who was hidden deep in his consciousness, looked at this connection that had never been broken, with a solemn expression. It seems that it won't be so easy for me to get my body back later. After suppressing the main consciousness of the evil spirit several times, Thor's spirit began to be exhausted. Even if Thor could use Spirit Esther to absorb the energy of the evil spirit, even if this body was naturally adaptable to Thor's soul, this battle for survival was not easy. It could even be said to be extremely difficult. Just when Thor realized again that the odds of winning this gamble were touching, the black stream that flew into the dark cave finally came back. It shrank rapidly, and the tip was reflected in Thor's eyes. The originally dark blue ghost face was split into two, turning into two identical human faces. The mouths of the human faces were wide open, and each mouth was biting a person. It was Bill and Wright who were running away. At this time, the two were in a miserable state. Wright was bitten on the calf, fell to the ground and dragged back, and the blood mixed with the soil drew a long mark. On his bitten calf, ice crystals had formed, extending to both ends. Bill was even worse off. He didn't know what he had done, but the monster face bit his throat. At this time, the ice had spread to his chin, freezing his face purple. He struggled to tear the monster face, but he couldn't touch the evil spirit at all, so he had to try to pick the ice on his neck. But every time he grabbed a handful of ice chips, more ice crystals would form. When the monster face dragged him in front of Thor, the originally powerful and arrogant Bill was already dying. Finally, the monster face let go of the two and returned to Thor's body. The evil spirit twisted its neck twice and adapted to the human body again. He squatted down and put one hand on Bill's face. Bill, who knew clearly what would happen next, finally showed a desperate expression. His mouth and nose were held down by the evil spirit, and he whimpered, as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, the evil spirit had no intention of communicating with him at all. At this moment, Thor suddenly took control of the body again. He looked at Bill in his palm and whispered, "When we were underground, The evil spirit had not caught up with us yet, so why did you lead me to the left passage? Why do you have to sacrifice me? Bill's pupils shrank like needles, and he looked at Thor in disbelief. Wright, who was standing beside him, also heard Thor's questioning, and he sat up suddenly while still being able to move. You are Thor? Wright's voice was mixed with a lot of shock and a little joy. But Thor ignored Wright, and just asked again. Why? Bill's eyes began to flicker, and he moved his mouth as if he wanted to explain. But Thor stared into his eyes, and suddenly laughed. It seems that you are not going to tell the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Bill watched the man in front of him suddenly change his expression, and his smile changed from mocking to twisted. Bill's eyes widened. He seemed to suddenly understand something, but he didn't have time to say anything. The evil spirit tore his soul out. Bill's soul was not as clear and solid as Herman's, but he was also struggling. He was very unwilling. It was just a trial trip. How could it become his end? Bill tried to run away, even without his own body. Since Thor could become an evil spirit, why couldn't he? Unfortunately, Bill, who didn't know much about spirits, didn't realize that running away blindly would only consume his fragile spirit. Wright, who was standing by, watched Bill being swallowed by the evil spirit. Under extreme fear, he actually calmed down a little. This evil spirit can't be Thor. He is a second-level apprentice, and even if he becomes an evil spirit, he can't be so powerful immediately. After Thor was swallowed, his consciousness didn't dissolve immediately. He actually persisted until now. How did he do it? Unfortunately, although the earth attributed witchcraft that Wright was good at had buried many people, it had never driven away spirits. And the low-level witchcraft he learned to fight evil spirits could not cause effective damage to the enemy in front of him. Seeing that the evil spirit was about to devour Bill's soul, Wright hurriedly recalled desperately, if Thor can do it, there is no reason why I can't. Thor is still very weak. He must have taken advantage of some loophole. Danger comes from the unknown. Danger comes from the unknown. Right. Think about it quickly. Oh, this is Chueshu Valley. An evil spirit is also called Lord Morton. I remember this name in the intelligence of Chueshu Valley. He is. When Wright was about to find the glimmer in his memory, the evil spirit let out a long breath and threw away Bill's body. But after dealing with Bill, he was not in a hurry to deal with Wright next to him. He stood there, and for the first time, a thoughtful look appeared on his crazy face. Several sudden interruptions in consciousness made him realize that something was wrong. At first, the evil spirit didn't take it seriously. After all, he had spent a long time in the underground in a daze. He also knew that he could maintain his current strength because he constantly devoured other evil spirits, resentful spirits, and even soul fragments in the underground. This also caused confusion in his consciousness, sometimes sober, sometimes crazy. But since he accidentally occupied the boy's body, his consciousness gradually recovered, and reason began to prevail. But in this short period of time, he was out of touch with consciousness several times in a row. This is definitely not normal. The evil spirit slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Now that he has discovered it, the problem is no longer a problem. Did you devour too many spirits in a short period of time? Humph, you restless guys. Hearing this, Thor, who was hiding in his consciousness and watching the show, curled his lips, then directly exited his consciousness and climbed back to the diary to sit firmly. Leave this body to those chaotic consciousnesses for the time being. The evil spirit slowly turned to Wright on the side. The latter still hasn't remembered the history related to Morton. He tried to step back, but one of his legs was firmly grasped, and he couldn't move. His mental and magic power were exhausted, and the remaining props in his hand could not cause any harm to the evil spirit. Woo, I must study hard in my next life. The evil spirit looked at the desperate man and twitched his mouth in disdain. Since there are too many spirits, I just kill you directly. That's a bargain for you. The evil spirit raised his hand, and ice crystals condensed at his fingertips. Just then, Lord Morton. It wasn't the voice of the human-headed monster. The evil spirit looked up and saw a figure suddenly appear behind Wright. He also remembered this person. He had also appeared in the underground soul storm. But when he came to the ground, he disappeared. Byron! Wright had been waiting for death, but he didn't expect a familiar voice to suddenly appear behind him. But when he looked back, he found that it was just Byron's projection. He lowered his head quickly, and saw that the blue communication prop in his arms was glowing. Byron, When? The evil spirit stepped forward, kicked Wright, who was sitting up, and then stepped on him very naturally. Are you here to save him? Byron shook his head slowly. In fact, Lord Morton, I came for you. Chapter 138. The evil spirit lowered his head and laughed, baring his teeth at Wright, who was trembling on the ground. Do you think I'm a fool? Thor, who was hiding in the spirit body, actually felt a sense of identity with the evil spirit's words. Is Senior Byron lying to the evil spirit? But how could the evil spirit believe such a thing? Or is Senior Byron stalling for time? Wright was stepped on, and could only look up at Byron helplessly, and prayed in his heart that the evil spirit was indeed a fool. In short, the living, dead, and half-dead people present all didn't believe what Byron said. Perhaps because it was only Byron's phantom that was present, he seemed very calm. I know you think I'm lying to you, but I hope you can give me a few words. There is a reason why I came to you. Your Kima family and our Gorza Wizard Tower are in a marriage relationship. Ha! The evil spirit named Morton laughed briefly. The Kima Empire didn't fall after my death? Or have my descendants become beasts that can only reproduce? Byron said calmly, after you died in the Battle of Chuesho Valley, a great wizard came forward to mediate the war. Although the KMA and Nas empires were both reduced to duchies, at least part of the territory was preserved, and your family was able to continue. Morton still had a mocking look on his face. Will they give up the resources they have obtained? Are you kidding me? So right, Byron continued. Because of the Battle of Chuesho Valley, almost all the wizards in the western region died, and forces from other wizard continents took the opportunity to enter the western region and divide up the resources. In order to maintain stability in the western region, all parties signed the Western Treaty. Morton's eyes flashed, but he stopped making sarcastic remarks, as if he believed it a little. Byron quickly struck while the iron was hot. In fact, our wizard tower originated from wizard forces on other continents. So you don't have to worry about us having grudges. Morton narrowed his eyes and said grimly, Then why did you come to me? And you set a third-level apprentice like you. He leaned forward and put force on his feet. Do you really think I've been dead for a long time and become stupid? Wright was immediately stepped on and screamed. Morton thought he was noisy, so he raised his foot and stepped on Wright's mouth again. If you make another sound, I send your mouth to the back of your head. Wright quickly endured the pain and dared not speak again. Morton looked up again, as if waiting for Byron's explanation. He seems to be beginning to believe it. Thor looked at Morton and Byron in disbelief. Seeing that Morton was willing to continue listening to his reasons, Byron's tense face relaxed a little. He quickly glanced at Bill and Wright on the ground, pursed his lips, and then said, Because of the Western Treaty, we can't come to you openly, so we can only send a few inconspicuous third-level apprentices to secretly look for your traces in the name of looking for resources in the periphery. As for why I'm looking for you, do you still remember your great-granddaughters, Miss Eula and Miss Kira? Soul's eyes widened. He had never heard of the name Eula, but wasn't Kira the second-level wizard who had come to the wizard tower and acted arrogantly to the tower master? Could it be that what Byron said was true? Wright might have heard of these two names, and his eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't dare to make any sound. After hearing these two names, Morton fell into memories. It is difficult for an evil spirit to recall the good things in his life. After a long silence, Morton finally raised his head. Yes, my two great-granddaughters. They are only 3 years apart, but both have wizard talents. We celebrated this for 3 months. Byron bowed slightly. One of your great-granddaughters, the beautiful Miss Eula, is the wife of our tower master. Thor's arm supporting his chin softened, and his head slid directly from his palm. He recalled Gorza, who was wrapped in pink bandages all over his body, and didn't understand what the use of such a person having a wife. Senior Byron, are you really not lying? Right on the ground blinked slowly, revealing a thoughtful look. However, Morton frowned after hearing this, and suspicion crept into his eyes again. Eula? With her personality, she doesn't care about anything except experimental research. How could she get married? Byron, maybe it's because our tower master is a second-level wizard like you when you were alive. Morton immediately raised his eyebrows. That's really excellent. No wonder Eula would be tempted one day. But how can you prove that you didn't make up a story to lie to me? Byron touched his chest and bowed, and said solemnly, For the sake of the Kerma family and the wizard tower, the tower master ordered me to secretly look for your traces. He believes that such a great person like you will not disappear easily. I have come here many times, but have never gained anything. Today I finally met you. But I don't have any proof, because this matter must not be known to outsiders. Morton suddenly exerted force on his feet again, causing Wright to twitch in pain, but he suppressed his voice and dared not scream. Ridiculous, even if you don't have proof. Why did you run away when you met me underground? Now you are facing me with a phantom. What are you afraid of? Byron remained calm and lowered his eyes. You have changed a lot. I didn't recognize you at first. It was not until later that I realized who you were. As for the phantom, I am now deep underground, time is running out, and I can't fly, so I can only use this method to communicate with you. Morton stared at Byron for a while, and finally released his foot from stepping on Right. Right, who had been twitching, finally relaxed, but his face was seriously injured, and he could no longer see anyone. He had experienced the moodiness of evil spirits all at once. Morton crossed his arms and raised his chin. Now that you have found me, do you want to go back and report? You said so much. Do you want me to let you go? On the contrary, I want to ask Lord Morton to come to me. Although I found you, I can see that you are not in a good condition. Madame Eula had anticipated this situation. She taught me a magic circle in advance that can help you stabilize your consciousness. When she finds an opportunity, she will come to pick you up. Where are you? It's where we met you, here in the Soul Storm. Morton's eyes immediately lifted. Do you think I will be fooled by you? Seeing that Morton seemed to be going crazy again, Byron hurriedly sped up his speech. The Soul Storm here is very small. After being disturbed by us, the state has become very unstable, and may collapse at any time. But I remember that only part of your spirit body left the Soul Storm. If you really wait for the Soul Storm to collapse, it will be difficult to find the remaining part of your spirit body. The loss of soul will bring irreparable harm to Morton, and he cannot ignore this matter. Sure enough, after hearing this, Morton's eyes changed, sometimes hesitant, sometimes angry. Finally, two expressions appeared on the left and right halves of his face at the same time. Morton finally sorted out his thoughts and said sternly, "The storm contains hundreds of soul fragments, and even I can't keep it intact. What can you, a third-level apprentice, do?" Byron said, "Lord Morton, although I am only third level, I have studied souls and corpses in the Wizard Tower for more than 10 years, and I have made some achievements in this area. Otherwise, Madame would not have sent me here, let alone handed over the magic circle to me. That magic circle can help you find the lost part of your soul and maintain your stability, so that Mrs. Euler can help you leave here." Morton finally slowed down his speech. "Did Euler really ask you to come? If I want to escape, there is no need to use the precious phantom stone to contact you. If I want to set a trap to harm you, to be honest, I don't think I can succeed." Seeing that Morton was a little moved, Byron quickly added fuel to the fire. "Lord Morton, the Soul Storm can't support much longer. You just come to take a look, and you won't lose anything. I can let you check everything about the magic circle, and you decide whether to do it or not." Morton lowered his head, and he really began to think about it. Soul, who was sitting on the diary watching the show, patted the diary under him with a dull expression. "Hey, brother diary, is this person really Senior Byron?" Chapter 139. Morton knew that his state was actually chaotic. When in the Soul Storm, he could hardly maintain his sanity for a short time. He was constantly shattered, then fused, shattered, and fused again. It was not until he unconsciously swallowed many soul fragments that he slowly regained his consciousness and remembered who he was. Even so, Morton, who had lost part of his soul, would often fall into confusion and would compete with other consciousnesses for control of the spirit body from time to time. Until he accidentally entered the boy's body, the interference of other consciousness was suddenly weakened, which allowed him to stay awake for a long time. If he really couldn't find his missing soul, it meant that he would never find his sanity again. When this body decayed due to death, Morton would return to chaos and never wake up again. Humph, in the underground, any tricks you play are useless. But if I find out that you lied to me, I will make you die miserably." After saying that, Morton looked at Wright, who was lying on the ground and dared not move, with murderous intent in his eyes. Byron noticed and quickly stopped him. "Lord Morton, this person is also an apprentice of our Wizard Tower. You can let him come with us. We also need help to draw the magic circle." Wright immediately looked at Byron's phantom with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that the other party would save his life at this time. Morton heard it, and snorted coldly, but he didn't really do it. Seeing that Morton had agreed to come, Byron extinguished the phantom stone in his hand. The azure stone immediately dimmed and shattered, and could no longer be used. Byron touched his throat. He felt that he had never spoken so much in his life, and his throat was very uncomfortable. Nick, who had been standing next to Byron, spoke hesitantly. "Senior Byron, what mission you just mentioned? Is it all true?" Byron glanced at him. "It's made up." Nick was shocked, and he tried to calm his emotions. He couldn't be too excited now. But he couldn't help but admire Byron. Byron was so bold that he made up a lie to trick the evil spirits. The evil spirits were confused and not very smart, but they were experienced, and would not be easily fooled. But Byron's words were so logical that even Nick almost believed them. What about the Kerma family, Mrs. Euler, marriage, and the Western Treaty? Byron made it sound like it was real. Only the mission was made up. Everything else was real. Before coming here, I studied the history of Chueshu Valley many times, just in case. I just didn't expect it to be used here. Sighing, Byron stopped explaining. Get to work, follow the plan. Nick looked down at the instrument in his hands. Can we really save Thor by doing this? He has been possessed for so long. Will his consciousness have disappeared? Byron paused and whispered, do your best. If it doesn't work, he will die and we will escape. Nick didn't know if Byron really thought so, but he knew that when Morton was merging souls, he would concentrate all his energy and could not pay attention to the outside world. Once the plan changes, they can take the opportunity to escape. This is also the reason why Nick participated in this plan. Under the premise that there is a high probability that he can escape unscathed, Nick is also willing to do his part for Thor. While Byron and Nick were making preparations, Morton was moving quickly towards the underground soul storm. Behind him, Wright was staggering. Sitting on the diary, Thor watched the evil spirit's steps getting bigger and faster, and he knew that the evil spirit was not as calm as he appeared. It seems that Morton is very clear about the consequences of a broken soul. I just don't know what trap Byron set there to give him the confidence to face the evil spirit head-on. Soul was almost deceived by Byron just now, but he finally realized that there was no oiler in the tower. Even if there was a hidden mission, it should have been issued by the Tower Master. If Byron had such a deep relationship with the Tower Master Gorza, he would not have been almost kicked out of the Wizard Tower at the age of 30. But Thor still didn't quite understand why Byron gave up the chance to escape quietly, and showed up to lead the evil spirit over. Does Senior Byron know that I'm still alive? Thor sat on the diary, stroking his chin, thinking about Byron's intentions. This cannot be inferred for the time being, but if Byron really helps Morton merge the missing soul, it will definitely be disadvantageous to me. Should I take back my body now? Thor looked at his hands, which were already filled with spirits, and the various consciousnesses absorbed by Morton were also struggling in Thor's spiritual body. Although it was a pity that he could not absorb Wright's consciousness, if Thor launched a battle for consciousness now, the undead killed by Morton should also cause him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, just when he thought of this, words immediately appeared in the diary, warning Thor that the time was not yet ripe. Is it not ripe, or too early? Or is there something I didn't consider? Although he was warned by the diary, Thor in the spirit state was not too scared. While the evil spirit was on the way, he lowered his head and reduced the precautions and success rate of the battle for consciousness. Because he was controlling Thor's body, the evil spirit was not very fast. Although he could have left Thor's body behind and run back, it was obvious that the evil spirit could not bear to give up this body that allowed him to walk in the sun. With a lot of questions in his mind, Thor followed the evil spirit and finally approached the cave where the soul storm was. 2 ghosts and 1 person passed through an extremely narrow passage and entered a wide space. Saying it was wide was a bit of an understatement. In the middle of the ground of this cave, there was a bottomless crack, and at the bottom was a darkness that could not be illuminated by fire. A small whirlwind with a diameter of only 1 meter was suspended between the cracks. The whirlwind was grayish-white, with no stones or soil in it. Although it looked very strong, it did not move even a small piece of gravel on the ground. The wind was whistling, and from time to time, there were strange whispers and wails, which made people tinnitus and dizzy. Occasionally, a human face or a hand could be seen, which tried to break free from the storm, but were quickly pulled back. Morton stopped near the crack, looking at the soul storm, with fear in his eyes. This little soul storm trapped countless people's consciousness and spirits. Morton was also tortured for a long time. If it weren't for his broken soul, he didn't want to return to this place. After stopping to look at the soul storm for a few times, Morton was sure that Byron had not lied to him about the soul storm. The current soul storm is indeed unstable, and some broken souls are gradually escaping from the storm's suction. If this soul storm really collapses, then Morton's lost part of the soul will also enter the unknown underground due to the final explosion of the storm. He turned his attention to Byron. Byron was no longer an illusion. Seeing Morton looking at him, he immediately bowed and saluted, his expression becoming more respectful. There was another man standing next to Byron, who saluted with Byron expressionlessly. Thor recognized that it was Nick, who had been unconscious for a long time. At this time, Wright, who had finally crawled here, moved to Nick's side with difficulty. Seeing Wright's embarrassed look, Nick's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything else. In front of Nick, there were some experimental props. Soul noticed that the small inductor that Nick brought was also inside. It only had some of the functions of the inductor chair, but it was very easy to carry. Morton looked around and then walked to the pile of props. Is this how you can help me find a missing soul? with this pile of junk? Chapter 140. Byron stepped forward, because the principle of this magic circle is simple. We will connect the inductor to your body, record your soul fluctuations, and search for soul fragments with the same fluctuations as yours in the soul storm, and transmit them into this magic circle. You just stand in the center of the magic circle, and wait for us to send the soul to you. Byron also brought up a book, which was the magic circle drawing he was preparing. Morton took a look and turned his head. Your magic circle has the function of trapping spirits. Yes, but it definitely won't trap you, right? The evil spirit curled his lips. Then let's get started. Getting the evil spirit's approval, Nick immediately assembled the props under his nose. And Byron called Wright to draw the magic circle together. However, Wright's spirit was seriously injured, so he could only help Byron. Fortunately, they were ready to conduct research on the spot when they came to Chuesho Valley, and they brought all the necessary materials with them. Only those large instruments that were inconvenient to carry would be left on the ground. Wright handed Byron a bottle of red powder and whispered, "Is there his Dodaba?" His mouth was deformed by being stepped on, and Byron gave him a simple treatment, but he has not fully recovered. Byron is still drawing seriously. As long as there is no problem in the experimental process, the experimental result will not be wrong. Such an answer made Wright a little entangled, but he did not dare to ask more. At this time, there was a sudden noise from Nick's side. All the ghosts looked over and found that the components that Nick had just built were actually falling apart. Nick! Byron looked annoyed. Stay focused. Don't let your emotions affect your hands. Have you forgotten how Sid died? Nick quickly apologized to Byron. Sorry, Senior, I'm in trouble here. Can you come and help me? Byron handed the materials in his hand to Wright temporarily, stood up and walked over, still scolding. You have to learn to work hard on your own. I can't always help you. Byron went over to give Nick some pointers, and when Nick finished the construction, he immediately went back to continue drawing the magic circle. The evil spirit stood aside with his arms folded, squinting his eyes, as he watched the two interact, and said nothing. In fact, he didn't see any problem. Anyway, whether Byron lied to him or not, the things they brought couldn't hurt him. But if Byron was really sent by his great-granddaughter, then this might be his only chance to return to the world. The evil spirit didn't find anything else, but after hearing Byron's words, Thor widened his eyes and sat up straight. Is this a message to me, Senior Byron? Thor was a little surprised, and also a little surprised. He began to analyze Senior Byron's intentions. How did Sid die? When I killed Sid, I asked Senior Kong Shaw and Senior Byron for help, but in the end, Sid was killed by me. And what he said to Nick, that I should learn to work hard on my own, did he mean for me to fight hard? But what Thor couldn't figure out was, how could Senior Byron be sure that he was still alive? From the time they separated to the time the evil spirit used his body to kill people everywhere, Senior Byron never appeared. Did he use some remote observation method? Or was it just guesswork? How did Byron know that the evil spirit would lean over to Thor, instead of pulling out his soul and devouring it like he did to other people? Thor saw his hands, and suddenly had an idea. By the way, Senior Byron is the only one who knows my witch body transformation formula. Did he also discover the secret of Spirit Esther? So he was sure that the evil spirit would choose to possess me? Or did he guess that I would actively let the evil spirit enter the Spirit Esther? Taking the initiative to absorb the evil spirit was a risky attempt by Thor based on theoretical conjecture. But Byron has worked in the morgue for more than 10 years. He has experienced and seen much more than Thor. It is not too strange to guess that Thor would use Spirit Esters. Thor believes that the reason why Senior Byron decided to do this is most likely based on trust in him. Based on trust alone, Byron took the risk to help him create a chance to survive? It's over. I owe Senior Byron 100 credits. Thor lowered his head and whispered to the diary. If I take the initiative to fight for consciousness now, what are the chances of survival? Words began to appear in the diary. April 20th, 316th year of the new moon calendar. It's really strange. Someone is preparing a feast for you, but you insist on going to fight on an empty stomach. Well, since the enemy is a mixed bag of garbage, you have a 70% chance of dying cleanly, a 20% chance of becoming an idiot, and a 50% chance of having the last laugh. What's the 50% left? So, how about becoming a new evil spirit? Thor laughed and raised his hand to cover his forehead. I didn't say I really wanted to fight in advance, but since I have a 50% chance of surviving, then I can survive. Standing up with his hands on his knees, Thor slowly twisted his neck to warm up for the upcoming battle. Didn't Senior Byron just say that? One can't always rely on others. Since I already have a chance of success, with the help of Senior, I can not only survive. Hee, Maybe I can beat him up. Byron didn't know Thor's current specific state, nor did he know if he could understand the information he secretly conveyed. Now he could only take a gamble. If Thor cannot defeat the evil spirit's consciousness, then Byron can only give up on him, and leave here while the evil spirit is merging souls, and has no time to care about other things. Now Byron has finished drawing the magic circle. He stood up and looked at Morton. Lord Morton, I'm ready here. Please enter the magic circle. The evil spirit swept the three people present with a cold gaze and walked towards the magic circle. But at this time, Byron suddenly called out to the evil spirit. Lord Morton, now you need to come out of Thor's body to facilitate the fusion of soul fragments. Thor, who was ready to fight, stopped immediately. Is this what Senior Byron is planning? If the evil spirit can leave Thor's body on its own initiative, they can escape together while the evil spirit is merging with the soul. Soul won't have to fight an extremely dangerous battle of consciousness. But Morton didn't do as Thor and Byron wished. I'm used to this body. My presence here won't affect my fusion of fragments. Nick stepped forward. Lord Morton, I suggest you get out of Thor's body. You are in someone else's body, which will affect the accuracy of the wave transmission. Morton glanced at Nick. With your broken instrument, one less body will not reduce the error much. If the soul storm is not really going to dissipate, I will not give you this chance at all. Nick immediately looked at Byron, a little anxious. Why, do you want to save him? Noticing the little movements of the two, the evil spirit pointed at his body and asked. Byron looked embarrassed and asked again, We dare not go against your wishes. But this apprentice's identity is really special. Can you let him go for Madame Eula's sake? Morton hummed. Eula? She sent you to find me, but she couldn't bear to sacrifice even a low-level apprentice? Byron showed an embarrassment on his face. This is not Madame Eula's problem. Thor. He is actually the student of our tower master. Chapter 141. After these words came out, whether it was Thor, Nick, or Light, they all looked at Byron in astonishment. Thor was surprised at how Byron knew the relationship between him and the tower master. Although he had never made it clear, Thor always believed that the tower master was teaching him in secret. He just didn't know why he was so sneaky. Did he think that a first-level apprentice was not good enough? But judging from the tower master's performance, he should not be the kind of person who cares about these things. The shock in the hearts of the other two was even more indescribable, especially Light, who was full of despair after realizing what Byron was saying. He felt that even if he could escape from here and return to the wizard tower, he probably wouldn't live long. After all, after Bill secretly harmed Thor, he didn't choose to help Thor, but blocked his way out. He actually treated the tower master's student as an abandoned child. Wizards do value and care about ability, but they also care about relationships. When he thought that Thor was actually the tower master's student, Wright suddenly felt that the evil spirit in front of him was not so scary. Maybe dying here is the easiest way to get rid of it. Byron ignored the two people's surprise, and only waited for the evil spirit's answer. Unfortunately, the background that could make ordinary people afraid had no effect on the evil spirit. Perhaps because of his attachment to the sun, the evil spirit was unwilling to give up Thor's body. He was just an apprentice. After thinking about it, perhaps because he was a little concerned about Gorza's identity as a second-level wizard, the evil spirit actually explained, When I possessed this body, his consciousness dissipated. He was just a low-level apprentice. How could you think he could survive? Start quickly. If the storm is over, I will eat your souls. It's all over now. After hearing the news of Thor's death, Wright's eyes began to go blank. He was already wondering how many pieces he would be divided into after returning. What experiments would they be used for? Nick immediately looked at Byron, but found that Byron was still calm. But Byron was not as calm as Nick thought. It was just that he had finally tricked Morton, and he couldn't give up at the last step. The first plan failed, and Byron's eyes were deep, but he still nodded to Nick. Nick immediately said, Lord Morton, please stand in the middle of the magic circle. I need to connect the inductor for you. The evil spirit couldn't wait any longer. He walked quickly into the magic circle, and let Nick stick a lot of thin needles connected to the wires on his head. The other end of the wire was connected to the inductor that Nick had just assembled. After confirming that the connection was correct, Nick fixed the inductor next to the crack, closest to the soul storm. There was a huge speaker at the other end of the inductor. Nick adjusted the angle of the speaker again, and then picked up a small operating panel. Lord Morton, please relax your consciousness. The introduction of soul fragments may bring you a certain degree of shock. Morton snorted coldly, and closed his eyes nonchalantly. As the instrument was turned on, a harsh sound came from the large speaker of the inductor. For a moment, Nick, Byron and Wright all showed frowning and patient expressions. Nick endured the headache and turned on the inductor to a specific frequency. Suddenly, the gray-white storm in the crack began to rotate faster, and some small pieces were thrown out from it, falling to the surroundings and disappearing. A few minutes later, several larger white shadows slowly separated from the storm and entered the speaker of the inductor. The magic circle under Morton's feet suddenly lit up with dazzling light. "Now!" Byron shouted, as if he was instructing Morton to merge the soul fragments. But Thor knew that Byron was talking to himself. As early as when Nick was adjusting the instrument, Thor climbed onto his head again. When Byron gave the signal, he immediately got in. As soon as he entered this time, he found that his spiritual body space was different. The originally chaotic and blurred spiritual area turned into a small space with a physical body. It was pitch black all around, with only a huge round stone platform under Thor's feet. The formation drawn on the stone platform was exactly the same as the one Byron drew in reality. Suddenly, half a figure appeared in a circle in the center of the stone platform. It was Morton, who had restored his original appearance. At this time, he was just like the first time Thor saw him, with a purple face, an old face, and only the upper half of his body left. "My consciousness space has been affected?" Soul squatted down and touched the ground. The touch on his fingers was very clear, completely different from the previous time when he fought with the evil spirit for control of his body. It was as if someone had assembled and reorganized his consciousness world into a more understandable form. Some white fragments fell from the top of his head, flying like snowflakes. Soul immediately recognized that it was the image of the soul fragments here. These soul fragments flew towards Morton spontaneously, but were blocked by an invisible force when they approached Morton. The interaction between repulsion and attraction caused the soul fragments, like snow, to begin to rotate around Morton, and soon formed a miniature whirlwind. Could it be that the soul storm is also formed because of this principle? Thor took another step forward. Although it was the first time he saw this concrete scene. But his brain subconsciously understood that only by becoming the final survivor of the round platform could he regain control of his body. At this moment, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared on the four sides of the stone platform. Some of them were complete, some were broken, some were clear, and some were confused. Thor recognized that they were the souls and thoughts that had just been devoured by Morton. These figures, including Thor, were all translucent, except for Morton in the middle, who was only half of the body, but was opaque, like a solid body. The moment the other souls in this body appeared, they noticed Morton in the middle, and the instinct for survival made these complete or incomplete consciousnesses actively approach Morton's main consciousness. Morton in the center was still trying to absorb the snowflakes spinning and floating in the air. He only sneered at the spirits that appeared around him. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, and several soul fragments entered his body. Then a sense of fullness lingered in his heart, but it would take time to completely integrate these souls. But Morton was too anxious. He couldn't wait to take another deep breath before he could finish integrating the soul fragments in his body. More soul fragments entered Morton's body, but this time he felt uncomfortable. Some of these soul fragments are not his at all. The soul fragments full of impurities entered Morton's body, immediately causing pain and even more chaotic regrets. Why are there other people's soul fragments? Are you kidding me? In reality, Morton immediately opened his eyes and angrily scolded Byron and others. Byron explained, "Lord Morton, our inductor has limited effectiveness, and we can only try our best to filter out the soul fragments that belong to you. But during this period, it is inevitable that other fragments will follow in, so please select and filter them again to avoid being affected." Humph. The evil spirit only felt that countless thoughts were emerging and sinking in his mind at this time. Some thoughts were cursing that he was fooled, some rationally thought that Byron's words were in line with common sense, and some were anxiously urging Morton, saying that he didn't want to lose his lower body. Morton felt that the violent and murderous emotions were agitated, trying to engulf his reason. But the spirit body he possessed was very strong and stable, so this influence was temporarily reduced. This also made Morton realize that if he really lost part of his soul forever, then he would never be able to recover his former reason and would always suffer the pain of a broken spirit body. "Don't let me find out you're playing tricks." After saying that, Morton slowly closed his eyes again. Obviously, he agreed with Byron's words. Wright, who was standing by, came back to his senses from imagining all kinds of death scenes. He looked at Byron, who looked serious, and Morton, who was standing in the formation and was comforted, and showed an expression of shock. And Nick, who was standing at the crack and was responsible for operating the inductor, turned his back to everyone and quietly reached out to change the parameters of the inductor a little. After doing all this secretly, Nick tilted his head slightly. After receiving Nick's signal, Byron pursed his lips. We will try our best not to let other soul fragments from the outside world enter your body. If there are, it means that we, as third-level apprentices, are not capable enough. I'm really very sorry. Chapter 142. Thor hid among many spirits, pretending to be a member of the chaos. Just watching Byron trick the evil spirits made him feel uneasy again. When did Senior Byron become so good at acting? Where did the honest and simple Senior go? Is the world outside the tower so complicated? Thor's emotional ups and downs did not affect his ability to act. He hid behind a soul with chaotic consciousness and followed the ladder to the center circle. Most of the spirits around the Cyclope were moving in a daze, and only because of the last desire to survive did they follow their instincts and walk towards Morton in the middle of the Cyclope. Their remaining consciousness told them that they must kill Morton, otherwise they would disappear forever. Thor watched these unconscious souls trying to mobilize their limbs to run, howling and rushing towards Morton one by one, feeling as if he was in a doomsday zombie movie. Unfortunately, he was also one of the zombies. While running, Thor found several familiar figures among those spirits. Running at the front of the many spirits was Herman, who was now full of anger and twisted limbs, and was about to rush to Morton. But Morton was still absorbing the soul fragments flying in the air, and did not take other people seriously. Thor saw Bill again in the crowd of souls. Maybe it was because he had just died, or maybe his spirit was stronger. Bill looked more sober than other spirits. In fact, he was secretly observing the surroundings like Thor. This sobriety lasted until Bill suddenly turned his head and looked at Thor. Although there were many souls around, they were not dense, and Thor had nowhere to hide. The next second, Bill, who had been calculating and observing calmly, suddenly lost control. He howled like a beast, gave up approaching the center, crossed the circle, and ran towards Thor. His eyes were wide open, the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and the muscles of his cheeks trembled together. This powerful third-level apprentice knocked away the other people in front of him, and soon rushed to Thor. Thor had never expected that Bill's hatred for him was greater than the evil spirit that killed him. You were the first to attack, but you acted like a victim. Although it was unexpected, seeing Bill had raised his hands, Thor did not intend to be polite. In this consciousness space, there is no witchcraft, no magic, and all spirits can only rely on their own mental power to fight. And this magic circle simulates their mental power into physical attacks in the consciousness world. That is, a punch to the flesh on the spiritual level. Bill took advantage of the momentum and punched straight ahead. However, Thor, who was clear-minded and quick-thinking, easily dodged it with a twist. Bill missed the first punch and punched again. But Thor dodged it again. After 2 short exchanges, Thor immediately understood the rules of the battle here. Bill is a third-level apprentice, and his spiritual body is also very strong. Here, his fists are very powerful. But he was devoured by Morton, and his self-consciousness has begun to become confused. This excitement made him even more crazy, so he attacked directly, but not quickly. But I'm different. I'm conscious and not injured. So in my eyes, other people are as slow as children. Thinking, Thor dodged Bill's headbutt again, and took advantage of the other party's stagger to pull away. He looked down at his hands, and clenched them into fists. It was still the same hands, but they seemed full of power. Lord Gorza has always said that I have a high talent for mental power, and even secretly taught me for this. But I have never really understood how high my talent for mental power is. Thor looked up. Bill had already caught up with him again, roaring and attacking. Let me see it now. Thor threw his first punch. No tricks, no dodging, just a straight punch. This punch suddenly accelerated in midair, and although there was no air in the consciousness space, it produced a whistling sound of breaking through the air. Thor punched Bill's fist, and then immediately crushed the opponent's fist. The attack continued. The fist shadow brushed Bill's arm. The fist wind cut Bill's muscles, and finally hit Bill's chin hard. Boom. Bill flew out. His head twisted 180 degrees to his back, and his neck and shoulders were torn. After knocking down 2 unlucky spirits, he fell heavily on the round platform. It's a pity that the battle between souls lacked blood and flesh, and lacked some excitement. I am really strong. Soul was happy at first, but his face soon became heavy. He looked at Morton, who was already fighting against many souls, and saw that he easily knocked Herman away. Even though I'm so strong in this consciousness space, the diary still thinks that I have little chance of winning against Morton. Soul did not launch another attack, but took 3 steps to Bill's side and flipped him over. Bill's left face was obviously sunken, and his chin and mouth corners were sunken, like a dented ping-pong ball. So the soul will be deformed when it is hit? Bill saw Soul's face, and fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness and anger. The more serious the injury, the less clear the consciousness. Bill tried to attack Thor, but he forgot that his head had turned to the back, and his fists hit the ground several times. Thor stepped on Bill's back and twisted his hands to straighten Bill's head. Bill, whose head was back to the right position, did not appreciate it and tried to attack Thor, but Thor held down his hands, making him unable to move, and turned Bill's face to the center. "See that man? Kill him, and you can be resurrected." Bill, who was still struggling, stopped where he was. Thor stood behind him, lowered his voice, raised his head and bewitched. "Don't let anger control you, Bill. Is killing an insignificant second-level apprentice more important than your resurrection?" Before seeing Thor, Bill seemed to still have his sanity, so his sanity has not completely disappeared. Thor wanted him to break free from his anger and return to the survival instinct of his soul. At the same time, he hid behind Bill while talking, so that Bill would not fall into crazy anger again when he saw him. As he expected, Bill heard his words, looked at the evil spirit in the center of the truncated table, and remembered the fact that he was dead. Only by defeating the evil spirit and becoming the master of this space can he continue to survive. Even in the form of an evil spirit, Bill roared again and rushed forward. "Although my fists are hard, wizards should really use their brains to fight more." Soul felt very happy and punched his chest with both fists. However, after Bill rushed forward, he was quickly knocked out. He landed on his head, and after being hurt twice by Thor and the evil spirit, when he got up again, his head drooped directly on his shoulders, and it would fall down while running. Thor looked at the farce-like battlefield in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Bill and Herman can indeed interfere with Morton, but their role is limited. I am the only one who can really threaten Morton here. I haven't fought since I became an apprentice. No, I haven't fought for a long time since I graduated. Thor moved his hands and feet. Sure enough, I still have to beat him. Chapter 143. Just as Thor was about to rush up to join the battle, Morton, who was getting impatient from being besieged, suddenly roared. "You bastards, don't mess around at this time." His arms suddenly expanded and deformed, growing fur and claws like a beast. He grabbed Herman, lifted him up high, and slammed him hard on the ground. There was a loud bang, and the round platform also shook. Herman hit the stone with his head, and his head was directly hit into the chest. This powerful hammer immediately shocked everyone, including Thor. Even the attacks of other souls on Morton were stagnant. But Morton, who had shocked all the souls, looked down at Herman, who was beaten into a mess by him, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank like needles, trembling at a very high frequency, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose from the angry downward, and his purple tongue stretched out, slowly licking every sharp tooth. Thor saw that the excitement of killing had made the evil spirit lose control, and completely forgot to absorb the debris around him as soon as possible. The evil spirit suddenly raised its head and howled, opened its mouth, and generated a huge gravitational force, absorbing the soul fragments around it without distinguishing between friend and foe. Morton no longer wanted to distinguish the soul fragments in the air, he just wanted to complete the fusion as soon as possible, and then tear apart all the disturbing thoughts in his consciousness, if he was allowed to absorb all the soul fragments. Suddenly, a figure suddenly flew forward. Thor jumped high over the heavy and sluggish souls, and punched Morton on the chin. Morton, who was opening his mouth to absorb the fragments, was hit, and his mouth was closed. His upper body leaned back, and he took 2 steps back. 1 foot even left the center circle. Thor fell down and landed right in the center circle. At this moment, he regained control of his body. Thor vaguely understood that in this reshaped consciousness space, entering this circle was equivalent to becoming the main consciousness of the body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Byron standing opposite him, looking at him vigilantly. Byron looked at Thor, whose expression suddenly calmed down. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Thor quickly raise his index finger and put it in front of his mouth. Now, even Nick in the distance realized who they were facing now. The faces of the 2 people with facial paralysis showed different degrees of joy. Unfortunately, before Thor could say anything to Byron, Morton, who had come to his senses, punched him out of the center circle. Thor's small body turned several times in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. He endured the pain, and immediately got up to defend against the next attack. He then realized that because of his attack just now, the silence was broken and other souls started to move again. This gave Thor a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. He touched his head, and made sure that there was no dent, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the consciousness space, Byron, who found that Thor was still alive, suddenly turned around and gestured to Nick. Seeing this, Nick glanced at Thor, who was standing in the magic circle with a ferocious expression again, and turned around to adjust the parameters of the operator. Thor rushed back and almost stepped on Herman, who was lying on the ground. The guy's head was still in his chest, but his hands were waving back and forth, and he seemed to be able to fight. Thor quickly squatted down, reached in along his neck, grabbed Herman's hair, and pulled his head out. Ugh! Herman screamed in extreme pain, and his eyes turned unfriendly when he looked at Thor. Thor used the same trick again, hiding behind Herman, holding his head to make him sit up, facing Morton. That's your enemy. Herman's eyes were red, and he roared again, waving his fists and rushing forward. But this guy was soon knocked out again. Thor frowned. Only Bill, Herman, and the other 3 level 3 apprentices have a certain fighting ability among this group of guys. The others can't even tickle Morton. Suddenly, Thor saw Morton grab Bill and lift him into the air. This time, Morton didn't smash Bill to the ground. He inserted his hands fiercely into Bill's lower abdomen, pulled hard, and tore Bill in half. However, just when Thor thought Bill would be the first victim, Bill's whole body suddenly turned purple, and then softened into a ball of purple foam, sliding down from Morton's fingertips. After falling to the ground, the 2 balls of purple foam rolled together and turned back into purple Bill. What is this? Thor looked at Bill, who had turned into a purple man, and then looked at Morton, whose arms were like beasts. Why can their forms become like this? Can I? Thor hadn't figured it out yet, when he suddenly saw Herman running over, who seemed to be inspired by Bill, and was covered with a layer of silver metal while running. The changed forms of Bill and Herman were obviously much stronger than before. Herman punched them, and even Morton couldn't take it anymore. Bill and Herman's forms are the same as the witchcraft that their real bodies are best at. Could it be witchcraft constructed in the spirit body? But Thor quickly denied this guess, because the other 3rd level apprentices did not change at all. What can affect their ideology? Witchcraft? Meditation? Or a locator? Before Thor could figure it out, the battle ahead suddenly changed. A blizzard suddenly fell from the sky, and countless soul fragments poured down. These fragments changed their original characteristics of being reluctant to accept and reject, and took the initiative to drill into Morton's body. As the fragments merged, Morton's eyes gradually became cloudy, and the changes on his body became exaggerated, and the whole person began to transform into a complete beast. At the same time, the movements of the evil spirit's limbs began to become stiff. Seeing that the evil spirit's movements began to slow down, the few complete souls left around it bit it. They bit Morton's body desperately, and they actually bit off a small piece of it. However, even though his body began to lose some parts, Morton did not show any pain. With the replenishment of soul fragments, such damage was quickly made up. Bill, who was closest to Morton, suddenly pounced on his neck from behind, stretched out his hands to hug Morton, and bit Morton's head. Seeing Bill's teeth approaching the back of Morton's head, Morton instantly grew a tail behind him. The sharp tail turned into a shadow, pierced Bill's chest, and drilled out of his mouth. But Bill also turned into foam in an instant. But before Bill could flow away from Morton's tail again, Morton's head also underwent a huge change. He suddenly opened his mouth like a giant crocodile, turned his head, and opened his mouth, biting his tail, and the purple foam hanging on it into his mouth. Only a little purple foam. Paw! Fell to the ground and stopped moving. Without waiting for others to react, Morton turned back and bit the soul of the 3rd level apprentice again. As the opponent screamed, Morton swallowed up his head and chest. Seeing that the souls were about to fail Morton, who had transformed into a crocodile, Thor had no time to think about the reason for the transformation. He rushed forward and kicked Morton's tail before Morton bit another spirit. Morton staggered and lost the prey in front of him. He turned around to see who had attacked him, but only saw a shadow quickly hiding behind Herman. Herman's consciousness had long been blurred in the constant fighting. In his eyes, there was only anger and madness, and he only knew to kill the enemy in front of him. While the evil spirit was devouring his distraction, he used his metal-wrapped hands, like 2 blunt swords, to smash Morton's chest and deform it, almost forcing him out of the center circle. However, at this moment, Herman suddenly saw Morton staggering, then turning back quickly, staring at his back with red eyes. He didn't realize what was happening. He only saw Morton twisting his long mouth and shaking his head to bite him. Herman instinctively wanted to hide, but the next second someone kicked him hard from behind. Herman, who was attacked by someone, was unstable and fell forward. Morton's long mouth brushed against Herman's shoulder, creating a new crack. As Herman approached, the 2 of them collided directly. Thor, who was hiding behind, immediately jumped up, stepped on Herman's back, and punched Morton in one of his eyes. The blow hit Morton's eyeball instantly, and Thor quickly turned over and hid behind Herman, using this big metal block to block Morton's counterattack. Chapter 144. After being teased by Thor again and again, Morton finally lost his composure. He grabbed Herman, who had been knocked away by him, and regardless of the possibility of indigestion, he turned his head and tore off Herman's already shaky head. Thor was unable to rescue him, so he could only grab Herman's headless body and retreat out of the circle again. "I know who you are." Without swallowing directly, the evil spirit stared at Thor, and a turbid voice came out of his giant crocodile-like mouth. "You are the owner of this body." He laughed grimly, grabbed the spirits on his body one by one, and stuffed them roughly into his mouth. For a moment, the only people who could move on the round platform were him and Thor. I suddenly figured out one thing. Morton stared at Thor with his eyes fixed. Even if Eula came, she couldn't revive me. Then why should I work so hard to maintain my sanity? He suddenly raised his head and howled, and a huge suction force appeared in his wide-open mouth. Countless snowflakes swirled into Morton's mouth. This time, Thor did not step forward to interrupt, but quietly watched from outside the circle. Morton's giant claws stretched out again, and the tail behind him grew again, and even the missing parts of his body were made up. I don't need reason. Morton, who finally absorbed all the snowflakes, stopped and lowered his head to look at Thor. I only need power. When I eat you, the sun can't stop me. Thor looked at Morton and took a few steps back again. Morton in front of him had completely turned into a monster. His hands fell to the ground. Each arm was thicker than an ordinary person's body, and the original beast's skin was broken inch by inch, revealing not muscles, but pairs of eyes of different sizes. His newly grown tail was no longer a tail, but a pair of pale arms tightly bound together. The gap in his body that was torn by the soul was indeed filled, but the gap was filled by the head he had just swallowed whole. Some of those heads were wailing, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were silently shedding tears. The most terrifying thing is that Morton's mouth has become longer and bigger again, even occupying his original head. If the original Morton was a human face with a giant crocodile's mouth, then his head has now completely turned into a big mouth, with only a pair of red eyes remaining on the upper jaw. Now, the huge mouth opened and exhaled white breath. I feel great. Morton raised his foot and took the initiative to step out of the center circle. Soul, who was originally standing in the magic circle with a ferocious expression, suddenly closed his eyes and fell backwards. Nick, who had been paying attention to Thor, immediately looked at Byron nervously. What should we do next? Byron stared at the fallen Thor and saw that his chest was still rising and falling. Right. Can you still fly now? Yes, but it's a little difficult. Byron only heard the first word, and immediately pointed at Thor and said, "Fly over and see if Thor's eyes are normal." Wright smiled bitterly, endured the headache caused by the mental shock, flew above Thor, and carefully opened his eyelids. After confirming the situation, he flew back immediately. It's still a human eye. Byron heard it, and immediately said to Nick, "Turn off the inductance meter." Nick did it quickly. Just after turning off the instrument, he heard Byron hesitantly ask, "Nick, I remember your inductance meter can attack the spirits attached to people." "Yes, but the power of this inductance meter is not as great as the one in the laboratory. The attack effect is limited. It can deal with vengeful spirits, but it may only cause a little damage to evil spirits." "That's enough. Turn it up to the maximum frequency, and attack the evil spirit in Thor." Nick held the inductor tightly in his hand. Once they take the initiative to attack the evil spirit, if the evil spirit defeats Thor, after regaining control of the body, it will inevitably find that everything before is a lie. What awaits them, then, will be the pursuit of more terrifying and powerful evil spirits. Byron did not hear Nick's footsteps. He knew Nick was hesitating. After turning on the inductor, you and Wright will evacuate immediately. Who knew that? Wright said, "Forget it, there are human-headed monsters everywhere outside, and I will die if I go out in my current state. It's better to stay here and fight to the death. If I can survive, I can make up for my previous mistakes." Nick finally came over, put the inductor on the ground, and started to adjust the parameters again. "You two level 3s don't leave, and I, a level 2, will die if I go outside," Nick said sullenly, and his face returned to a paralyzed expression. Thor rolled to avoid the huge tail formed by countless arms. The tail hit the ground with a loud bang, and the whole round platform was shaking. Thor was panting. Although he didn't need to breathe in his soul state, he still kept his human habits. The evil spirit expanded again, and could take a 3-meter step in one step. Its tail was getting longer and longer, and its attack range could almost cover the entire cone. In contrast, The smaller Thor could only rely on his own speed to constantly dodge the opponent's attacks. The two had the biggest difference in size, and their strengths were gradually widened. If it weren't for the crazy Morton, who could only attack by instinct without any skills, Thor would probably have been defeated long ago. Even now, his battle was becoming increasingly difficult, and even the circular platform under his feet had cracks under Morton's attack. Thor, who was at an absolute disadvantage at this time, was very nervous, but not yet desperate. This guy is now like a balloon that has been inflated to the extreme, and it will burst if you poke it. Thor jumped on Morton's outstretched arm, and before he slapped it with the other hand, he quickly flipped down. But the material of the balloon is as thick as a tire, and I couldn't break it even after several attacks. Damn it, why can't my hand turn into a knife? Even a needle will do. Suddenly, the snowflakes that continued to fall overhead disappeared, and Morton's attack stopped. He looked up at the sky and uttered an ambiguous low laugh. Then, a higher frequency of attacks came at Thor. Thor was unable to dodge, and was swept by the tail, and the whole person was knocked to the ground. He endured the pain of his whole body falling apart, and quickly rolled to the left to avoid the giant claws that followed. Suddenly, a warm current surged over Thor's body, and Morton cried out in pain. "Assholes, a bunch of liars, when I get out, I will tear off your heads, and put them on the buttocks of the burrow worms." Morton roared and continued to attack Thor, but the occasional pain made his movements stiff. Opportunity! Thor's eyes lit up, and he advanced instead of retreating. He avoided the evil spirit's tail and hands, and rolled directly under him. At this time, Morton's body swelled like a balloon, and it looked like it could explode at any time. Thor wanted to find his weak point, and aimed at the broken part of his body where his lower body was missing. After finally getting close, Thor immediately put his palms together, like a dagger, and stabbed in fiercely. However, the soul is not the body. After Thor stabbed in with his palms, he felt as if he had hit a sponge, which could only make it dented, but could not penetrate it. Morton's hands and tail swept over, and Thor pulled back his hands and dodged quickly. However, Morton's sharp front claws still scratched Thor's cheek. Thor managed to dodge and touched the wound, and it seemed that he touched his teeth. Needless to say, he must be in a very bad state now. "It's too disadvantageous to fight with bare hands," Soul complained, trying to keep his consciousness stable. "Regarding the cause of the soul's transformation, I have temporarily ruled out witchcraft and meditation. Now the only thing left is the locator. Bill and Herman are among the most powerful third-level apprentices. Their locators must be different from those of ordinary apprentices. Maybe in addition to maintaining mental stability, they can also change the form of the spiritual body. The evil spirit was once a second-level wizard. If Bill and the others could do it, he could do it too. If it's a locator. I have one too." Although the diary did not appear on the shoulder of the spirit Thor at this time, he could sense that the diary had always been in his body, and the connection with him had never been severed. It depends on whether he can pull the diary over. Chapter 145. The diary is visible but intangible, but if it exists somewhere, it must be my spirit. Soul began to concentrate on sensing the location of the diary. Almost instantly, Soul felt an inexplicable connection, one end connected to his left shoulder, and the other end extended to the endless darkness in the distance. Found it. However, at this moment, Morton's big hand waved, and Soul could only dodge the attack first, but as soon as he was distracted, the induction was immediately interrupted. Morton struck down with a palm, but Thor dodged and slapped him to the ground. A quarter of the already severely damaged round platform shattered instantly, and the falling fragments immediately disappeared into the darkness. If Morton still had reason at this time, he would probably continue to attack the round platform and destroy the ground, leaving Thor no space to hide. But he seemed to have not noticed at all, and only focused on attacking Thor. Fortunately, this guy has gone crazy. Thor sighed, and continued to call the diary. But Morton's tail swept over again, forcing him to jump up and dodge, thus breaking the connection again. "I can't go on like this." Morton's movements were slower than before because of the pain from time to time, but he had two hands and one tail, and he continued to attack without interruption, still leaving Thor no time to call out. Looking at the other hand that had already attacked, Thor gritted his teeth and stopped dodging, but rushed forward in an instant, approaching Morton's body again. This time he jumped onto Morton's back in a few steps, hugged the opponent's neck tightly from behind, and avoided his giant crocodile's long mouth. Morton's claws and tail immediately stretched back, and his deformed body allowed him to attack behind him without blind spots. As long as it's not Morton's giant mouth that can swallow everything. Thor climbed on the giant Morton's neck with both hands and feet, exerting force tightly, and his consciousness called for the diary again. This time, when the giant claws attacked, he did not dodge again, and the sharp nails pierced his body. Thor gritted his teeth and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He felt it. The tail stabbed down from the top of his head with a whistling sound. Hide or don't hide. At the most dangerous moment, Thor suddenly appeared in his hand. A hardcover book. Without time to complain or even think, Thor gritted his teeth, tilted his head to the left, and swung the hardcover book in his hand, hitting the back of the evil spirit's head with the tip of its cover. Puff! The sharp tail pierced Thor's right shoulder, and came out from his left abdomen. A faint sound of breathing came from the back of Morton's head. Thor's teeth were chattering in pain, and his whole body was shaking. But he was once again thankful that this was a consciousness space, not a flesh and blood body, and his right hand could still move. He pulled out the diary with force, and saw a big hole in the back of Morton's head, which was leaking air, and tiny pieces of soul were blown out. Thor smiled, and the wound on his face became a continuation of his smile. He smashed the diary again, and a bigger gap appeared on the back of Morton's head. Ah! The evil spirit suddenly raised its head and screamed, and swung its tail fiercely, throwing Thor out. Thor fell to the ground with a snap, rolled out, and stopped only when he hit Herman's headless body. Thor turned his head and looked back, bearing the severe pain. At this time, the evil spirit's body was constantly shrinking and expanding. Countless fragments flew out from the back of his head, and were sucked into his mouth. The evil spirit was trying hard to take back the fragments that flew out of his body, but he didn't see that his body had reached its limit. It's going to explode. Thor realized that something was wrong in an instant, and struggled to grab Herman's metal body and block it in front of him. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions, huge impact force. Thor held Herman's back tightly, and tried to curl himself up. Countless fragments flew past him, and flew into the endless darkness behind. In the end, Herman's body could not hold on, and turned into fragments under repeated impacts. The next second, Thor was swept away by the hurricane. At the last moment, he grabbed the edge of the round table, and did not let himself fall into eternal darkness like other fragments. After an unknown amount of time, the explosion finally stopped. Thor held the diary in one hand, and the round table in the other, hanging in the air. He endured the pain, and climbed onto the circular platform. There were body fragments everywhere in front of him, and there were tiny soul fragments floating in the air. The ground of the circular platform was cracked everywhere. The spirit must have been injured. I wonder if there will be any sequelae. Thor held the diary and walked towards the center circle with difficulty. It is obviously a legendary item, but I can only use it as a brick. I thought the diary was my locator, but now it seems that I was too naive. The locator is not that simple, and it is not easy to make the diary truly my locator. Because his whole body was in pain, he walked very slowly. Suddenly, a purple color appeared in front of him. It was the purple foam that Bill had not been swallowed by the evil spirit. I don't know where this foam had been hiding just now, and it didn't break into pieces. At this time, it was like a worm, extending a row of tiny tentacles and crawling. It was about to crawl to the center circle before Thor. Bill's facial features appeared on the surface of the purple foam. He was laughing. Thor, you are dead this time. I will soon control your body. Thor's face was not anxious, but he secretly sped up. I will beat you to death when I get there. Bill's smile was even more exaggerated, stretching to the corners of his eyes effortlessly. Ha ha, you don't have time. I will explode immediately after I control your body. I am dead, and you can't live either. Fuck, despicable. Thor's face changed, and he immediately sped up. But Bill was closer to the center circle. Ha! Even if you have been to Muffin Town. So what? How could your corrupt mentor guess what we are doing? Ha! Wait for us. We will definitely be able to. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the center circle, Bill's smile became more and more crazy, and his words began to become intermittent. Just then, he suddenly saw a black shadow covering his head, and something was approaching. What is that? Thor can't release witchcraft here. Before he could figure it out, a thick hardcover book fell from the sky. Pa! The purple foam smashed into Bill's face in an instant. Bill's laughter also stopped. Thor limped over, picked up the diary, looked at the foam on the ground that had turned into soul fragments, and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I was scared to death. He patted the diary and stepped into the center circle. I just threw it casually just now. So, brother diary, you automatically adjusted the trajectory, right? Thor held the diary in his arms and sighed. You are still reliable. Thor stood on the center circle. It was quiet all around. As if confirming something, the truncated platform began to disintegrate. Whether it was the broken limbs of the soul or the curses, and whispers flying all over the sky, they gradually turned into starlight. Most of the starlight dissipated in the darkness, and a small part was attracted by something and entered Thor's body, repairing his miserable spirit bit by bit. No pain? Thor said in surprise. I still feel a little full. At this time, Thor's body began to dissipate, but he was not in a hurry. In his heart, he knew that he was going to return to his body. After all, in this world of consciousness, everything is just a virtual image formed by the fixed pattern of human thinking. Now it is no longer needed, and it returns to nothingness. In the end, only the diary is suspended in the air, which is the most special existence in this space of consciousness. When there is no one here, the cover of the diary is slowly opened, and then the paper rotates rapidly until the last page. 3 black shadows suddenly projected from the depths of darkness, fell on the diary, and turned into 3 black pages with irregular edges. Chapter 146. Why hasn't Thor woken up yet? Wright squatted beside Thor and anxiously asked Byron. Just now, the formation suddenly failed and the inductance meter stopped working. Nick could only remove the wire from Thor. Byron looked at the busy Nick again. Nick sorted out the inductance meter and said, the last measurement data showed that there was only one emotional body left in Thor's body, and it was very calm. The one who survived was definitely not Morton. Byron turned to Wright again. Yeah. Right, you don't have enough language today, right? Wright sighed and rubbed his hands. In the end, I didn't help much. Do you think Thor will complain to the Tower Master when he wakes up? Will I die the night I return? Byron hesitated whether to speak. No. Wright obviously misunderstood Byron's meaning, and lowered his head to explain to the unconscious Thor. Thor, ah. He suddenly began to make strange noises. Byron and Nick were startled by his shout, and quickly looked in the direction of Wright's sight. Wright finally shouted, Thor, he's melting. Thor's hands hanging down beside him began to melt like a burning candle, and slowly slid to both sides with his bones as the center. Not only that, when Byron nervously rolled up Thor's sleeves, everyone found that even his normal arms began to deform. His skin was loose and sagging, as if he had aged 100 years in an instant. Not only that, the aged skin was spreading to his torso. If it continued, would it spread all over his body? How could this happen? Nick frowned, looking serious. Byron looked at the inductor beside him, and suddenly thought of something. Before Byron could speak, the ground suddenly shook, and a strong wind came from behind. The 3 of them turned back at the same time, and found that the soul storm, that could have lasted for a few days, had begun to dissipate at some point. Countless white fragments began to fade, and the speed of the rotating wind was getting lower and lower. But then came the trembling of the cracks, and the rolling of the boulders above. It must be our formation that accelerated the dissipation of the storm. Now the cave is about to collapse. We must leave here. Nick hugged his inductor tightly, and said quickly. But Thor is in this state. Will he become a skeleton when we run out? Wright asked hurriedly because his life was at stake. Hearing this, Byron suddenly reached out, and took out a bag from his mouth. It was the bag that Thor had put his spoils in before. Byron shook the bag lightly, and the bag immediately turned into a large bag of 1 meter square. Byron stretched the bag and pointed at Thor with his chin. This time Wright magically understood what Byron meant. He picked up Thor carefully and quickly, and stuffed him into his pocket before the skin on his hand fell to the ground. Byron did not tie the bag tightly, but threw it back and carried it on his shoulder. The 3 of them ran all the way. The tremor at the crack did not affect the ground. The higher they ran, the weaker the aftershocks. Finally, they returned to the cave entrance. Wright reminded the 2, there are a lot of head monsters outside. Be careful when you go out. You must find a weak point to break out. If you are trapped, you will be finished. The eyesight of the head monsters is not very good. How about we wait until dark before going out? Nick suggested cautiously. There are head monsters everywhere in the mountains. No one is not afraid. Byron handed the bag in his hand to Nick, stepped forward, and secretly observed the outside world. However, he soon walked back with a surprised look on his face. Yeah. He shook his head gently. Gone? Wright asked in disbelief. He rushed to the place where Byron had just stood, and his head slowly poked out of the cave, then his upper body, and finally he stepped out in one step. The sun was behind him, and the huge shadow formed by the mountain almost covered the entire Chuishu Valley. There was silence all around. The cruel and passionate scene just now, like the Colosseum, was gone. It's really gone. Byron and Nick followed him out. They stood at the cave exit on the cliff, feeling complicated for a moment. Especially Wright. He didn't expect that after the evil spirit disappeared, the human-headed monster also left automatically. Could it be that the human-headed monster actually existed by relying on the evil spirit? Suddenly, something moved in the shadows. Who? Wright asked sharply. At the bottom of the cave where the three were, several people walked out tremblingly. Wright looked down and found that they were the apprentices of the land boat, and they looked familiar. It was the unlucky guy who was just chased by the evil spirit. You? One of them recognized Wright and knew that he was a third-level apprentice. Among the survivors of the land boat, there were no third-level apprentices. The situation reversed, and the people on the ground immediately gave in. Sir, where is the human-headed monster? Are you the only ones left here? Wright asked condescendingly and in a cold tone. The men looked at each other, and one of them stepped forward to answer. Sir, after you entered the underground, the human-headed monster began to kill people wantonly. Most of our companions were bitten to death. But I don't know what happened. Just now those head monsters all screamed in fear and disappeared. We were afraid of any danger, so we hid where we were and didn't dare to move. He seemed to be answering the question respectfully, but Byron noticed that when they looked at each other, one of them had a strange look in his eyes. Sir, that evil spirit. How is Sir Morton? Another person stepped forward and asked tremblingly. When the apprentice took a step forward, his body directly blocked most of the apprentice with strange eyes. They are sending signals to the outside world. Byron immediately realized that these guys were not honest. I feel something huge is approaching. Wright suddenly squatted down and put one hand on the ground. With this vibration, they will arrive in half an hour. They are not friendly. We must leave immediately. Hurry up and go back to the tower. Byron nodded, and the three of them immediately jumped down the cave and landed on the ground. Seeing Byron and the other two trying to run away, one of the people on the land boat couldn't help but step forward to stop them. However, at this moment, the bag Nick was holding suddenly struggled violently. Thinking of who was in the pocket, Nick quickly put the bag on the ground. For ventilation, the bag was not tied tightly, and the bag mouth was immediately stretched open as soon as Nick let go. A thin boy broke free from the pocket. Wow! Seeing the person standing up from the pocket, the apprentice, who had stepped forward, immediately retreated in fear. Because he was so scared, he stumbled and fell to the ground after taking 2 steps back, and could only crawl back with all his limbs. The others were also trembling. They wanted to run, but their feet were stuck to the ground and wouldn't obey. Not falling to the ground like the first person was their last stubbornness. The boy who stood up from the pocket covered his head with his hands, looking a little painful. His hands were all white bones, which made people wonder how much flesh was left on his thin body under his clothes. Thor? Byron noticed that although Thor looked painful, his eyes were clear, and his skin seemed to have recovered and no longer looked old. Thor put down his hand and looked over Senior. He looked around and found that he had left the underground. He lowered his head again, but was shocked to see that his hands had turned back into bones. In the pocket under his feet, there were 2 sticky things and one of his anti-electric shock gloves. What's going on? He woke up with his hands gone. Chapter 147. Soul was a little confused. But Byron came forward and pulled Soul out, then put away his pockets. I give it to you when I get back. There are enemies, hurry up. Although Soul didn't know what happened, he subconsciously followed Byron. Their original camp was near the cave, but most of the things were destroyed by the previous bombardment. Soul pointed to a cave entrance and told them that he had hidden all the valuables there. But when Wright ran over, he saw that it was empty. It should have been found by the people on the land boat. Nick said, the wood spider is gone too. Wright grinned at the people on the land boat. I go kill them all. It just so happens that these guys have been trying to kill us since they showed up, trying to silence us. There must be something going on. Kill them quickly, run quickly. Byron also agreed. 2 third-level apprentices walked over, looking aggressive. Several people on the land boat realized that something was wrong, and got up and wanted to run. Stop! A loud shout. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. It was Thor. He put one hand on his temple again, his face twisted slightly, and pointed at the cliff opposite with the other hand. Can the boat still start? The people on the land boat now felt weak in the knees when they heard Thor's voice. But after realizing what he was saying, one of them actually plucked up the courage and said, a 3-masted sailing ship can be started with 5 people. We can drive the boat for you. Please spare our lives. Nick immediately said, we drove their boat, and we might be tracked. But Light said, come on, we can't outrun the pursuers on foot. If the pursuers are real wizards, then we have nowhere to hide. As long as we leave the Valley of the Hands quickly, I don't believe they dare to chase into the territory of the Wizard Tower. Soul agreed with Light's point of view, and he proposed that escaping by boat was the same idea. Time was running out, and Byron finally decided to run by boat. No matter whether there was a tracking signal on the boat, he would run as far as he could. He and Wright looked energetic now, but they were actually exhausted. And Thor was obviously not in good condition. His face looked normal now, but no one knew whether the melting of his whole body just now would have any subsequent effects on him. We still had to get back to the Wizard Tower as soon as possible. The four of them took the remaining enemies on the land boat hostage and boarded the opposite three-masted sailing ship as quickly as possible. Once they boarded the deck, they were surprised to find that most of their instruments and wooden spiders had been moved here. But the crowd didn't have time to count, so they immediately took the captives to sail. There were just 5 people left on the land boat. As a sick person, Thor didn't have to work. He rubbed his head and sat casually next to their lost luggage. Soon, the sailboat gradually rose to 1 meter above the ground. Then all 3 sails fell. There was no wind, but it seemed to be blown up by something. The whole ship began to move quickly. Finally, it's running. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, my head hurts. Is it the sequelae of fighting in my head? A sharp pain came, and Thor unconsciously tilted to the side, just bumping into the soul wave sensor beside him. Thor, who was originally fighting the pain, seemed to see something in his peripheral vision. He immediately turned his head, and found that a flat black shadow appeared in the mirror of the sensor at this time. The black shadow stood behind Thor, slightly lowered his head, as if he had been watching him. Huh? Thor immediately stood up and looked behind him. He could not see anything, of course. He looked at the sensor again, and the shadow was still standing behind him as he moved. Thor slowly turned his head to look at the switch of the sensor. Sure enough, the sensor was not turned on at all. Thor remembered that the shadow behind him was actually the shadow that appeared in the sensor at the entrance of Chueshu Valley. Could it be that when I entered Chueshu Valley, I was already entangled by an evil spirit? This spirit was solid, completely different from the vague spirit they saw later. It was just because it never appeared again that Thor gradually forgot about it. Unexpectedly, it kept following Thor. An evil spirit has tortured me half to death. If this spirit is also an evil spirit, then I don't need to think about resisting. I just lie down and wait for death. Thor laughed at himself and sat back slowly. However, his greatest confidence was the diary quietly floating on his left shoulder. Since I won't die for the time being, let's rest for a while. Another headache came, and Thor leaned directly on the mirror of the sensor. And in the distorted mirror, the shadow standing silently behind Thor gradually faded. The land-based sailboat was very fast, and they gradually left the Chueshu Valley and traveled between the plains and the woods. The boat can be up to 5 meters above the ground to avoid the bottom of the boat being scratched by branches. It's just that this consumes more energy, and the time it can last is limited. Until now, no pursuers have caught up with them, and the nervous people are somewhat relieved. The captives were a little disappointed at first, but they didn't know what they discussed privately, and later they looked relieved. However, everyone was still worried about these people. After all, they were not familiar with this ship, and who knew if they were playing tricks. The next morning, Byron was examining Thor, and Nick was taking notes. Wright suddenly ran up, cursing. These guys dared to lie to me. Nick stood up immediately. What happened? You don't need 5 people to drive a boat, especially after the boat starts. Only one person is responsible for adjusting the direction. Nick thought for a while and said, maybe they are afraid that if they tell the truth, the extra people will be killed. Byron did not participate in the discussion. He put down Thor's sleeves. At present, except for the skin on his hands that has dissolved, other parts have returned to normal. But there may be hidden dangers that I can't check. Your headache is the sequelae of the evil spirit's possession, and the evil spirit absorbed a lot of soul fragments when it was in your body. Although most of them disappeared after the evil spirit died, it is not ruled out that there will be omissions. In short, after returning, I need to find a more professional person to help me check and treat it. Nick covered his forehead, as if recalling, fortunately, at that time, I thought your whole body would dissolve and turn into a skeleton. This time, you and Senior Byron really opened my eyes on the mission. Soul smiled, but said to Byron, when did you become such a good actor? You fooled the evil spirits. Byron answered seriously, I learned it from you. Soul, eh? Wright said ha and stopped again. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. He looked at Byron with admiration. The latter stood up and put his hand on Wright's shoulder. Next time, wait for me to take over the shift. Wright lowered his head. Oh, I tied up the remaining 4 people and told the one driving the boat that if he doesn't behave, I will kill him and replace him with the next one. Byron nodded, stood up and walked down the deck. The deck was a little quiet for a while. Nick, who was sorting out the materials, noticed that Wright stood there awkwardly, neither resting nor meditating. Opposite him, Thor began to rub his head with his bony hands again. Nick stood up, cleared his throat and said, "I go to the lookout to see if there are any pursuers." Then he left quickly. After Nick left, Wright seemed to finally muster up the courage to step forward. Thor, who was having a headache, opened his eyes alertly and looked at Wright expressionlessly. I'm sorry." Wright suddenly bowed deeply to Thor, "but I really didn't hurt you in the cave before." Wright quickly recounted Thor's experience after he fell behind. After seeing Thor still expressionless, he spoke nervously. "I thought you couldn't get out when I saw you falling behind, so—" He saw Thor just staring at him expressionlessly without saying anything, and his uneasiness became even greater, and he hurriedly apologized again. "I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I'm willing to make up for my mistake." Sol held his chin, then "Right, an IOU. Right? Right, that Wright owes Thor 100 credits, stamped with your name brand, in duplicate." Chapter 148. Because 4 of the 5 apprentices of the land boat were tied up by the angry Wright, the difficulty of supervision was greatly reduced, so Nick also participated in the rotation. After Nick took over Byron, Wright pulled Byron aside halfway and showed him an IOU, looking very proud. "Thor has forgiven me." 100 credits, the previous account is written off. Wright patted his chest. "Now I can finally sleep well after returning to the tower. Ever since I found out that Thor was the Tower Master student, I've been wondering every day how I die after I go back. I made it up." Wright didn't understand, "Huh?" "I said Thor was the Tower Master student just to make his identity sound more important, hoping that the evil spirit would take the initiative to leave Thor's body, but unfortunately the evil spirit didn't want to let him go at that time." Ah! Wright screamed, staring at Byron in disbelief. "You're so cunning." He suddenly tore the IOU in his hand into 2 halves, and cried, "Damn it, Thor actually took the opportunity to blackmail me. If I knew he was not the Tower Master student, I would give him at most 20 credits. Just as Wright ran up to the deck and wanted to find Thor to return the IOU, a huge mental pressure fell from the sky. Wright and Byron, who had just stepped onto the deck, suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing on them. The 2 of them didn't hold on for a few breaths before they were pressed to the ground. The 2 third-level apprentices couldn't resist at all, so naturally the others couldn't do any better. The sailboat, which was speeding, suddenly trembled left and right, then crashed into the woods, slid on the ground for a long distance, and was stopped by a thick tree. Only Thor, who was sitting on the deck, was not affected much. He could even raise his head to see who attacked them. Fortunately, when the ship stopped, the mental pressure was also removed. Byron and Wright rushed to Thor with ugly faces. "The pressure just now is definitely a formal wizard. We are close to the wizard tower. Could it be that the mentor saw the boat sailing on land and thought it was an enemy?" Wright said nervously. Sol shook his head and said, "The mental power came from the back. If it was the mentor, in order to prevent us from launching an attack, he should not withdraw the mental pressure even if the ship stopped." The 2 were surprised that Sol could actually identify the source of the mental attack, but now was not the time to investigate the cause. Byron said in a deep voice, "Abandon the ship and run." Sol shook his head again. "It's too late." Sure enough, behind Thor's gaze, a figure flying rapidly gradually appeared. The man was wearing a black robe and a purple cape. During the rapid flight, the clothes were close to his body, and his strong upper body and seemingly deformed legs could be seen. A formal wizard who sails on land. Wright, who had seen more, said with an unpleasant face, he actually dared to go deep into the territory of the wizard tower. It was definitely too late to escape, as the opponent's mental power had already locked on them. A true wizard is not comparable to Morton, whose consciousness is confused and whose strength has been greatly reduced. Byron immediately took out the signal and fired it into the sky. But before the black fireworks could rise into the sky, they were directly wiped out by an invisible force. Everyone's faces became ugly. At this time, the other party had already arrived above the ship. He looked at the 3 apprentices on the deck as if he was looking at 3 dead people. The apprentices of the wizard tower. His voice sounded like a leak, as if there was a hole in his throat. "How dare you rob our sailing boat on land? There are other people on this ship, call them all out." Wright had no choice but to go down and call up Nick, who was shivering in the cabin, and the captive, who was in charge of driving the boat. At the same time, he also woke up the 4 unconscious apprentices, who were sailing on land, and brought them to the deck. Yesterday they were captives, and today I will become a captive. Alas! Wright had already begun to mourn for himself. When Wright brought the captives back to the deck, he found that Byron and Nick were already lying on the ground. Only Thor was left sitting on the chair. The wizard's eyes rolled around. You little guy, your mental power is so strong. He looked at Thor, and didn't know what he thought of, and he actually let go of the suppression of Nick and Byron. The two of them got up with difficulty. Ride looked very unhappy when he saw this scene, but he could only bite the bullet and walk over. My lord, these are all the people on the boat. But when the official wizard glanced at the 5 apprentices on the land boat, he frowned. Where is Herman? All 5 apprentices fell to their knees with a thump, without any joy from slaves turning over and becoming masters. They looked even more terrified than when they were captured. No one answered the wizard immediately, and the wizard narrowed his eyes, and stared at the 5 people. Don't you have ears? Finally, one apprentice couldn't bear the pressure and fell to the ground, saying in a trembling voice, Lord Beatty. Herman was killed by evil spirits in the Valley of the Hands. After the apprentice finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Thor, and lowered his head in fear. Chushu Valley? How did he get into Chushu Valley? Beatty was not really concerned about Herman's itinerary. Where is the thing he transported? No, it's gone. Herman broke into Chushu Valley just to track him down. Humph, waste! Beatty looked a little angry, but strangely not that angry. In short, his expression was extremely complicated. He was flying in the air, as if thinking about something. And when he was thinking, no one dared to move or speak. Thor looked at Byron and the others, and saw that almost everyone had a look of anxiety on their faces. But Thor was not that nervous. This was all because the diary did not issue a death warning. But Thor began to worry about others. Just because he would not die did not mean that others would not die. And Thor was also worried whether he would be taken away by this Beatty wizard, whether he was taken back as an experiment or a captive. It was not what Thor wanted. Who knew that after several struggles, the Beatty wizard actually raised a hand to everyone. Forget it, I can't leave you behind. A ball of gray mist gathered in his palm. It's a pity for this little guy. Beatty looked at Thor with regret and prepared to cast his magic. The people targeted by Beatty felt a strong wave of magic power at the moment the gray mist appeared. Did he even intend to wipe out the apprentices of his own faction? Almost everyone showed a desperate expression, and even the apprentices on the land boat had closed their eyes, trembling all over, waiting to die. The diary hasn't given any hint yet. Even Thor was getting nervous. The attack of a formal wizard should not be underestimated. There is almost no way for an apprentice to resist. Am I the only one who can survive in the end? Thor's anxious eyes swept over Byron and others. At this moment, Thor suddenly felt something and looked up. And the people who were already shrouded in despair suddenly heard a gentle voice. What are you doing? They looked at the source of the voice. On the highest mast of the sailboat stood a man wrapped in a brown-red cloak. Although there was a strong wind blowing from time to time in the sky, it could not blow the hem of his clothes. No one could see his appearance clearly, but only a pink chin could be vaguely seen between the hood and the collar. The wizard Beatty put down his hand tremblingly, his face flushed as if it had been boiled in boiling water. Lord Gorsa. Chapter 149. Do you know me? Gorsa smiled softly. But I haven't seen you before. Can you introduce yourself? Self-introduction? In this place, at this moment? It was a very gentle tone, and there was even a bit of humility in the words, but it still made Beatty feel greatly humiliated. When did this Gorsa appear? It was still half a day's journey from here to the Wizard Tower, otherwise Beatty would not dare to stay here. Beatty was still thinking about how to get out, but suddenly he felt the itchy parasites in his body began to twist wildly. Murderous intent. He immediately realized that Gorsa was not as gentle as he seemed. He had murderous intent in less than 3 seconds. As rumored, he was moody. Now, Beatty no longer dared to hesitate and immediately said, Lord Gorsa, I am the official wizard of the land boat, Beatty. Land boats are not allowed to enter the territory of the Wizard Tower without permission. Have you forgotten this? I just came to chase our lost sailboat. Lost? This should be the loot of the apprentices in the tower, right? Gorsa lowered his head and looked at the people on the deck. Facing Gorsa's gaze, Thor stood up and loudly cooperated, Yes, Tower Master. This is our loot, and there are 5 captives. Beatty looked at Thor in astonishment. He didn't expect that a little apprentice like him would dare to interrupt the conversation between formal wizards. But since Gorsa was not angry, he naturally didn't dare to object. Gorsa was not angry, he even nodded with relief, then looked up and said to Beatty, There is nothing for you here, please go back. By the way, I want to tell you, Captain, whoever enters the Wizard Tower again will be our spoils of war. Beatty gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I will tell the captain. Then you go back. Finally, he waited for the amnesty, and Beatty breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he just wanted to run away. It was only for the sake of his official wizard's face that he managed to stay calm and saluted Gorza. "Thank you for your forgiveness." Beatty's eyes swept across the entire ship secretly, and he turned around and was about to fly away. "Wait a minute," Gorza suddenly called him. Beatty turned back, his heart in his throat again, fearing that the other party would go back on his word. From now on, the outer area of Chueshu Valley will also belong to the Wizard Tower, and other forces are not allowed to enter without permission. Beatty opened his mouth in astonishment. He really didn't understand how Gorza could say such overbearing words in a caring tone. "But Lord Gorza, the Western Treaty is not stipulated in this way." "It doesn't matter." Gorza seemed to be smiling under his hood. "Just change it." Beatty's whole body was stiff, and he almost fell from the sky. What could he say? "I know. I tell the captain. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now." Beatty turned around again, but he was afraid that Gorza still had something to say, so he looked back frequently along the way. It really made people think that he was reluctant to leave. When Beatty's figure disappeared in the sky, Gorza looked down at the people on the deck. "You brought the ship back, but I saved it." The smile in his voice became obvious. "Remember to give me half of your contribution after you return." There was no sound from below. Wright wanted to flatter him at this time, saying the whole ship is dedicated to the Lord of the Tower. But at this time, his mouth, teeth, and tongue seemed to be stuck together, and he couldn't move at all. But then, Wright heard Thor beside him answer the Lord of the Tower again. "Okay, Lord of the Tower." Gorza narrowed his eyes slightly, and his silver pupils swept over Thor's body. "I take Thor back, you guys go slowly." As soon as the voice fell, Gorza and Thor disappeared. It was as if the pause picture was pressed the play button, and the remaining people all breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Even the captives on the land boat felt a sense of relief for surviving the disaster. Suddenly, Wright got up and ran to the cabin, shouting, "Byron, where did I throw the IOU just now?" "Byron, eh?" Nick also got up at this time, but he just sat, his arms on his knees, and his mouth slightly curved. "Oh, I have been experiencing fear and despair over and over again these days, and I almost collapsed several times." "Byron, yeah." Nick looked up, the sun pierced his eyes, but the smile on his face became more and more obvious. "Now that I find that Thor is really the Tower Master student, I am not surprised at all." "You are laughing." "Yes, I found that I can control the influence of emotional fluctuations on my spiritual body. I guess I'd be promoted soon." "Senior Byron." "I won't trust you anymore." Sol, who didn't know that he had caused Byron's trust crisis, was sitting in a spacious but low-key carriage with the Tower Master Gorza. He thought the Tower Master would flash and take him back to the Wizard Tower, but he didn't expect to fall into a carriage covered with soft cushions. It always felt a bit uncool, but fortunately only he and the coachman outside knew it. "Where's your hand?" The carriage started shakily, and Gorza fell on the cushion in a very stiff posture. It was unknown whether he was comfortable or not. "It's melted." Being alone with the Tower Master, Thor was somewhat restrained, and he also sat on the cushion very stiffly. Byron had returned the bag of melted plastic bones to Thor on the sailboat, but now there was no material to put it back on his hand. "Let me see." Thor used his bony hand to hook the small bag from his arms, and handed it to Gorza. Gorza opened the bag and took a look. There was a long black glove inside. He moved his fingertips, and the glove floated out of the pocket. "What's your taste?" Thor suddenly felt a little ashamed. "It's mainly to prevent electric shock." Swish. Gorza flicked his fingertips, and the black glove flew out of the car window. "It's not a good solution. It's like facing the enemy on the battlefield and reciting your weaknesses loudly." Thor bowed his head and admitted his mistake, crying in his heart, "It's so expensive. The spiritual Esther has been improved well, but the material is too low level, and the upper limit has been set." Gorza looked at Thor's hands. "Everyone's choice is different. Just like life planning, you can't interfere at will. If you go along this road, you may get a surprise, or you may face the abyss." The Tower Master started to say strange things again, but Thor listened very seriously. "Don't think about covering up your weaknesses, overcome them." Gorza pointed his finger, and a small piece of gray matter floated in the bag. "Electric shock will temporarily change the connection between elemental particles. You can try to start with anti-reverse reaction." Sol carefully wrote down every word Gorza said, and then saw him throwing the bag over. This teaching seemed to end here. Gorza sat back, as quiet as a sculpture. But Sol had too many questions, and his mouth could no longer be held. "Tower Master, we met an evil spirit named Morton in the Valley of the Hands this time. Have you heard of him?" It turned out to be him. "I heard he is from the Kima Empire." Yes, he was once the emperor of the Kima Empire and the great-grandfather of my wife, Eula. Sol suddenly felt a little uneasy. He tore the great-great-father of the Tower Master 2 days ago. Then, will your wife be angry? Will Senior Byron hit the nail on the head? That's not the case. After all, she has been dead for a long time. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. If you want to get rid of Morton's regret, you can indeed ask Eula. After all, they are more familiar with each other. Sol? Gorza said something shocking. She said she is very interested in you. Sol? Chapter 150. What does Lord Gorsada mean? Let the dead Lady Euler guide him. This world does have vengeful spirits, evil spirits, and even other forms of spirits. But these spirits have great flaws. Some cannot last long, while others lack reason and memory. As the wife of a second-level wizard, Lady Euler should be different from other spirits. Sol was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered the study experiments over the years, and the various research conducted by his senior mentor. There are many tasks related to death and souls. An idea sprouted in Thor's mind, so that he asked uncontrollably, Tower Master, do you want to revive Lady Euler? This time it was Gorza's turn to be silent. The carriage was speeding, and the lonely figure of the wizard tower could be seen in front of him. Yes. Gorza finally admitted, resurrection, that is the domain of fourth-level wizards. But Euler's situation is special, and theoretically she can be alive. Gorza turned his wrist, and a puppet doll appeared in his palm. This is a doll for testing spiritual power talent. Sol recognized it at a glance. Sol took the doll, and looked at it carefully. This doll is a little special. Its eyes are not empty, but two red, irregular crystals. Sol raised his head, and looked into Gorza's calm and gentle eyes. Grow up quickly, you are not even qualified to touch the real experimental project now. Thor held it gently and whispered, yes. What did the Tower Master give him this doll for? Thor stared at the doll's eyes, but he didn't hear any more whispers. It should be the effect of the red eyes. When he looked up again, Gorza on the opposite side had disappeared. Did the Tower Master just leave like that? The other party always appears and disappears like this. Thor originally thought that the Tower Master took him away because he found out that he was possessed by an evil spirit. But he didn't mention this matter throughout the whole process. Only when Thor took the initiative to mention it, he gave him a puppet doll. However, although the Tower Master left a puppet doll, he did not tell how to use it. Thor looked down at the doll in his palm and thought, Mrs. Eula? Resurrection? He remembered the wizard Kira, whom he had met once 2 years ago. According to Senior Byron, she and Eula should be sisters. She once questioned the progress of Professor Kaz's experiment, and threatened the Tower Master that she would take someone away. Could it be that she was referring to Mrs. Eula? Could it be that Professor Kaz has been helping the Tower Master to resurrect Mrs. Eula all along, and because of his soul talent, the Tower Master took a fancy to him, so he received special training, so he could only choose to major in dark attribute elements. So he would have to be with death and souls in the future. So Mentor Kaz made him recognize the situation, and know how to be content. Sol pondered and gradually became lost in thought. While he was thinking, a black shadow appeared on the wall of the car in a place that was out of sight, and then gradually solidified. It was like the darkest and deepest shadow under a strong light. The shadow suddenly floated up from the wall of the car, and landed on Thor's back, moving from his back to his arm like water, and finally flowing into the puppet in Thor's hand. The puppet's eyes dimmed a little, but soon returned to normal. At this time, a black tentacle suddenly stretched out from the back of Thor's neck. It was different from the tentacle as thin as a finger when he left the wizard tower. At this time, the tentacle was as thick as an adult's arm, and it only shrank and became thinner at the connection with Thor's neck. The tip of the tentacle opened a shark-like mouth, as if it sensed some danger, and was issuing a warning. It quickly and nimbly explored around in the air, as if looking for something. But it failed. The tentacle touched Thor's cheek, and then retracted. Thor's face remained unchanged after being reminded by Shiazao, but his eyes looked deeper. The carriage drove straight into the wizard tower. Before Thor entered the tower, he looked through the window at the three-masted sailboat docked outside the tower. Sure enough, the sailboat is faster than the carriage. But since the Tower Master took him away, why didn't he go back to the wizard tower directly? Is it because he is not capable of moving such a long distance instantly, or does he need to tell him something alone in this carriage? This time Gorza suddenly appeared to save them, and took Thor away, which was equivalent to telling everyone that there was a connection between him and Thor. After returning to the tower this time, the situation and relationship that Thor will face will be more complicated. Most other people will guess that Thor is the Tower Master's student. But what is the truth? The Tower Master to teach Thor, but obviously he had another purpose. Even Thor was not sure what the relationship between him and the Tower Master was. But these were not important for the time being. Even if the Tower Master just wanted to use Thor, could he resist with his current strength? He could only take this opportunity to make himself stronger, so that he could control his own destiny. The moment he entered the tower, the world seemed to return to darkness, but the next second Thor knew it was just his illusion. The candlesticks arranged regularly on the wall still emit pale halos. The numerous lights illuminated the tower in every detail. Thor sighed, "I'm back here again." He pushed open the door and prepared to get out of the car, but his hands paused. The driver still kept driving, with his back straight. The horses stood on all fours, with their heads slightly lowered. But they all lost their lives. Thor, who had seen many corpses, saw it in an instant. He squinted his eyes, and found no trace of spirits on these corpses, nor any signs of contamination. Thor gently pressed the skin on the driver's arm, and found that the driver had indeed stopped breathing and heartbeat just a moment ago. Just like a clockwork toy, when the spring turns to the end, the toy also reaches the end. Just going out to pick him up, the driver and the horse died. I wonder if they thought of such an ending before they set out? Thor sighed in his heart. This is why he is determined to embark on the path of a wizard. Without stopping, he jumped off the carriage and walked up along the passage in front of him. After several turns, he found himself on the third floor of the East Tower. Although it was daytime, the East Tower was still a very quiet place. No one else was seen along the way, and he didn't know where Senior Byron and the others had gone. But Thor was not in a hurry. He still had a lot of things to do, and a lot of information to sort out. He walked quickly through the fifth floor of the East Tower back to the dormitory, and only met a few unfamiliar low-level apprentices along the way. Entered the dormitory and locked the door with his backhand. Thor threw all his luggage on the ground, then pulled out a chair and sat on it rudely. So, Soul thought, who should I talk to first? The diary flew out and turned to the end, revealing several black papers with irregular edges. When turning to these black papers, the speed of turning the diary slowed down. 3 black papers stood up at different angles. Helmer, Bill, and Lord Morton. Soul smiled slightly, half closed his eyes, pretending to be meditating. The pages of the diary suddenly fell, and white handwriting gradually appeared on one of the black papers. Where is this place? Someone actually ran out first. Who are you? Me? You don't even know who I am? I am Morton, the greatest emperor of the Kami Empire. I am the greatest second-level wizard in the Western continent. I once led thousands of wizards and 100,000 troops, and united with Naz and Willima Principality to resist the attack of the demons in the borderless land. No one dares to run wild in my territory. Who are you? How could you not know my existence? Soul blinked. I am the secretary of the god of death, specializing in recording the lives of you who are great or mediocre. Chapter 151. The dead? So I'm dead? Yes, I died in the Valley of the Hands. The despicable Nath family actually betrayed me. The damned demons of the Borderlands, they actually made up a lie about the death of a third-level wizard. What a bunch of villains they are. Although I couldn't hear the other party's voice, the diary faithfully translated Morton's unwillingness. Well, yes, Your Majesty the Great Emperor, please introduce the witchcraft you are good at. For example, are you good at influencing soul curses? Soul, I won't study such unrealistic things. I am only fascinated by the power that can be held in my hands. In this case, the evil spirit should not leave any hidden dangers in my consciousness space. Of course, I still need to check it carefully again. Since the soul in the diary cannot lie, Thor felt relieved. He was afraid that his headache was because the evil spirit left some curse in his body. Curses are the most difficult to understand. Even third-level apprentices rarely touch this field of knowledge. If you are not careful, the curse will backfire. So it can be said that Sid was determined to kill Thor, so he dared to use the forbidden abilities. So, can you tell me more about your great-granddaughters, Eula and Kira? Eula and Kira? They both have wizard talents, and they are good talents. Both of them have the same stubborn personality. One is devoted to studying the spirit, and the other is always tempering the body. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the blue hourglass reminded Thor that it was almost 10 o'clock. Although Morton's handwriting was still clear, Thor put away the diary and stopped asking questions. Recalling what Morton said, his face was a little solemn. The battle in the wizard world is really cruel. In comparison, the people who died in the wizard tower are nothing. If it weren't for the human forces controlled by wizards responsible for development and continuation, there would have been few people left in this world, right? For the time being, my headache is mainly caused by the instability of the mental body caused by fighting in the consciousness space. The evil spirit's regret is not much, and the impact on me is only to the extent of having a few nightmares. But the spirit Esther in the bag cannot be used for the time being. Although most of the soul fragments absorbed by the evil spirit dissipated with his disintegration, there are still many that are actively absorbed by the spirit Esther. And before the spirit Esther melted, a qualitative change caused by quantitative change occurred. Soul took out the black crystal ball from the cabinet, and held it with his hands, that were only white bones left. 68 jowls. Soul put down the black crystal ball inside. This time out time is much shorter than expected, but I gained a lot. When I put the plastic bone back, I'm afraid there will be another breakthrough in magic power, maybe close to 80 jowls. Then it's not far from the 100 jowls of magic power required for a third-level apprentice. No one would have thought that Thor's magic power had increased by more than half just after entering the second level, right? On the contrary, there is no clue about the locator for the promotion from the second level to the third level. Although the diary is my natural locator, it is obviously not enough to just have a locator. It can be seen in the battle in the consciousness field that I can only use the diary as a brick, instead of directly acting on the ideology like others. At this time, several regular knocks on the door interrupted Soul's thoughts. It should be Senior Byron, who came to see him. But Soul still turned his head and asked, "Who? Soul, are you back?" It was Byron's hoarse voice. Soul smiled, "I'm back." He got up to unlock the door, but halfway through, he heard Byron seem to be talking to someone. "He hasn't come back yet." Soul's footsteps stopped in midair. Another lively and slightly flattering voice sounded. It should be that he has something to discuss with. "How about we come back tomorrow?" Soul put his foot down and raised his voice. "Senior Byron? Senior Wright? Is that you?" But the people outside seemed not to hear him, and continued to talk. Byron, tomorrow, you must help me say something good." The voice of rejection. "Don't be so ruthless. How about I give you one of my maids?" The voice of rejection continued. The voice gradually faded away, leaving Soul standing stiffly in the room. After a long time, as if he had come to his senses, or perhaps he had mustered up the courage, Thor slowly turned his head and turned around. He saw that he was sitting quietly on the chair, with his head slightly lowered, as if he had fallen asleep. After a long pause, Thor lowered his head and looked at his hands with intact skin, trembling slightly. "I am dead?" He tried to calm himself down. The huge mental shock of seeing his body just now made Thor's vision blurry. Fortunately, Thor stabilized his consciousness in time and did not collapse. Impossible. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His body was still sitting quietly on the chair. The diary did not warn me, and I can still feel the connection between myself and my body. Although this connection is not obvious, it is very strong. The wandering souls of the dead do not have such a sense of peace of mind. Thor walked back to the chair, and tried to sit back in his body. But when he stood up again, he was disappointed to find that only his soul stood up. Turning his head, Thor, who was sitting there, looked like a statue. His chest was still rising and falling, but he looked like a dead person. Thor knew that even if he was alive, it would be dangerous for his soul to be out of the body for a long time. He tried hard to return to his body, but it didn't work after several attempts. Thor looked at his shoulder. The diary was floating on the shoulder of his soul. This made Thor feel a little relieved. No matter what, the diary was still with him. Otherwise, go out to rescue? I don't know if anyone can find me. He walked to the door and stretched out his hand to open it habitually, but his palm went through the handle. He staggered forward and ran out of the dormitory with his upper body and saw the corridor outside. Thor quickly stood up and was about to move forward, but he found that there seemed to be a transparent barrier in front of him, blocking him from moving forward. At this time, he was stuck on the wall. Looking out, he saw the corridor, and turning around, he saw the dormitory. I have learned the art of walking through walls. Thor laughed at himself and continued to explore in another direction. After exploring for a while, he found something very strange. He was confined in a circle, and could not leave his body too far. But the scope of this circle was not centered on his body. Thor's body was only located at a point on the edge of this circle, and the range of his soul's activities was inside this circle. When Thor stood at the door of the dormitory, the distance between him and his body was exactly the maximum distance of this circle, that is, the diameter of the circle. Why is this happening? Soul couldn't figure it out. If he couldn't leave his body too far because of the body's restriction on the soul, then it should be a circle with the body as the center. In this situation, it seems that the point that really restricts the range of movement of Soul's soul is not on his body, but the middle point between his body and his current position. Soul, who explored again without success, stood on the circumference opposite to his body, thinking about what to do next. If I can't return to my body, will I die? I don't know if it's psychological, but as soon as Thor thought of this, he felt a sense of weakness from the depths of his soul. At this moment, the diary flew out and quickly unfolded in front of Thor. April 23rd, 316th year of the new moon calendar. Are you proud of destroying an evil spirit? Are you excited after the sudden increase in magic power? Do you feel that your mental power has also made a breakthrough? But people can't get excited too many times. If you are too excited, you will encounter another problem. Your physical and mental bodies will be improved at the same time. Now, they are fighting. As a poor little thing caught in the middle, you are kicked out. Maybe you can hide from the cold wind in the diary, but your body may not be able to withstand the long-term emptiness. Maybe it will choose to open its arms and welcome new guests. Chapter 152. New guest? Thor immediately thought of the evil spirit that followed him. The evil spirit that no one had ever seen except him. Even the Tower Master didn't find it, or didn't intend to take care of it if he found it. Even if there was no evil spirit, it would definitely not be wise to leave your body in this weird wizard tower. Although I was kicked out, it was just an unconscious change of my body. My body and my soul should still be the best match. Thor looked at his body, and was about to walk over and try again, but he just raised one foot, and suddenly put it down again. No, my current range of movement is a circle, and my body is on the circumference. If you look from my current perspective, my body is at the top of the circle, and I am at the bottom of the circle. This picture is very familiar, very familiar. A picture of a walking monster? Thor raised his hands in front of his eyes. These hands did not appear to have been transformed by the witch body when they were in the soul state. It's a human hand. But Thor didn't notice just now that this pair of human hands is not the hands of a 14-year-old boy. It's a pair of adult hands. Is this my hand from my previous life? Thor looked up again and carefully observed the other furnishings in the room. Finally, he was sure that his current height was taller than when he was in the body. This is the height of an adult. I am not Thor. This is my real soul. But this me is to the body sitting there. Is the monster? Thor's heart was just like his body, floating without support. Because I am not the real owner of this body? So I can't go back? Thinking of this, Thor's soul shuddered, but at the same time it made him sober. Now is not the time to be entangled. The most important thing is to go back quickly. Thor smiled bitterly in his heart. Teacher Kez was right. The more you know, the more unknown you will find. Thor put aside his messy thoughts and concentrated on analyzing the characteristics of the walking diagram of the human monster. If it was a human monster walking map, or an erosion map, Thor, who had studied it for more than 2 years, had an idea. He stood at the point farthest from his body. Now, I am a monster, and I want to turn back into a human. He walked along the edge of the circle in a clockwise direction, imitating the movements on the erosion map, step by step, slowly approaching his body. After taking the first step, Thor felt a little different. But the feeling was vague, so he didn't think much and took the second step. The third step, the fourth step. This time, he could feel that he was indeed changing, as if his feet were stuffed into a pair of inappropriate shoes. It was uncomfortable at first, but he got used to it as he walked. Maybe the shoes were stretched, or maybe his feet were used to the pain. Change is a good thing. Soul continued to move forward. However, he had just walked half the distance, when he suddenly saw a dark shadow coming out from the direction of the table in his peripheral vision. Because he was concentrating on imitating the movements of the erosion map, Soul did not dare to move and maintained his original pace. He knew that if he broke his current state of immersion hastily, all his efforts would be wasted. The shadow stood there for a while, then began to approach Thor's body. It was not fast, and it was a little hesitant when walking. Thor was anxious, but his steps were not messy. As he walked, the angle changed, and the image of the shadow gradually became clear. Its facial features were blurred, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those eyes were red, and they stared at Thor's body with some curiosity. It was this curiosity that made it approach Thor's body little by little. Thor's soul, in its worry and anxiety, also approached its own body. The black shadow seemed to have discovered something wrong, and it tentatively reached out to Thor's body. Thor was only 2 steps away from his body. The black hand was still approaching. But Thor could only take 1 step at his original speed. Even though he was in the soul state now, he could feel the hair on his body, or the soul of the hair, exploding. The shadow's hand was getting closer and closer, and its fingertips passed through the messy hair, and it was about to touch Thor's forehead. Finally, Thor took the last step, and he suddenly stood where his body was. The transformation from human to monster was complete. The erosion was complete. Thor instantly felt the heaviness of his body, and he suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. In a trance, he saw a black hand retreating as if frightened, and finally disappeared into the air. It's the evil spirit in Chueshu Valley. It actually followed me all the way back to the wizard tower. But Thor clearly remembered that the tower master said that there were no evil spirits in the wizard tower, otherwise it would be too dangerous for the apprentice. And for Gorza, the loss was also serious. I was prejudiced. Maybe it is not an evil spirit. My head started to hurt again, and Thor covered his forehead. Xiao Zhao, didn't you find anything? Xiao Zhao didn't move. What on earth did I bring back from Chueshu Valley? Sol stood up and wanted to take notes, but as soon as he straightened his back, he felt sleepy. He moved his hands and feet, and his soul did not leave his body again, but the tiredness became more and more obvious. It should be the mental fatigue caused by the soul being out of the body for too long. Sol did not want to study anymore. His soul had been tormented for the past 2 days. Now, he could not even hold on to meditation and just wanted to sleep. He stood up with the help of the back of the chair and fluttered towards his bed. The original distance of 2 or 3 meters, but it felt difficult to walk 200 or 300 meters. Finally, he got to the bed. He fell asleep before his head even hit the pillow. Ever since Hawk knew it was his turn to clean the corridor tonight, he hadn't slept well. He was drowsy until 4 o'clock, when he was awakened by the sudden lighting of the candlelight. Since he sat there for a few seconds, he pushed the boy next to him. The boy didn't sleep well either, because it would be his turn tomorrow. After being pushed awake, the boy didn't complain and sat up silently. If I don't come back, remember to mail the letter for me. Okay. Hawk carefully took out the crumpled letter paper from his arms and handed it to the boy. I get it back when I come back, don't lose it. Got it. Hawk got up from the bed, got dressed and went out. The job of cleaning the corridor was not so terrible, but recently people started dying again. 3 servants have died in just 10 days. It is said that the last time people died so frequently was more than 2 years ago. It was useless to report to the butler. Every time the butler said that it had been solved, the dead still died. So whoever is in charge of cleaning the corridor for the second-level apprentices is prepared to never come back. Hawk is the same. When he pushed the cleaning cart and successfully completed the cleaning work on the 11th floor, he carefully stretched his head to look at the 12th floor. The candlelight before dawn was dim, and the deep curved corridor seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze. You seem to see clearly, but it seems that you can't see anything clearly. Hawk took a deep breath and pushed the cart into the second level. Hawk didn't encounter any unusual phenomena until he approached the ramp on the opposite corridor, which made him somewhat excited. As long as he finished here, he only had 1 corridor left to complete. He pushed the cart and took a quick look at the ground nearby. There was no strange garbage, no blood stains, and no unpleasant smell. Maybe I can just run over there. But just as Hawk was about to push the cart past the second-to-last room, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Hawk froze. He turned his head tremblingly and looked over. The knock came from the room on his right. But why would the person standing in the room knock on the door outside? Chapter 153. Thor had a dream. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly turned over, stuck his head out of the bed, and retched a few times. Because he hadn't eaten properly for a long time, he only vomited a little acid. Instead, his throat was burning with pain. He wiped his mouth casually with the back of his hand, but forgot that his hand had turned into bones. Now his mouth and throat hurt together. He sat up from the bed, and was surprised to find that the fatigue and headache from last night had all disappeared. Is sleeping so good? So was it wrong that I always use meditation instead of sleep? Sol got up energetically, and took care of his personal hygiene. Think about what to do today. Go to see Instructor Kiss first, or go to the registration office to exchange the name tag of the second-level apprentice, or find Senior Byron to share the reward for this mission. Sol gained a lot from this trip, but also added more questions. But things can only be done bit by bit. Finally, he decided to go to Nick for a physical examination first. After all, there might be a spirit attached to him, so this matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to do many things. However, when Sol went to the 12th floor of the West Tower to find Nick, he found that there were several second-level apprentices gathered here. Second-level apprentices are not as fond of joining in the fun as first-level apprentices, so this is a rare scene. Sol couldn't help but walk over. There were not many onlookers, and even the short-statured Sol easily found a gap. When Thor saw the scene inside, he frowned slightly. A dead person. It was a servant, no older than 15 years old. One leg, which was only a skeleton, stood firmly on the ground, and the other leg was twisted to an angle upward, with both hands raised diagonally upward. A flower bloomed on the head. The petals were made of flesh and blood, and the pistils were made of bones. The 2 arms and 1 leg were leaves, and 1 limb was left as a flower stem. Thor pursed his lips with difficulty. He felt a little sick. It was not because of the weird appearance of the corpse. He had seen many more terrifying things in the morgue. It was because he knew the corpse. Last night, he trimmed the young servant into this look bit by bit. He also remembered how he chewed and swallowed the extra flesh and bones bit by bit. Thor. Someone suddenly called him. Thor turned around and saw Nick, who was looking for him. Nick also saw the dead in the crowd and frowned slightly. Dead flower. What? Also called bone core, it is a ritual of a certain extinct species to worship the dead. I didn't expect it to appear in the wizard tower again. At this time, someone next to him said, "This is not the first time." The person who spoke crossed his arms, and his face was full of disgust. Sorry? Have you recovered? Nick obviously knew him. It's just a matter of living. How can you die? Sorry spoke very rudely. But Nick was not angry, and introduced Thor to him. Thor, the recently promoted level 2. Thor temporarily suppressed his disgust, and nodded to Sari. But Sari just glanced at Thor, not even pretending to do so. Are you saying this has happened before? Thor didn't care about the other party's attitude, he was more curious about the dead flower. Sari looked at him coldly, and was interrupted by Nick just as he was about to say something. To Thor, you better be polite. Sari looked at Nick in surprise, and when he saw that the other party didn't seem to be joking, he answered Thor awkwardly. This is the 4th time in the past half-month. His tone was already bad, and now it became even stiffer. The steward had issued the task to the 2nd-level apprentice before. Now it seems that to solve this matter, I am afraid that the 3rd-level apprentice will need to take action. As if he felt a little itchy, Sari raised his hand and scratched his cheek. He scratched too hard, so that his sharp nails pierced the skin, and a few drops of blood oozed out of the wound and soaked into his nails. But both Sari and Nick looked accustomed to it. Are you satisfied? Sari put down his hand and looked at Thor, this time with a more inquiring look in his eyes. Thor was not polite and continued to ask, who do you think did it? Perhaps because Thor's attitude was too natural, Sari subconsciously answered, maybe it was some poor 2nd level who had no hope of promotion. After saying that, Sari turned around and left, not giving Thor a chance to continue asking. Nick was watching the fun from the side, and was very happy. At this time, he said to Thor, are you moving or coming to see me? I want you to help me check if there is any spirit attached to my body. Nick agreed immediately, no problem, let's go to the lab. Sitting on the inductive chair in the lab again, Thor was in a very complicated mood. Just checking if there are any spirits. Don't turn up the power so high. No problem. Nick was inserting the wire needle into Thor's body, but stopped when he inserted it into his arm. Your hand is like this? Thor looked at his pair of bony hands, and really couldn't insert the needle. Let me solve the problem on my body first. Nick tried to insert the needle into the bone gap, but failed and threw the wires on the ground helplessly. Forget it, these few are not bad, so I start? Perhaps after being warned, Nick did not turn up the power so high, or maybe Thor was already 14 years old and his willpower was stronger than before. In short, he was not so comfortable that he lost consciousness this time, and even had time to recall his dream last night. In his dream last night, he walked for a long time in the ice and snow. It was hard to find a small house with candlelight shining through the window. It must be warm here, that's what Sol thought at the time. Although he was cold and hungry, he still restrained himself and knocked on the door with a polite rhythm. There was someone in the room, he was sure, but he was not allowed to go in. Sol was angry. He thought that even if you didn't want to share his food, it would be good to let him in to avoid the wind and snow. How could people be so selfish? So he knocked harder. A chuckle came from the room, as if laughing at him, a poor beggar. Thor got even angrier. He slammed the door, vowing to teach the people inside a lesson. Finally, with his continuous efforts, the door lock loosened, and he kicked the door open, and what came into view was a table of sumptuous food. Thor couldn't help but pounce on it. He didn't want revenge, he just wanted to eat all the delicious food. But just after he took a bite, the tough meat mixed with the strong smell of blood woke Thor up. He finally realized that he was dreaming. But in this dream, he couldn't control his actions at all, and couldn't even move his eyes to look around. His eyes were fixed on the bloody boy in front of him. His stomach was burning with hunger, and his tongue was clamoring, "Not enough, not enough." In this way, Thor watched himself brutally kill the boy while staying awake. After enjoying the feast, he personally folded a fake flower and left it in the room as a reward for the host's warm hospitality. Fuck. Thor opened his eyes suddenly, and the feeling of nausea completely overwhelmed the comfort. Nick on the other side put down the control panel in a daze. "Why do you look so bad? Did I get the parameters wrong?" Thor took a deep breath and pulled himself out of his memories. "No." Thor didn't want to answer this question. "Did you check if there was a spirit in me?" Nick could feel Thor's irritable mood, but since the other party didn't want to talk about it, he didn't mention it. "No, except for the little guy behind your neck, there is no other emotion. If you feel haunted by a spirit, it may just be some regrets that will disappear in 2 days." Nick came over to help Thor untie the ropes. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Nick hesitated and asked the question he had been holding back all night. "Is the Tower Master really here?" "You're not allowed to talk about this." "I understand." Nick immediately stopped his curiosity, but he still reminded Thor, "It's just that I wasn't the only one on the boat that day. This matter is likely to be spread out." Thor shook his wrist. The electric shock just now triggered the anti-electric field engraved on his bones, and now the bone joints are a little sore. "It doesn't matter," he said. Anyway, it was the Tower Master who took the initiative to make it clear in front of others. Thor didn't care whether the secret would be leaked. Suddenly, a black tentacle as thick as an arm stretched out from behind Thor's neck and fell to the ground. The tip of the tentacle split open a shark's mouth, and a black tongue stretched out from it and also fell to the ground. The mouth was still panting heavily. "Nick, it has a long reflex arc." Thor, Chapter 154. Because of the embarrassing Xiuzhou, Thor sat in the laboratory of Professor Rum for another 10 minutes before leaving. When Xiuzhou just appeared from behind his neck, Thor still suspected that the spirit was attached to Xiuzhou. But seeing Xiuzhou's later performance, well, he felt that this option could be ruled out. Before leaving, Nick told Thor that his share of the task reward had been collected by Byron. Thor could go to Byron's dormitory to ask for it at any time. Because Thor was only a first-level apprentice when he took this task, and he only registered for the assisting task, so Byron could completely collect his share of the task reward on his behalf. Even if it is not returned to Thor afterwards, the registration office will not care. But this is the least urgent thing for Thor. Senior Byron has helped him not only once, but also saved his life twice. Even if all these contributions are given to Byron, Thor does not care. Moreover, the biggest gain of this mission is here with Thor. The knowledge of 2 third-level apprentices and a second-level wizard is all in the diary. Even if they lost some of their memories due to death, the remaining ones are still a huge knowledge base for Thor. This time, Thor had accumulated quite a lot of soul fragments, so he didn't have to worry about the 3 pieces of black paper disappearing quickly because of insufficient soul energy. For wizards, nothing is more important than knowledge. The excitement of the harvest made Thor temporarily forget the trouble of a shadow following him. He went to the registration office to change his name tag, and then went to the morgue on the 2nd floor of the East Tower. Before leaving the tower, he reported to Mentor Kaz that he might be away for 2 months. Because Senior Byron was also Mentor Kaz's apprentice, he was not angry because Thor had to temporarily put down his work in the morgue, but just went to the newcomers, who entered the Wizard Tower in the past 2 years, to choose someone to temporarily replace Thor's work. Now that Thor had returned early, he naturally had to take over the work again. Thor thought that there would be no one in the morgue at this time in the morning, but when he pushed open the scarlet door of the morgue, he saw 2 figures standing in the middle of the morgue. Clome, a newcomer who had just entered the Wizard Tower for a year, was dancing with a female corpse that was a head taller than him. The 2 people were dressed neatly, and their movements were coordinated. Although there was no music, they were still very immersed. If the woman had not been headless, Thor would not have been able to discover the identity of the other party's guest. Chrome. He interrupted the wonderful atmosphere. "Ah, Senior Thor." Chrome, with red curly hair, stopped dancing. She was not embarrassed at all, and greeted Thor with a smile. He asked the female guest to take off her long skirt and lie back on the conveyor belt. "Is this your witchcraft?" Thor had never seen such witchcraft, and it didn't seem like a witchcraft that a first-level apprentice could master. Chrome scratched his nose like a shy big boy. "It's actually a magic trick, plus a little bit of my talent." The gorgeous dress fell to the ground and turned into an old bed sheet. Talent? If it was just a magic trick, Thor could do it easily. But making the corpse obey the command and move so flexibly is not something that can be done by first or second level witchcraft. Companion Fairy. An old and hoarse voice sounded behind them. They turned around and saw Teacher Kez walking in with his hands behind his back. Such a talent is rare. It is said that he was blessed by the fairy when he was born. Kez pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. Of course, some people say it's a curse. Even after hearing the word curse, Chrome's obedient expression remained unchanged. Soul was somewhat interested in the Companion Fairy. Companion Fairy, I seem to have seen it in a book. Companion Fairy is a transparent fairy that ordinary people cannot see. It is petite and wanders between reality and fantasy. The weak ones can only slightly affect reality, while the strong ones can pull people into the fantasy world. Clone took the initiative to explain the meaning of the Companion Fairy to Thor. He finally stretched out his hand, raised it in front of Thor, and said with a smile, "This is my Companion Fairy. Look, Thor Sr., it's cute, isn't it?" Looking at the empty palm in front of him, and the boy looking at him sincerely, Thor suddenly understood the meaning of the word green tea. Thor's expression did not change. He closed his eyes for a while, and half opened them again. This time, a green slime monster appeared in the palm of his hand that was originally empty. It looks a bit like slime, but it's not cute at all. Even though he couldn't smell anything, Thor felt as if there was a foul smell of sewer going into his nose. Thor leaned back slightly. "You have a unique taste." The smile on Chrome's face disappeared. At this time, Kez said, "Okay, since you have been promoted to level 2, Thor, let Chrome take over the work here." Thor looked at Teacher Kez in surprise. "Teacher? Come with me." Teacher Kez walked out with his hands behind his back. Thor turned around and told Chrome, "I get the stuff later." Chrome was not excited at all for getting the job. He stood there blankly, nodded palely. "Okay, Thor, Sr." Soul chased out of the morgue and saw Kez walking deeper into the corridor. Although he was curious about the deeper part of the corridor, he had never been there. Only the big man in charge of cleaning the morgue would push a cart into the deeper part of the corridor. As the two of them went deeper and deeper, a darkness that almost became real gradually enveloped them. The pale candlelight could not dispel the darkness around him. The corridor behind him gradually became unclear, and a sense of horror that there was no way back arose. "We are here. This is the first floor of the East Tower." Instructor Kaz in front finally stopped and said faintly, "The first floor of the East Tower?" Thor began to doubt his memory. "Just now. Did they go downstairs?" "Stand next to me." Thor took a few steps forward as instructed and stood shoulder to shoulder with Instructor Kaz. When he stood still, he was surprised to find that a big door appeared in front of him. This is a door made of special metal, all blue-black. Even if you are 1 meter away, you can feel the cold air emanating from the door. A special magic circle with a hexagram as the background is drawn on the door. At first glance, it looks very similar to the magic circle on the wall of the 6th floor of the East Tower, but the internal structure is much more complicated. You can only open one of the doors when you pass through. If both sides are opened, remember to stand still and don't move until the door is closed again. After saying this, Kez pushed open the right half of the door and walked in with Thor. The temperature inside the gate was several degrees lower than outside. What came into view was a corridor about 10 meters long, and at the end of the corridor, there was a metal door, but it was narrower. As soon as Thor walked in, goosebumps appeared on his remaining 2 arms. He tightened his collar. "Teacher, what is this place?" "You can think of this as another morgue, but the corpses and materials here are not ordinary." The two continued to move forward and pushed open the second metal door, without mentioning any taboos here. The room behind the metal door was covered with a light white mist. Boxes were stacked around the room, and they were exactly the same as the boxes used to store materials in all the morgues. Kez kept walking. "Does it look familiar? Some of these materials were contributed by you. It's just that they could have been more, right?" Kez glanced at Thor, who turned his head away guiltily. They passed through the second door, and 2 corridors stretched out in front of them. "This will be your new workplace. You now have 2 choices. One is to work at the exit, the other is to work at the entrance." Kez told Thor that the person who would be connected at the entrance would be a 3rd-level apprentice, and the person who would be connected at the exit would usually be a mentor. Soul opened his mouth, and the sound got stuck in his throat. 3rd-level apprentice? Mentor? If I remember correctly, he had been a 2nd-level apprentice for less than 10 days, right? Chapter 155. "Teacher, if we choose an exit, will it be with you?" "Any teacher is possible. The projects that Teacher Tari is researching are more or less related to death." Teacher Kaz is hinting. If it were before, Thor might not have thought too much. But since he knew that the Lord wanted to resurrect Lady Euler, he immediately guessed whether these research projects were all related to resurrecting Lady Euler. If that's true, then Lord Gorza is unexpectedly an infatuated person, I always feel that his appearance and personality don't match well. Teacher, I want to choose a job at the exit. Sol didn't let Kaz wait too long and made his own choice. You are as brave as ever. Kaz's gloomy expression showed a strange smile, and I don't know if he was satisfied with Sol's choice. He turned his head to the corridor on the right and raised his voice, Ku-jin. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the door of the corridor on the right slowly opened, and a tall man walked out. He looked nearly 2 meters tall, and now Thor looked like a tiny thing in front of him. The name tag on his chest clearly showed that he was a third-level apprentice. When can I grow taller? As Ku-jin approached, Thor's neck lifted up little by little until it reached a very awkward angle. In front of Kaz, Ku-jin tried to calm himself down, but his drooping mouth corners still revealed his reluctance. Master Kaz. Get ready now, and hand over the work to Thor. Kaz didn't explain, didn't introduce, and didn't give Ku-jin a chance to fight for it. He just announced the final result. Ku-jin looked at Thor, and noticed the brand new name tag on his chest. His cheeks swelled up, and then shrank back. He couldn't help it, Teacher Kaz. If you let such a newcomer take over the work, what if he messes up? That's his business. Kaz waved his hand. He was always impatient in this regard. Ku-jin could only swallow back his complaints. If Ku-jin standing here was just a second-level apprentice, he would definitely not dare to say a word. Yes. Ku-jin lowered his head and turned to Thor, come here. Thor followed Ku-jin and took 2 steps, but found that Teacher Kaz did not catch up. He looked back at Teacher Kaz, but found that the other party was looking at him with a complicated face. Seeing Thor looking back, the emotions on Kaz's face were hidden under the wrinkles. Go, why do you want me to take you? Thor stopped and bowed to Kaz, Teacher, take care. Kaz snorted and walked away quickly with his hands behind his back. When Thor turned around again, he saw Ku-jin almost reaching the door, so he quickly ran to catch up. There are hundreds of materials here, but this is the most common one, Ku-jin said, pushing open the heavy door. Behind the door was an extremely bright world. There were so many candlesticks here that Thor was dazzled when he first looked over. When he got used to the brightness inside, he saw that there were many people standing inside the door. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately held his breath, followed Ku-jin, and walked in slowly. Behind this third door, there were hundreds of people standing in a neat row. People were arranged neatly, and everyone was 1 meter apart. Legs were together, and hands were hanging naturally. It was like standing at attention. But they all closed their eyes, and the skin on their faces was as pale as paper. Looking closely, no one's chest was still rising and falling. These were all dead people. Are you scared? Ku-jin stared at Thor's reaction, as if he wanted to see him laugh. But Thor did not lose his composure except that his face became more serious. Fortunately, I worked in the morgue on the 2nd floor before, and I have seen many strange corpses. Heh. Ku-jin curled his lips with disdain. What you have seen can only be called corpses. Now these people in front of you were at least second-level apprentices when they were alive. At least second-level apprentices? This time Thor was a little surprised. Are there many third-level apprentices here? The most powerful here are formal wizards. After Ku-jin finished speaking, he enjoyed Thor's wide eyes and slightly open mouth. But Thor quickly calmed down and asked immediately, there must be many requirements and taboos to manage these corpses? There are only 2 taboos here. 1. Keep at least 81 candlesticks in the room lit. 2. Materials marked with serial numbers are not allowed to be touched or moved. The fewer taboos, the more they cannot be violated. There are a lot of rules, all written in the manual over there. You can just take a look at them later. Thor memorized the 2 taboos, but still had a doubt. Senior Ku-jin, are the 2 taboos also written in the book? Yes, on the first page. You don't have to worry that I will lie to you. Ku-jin stepped forward. You are the only one who will die if you break the taboo. But if I deliberately fail to fulfill my duty during the handover, I can't escape either. Ku-jin was tall, and when he passed by a corpse, his arm rubbed against it, causing the corpse to tilt a little. He stopped immediately and straightened the corpse. Sol silently noted this, thinking about looking for this item in the manual later. Passing through this group of dead people, there is a tall cabinet commonly seen in warehouses. There are many storage equipment on the cabinet. Bottles, jars, boxes and pockets, as well as metal racks, flowing soil, etc. Sol followed Ku-jin and walked into the passage in the middle of the cabinet. There is a wide space at the end of the cabinet away from the wall, which should be the place where Ku-jin usually studies and researches. Sol saw a 5-meter-long table and cabinets nailed to the wall and the ground. The long table was very clean, and it was obvious that it had been cleaned up deliberately. I don't know if it was due to Ku-jin's personality, or if it was cleaned up temporarily. If it was the latter, it means that before Thor came, Kujin already knew that his job might be replaced by a newcomer. Thor thought to himself, maybe this job was actually arranged for me by the Tower Master? After all, Gorza was the first person in the Wizard Tower to know that Thor had been promoted and was about to return to the tower. And Thor had always suspected in the past 2 years that the opportunity for him to work in the morgue was also arranged by the Tower Master behind the scenes. I hope that the Tower Master really only likes his sole talent. Kujin took out the rule book and handed Thor 3 feather pens. The feather pens were exaggeratedly large, and the overall length was even longer than Thor's arm. This is a communication pen. Once the instructor needs it, this pen will write the requirements on paper. Although the instructor will issue requirements after 3 p.m. most of the time, if he is in a hurry, it is possible that he will ask you to get up in the middle of the night to prepare things. You can put one in the dormitory as a backup, or you can choose to live here. Live here? Sol was stunned. Aren't we required to leave the East Tower before 8 p.m.? Kujin moved his things to the trailer next to the table. This is one of the most dangerous places in the East Tower, but it is also the safest place. Since his things were already packed, Kujin moved all his things in a short time. He pushed the cart and looked at Sol with a squinting eye, looking down at him. As long as you don't break the taboo. After that, he pushed the cart away. The hourglass clock was behind Thor. He looked back and found that it was only a little after 9 in the morning. Thor picked up the manual and flipped through it twice. Second warehouse rules? There were more than a dozen pages filled with words, but there were also more than a dozen blank pages at the back, as if waiting for people to add new rules at any time. The 2 taboos mentioned by Kujin were indeed clearly written on the first page of the manual. Apart from these 2 taboos, there was nothing else recorded on the first page. Thor flipped through it from beginning to end, and checked the entire book again, and found no places that were erased or modified, and no magic fluctuations were left. He then put the book back on the table. It's still a long time before 3 p.m. Thor's bony fingers tapped back and forth on the table, making a crisp sound. Let's check the body and soul again, and let more professional people find out where the shadow is hiding. Although Byron and Nick had checked, they did not find any other souls in Thor's body. But last night's experience made Thor certain that there was a ghost hiding beside him. This time, he planned to find the physician apprentice in the Wizard Tower, who was responsible for checking the physical and mental health of apprentices. It just costs a lot of credits. But spending credits is better than having an unknown spirit hiding around you all the time. Just as Thor took a step forward, he heard a voice next to him. What are you looking for? Me. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of Thor, blocking his way. Thor looked up and met a pair of charming red eyes. Chapter 156. Thor almost threw a blow to the undead. Remembering that the shadow had not shown any obvious malice last night, he gave up the idea of fighting. Who are you? Why are you following me? The shadow gradually became clearer and thin, and seemed to be wearing a skirt. But the facial features were still invisible, only a pair of eyes, which became more and more red. Why? The shadow jumped onto the table in 2 steps and sat down. The books on the table passed through her body, but she was able to sit steadily on the table. If Gorza hadn't asked me to watch you, do you think I would be willing to follow you? Tower Master, you? Sol suddenly recalled 2 scenes. One was at the entrance of the Valley of the Hands, where he stood among the group of human-headed monsters, and saw the human-sized black shadow in the soul wave sensor. At first, he thought he saw an evil spirit, but Nick reminded him that the sensor was not turned on. The other was on the sailboat. When he was resting on the deck, he saw the same black shadow in the sensor again. Rejected his conjecture that the black shadow was the evil spirit Morton. Are you the spirit that appeared in the sensor? Have you been following me? Yes, the shadow shook his feet. I have been following you since you left the Wizard Tower. Including when you were tricked by Nick to Mofin Town. Including when you bullied a little girl and dug out her eyes. And also when you played tricks on that low-class apprentice in the tower. Sol's heart tightened, thinking about whether he had mentioned the diary when he was alone. But fortunately, Sol communicated with the diary through telepathy, and outsiders could not discover the existence of the diary except that they would think his behavior was a little strange. Tower Master, do you want me to be protected? Ha! The shadow laughed briefly, as if he was mocking Thor's fantasy, but he admitted in disguise, you could understand it that way. After all, he also said that he would try not to let you die. So, you appeared in the sensor twice to save me? Thor asked, but he didn't wait for the shadow to answer, and immediately said, I can return to the Wizard Tower. I really have to thank you for your help. Regardless of whether what the shadow said was true or not, thanking him first would not be a big deal. But Thor couldn't let the shadow follow him all the time, otherwise many of his experiments and research would not be able to proceed. Although I didn't help in the Valley of the Hands. You should thank me, otherwise, why do you think Gorza appeared? The shadow's voice was a little vague at first, but later it became justified. At the same time, she actually saw through Thor's intentions. Are you trying to drive me away? Humph. Do you think I want to stay with a boring guy like you? The content you studied is so low level. The shadow's voice rose slightly. It's just that Gorza asked me to stay for a while to answer your questions about Morton. Thor suddenly looked up, looked at the other party's eyes full of bright red, and quickly took out the puppet doll given to him by the Tower Master. The eyes of the doll were even redder at this time. You? You are Mrs. Eula? Could it be that this is what Gorza meant by the specialness of Mrs. Eula? This strange form is indeed different from ordinary spirits. The character is also like a little girl, who knew that the shadow's voice immediately turned cold when he heard the name of Eula. Although I couldn't see her face, I could feel her gloom. I'm not Eula, she said fiercely. I'm just a replica made by Gorza to revive his wife. Thor took a breath. Creating souls? Forget it. What's the point of talking to a second-level apprentice like you? You can call me Winnie. Anyway, I have nothing to do with Eula. The spirit who called herself Winnie shook her finger at Thor. This shadow was sometimes lively, and sometimes gloomy, and her personality was as moody as the evil spirit. Okay, let's not talk about this. Winnie crossed her arms. Although she couldn't see them, what do you want to know about Morton? Will being possessed by the evil spirit have a lasting impact on my body and mind? According to Byron, after Thor defeated Morton, not only did his hands melt and fall off, but even his body was almost completely melted by wax. Although Thor returned to normal later, this incident still worried him. Yes, most people will be seriously affected after being possessed by evil spirits. Speaking of this, Winnie became happy again, and seemed to be very interested in this topic. You are possessed by a formal wizard-level evil spirit. Logically, even if you are rescued, you will be sick for several years or go crazy. That level of pollution is not a joke. Winnie jumped down from the table and walked around Thor with her hands behind her back. But the spirit Esther in your body almost blocked most of the dangerous soul energy for you, and the part that could not be absorbed also dissipated strangely after the evil spirit died. She walked behind Thor, and the black silhouette arm pressed behind Thor's head. The cold breath gradually froze Thor's skin and muscles along his pores, but when he came to his senses again, he found that it was just an illusion, and his skin was still intact. Your mental power is extremely strong, and the magic circle has affected Morton's consciousness. I guess this is why you can survive. But the strange thing is here. Although the evil spirit's consciousness was defeated by you, he should have had a chance to escape. But it disappeared completely, without any residue. Winnie's shadow walked in front of Thor again, and her black silhouette arm moved from behind her head to Thor's forehead. Sol looked up at Winnie, his eyes calm, without dodging. It's like a hard bone that automatically turned into rice porridge. Not only did it not leave any regrets to affect your cognition, it also took the initiative to help you improve your mental strength a little. Is this Morton's abnormality, or your specialness? Is it clean? Sol closed his eyes. It must be the credit of the diary. The diary is not interested in soul energy or soul fragments, but only likes to lock the consciousness after death in a small dark room. If there is no diary, Sol was possessed by such a powerful evil spirit. Even if he survived, he would be crazy now, and it might even leave a lifelong impact. Winnie didn't know the existence of the diary. After all, she didn't participate in Sol's brain war. She withdrew her fingers doubtfully, and gently rubbed her thumb and index finger in circles. Is this your talent? No wonder Gorza values you so much. A soul as clean and pure as yours is the soul that a living person should have. Thor also had a guess about the Tower Master's experiment. Is it possible that the consciousness of Lady Euler was polluted after her death? Therefore, if you want to revive Lady Euler, it is not as simple as finding her a body. Removing the pollution from the soul must be difficult and dangerous. To ensure the integrity of the soul and remove the pollution, Gorza has been studying for a long time, but he has been trying hard to achieve it. So he started to cultivate Thor, who has a soul talent, from a young age, but considering that the Tower Master's training of Thor is more of a free-range state, it is more likely that even the Tower Master does not know how much help Thor's soul talent can provide. So apart from giving some general guidance, he will hardly influence any decision of Thor. Alas. Sol sighed and lowered his eyes. The Tower Master Gorza is really a good person. He guided my studies and asked you to protect me, thinking that he was trying to resurrect his wife. This wizard world is not as cruel and cold as I thought. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Thor said, Winnie started laughing wildly. She laughed so exaggeratedly that she even bent over with her hands on her stomach. The laughter echoed in the second warehouse, gradually becoming sharper, making Thor's hair stand on end and his brain ache. Mrs. Winnie? Sol covered his ears with his hands in pain. This laughter has begun to be lethal, and Thor's hands are not strong enough, and they are all cracked. Soon, a warm current flowed from his ears. Mrs. Winnie. Sol had no choice but to call out to the other party. Winnie finally stopped. She turned around, and her bright red eyes became dim, as if soaked in a layer of water. You are too naive. The wizard's world has only cold rules, and even colder interests. All emotions are nothing more than mutual investment and influence of power. Sol was silent. He put down his hand, looked at Winnie without saying a word. Seeing Thor's expression, Winnie knew that he didn't believe it. You are still a child. She chuckled. Then I will tell you another truth. Winnie had no mouth, but this time she spoke slowly and gently, as if she was imitating Gorza's tone. Gorza's wife, Eula, was killed by him, and Gorza's so-called resurrection was just to find a way out for himself. Chapter 157. Thor slowly clenched his teeth. Such a cold truth made his breathing stagnate. But deep in his heart, there was a voice telling him that this was how the world should be. Winnie seemed to be still not satisfied with the extent of the impact of the truth on Thor. She approached Thor again, and the shadow leaned forward and stayed beside his ear. A small voice sounded, Do you know how many years Gorza has been at the peak of the second level? If you don't understand the meaning of this sentence, I give you an example. Do you know why the second level apprentices who cannot advance to the third level apprentice at the age of 30 will be driven out of the tower? Why does the wizard tower let them leave instead of squeezing them to death? Because those who stay at the peak of the level for a long time will have their known things continuously polluted by the unknown things above. Leaving those second-level apprentices in the tower will sooner or later be polluted and turn into monsters. You work in the morgue. You should know that polluted things will be sent to the garbage dump. Even as powerful as Gorza, he is unwilling to take the risk of using it. Thor vaguely felt a sweet breath blowing on his cheek, but after the sweetness, it was extremely bitter. When he continued, You said Gorza. Is he becoming more and more like a monster? Thor finally couldn't help but take a big step back. His back hit the table, and the pain and fear made him breathe heavily. Huh? Thor couldn't help but think, if the Tower Master turned into a monster, how many living people would be left in this wizard tower? Just as Thor fell into the terrible future described by Winnie, a gentle voice suddenly sounded at the door. Eula, don't scare Sol. Sol and Winnie turned their heads at the same time and saw Golsa, wearing a reddish-brown cloak, walking slowly from the middle of the corpses. When Golsa passed by, the corpses would automatically move aside and wait for the people to pass by before going back. When he walked in front of Winnie and Sol, Golsa opened his arms and lifted his cloak, revealing a body wrapped in pink bandages underneath. Come back. Winnie's shadow just stayed where it was. But Golsa was very patient with her and said, Come back, be good. Winnie then glanced at Thor, and her red eyes could not tell what she was thinking. She walked over, opened her arms and embraced Gorza, then merged into his body like raindrops falling on the lake and disappeared. Thor suddenly came to his senses, and when Winnie left and looked back at him, he seemed to see a beautiful and cold woman's face. Gorza withdrew his hand, and the wide cloak swayed gently, covering his body tightly again. He lowered his head and whispered to Thor, Don't worry about what Eula said, especially the part about resurrection. I will tell you when you are promoted to level 3. Thor couldn't help but take a step forward. Master, is the spirit just now really Mrs. Eula? Gorza nodded. It was her. He chuckled. Did she tell you that she was just a replica and named herself Winnie? Sol didn't know how long his conversation with Winnie had been overheard, but there was no point in hiding it. After all, Winnie herself was sucked into someone else's body. He nodded. She's like this every time. When she's happy, she says she's Eula, and when she's unhappy, she's Winnie. Gorza's eyes curved, but soon dimmed. I have tried my best to keep her consciousness intact, but when replenishing Eula's soul energy, she was still somewhat polluted by the outside world. So her cognition was also affected. There is no way for the time being. The consciousness is more fragile than the soul. Sometimes a trivial impact from the outside world or a change in one's own thoughts can cause great harm to the consciousness. Going from one extreme to another. Gorza stretched out his right hand from under his cloak, holding an old, rusty oil lamp on his fingertips, with a thin layer of oil inside. The body is the foundation of the soul. Don't play with the soul leaving the body for no reason. Thor paused and reached out to take the oil lamp. The oil lamp was very small, and he could hold it in one hand. The wick was a small thread, burning steadily. Did the tower master see that his soul had left his body? Or did Winnie, who was following him, tell the tower master? I don't know why I suddenly left my body last night. I was shocked, but luckily I returned later. Soul explained, trying to show that he was not seeking death on his own initiative. Take this soul-guiding oil lamp with you, and drop a few drops of fingertip blood and saliva into the lamp oil. If your soul leaves your body again, it will help you return to your body. Soul held the oil lamp tightly, so the tower master thought that the soul would leave the body again? Thank you. But do you know why this happened to me? You already have a guess in your mind. Go and verify it, instead of listening to others. Gorza's eyes curved gently again. If you want to thank me, grow up as soon as possible. At least you have to reach level 3 before you can help me. Thor nodded quickly. Yes, Tower Master, I will definitely work hard. Gorza smiled, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in front of Thor. Thor was the only living person left in the huge warehouse. Without the worry of possessing evil spirits, he didn't have to look for anyone to help. Thor held the soul-guiding oil lamp and walked back to the table and sat down. He lay on the table, his arms around his face, and no one could see his expression at this moment. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Soul moved all his experimental materials from the morgue on the second floor of the East Tower to the warehouse on the first floor of the East Tower. Then he took advantage of lunch time to find Senior Byron, intending to transfer the contribution he got from the sailboat to Byron as a reward for saving his life. Not surprisingly, Senior Byron did not refuse and directly accepted Soul's thank you gift. When did you come back? Byron calculated the portion he deserved and returned some credits to Thor. Actually, he came back yesterday. Thor smiled bitterly. Byron glanced at Thor, but thought that Thor did not return to the dormitory after returning to the tower, and was with the tower master, so he did not ask more. What are you going to do about Wright's matter? Thor knew what Byron meant, and said with a smile, what he did at that time was actually the norm in the wizarding world. It was you who came back to find me, which really surprised me. I was sure of my actions. Byron looked calm, not thinking what he did was surprising. If you die, I will flee immediately, and will not avenge you. Thor shook his head. Senior, don't you take this life-saving grace to heart? I just helped a little, you can survive on your own. As for that little favor. Byron raised the account book in his hand. It's paid off. Thor smiled obediently. There's no need to talk about favors. By the way, where does Senior Wright live? Looking at Saul's seemingly innocent smile, Byron silently mourned for Wright in his heart, and then reported Wright's dormitory number and the laboratory he often went to without hesitation. The information was very detailed. But Saul didn't go to find Wright. This matter was not urgent. He took advantage of the little time and moved to a new house. Kelly next door hadn't come back yet. He felt a little regretful, but this was the rule of normal field missions. Who would come back in a few days like him? There was no time to rest, so Thor exchanged some things he needed and returned to the second warehouse. While Thor was busy, the news that he replaced a third-level apprentice and became the warehouse manager had spread among the senior apprentices. On the 12th floor of the East Tower, there was a free activity room for third-level apprentices to communicate. There were not many people here usually, but the third-level apprentices who came back from the mission would basically come here for a walk. They would exchange their gains and experiences outside, or ask if there was any new news in the tower recently. Today, the door of the activity room was pushed open again, and 3 people walked in from outside. 2 men and 1 woman. The first man had a flamboyant look, the second had a sinister look, and the third woman wore a big hood that covered the upper half of her face, revealing only a fair skin and a beautiful chin. There were only 2 people talking in the activity room, and they stopped talking when they saw the 3 people coming in. They looked at each other, and one of the women stood up and walked towards the person who came in. Billy, I heard that your brother Bill died in this mission. The man, with a sinister expression, raised his head and replied lightly, Oh. Chapter 158. At this time, the first flamboyant man who came in stopped and looked back at Billy. You don't care if your brother dies? Billy continued to walk in without caring at all, found a document, and looked through it. If you want to care, you can care. The first man hit a snag, but he was not angry. Instead, he asked the visitor with interest, Is there anything new in the tower in the past 6 months? Jiro, you want to know who else died? The female apprentice, who came over, showed a charming smile, and put her elbow on Jiro's shoulder. Jiro pushed the woman's arm down with one finger. Come on, Rita, I only sleep with the dead. The third-level female apprentice named Rita rolled her eyes. Apart from Bill's death, there's nothing big going on recently. Oh, By the way, Byron and Wright, who were traveling with him, brought back a sailboat, which is said to have exchanged for a lot of credits. Jiro's eyes lit up immediately. Sailboat? I like it. How many dead people can I buy it with? Then you have to hurry up, Rita said. Many people are interested in sailing boats. At this time, a third person came in, took off his hood, revealing a beautiful lower half of his face and a glass skull filled with white paste. The two third-level apprentices who were originally in the activity room immediately stopped talking and turned to do their own things. Kong Sha ignored the others, twisted her waist, walked to a notice board in the activity room, and looked at the names on it. Jiro followed Kong Sha with interest and walked over. The notice board listed the names of apprentices who were responsible for some important work in the tower. Every time Kong Sha came back from outside, she would come here to look at all the names. In the past, she would leave after reading, but today, one of her eyes stared at a name for a long time without moving. Then more eyes popped up, all focused on one point. Jiro followed Kong Sha's line of sight and read out the name. Second warehouse, Thor. He touched his chin. I haven't heard of this name. Is he a third-level apprentice who joined from outside? I really want to meet him. I advise you not to mess with him. Someone else walked into the activity room. This time, it was Luo Kai, the president of the Mutual Aid Association, and Ku Jin, a tall and strong man who had just lost his job. It was Luo Kai who spoke. Jiro and Kong Sha turned around at the same time, but Kong Sha had no expression on her face, while Jiro looked more interested. Oh, could it be that he is a guy with a background like you? Luo Kai was not angry at being mocked. It's just that we can't find out his identity and background, which makes people feel more terrible. He pointed his thumb at Ku Jin beside him. Now, he has just been promoted to level 2 for less than half a month, and he has already taken over Ku Jin's work. Humph! The male apprentice with Rita suddenly stood up and said with a look of surprise, Can level 2 apprentices enter the activity room at will now? Kong Sha ignored him, retracted her eyes, turned around and quickly left the activity room. If the people present knew her, they would probably think that Kong Sha left because she was afraid of the anger of the level 3 apprentice. Luo Kai spread his hands and smiled, saying, Level 2 apprentices can enter the activity room if they are led by level 3 apprentices. Senior Ferguson, have you forgotten? Ferguson immediately stepped forward angrily. Luo Kai did not hide, but Ku Jin raised his hand to block Ferguson. Ferguson looked at the hand blocking him with cold eyes, and did not move forward. He turned his head and said to Ku Jin, First, you were robbed of your job by a level 2 apprentice, and then you became a bodyguard for a level 2 apprentice. I think you are going backwards. Don't even think about becoming a formal wizard in the future. Go and be someone else's dog. You? Ku Jin's face flushed red, and he was about to fight. But Ferguson simply bypassed them and left the activity room. Ku Jin looked around, and although no one showed a mocking expression, he was still a little embarrassed. I'm leaving, you stay here by yourself? Ku Jin said and left quickly. Luo Kai was not angry about being left in the activity room, but just shrugged and sighed. They have such a good relationship. Rita, who had just looked down on Kong Sha, came over at this time, raised her chin, and said, Have you got everything I want? Luo Kai's smile became brighter. Of course, we are a mutual aid association. If senior sister Rita is willing to join, I can give you a discount. Rita raised her eyebrows. How much cheaper? Luo Kai said a number. Rita said nonchalantly, Then join. The two immediately began to trade, and Jiro cast his eyes on the billboard again. Thor? He showed an interested look. Back in the wizard tower, the days and diary became full again. Study, experiment, work. Oh, the work has not officially started yet. In the 2 days since he took over the work of the second warehouse, the feather pen has never moved. Because of the disgusting dream he had on the first night after returning, Thor was a little afraid and did not sleep again, but meditated instead. He did not want to get into strange troubles as soon as he returned to the wizard tower. This dream also reminded Thor that the cocoon of the nightmare butterfly was now going to declare its presence. Thor had dreams that foreshadowed danger, but they were all related to himself. He had never dreamed of a murder scene, and it was a scene seen from the murderer's perspective. This instantly reminded him of the nightmare butterfly, the cocoon that had run to his left eye. The little girl had worn the cocoon for 4 years, and there was no other obvious effect except that it allowed her to see other people's dreams. Therefore, Thor did not take the harm of the cocoon to heart. But the experience on the first night back in the tower clearly told Thor that the nightmare butterfly's cocoon had undergone some changes on his body. Do you want to take it out? Thor found a mirror and pointed a sterilized needle at his eyes twice. But before he made the move, he hesitated again. Although the dream was disgusting, it had not caused any harm to Thor. Thor was worried that if he took out the cocoon, but the cocoon ran back to his right eye before he finished sealing it, what would he do? He couldn't play hide-and-seek with this guy with his own body. Maybe I should find a helper. The needle turned back and forth between Thor's fingers, and then stopped. Hayden. Before Thor left the tower, Hayden was still a first-level apprentice. But he had worked in the morgue for nearly 10 years, and was very good at human anatomy and material preservation. Thor planned to let Hayden help him remove the nightmare butterfly. As long as he stayed awake throughout the operation, he would not be afraid of Hayden's secret moves. After all, Thor was now a second-level apprentice, and he was far superior to Hayden in both strength and magic. Thor did it as soon as he thought of it. He picked up the surgical tools prepared for him, and stood up to find Hayden. But at this moment, his chest suddenly lit up. The light came from his heart, a very soft warm light source. Thor lowered his head, and raised his hand to his chest. Although he had never seen this kind of light, he knew what it was in an instant. Soul-guiding oil lamp. Thor slowly turned his head, and saw his head drooping. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the Tower Master gave me this oil lamp, which has already made it clear that my soul may leave my body again. Because it was not the first time, Thor was not as panicked as before. He followed the last method, and walked with his back to his body, ready to find the point farthest from his body. But after walking a few steps, Thor found that the distance he walked seemed to have exceeded the longest distance last time. Thor looked back and his body did not move. Indeed, the diameter of the circle has become longer. Thor raised his hand to cover his forehead. Why is it that every time I just learned a little new knowledge, a deeper unknown affects me? Doesn't it give people time to breathe? There is no use in lamenting and complaining. Thor can only solve the problem in front of him first. He continued to move forward, looking for new boundaries. As he took the next step, the world in front of Thor suddenly sped up like 16 times fast forward, and then suddenly stopped, and a door appeared in front of him. It was the third door to enter the warehouse, and it was also the innermost metal door. Everything in front of him moved up and down, left and right, forward and backward from time to time, making Thor feel sick. Did I teleport? This was Thor's first reaction, but when he wanted to move again, he found that he could only stand there, and couldn't move. What's going on? Thor couldn't even look down at the soul-guiding oil lamp on his chest, he could only look straight ahead. At this moment, the metal door was suddenly pushed open. The tall but unhappy Kujin walked in. Kujin? How could he come in? As a former warehouse manager, Kujin had lost the ability to enter the door at will. This place is different from the morgue. The magic array on the metal door is the door lock, and now, the key is in Thor's hand. Before Thor got nervous, a thin man followed Kujin and walked in. After seeing the man clearly, Thor was so shocked that his eyes froze. It was him. Thor saw himself following Kujin, and walked into the second warehouse with curiosity. Chapter 159. Thor brushed past him. He watched as he followed Kujin curiously, walking from his right side to behind him. When he disappeared from his peripheral vision, the scene in front of him changed again. Thor still stood there, unable to move, but in front of him were the backs of other people's heads. He teleported to another place to stand. While fighting against the feeling of nausea and dizziness, Kujin appeared again and passed by Thor. This time, Kujin's arm rubbed against his shoulder, knocking him a little off. The other party came back immediately, straightened Thor, and then continued to walk back. The next moment, Thor saw himself following him again and glanced at him. When he disappeared from sight again, Thor's perspective also moved. In this way, Thor moved back again and again, watching the two people passing by him again and again, until the two people passed through the entire group of corpses. Thor finally understood his current situation. He did not see a ghost, nor did he teleport, but he was attached to the group of corpses in the warehouse, and saw the scene they had seen before. But these corpses didn't open their eyes at that time, so why could they see? Who saw Kujin and himself? But now is not the time to study. Thor must return to his body as soon as possible. Thor stared at the back of the head of the person in front of him. Although his sight was always swaying, he still noticed that there was a trace of repair on the back of the head after a long time of staring. The fatal injury of this dead person was in the back of the head, but before he was placed here, some material was used to repair the defect. No wonder all the people standing here have no visible scars. At first glance, I thought these people died peacefully. I can't let my imagination run wild. I have to get out of the control of the zombies. I don't want to die inexplicably. Thor began to ignore the impact of the constantly shaking vision in front of him, and tried to visualize the erosion map. He watched people walk forward clockwise over and over again, and then at the bottom of the circle, they turned into an octopus monster. The reason why it is an octopus monster instead of an octopus is that the hands and feet of this monster are octopus sucker tentacles, but the top can see the facial features of a human. Thor imagined that he was the octopus monster now. He tried to take a step forward, but his body was still as heavy as if he was carrying a mountain. However, Thor did not give up. He used all his strength to concentrate on lifting his right foot. Snap! 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 A strange and unreal sound rang in Thor's mind, like a rubber band being torn apart. He finally took the first step. Snap, 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 snap. There were more and more breaking sounds, and then Thor suddenly stumbled away from the corpse, and then his sight quickly moved back again. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in front of the tall shelves. Looking down, he saw the human hands that belonged to him in the past. I'm back? Thor looked back and saw his body still sitting on the chair. So I just returned to the place where my soul was just now. But it's good to be out of the control of the corpse. Thinking of what happened just now, Thor didn't dare to move forward, fearing that he would be caught by the corpses to watch a movie again. Although I returned to my body according to the action route of the erosion map last time, it is not necessary to start from the farthest point. Maybe. Never mind, let's try it first. Thor drew a circle in his mind with his current location and his body as the two ends of the diameter. He then took a step, followed the imaginary circle, imitated the movements on the erosion map, and moved towards his body in a clockwise direction. This time, there was no shadow around him that was interested in his body. Thor walked steadily step by step, and finally, he stood where his body was. He opened his eyes, and a skeletal arm appeared in front of him, holding a surgical tool in his hand. Thor let out a long sigh. I'm back. Before he could rejoice that he was back in his body again, a huge sense of fatigue began to erode his brain. He stood up with the help of a chair, and after taking 2 steps, he was sure that he would fall asleep in the next second, and he would definitely not be able to get back to the dormitory in time. Although the time out of body was not long this time, it took me too much energy to break free from the restraints of those corpses. He simply fell to the ground and looked at the ceiling above his head. As long as I lie flat, no one can trip me up again. Without time for his thoughts to fly, he closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly. Just as Thor fell asleep, the large feather pen that had not been moved for 2 days suddenly flew up. Then he wrote a string of messy words on the clean paper that Thor had prepared early in the morning. When he opened his eyes again, Thor didn't know that he had received the first task of his new job. He just felt that the strong hunger was about to burn a big hole in his chest. I'm so hungry. Thor took a step forward, his steps weak. The biting cold wind mixed with flying snow kept hitting his body. The biting cold gradually penetrated his bones, bringing a deeper level of numbness. Every time he moved forward, he could feel the biting pain in his joints. In the midst of hunger and cold, a house appeared in front of Thor. The door of the house was closed in the dark night, but there was a warm light coming out of the window. Through the glass, Thor saw the fireplace with a bonfire burning inside, the long table with various delicacies, and the girls playing and chatting beside the table. I want to go in. The strong desire gave Thor a force in his body, and he quickened his pace again and came to the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was polite at first. Sol didn't want to scare the girl inside. But after waiting for a long time, about 2 seconds, no one came to open the door. Anger began to replace reason. The knocking sound became chaotic. Still no one opened the door, and he heard the sound of someone running away. Why don't you come to open the door? You guys are enjoying the food and warmth, so you don't care about the people outside. Thor couldn't bear it anymore. He kicked the door open. The light made him squint, but Thor still saw a roast chicken running away. The roast chicken was as big as a person. If he ate it, he would definitely fill his stomach. Thor drooled and rushed over. Thor opened his eyes and saw the tall ceiling in front of him. He swallowed his saliva and suppressed his churning stomach. He managed to hold back and didn't retch like last time. He stood up and felt his fatigue fully recovered again, and even his mental strength improved a little bit, but the scene in the previous dream made him unable to be happy. In the dream, he ate another person, and then made the corpse into a dead flower very piously. He could feel the emotions of the person in the dream at that time, as if he was performing some kind of sacrificial ceremony. And when Sol was making the dead flower, he realized whose dream he had entered again. Sol got up from the ground and first glanced at the hourglass clock on the wall. It was 4:30 in the morning. If, like last time, Everything he saw in his dream also happened in reality, then the killing should have just ended. When Penny had the cocoon of the nightmare butterfly, she saw someone else's dream. But what he saw was reality. And it was a process reality. Thor held his forehead and sighed. It seems that the apprentice who handled this matter has not completed the task. Isn't the efficiency too low? While looking down, Thor noticed the feather pen standing on the table. He hurried over, and saw a string of messy handwriting on the white paper. Dima Horn Twisted Toxin. Delivered to Minter Rum's room, before 8 p.m. on April 30th. Here's a job. Today is the 28th, there's plenty of time. This is Thor's first job, he must take it seriously. Find these materials first. Thor picked up the paper, turned around, and saw dozens of tall cargo racks in front of him, and all kinds of materials densely packed on them. I take back my last words. Chapter 160. It took Thor nearly 10 hours to find all the materials. And it took almost the same amount of time to transfer everything to the cart safely. In other words, when Thor finished sorting out the things, it was already early morning on the 30th. Thor pounded his arm, that was sore from carrying things up and down, and put the cart aside first. It was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was not safe in the East Tower. He had to wait until the candlelight turned white before going out. While there was still some time, Thor carried a lamp lighter, walked through the shelves, and came to the back of the zombies. He hadn't checked the number of candles today. The number of burning candles should not be less than 81, and for safety, it is better to have more than 100. 1, 2, 3. Thor walked along the wall surrounding the corpses, counting the number of lights one by one. Thor had just counted to the 10th candle when he saw it go out by itself. Without saying a word, he raised the lighter high, and the blue flame approached the candle wick to relight the lamp. The candle was ignited by the flame at the end of the lighter, and it immediately became bright again. But just as Sol put down the lamp, the candlestick went out again with a chee sound. Light it again, it went out again, light it again, it went out again. Sol put down the lamp with a gloomy face, looked around, and confirmed that the number of candlesticks lit was definitely more than 80, then rolled up his sleeves and continued to raise the lamp. He half closed his eyes, and visualized the erosion diagram, staring at the naughty candlestick through the slit of his eyelids. This time, when he relit the candle, a translucent pale lip appeared out of thin air, and then pouted at the candle. Sol immediately turned the lamp lighter, so that the flame at the port overlapped with the mouth. Walala wala jili gulu. He vaguely heard a few wailing sounds. Although he could not understand them, he felt that they were curses. So Thor chased and burned the mouth with the lamp without hesitation. The translucent lips emitted white flames, which scared it so much that it turned its mouth and flew away. Sol would not let it go easily. He held up the lamp and chased after it relentlessly. One fled, the other chased. Sol followed the mouth and ran into the group of corpses, watching it fall on one of the corpses. Thor stopped and looked at the diary on his left shoulder carefully before picking up the lamp lighter and approaching the corpse. You were the one who made trouble just now. Thor raised the lamp lighter and shook it in front of the corpse. The corpse closed its eyes tightly and behaved like an ordinary corpse. But after seeing the mischievous mouth just now, and the experience of seeing himself when he possessed these corpses, Thor seriously suspected that these corpses were not unconscious. They can see the outside world, have memories, and make trouble. Did they keep the candles in Chuesho Valley lit just to guard against these corpses? Sol raised the lamp lighter. This time he did not light the fire, but just used the still hot end to press against the corpse's mouth. If you make trouble again, I will burn your real mouth. After threatening fiercely, Sol walked back to the candle lamp. This time the candle lamp did not go out again, and there was no candle lamp that could not be lit afterwards. Sol counted along the wall. There were a total of 108 lights on, and there were still a few that could not be lit even with the lamp lighter. Maybe it's broken. After checking the candlelight, Sol turned around and observed the corpses standing in the warehouse. Because of his experience working in the morgue, Sol was not afraid of the blood and flesh of corpses, but when he was here, Sol always felt something was strange. He always felt that when he was not paying attention, these corpses would move by themselves, change their positions, and watch or even talk about him. It was really uncomfortable to have people's eyes always focusing on his back even though he hadn't found anything. When Sol was tidying up the warehouse, he also deliberately noted the location of each corpse, but he never saw them move during the subsequent inspection. But he had experienced the inexplicable possession of corpses before, and he also understood that even if these corpses did not move, they were definitely not completely normal. It was just that these corpses were all important items with numbers in the warehouse, and even if Thor wanted to dissect one for research, he couldn't. But Thor was not really helpless with him. When his research on the soul became more in-depth, he would one day ask his mentor to borrow a corpse for research. Letting these guys go for the time being, Thor continued to sort out the things in the warehouse. As a new warehouse manager, he planned to make an item search table, sorted by characters, so that he would not waste time looking for things in future tasks. This was also a big project. He was busy until 6 o'clock, when the East Tower was released. Only then did Soul put down the semi-finished product in his hand, and push the cart out of the warehouse. Passing the fork in the road, and the room full of boxes, he quickly came to the outermost double-leaf bronze metal door. Soul pulled the cart backwards, pushed open the door on the right with one hand, and walked out after confirming that the door on the left was not moved. Outside the door was a thick darkness that was about to condense into substance. The candles on the wall had shrunk into a bunch of white halos, and it was impossible to move. Passing through the dark corridor, he reached the second floor of the East Tower without knowing it. Thor walked to the outside, and saw Krone tiptoeing into the third morgue. He didn't see Thor, and his face was as excited as a child eating candy. He really likes the work in the morgue. Thor shook his head and sighed as he walked. Thor thought that he was different from Colum, who was obsessed with corpses. He simply enjoyed the pleasure of successful experiments. Because of his bloated body and inconvenience in moving, Teacher Rum was probably the only person in the tower who hardly went out. In the past 2 years, Thor had met Rum several times, and each time he mainly reported the results of the experiment. Teacher Rum did not persuade Thor to study under him again. I don't know if he had given up or was secretly stopped by Teacher Kaz. Thor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. However, the folding door automatically opened a small gap. It was a small gap, but it was enough for Thor to enter with the cart. Thor walked into the room and pushed open the heavy curtain with one hand. He saw the sunlight again, and the darker corner under the sunlight. Teacher Rum was sitting in this darkest corner. Teacher Rum, this is the material prepared for you. Thor stepped forward and said respectfully. After about 10 seconds, Rum, who was motionless, whispered, "Put it on the table." Thor moved everything to the table, bowed to Rum, and prepared to leave. Sniff. Rum, who was originally like a silent meat mountain, suddenly sniffed at Thor. Where did the doll on you come from? Doll? Soul hesitated. His relationship with the Lord of Gorza Tower has always been a secret. Except for Mentor Kaz, no one else knew. But this time when he returned to the tower, Gorza took Thor away in full view of everyone. Not only were Byron and his men present, but there were also 5 captives on the land boat. I guess the tower master no longer wants to keep it secret. When he gave him the red-eyed doll, he didn't warn him not to tell anyone. What made him change his mind? These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Thor didn't hide it. The tower master gave it to me. Rum narrowed his eyes and looked at Thor, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Thor could only lower his head and let him look at him. After not seeing him for a few months, Mentor Rum has gained weight again. His height has not changed, but the fat around his body has increased, piling up into a mountain, and gradually began to devour his still normal head. Teacher Rum just sat there, and Thor, who was standing beside him, felt cold and uneasy. Like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Have you decided to major in dark elements? You should understand that your talent is actually more suitable for studying the fields related to spirits and mental power. Teacher Rum spoke again, and it was a topic he had not mentioned for a long time. This time Thor did not hesitate. Yes, Teacher Rum, I have made up my mind. Is this your own choice? Did anyone force you? Soul was surprised to hear Rum ask such a blunt question, but nodded to show his attitude. Heh. Rum laughed softly. Majoring in dark attributes is not bad. Maybe this is destiny. Soul didn't understand what his mentor meant. These strong men were all riddlers. When he becomes a formal wizard, he will let these people guess what he meant.